Chapter 1. Elja abruptly sat up in bed, his heart racing with fervor. Where am I? He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze imbued with confusion. A single bed occupied the space, a bedside lamp resting atop a nightstand, while opposite stood a writing desk flanked by a wardrobe. A window adorned the room, its curtains drawn, obscuring the view beyond. The layout seemed eerily familiar. Wasn't I drinking at a roadside stall? How did I end up here? He glanced down at his body. His muscles remained, albeit noticeably diminished in size. What was happening? He recalled vividly. Last night, he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol, lamenting his ban from the short video platform. The catalyst for it all was that damned Zhao Qilin. At the thought, Elja's fists clenched involuntarily. To understand the present, one must first delve into the past 2 months prior. Elja was once a basketball player with boundless potential. Yet, fate had played a cruel joke on him. It all stemmed from Zhao Qilin's father, the influential Zhao Jiangwo, a prominent figure within the Chinese Basketball Association. The Chinese Basketball Association, an entity wielding unparalleled authority in the realm of basketball in China, dictated the very lifeblood of the sport, overseeing national team selections, professional league operations, and youth development. Zhao Jiangwo, as the vice president of this vast organization, held immense power. His word was law. With a single utterance, he extinguished Elja's hopes of joining the national team, derailing his professional aspirations. The subsequent decade saw Elja adrift, lost in a haze. When the era of short videos dawned, he capitalized on his physique, blossoming into a fitness influencer. Each day, he showcased his muscular frame, rivaling, if not surpassing, the visual impact of his younger days. In a mere 2 months, he amassed over 500,000 followers. Just as it seemed his life was on the cusp of revival, a fan unearthed his past glorious history. A clip of him representing the national youth team in competition surfaced online, igniting a frenzy. Countless discussions erupted, questioning how this former prodigy had devolved into a mere meat seller online. The uproar escalated, ultimately drawing the attention of Zhao Qilin. Now a key player on the national team, he dismissed Elja's plight during an interview with a casual remark that plunged Elja into despair. Elja's actions severely tarnish the image of basketball players and propagate a detrimental atmosphere in society. Such a person does not deserve to play basketball. Zhao Qilin's words struck Elja's heart like a sharpened dagger. He could not fathom what he had done wrong. All he sought was to survive. To earn a living, was that a crime? Simply because he had offended Zhao Qilin, he was to be driven to the brink? The irony stung deeper. Zhao Qilin, the so-called king of stepping on others on the court. Elja vividly recalled Zhao's dirty tactics during their high school finals. What right did he have to cast stones? Was it merely because his father was the vice president of the Basketball Association? Soon, a deluge of vitriol descended upon Elja. His short video account faced an official ban, and he found himself stripped of everything once more, reduced to a state of utter desolation. Despair and rage coiled around Elja's heart like a venomous serpent. Thus, he drank recklessly at the roadside stall, one glass after another, until intoxication claimed him. Calm down, calm down. Elja inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. The priority now was to ascertain his whereabouts. He leapt from the bed and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. Outside lay a basketball court, and through the glass walls, he could see individuals training within. This place is... Elja's pupils dilated in shock. A more terrifying realization dawned upon him. He seemed to have grown younger. He dashed to the bathroom mirror. Reflected was a youthful and familiar visage. Am I reborn? Elja gazed incredulously at the image before him. This face was unmistakably that of his 19-year-old self. 2011. The National Youth Team Training Center. Everything aligned. This was indeed the dormitory of the National Youth Team. He had somehow returned to this place. Elja's heart raced anew. This was simply beyond comprehension. He pinched his arm hard. Pain. This was no dream. Ha ha. Elja suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice filled with exhilaration and excitement. Zhao Qilin, just you wait. In this life, I shall trample you beneath my feet. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The star player mimic system has been activated. Star player mimic system? Elja froze, a wave of euphoria surging within him. A system? This was the essential golden finger for rebirth. He stifled his excitement, mentally commanding, "System, please elucidate your functions." Ding! A crisp notification chimed, followed by a translucent panel appearing before his eyes, visible only to Elja. At the top of the panel were several succinct options. Personal information, star badges, system store. Elja focused his awareness on the star badges, and the panel seamlessly transitioned. This system can assist the host in mimicking the abilities of historically great basketball players. Each player's capability is presented in the form of badges, encompassing but not limited to shooting, dribbling, playmaking, defense, and physical attributes. The system's voice echoed in Elja's mind, while the badge page revealed more detailed information. Star badge. Category: offense, defense, playmaking, physical. Level: copper, silver, gold, legendary. Unlock method: incentive points. Effect: copper badge. Mimic the corresponding ability of the star at 60. Silver badge. Mimic the corresponding ability of the star at 80. Gold badge. Mimic the corresponding ability of the star at 100. Legendary badge. Obtain an enhanced version of the ability based on a gold badge. Price: copper badge, 5,000 incentive points. Silver badge, 20,000 incentive points. Gold badge, 50,000 incentive points. Legendary badge, 100,000 incentive points. Elja shifted his focus to the personal information section. Personal information. Host: Elja. Age: 19. Height: 182 centimeters. Weight: 75 kilograms. Incentive points: 63.25. 63.25 incentive points? Elja mused, perplexed about the source of such a bounty. He clicked on the question mark icon adjacent to the incentive points. Incentive points can be earned through participation in basketball matches, with the quantity varying based on match quality and individual performance. Each game yields a different number of incentive points. The current incentive points are the cumulative total from all matches prior to the host's rebirth. The system provided a thorough explanation. Elja's understanding crystallized. It turned out to be the accumulation from his middle and high school years. He had led his team to national competitions in middle school and reached the finals in high school. However, due to the low level of competition, the points awarded were minimal. Typically, just a few points per game, with a maximum being only a few dozen. Over the years, he had amassed just over 6,000 points. Elja furrowed his brow. At this rate, when would he ever afford a gold badge? Was this a joke? The copper badge required 5,000 points. How many years would it take to exchange for even a copper one? What was the point of this? As if sensing Elja's frustration, the system chimed in once more. The quantity of incentive points gained is directly correlated to the match quality. Middle and high school leagues are of lower caliber, hence the limited incentive points. If the host can partake in higher-level competitions, such as the Chinese Basketball Association (CBA), each match could yield hundreds of incentive points. Should he qualify for the national team in international competitions, he could earn hundreds or even thousands of points per match. And if he were to enter the NBA, each match could yield thousands of points. CBA? National team? NBA? Elja contemplated the system's prompts, lost in thought. Following the trajectory of his past life, he had made it to the national youth team. Yet due to Zhao Qilin's father's interference, he never had the opportunity to take the court in an official match, at best participating in practice games. Let alone joining the national team. As for the NBA, it is a realm that feels almost unimaginable. Regarding HBA, although I participated in a training camp after my university graduation, the prolonged absence from a high-level competitive environment greatly diminished my athletic condition, ultimately preventing me from succeeding. Now, I find myself back at the age of 19. There is still time. However, how does one swiftly enhance their capabilities? After all, even with a system in place, time is needed to accumulate motivation points and unlock badges. The time I've left is truly limited. Elja began to contemplate earnestly what he currently needed the most. He opened the system's shop interface and meticulously browsed through the various categories of badges. Offensive, defensive, organizational, physical. The dazzling array of badges left Elja feeling overwhelmed. Stay calm, Stay calm. Do not rush, he admonished himself. At present, he possessed only 6,325 motivation points, and he needed to be frugal, ensuring that every point was spent wisely. He was acutely aware that his height was a mere 182 centimeters. In a basketball world populated by towering individuals, particularly in high-level arenas, he was practically a shorty. During high school leagues, he could still carve out a niche due to his technical prowess. Yet, if he aspired to advance further, entering HBA, or even a national team, or the NBA, it would be a fool's dream to rely solely on skill without an extraordinary physical constitution. Thus, what he urgently required was to enhance his physical athleticism. Elja's gaze fixated on the physical category. He began to examine each badge one by one, comparing them in search of the most suitable one for himself. Soon a name caught his eye. Derrick Rose. Elja's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was it. Rose, the man who moved like the wind, the one who epitomized the brutal aesthetics of the game, the youngest MVP in history. Most crucially, he was a point guard, just like Elja. Rose's style of play was explosive, characterized by rapid speed, impressive jumping ability, and sharp changes of direction. His signature move of changing direction without losing speed struck terror into the hearts of countless defenders. Imagine if he possessed Rose's athletic ability, combined with his already proficient skills. The vision was so beautiful that Elja could hardly bear to contemplate it. Without hesitation, he selected the Derrick Rose Athletic Ability Badge Bronze. Ding! The host has chosen to purchase the Derrick Rose Athletic Ability Badge Bronze for 5,000 motivation points. Do you confirm the purchase? Confirm. Ding! Purchase successful. 5,000 motivation points deducted. Remaining motivation points, 1,325. The Derrick Rose Athletic Ability Badge Bronze has been equipped. As the system's notification chimed, Elja felt a surge of warmth envelop his entire body. He could distinctly sense that his physique was undergoing a remarkable transformation. His muscles felt firmer and more powerful, each cell brimming with vitality. He clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. With a light jump, he felt as if his body had become significantly lighter. He could even perceive an increase in his reaction speed. This sensation was simply exhilarating. Elja excitedly paced back and forth in his room, although he was still uncertain how effective this badge would be in actual combat. The physical changes alone had him over the moon. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was only 6:30 in the morning, with half an hour remaining before regular training commenced. Elja could hardly contain his anticipation. He needed to rush to the court immediately to test it out. He swiftly completed his morning routine, donned his training attire, and laced up his sneakers. Like a gust of wind, Elja bolted out of the dormitory. He sprinted to the training facility of the national youth team. Upon pushing open the gymnasium doors, a unique blend of sweat, polished wood, and rubber greeted him. The scene before him was both familiar and foreign. Familiar with the standard-sized basketball court, the towering hoops, and the surrounding bleachers. Yet, strange was the realization that, in his memories, this place should have been brighter, with more advanced facilities. However, the reality was that some of the overhead incandescent lights were already dim, flickering to cast an overall somber atmosphere. The wooden floor had lost its luster, marked with numerous black scratches. The protective pads beneath the hoops had faded, with some edges even showing signs of wear. The backboards appeared somewhat aged, their paint chipped and peeling, with faint traces of graffiti visible. In his memories, he had always viewed this training facility through the lens of longing. Unconsciously, he had beautified the image of the national youth team's training venue. In truth, the training conditions of the national youth team in 2011 were incomparable to those that followed. Yet that no longer mattered. What mattered was that he, Elja, had returned, and he had returned in a far more formidable state. He could feel the surging power within him, an unprecedented vitality. It feels as though he has been rejuvenated by a decade. No, it is not merely a feeling. He has truly returned to that vibrant era 10 years ago, a time brimming with infinite possibilities. Elja inhaled deeply, approached the sidelines, and picked up a basketball. Gently dribbling, he reveled in the ball's texture and weight. Everything was just perfect. As he began to dribble, a wave of familiarity washed over him. First, he maneuvered the ball between his legs, then behind his back, swiftly followed by rapid crossovers. The ball seemed to adhere to his hand as if it were an extension of himself, responding effortlessly to his will. How astonishingly fast! Elja could not help but exclaim. This speed surpassed anything he had experienced before by several notches. He felt his fingers becoming more agile, and his control over the ball had significantly improved. He suddenly felt an urge to explore something different. He dribbled swiftly, charging toward the hoop. With a leap, his entire body soared into the air like a spring. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Luja executed a powerful one-handed slam dunk. It is worth noting that prior to his rebirth, standing at a height of 182 centimeters, he could manage to dunk. Yet most times it was merely a struggle to place the ball into the basket. Achieving such an impressive leap and executing a dunk with such explosive force was nearly inconceivable. This vertical leap is utterly astounding. Upon landing, Luja found it difficult to believe what had just transpired. He glanced down at his hands, then lifted his gaze to the gently swaying hoop. Is this the extraordinary power of the Derrick Rose Athletic Ability Badge, bronze? Merely a bronze badge, yet it possesses such formidable strength. What then of the silver, gold, or even legendary badges? Luja could hardly fathom. He felt as if he were a ferocious beast released from its cage, brimming with power and poised to tear apart any obstacle in his path. Just as Luja was still immersed in the astonishment brought about by the transformation of his own body, he suddenly heard a series of rapid and rhythmic dribbling sounds. This sound resonated with remarkable clarity in the vast expanse of the gymnasium. Instinctively, Luja turned towards the source of the sound. On the opposite side of the court, a figure was engaged in an intense dribbling training session. The individual had his back to Luja, but from his broad shoulders, as well as the strength and speed exhibited during his dribbling, Luja instantly recognized him. Guailuan. Luja softly uttered this name. He undoubtedly recognizes this individual as a pivotal point guard for the national youth team and a prospective mainstay for the future national team of Huagua. Guailuan is renowned for his incisive breakthroughs and indomitable spirit. At one point, he was regarded by domestic fans and media as the player most likely to join the NBA. Although Guailuan has yet to reach his peak form, he has already demonstrated a prowess and talent that far surpasses his peers. More significantly, he is famously known as a training enthusiast. It is surprising to see him arrive for practice so early. It seems that the sound of dribbling had been resonating for quite some time. Bang! The dull thud reverberated throughout the spacious gymnasium. That was the sound of the basketball colliding with the rim, marking the interruption of Guailuan's rhythmic dribbling. He ceased his intense dribbling practice, slowly turning around. Beads of sweat, resembling small pearls, cascaded down his cheeks, while his heavy breaths revealed the astonishing intensity of his recent training. His gaze drifted towards the source of the sound. There stood a figure both familiar and unfamiliar, Luja. The commotion just now. What have you done? Guailuan's tone carried a hint of perplexity, yet was predominantly infused with astonishment, his dialect particularly pronounced. He had just immersed himself so deeply in practice that he failed to notice when Luja entered. Luja's recent slam dunk was anything but subtle. The final resounding thud was filled with power, sending a thrill of excitement through the air. Luja remained silent, merely offering a slight smile, which served as his acknowledgement. Meeting the gaze of Guailuan, he resolved to take another shot. He intends to showcase his prowess to the future starting point guard of the national team, allowing him to truly appreciate his capabilities. He dribbles, accelerates, and leaps, all in one fluid motion. Bam! Once again, he delivers a powerful one-handed slam dunk. This time, Luja soars even higher and exerts even greater force than before. The rim shakes violently, as if it might be torn down at any moment. Guailuan is utterly astonished. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth fell agape, as if he had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. As a player receiving focused training within the national youth team, Guailuan's perspective was far from limited. The national youth team boasted numerous athletes capable of impressive jumps and powerful dunks. However, encountering someone like Luja, who stood at a mere 182 centimeters yet could execute such effortless and explosive dunks, was indeed a first for him. You, oh my goodness, how can you jump like that? Guailuan exclaimed, pointing at Luja, his words tumbling out in a flurry, unable to articulate anything further. He could not even utter the name of Elja, only aware that he was one among the cohort of players selected through the high school basketball league. In Guailuan's mind, players like him, who ventured into the sport later in life, were typically there to merely make an appearance on the national youth team, seeking to embellish their credentials. Compared to those who had nurtured their talents within professional club training systems from a young age, there existed a significant disparity. After all, the training regimen of professional clubs was no trifling matter, encompassing the highest caliber in every aspect. Consequently, during training sessions, Guailuan seldom paid attention to players like Elja. Furthermore, in his recollection, this taciturn individual seemed to possess little in the way of remarkable skills beyond his decent looks, the kind one would lose in a crowd. Yet, those two recent dunks, the astonishing vertical leap, the terrifying explosiveness. My word, what a rare encounter to practice with someone like this early in the morning. Guailuan mused as he approached Elja, his face adorned with surprise and curiosity. Shall we have a chat? Or rather, shall we practice? He proposed, gesturing animatedly, indicating his desire to challenge Elja to a one-on-one match. Moreover, his tone carried a hint of condescension, for in his eyes, Elja was still merely an amateur. Elja glanced at him and nodded. All right. A simple response, yet his expression remained as stoic as ever. He had long desired to find someone to test his strength. Guailuan was equally decisive, directly tossing the ball to Luja. You serve first. Luja received the ball and positioned himself beyond the three-point line. He gently dribbled the basketball, his gaze fixed upon the hoop, as if searching for the most opportune path for an offensive maneuver. Suddenly, he sprang into action. With a burst of speed, he surged forward, darting past Guailuan's right side. It was astonishingly swift. Guailuan barely had time to register the motion before Luja had already dashed past him. He swiftly turned to give chase, but it was already too late. Luja leaped high, executing a powerful one-handed slam dunk. Bang! The basketball swished through the net, the rim once again emitting a painful groan. 1-0. Guailuan shook his head, still somewhat in disbelief. Once more. For the second shot, Luja dribbled, performing a series of crossovers between his legs, bewildering Guailuan's balance. Suddenly, with a deceptive right-side movement, Guailuan was momentarily tricked, and Luja swiftly changed direction to the left. He effortlessly bypassed Guailuan. Another easy dunk. Bang. 2-0. Guailuan was now utterly stunned, standing frozen in place. For the third shot, Luja continued to dribble. This time, he opted not to break through directly, instead executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles beyond the three-point line, seemingly searching for an opening. Guailuan, disregarding his dignity, was solely focused on preventing Luja from scoring again. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on every movement of Luja, fearing he might miss even the slightest detail. Suddenly, Luja accelerated, breaking through towards the right front. Guailuan swiftly followed suit, arms outstretched, attempting to thwart Luja's advance. Just then, Luja executed a sudden stop. His body leaned back as he pulled the ball behind him. An incredibly smooth step back. Guailuan's center of gravity was completely disrupted, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Luja elegantly released the ball. Swish! The basketball sailed effortlessly through the net. 3 o'clock. Unlike before, Luja chose not to dunk, showing a semblance of respect for Guailuan. After all, this fellow was destined to be his teammate in the national team in the future. Just as this thought flickered in Luja's mind, he was abruptly reminded of something that filled him with revulsion. Zhao Qilin, and that father of his, who seemed to hold dominion over everything. How could he have forgotten this? No matter how hard he tried or how strong he became, with that old man around, entering the national team of Huagua would forever remain an impossibility. As this realization sank in, a surge of inexplicable fury welled up within Luja. To hell with the national team. If they won't have me here, there will surely be a place for me elsewhere. At worst, I shall play in the NBA. What? What is this? Guailuan exclaimed as he picked himself up from the ground. A look of disbelief etched across his face. Why was he even running back now? He scratched his head, utterly perplexed by how Elja accomplished it. Once more. I must try again. I refuse to believe it. Guailuan's stubbornness flared up. One more time. This time, I shall defend against you properly. As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve the ball and tossed it to Luja. Luja caught the ball in silence, merely retreating to beyond the three-point line. Guailuan took a deep breath, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Luja as he assumed a defensive stance. This time, he exerted every ounce of his strength, clinging to Luja like a piece of toffee. He is determined to reclaim all the dignity he had just lost. Luja can distinctly sense that Guailuan's defensive intensity has significantly escalated compared to earlier. It is no wonder that he is a key player nurtured by the national youth team. This indomitable spirit is indeed worthy of admiration. However, this is still insufficient. For Luja, who possesses the athletic prowess badge of Derrick Rose, bronze, such defense is still rather elementary. He first took a tentative step to the left, then suddenly accelerated, breaking through to the right front. Guailuan swiftly kept pace, using his body to block Luja, preventing him from easily advancing. Aware of Guailuan's strength, Luja opted against a forceful breakthrough. He suddenly came to a sharp halt, then took a step back, increasing the distance between himself and Guailuan. Guailuan hurriedly moved forward to block, but it was already too late. Elja leaped high into the air and released the ball. This time, he did not opt for a shot. Instead, he executed an alley-oop. He lofted the ball high towards the hoop, then swiftly followed through, leaping into the air to catch the basketball, forcefully slamming it down into the net. Boom. Yet another powerful dunk. 4 o'clock. Goodness gracious, are you aiming for the heavens? Guailuan was utterly astounded, scratching his head in bewilderment, unable to fathom why he could not defend against Luja. This fellow was nothing short of a beast. What is your name? I must remember you well. Guailuan had completely lost his temper, yet he was filled with admiration. The individual before him was undoubtedly a promising talent. With such physical prowess and skill, he was destined for greatness. Luja spoke nonchalantly, though his expression bore an odd mix of sarcasm, helplessness, and a hint of frustration. He gazed at Guailuan before him, the future main point guard of the national team. Thoughts of his own decade of suppression flooded his mind, along with the grotesque visages of Zhao Qilin and his son. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. Liu Jia, this name, I shall remember. Guailuan repeated it twice, as if to engrave it indelibly in his mind. His mind is now filled with the spectacular goals scored by Jia just moments ago, particularly that step-back jumper. It was absolutely stunning. Wow, Jia, how did you manage to master that? Please teach me, let us practice together. Guailuan gazes at Jia with eager anticipation, completely shedding his previous arrogance. He is now solely curious about how Jia became so formidable. At that moment, other team members began arriving at the gym, each appearing bleary-eyed and lethargic, evidently still struggling to shake off the remnants of sleep. What time is it already? Why are they dawdling here? Do they wish to be punished by practice? Suddenly, a gruff voice echoed from the entrance, shattering the atmosphere within the gym. This voice, abrasive like sandpaper scraping against glass, was exceedingly unpleasant to hear. Without turning around, Jia knew who had arrived. It was the coach of the national youth team, Jiang Wenwu. True to his name, he was anything but cultured. Rather, he exuded an air of raw strength. He stands approximately 175 centimeters tall, and his weight is likely around 170 to 180 kilograms. With a slight protrusion of the abdomen, reminiscent of a few months of pregnancy. His hair is neatly cropped in a buzz cut, and he sports a pair of black-framed spectacles, behind which lie a pair of fierce, piercing eyes. His countenance suggests a rather unamiable disposition, as if at any moment he might erupt with a string of profanities. He strode into the gymnasium with purpose, his gaze sweeping across the room, causing all the team members to stand at attention, fearful of being caught in any misstep. As Liu Jia regarded Jiang Wenwu before him, a bitter smile crept into his heart. He recalled how he once idolized him, how fervently he longed to join the national youth team, even convincing himself that Jiang's stern demeanor was for the greater good, a testament to the notion that a strict teacher produces exceptional students. Yet now, Liu Jia found it all to be nothing but a farce. This Jiang Wenwu was nothing more than a sanctimonious hypocrite. He is far from being a strict teacher. He is evidently a psychologically twisted tyrant. He lacks the capability to coach higher-level professional teams, to earn greater wealth, and to bask in more accolades and applause. Consequently, he unleashes all his frustrations upon these young players. In the national youth team, he reigns as a tyrant, wielding power and authority, resorting to physical punishment and verbal abuse, subjecting the players to the utmost humiliation. He euphemistically claims that it is to enhance the players' mental fortitude. In truth, it is merely a means to satisfy his perverse desire for control. In Jia's recollection, Jiang Wenwu is nothing more than a bully who preys on the weak. He greets players from affluent families, or those who have bestowed gifts upon him, with a warm smile and utmost care. However, for those like Jia, who possess no connections and fail to show him deference, he creates numerous obstacles and resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. It can be said that Jiang Wenwu is a parasite within the realm of Chinese basketball. His presence is a significant factor in the decline of Chinese basketball. As long as he remains, there will be no hope for the resurgence of Chinese basketball. Contemplating this, a profound sense of revulsion surges within Jia. He silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would alter everything, not solely for himself, but also for the young dreamers of basketball who, like him, harbored aspirations. Are you all deaf? Did you not hear the assembly whistle? Stand properly, roared Jiang Wenwu, his voice resembling a rusty bell. The players trembled in fear, hastily aligning themselves in response to his command. In the entire gymnasium, only the heavy sound of Jiang Wenwu's labored breaths and the anxious heartbeat of the players echoed. The morning training had commenced. However, Jia was acutely aware that with Jiang Wenwu's meager coaching abilities, he was utterly unqualified to instruct these young athletes in a scientific manner. The so-called morning session was merely a relentless 10-kilometer run, falsely glorified as a means to enhance physical stamina. This simplistic and brutal training regimen served no purpose other than to deplete the players' energy and willpower. As anticipated, Jiang Wenwu's orders confirmed Jia's suspicions. All of you, run 10 kilometers around the field. If you can't finish today, you shall skip your meal. Accompanied by Jiang Wenwu's strident shouts, the players began to move mechanically, circling the field again and again. Jia joined the ranks, trotting at a leisurely pace. Although his physical fitness had significantly improved, it did not imply that he appreciated such a meaningless approach to training. Upon exiting the training hall and entering the open field, Jia's gaze was immediately drawn to Zhao Qilin among the group. Zhao Qilin, as soon as he laid eyes on that loathsome face, an unnameable fury surged within Jia. It is this scoundrel who, relying on his father's influence, wreaks havoc on the court and wields unchecked power beyond it. If it weren't for him, how could I have found myself in such a predicament? Jia's fists clenched involuntarily, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. In my past life, I lived in a daze, bullied by you for an eternity. In this life, with the system at my disposal, I shall ensure that you do not have it easy. Hey, Jia, wait for me. At that moment, Guailuan's voice broke through Jia's troubled thoughts. As he ran, he gasped for breath, clearly feeling the strain. This fellow is truly persistent, Elja thought to himself. How do you practice that retreating step? Care to enlighten me? Gwailuan, undeterred, continued to seek Elja's guidance. You are bound to achieve greatness. Joining the national team is a certainty. While running, Gwailuan did not forget to flatter Elja. The national team? Huh. A hint of sarcasm flickered across Elja's face. I fear I shall never be associated with the national team in this lifetime. The thought filled him with bitterness and resignation. Just don't forget about me when you make it. Gwailuan's words struck Elja as profoundly ironic. Waiting for me to join the national team? What a grand joke. Come on, say something. Gwailuan urged, noticing Elja's silence, his concern growing. What has gotten into him? He has never been this aloof before. Could it be? Is he genuinely upset because I overlooked him earlier? How about this? During the upcoming training match, let us team up, and you can teach me. What do you think? Gwailuan proposed, panting heavily. This should suffice, right? I'm the one suggesting we team up, showing you enough respect. If you can outrun me, I'll consider your request, Elja replied suddenly. Without warning, he accelerated, darting away like an arrow released from a bow. Want to team up with me? Let us see if you have the chops. Wait, are you serious? Gwailuan was taken aback, then gritted his teeth and pursued with all his might. As if Gwailuan, would let you outpace me. It's just a matter of running. Who is afraid of whom? As he urged himself onward, he fervently propelled his legs forward. Elja, halt this instant. Why are you running so swiftly? Are you in a rush to reincarnate? Jiang Wenwu bellowed in exasperation from behind. This rascal has truly overstepped. How dare he disregard my commands? He continued, and that Gwailuan, usually so astute, why is he foolishly following suit today? Just wait until he can no longer run. I shall see how I deal with you. Jiang Wenwu growled menacingly. Soon enough, you will find yourselves in tears. The other team members stood in stunned silence at this spectacle. What has gotten into Elja today? How dare he challenge Jiang Wenwu's authority? Isn't he typically so compliant? What has caused this sudden ferocity? And Gwailuan, why is he joining in this madness? This is bound to be quite the spectacle. Upon completing the 10-kilometer run, Gwailuan collapsed onto the ground. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as though he might cough up his very lungs. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his training attire, clinging to his body and delineating the contours of his muscles. He felt as though his legs no longer belonged to him. Aching and swollen, as if laden with lead, heavy beyond measure. You really can run, you little rascal, Gwailuan said intermittently, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He exerted every ounce of his strength, yet was still outpaced by Elvija by half a circle. What astonished him even more was that Elvija appeared to be effortlessly gliding through the race. Is this even human? Why does it seem like you haven't even tried? Gwailuan gasped for breath, mustering his last bit of energy to inquire. He simply cannot fathom how Liuja possesses such remarkable physical prowess. Meanwhile, the other team members have only just crossed the finish line, each of them pale-faced, gasping for breath, and swaying unsteadily. They gazed at Liuja, who stood nonchalantly by the side, sipping water, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that someone could complete 10 kilometers with a 2-lap lead. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he seemed utterly unfazed by the feat. Was this truly the Liuja they knew? He was nothing short of a phenomenon. Final lap. Everyone, push forward. Jiang Wenwu shouted hoarsely from near the finish line. He shouted while regarding Elja with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. Within that look lay astonishment, confusion, and a subtle hint of apprehension. To be frank, Elja's performance had significantly exceeded Jiang Wenwu's expectations. Initially, he had no intention of including this player in the national youth team. Prior to the commencement of the training camp, someone had specifically cautioned him, suggesting it would be prudent to exclude this young man named Elja. However, during this year's National High School Basketball League Finals, the clash between Elja and Zhao Qilan, both prominent figures of their respective school teams, stirred considerable attention among fans nationwide. Faced with the mounting pressure of public opinion, Jiang Wenwu ultimately decided to invite Elja to the national youth team training. Originally, according to Jiang Wenwu's plan, he would not grant Liuja any opportunity to be selected for the final roster to participate in the official competition. When the time comes, he would fabricate some excuse, claiming that Liu's skills were not up to standard, and send him away. After all, in the national youth team, Jiang Wenwu was akin to a sovereign who would dare to defy him. However, today Liuja's performance instilled a flicker of unease within Jiang Wenwu. This fellow's physical prowess was astonishingly exceptional. He completed the 10-kilometer run, astonishingly leading the main group by 2 laps. Even Gwailuan could not keep pace with him. It was utterly incomprehensible. Could it be that a player emerging from high school leagues possesses such formidable physical capabilities? Unthinkable. Those who took up the sport later in life could never compare to those nurtured from a young age within a professional club's youth training system. Jiang Wenwu's brow furrowed deeply. He resolved to rigorously challenge Liuja in the upcoming training match, to make him aware of who truly held authority here. A sinister smile crept upon Jiang Wenwu's lips. Boy, just you wait. Once everyone had completed the 10 kilometers, Jiang Wenwu waved his hand, allowing less than 10 minutes of respite before announcing the commencement of the training match. The players were utterly exhausted, like lifeless dogs. Yet they dared not utter a single complaint. They could only muster their spirits for the impending contest. Lu Zhi observed Jiang Wenwu's demeanor towards Zhao Qilan, which was remarkably affable. He fetched water, handed over towels, and inquired with warmth. Showering him with care, one could almost sense that he would have elevated Zhao Qilan to a pedestal. Qilan, how do you feel after the run? Are you tired? Do you need to rest a bit longer? The sycophantic expression made Lu Zhi feel a wave of nausea. In stark contrast, Jiang Wenwu presented an entirely different countenance to the others. Look at all of you, running like this. With your fitness levels, you dare to dream of turning professional? Dream on. He berated them, while simultaneously delivering psychological blows to the players, commonly referred to as PUA. It seemed that only in this manner could he assert his dominance and authority. During the group assignments, Guo Ailuan eagerly proposed to team up with Lu Zhi. Coach, I want to team up with Lu Zhi. Guo Ailuan exclaimed loudly, his tone imbued with excitement and anticipation. He is now filled with curiosity about Lu Zhi, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to collaborate with him during the match while simultaneously absorbing his techniques. What mischief are you two up to today, huh? Fooling around during the laps and now wanting to form a team together. Are you plotting a rebellion? Jiang Wenwu cast a glare at Guo Ailuan, speaking with irritation. Nevertheless, he refrained from elaborating further, tacitly acquiescing to Guo Ailuan's request. After all, Guo Ailuan is a key player he is nurturing, destined to become a principal point guard for the national team, and he felt it prudent to show some deference. Once the teams were divided, Lu Zhi noticed a familiar figure in the opposing lineup, Ding Yanhuhang. Little Ding? Is he already on the national youth team? Lu Zhi expressed his surprise. Ding Yanhuhang, a future star on the national team's front line, had once been on the brink of the NBA. In Lu Zhi's recollection, Little Ding's playing style was explosive, his drives incisive, and his scoring ability formidable. He had been regarded as a beacon of hope for the future of Chinese men's basketball. He once endeavored to break into the NBA, yet, for various reasons, he ultimately failed to participate in the regular season, which is truly regrettable. What a pity. Such remarkable talent. Had he been afforded a more favorable environment, perhaps he could have truly established himself in the NBA, Elgin mused to himself. He cast another glance at his lineup, and Wang Zhilin was also present. Big Wang. Lu Zhi's gaze settled upon Wang Zhilin. At this moment, Wang Zhilin was merely a fledgling, yet he had already showcased remarkable talent and potential. Beneath the basket, he possessed an undeniable dominance, almost impenetrable. If Lu Zhi recalled correctly, the following year, in 2012, Wang Zhilin would shine brilliantly at the Nike Basketball Summit, astonishing the world. However, the subsequent developments were nothing short of shocking. Wang Zhilin did not, as anticipated, become the cornerstone of the Chinese men's basketball team. Instead, for various reasons, his performance steadily declined. He grew increasingly lackadaisical on the court, often spotted meandering rather than engaging in defense. Gradually, he became known among fans as Grandma Wang. Possessing a fine physique yet failing to train diligently, he squandered his innate gifts. Lu Zhi couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. Such is the current state of the Chinese men's basketball team. With unprofessional coaching and unscientific training, the entire environment resembles a tepid pool, slowly boiling the frog. In such an atmosphere, the players gradually lost their ambition and drive, becoming increasingly lethargic and devoid of competitiveness. In truth, the later plight of the Chinese men's basketball team was predestined from this very day. Lu Zhi sighed, his heart heavy with helplessness and melancholy. Yet, upon reflection, he wondered what relevance it held for him. In his previous life, he had been silenced, unable to even participate in the HBA, let alone the national team. In this life, although equipped with a system, as long as Zhao Zhengguo remained, he would forever be barred from the national team. With this thought, Lu Zhi's heart filled with bitterness. He turned away, dismissing those troubling thoughts, and redirected his focus back to the match. The training game commenced officially, with Lu Zhi's team serving. Guo Ailuan voluntarily relinquished possession, standing aside with keen interest as he observed Lu Zhi. He was eager to discover what other surprises this enigmatic figure had in store for him. Lu Zhi stood at the center circle, controlling the ball, his gaze sweeping across the entire field. Opposite him stood Zhao Qilan. Upon catching sight of that arrogant and domineering face, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Lu Zhi. You think you're so capable, don't you? What's the matter? Afraid to face me? Zhao Qilan spoke first, his tone brimming with provocation. As he spoke, he did not forget to hurl insults at Lu Zhi. I've heard you were quite formidable in the high school league. How is it that upon joining the national youth team, you have become a mere shadow of your former self? With someone like you, do you truly aspire to join the national team? Don't delude yourself. If you possess any sense, you should promptly take your leave and avoid further embarrassment. In response to Zhao Qilan's taunts, Lu Zhi remained utterly indifferent. He didn't even cast a glance at Zhao Qilan, as if he were utterly non-existent. This only served to infuriate Zhao Qilan even further. What he detests most is being ignored by others. In his perspective, he is a favored child of destiny, deserving the attention of all. Yet, how dare Lu Zhi disregard him? It is utterly outrageous. Why has he fallen silent? Has he lost his voice? Or has my insight struck a nerve, leaving him feeling guilty? Zhao Qilan continued to prattle on, attempting to provoke Lu Jia. However, Lu Jia remained unfazed. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the basketball. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to bring Zhao Qilin to disgrace. What are you all dawdling for? Execute the strategy. Jiang Wenwu bellowed from the sidelines, his voice overpowering even Zhao Qilin's taunts. Lu Jia, bring the ball to the front court, then pass to the perimeter. If an opportunity arises, lob it to the post. Jiang Wenwu shouted, gesturing towards Wang Zhilin, who stood resolutely beneath the basket. The so-called strategy was, in essence, to hand the ball to Lu Jia and allow him to advance it to the front court. Subsequently, they would circulate the ball along the perimeter, seeking the chance to direct it into the post. This was particularly advantageous as Wang Zhilin represented a formidable presence in the paint. The strategy, though simplistic and unrefined, proved to be remarkably effective. After all, in the realm of youth league competitions, individual prowess often eclipses tactical finesse. With a behemoth like Wang Zhilin in the post, scoring became an effortless endeavor. Yet, Lu Jia blatantly disregarded Jiang Wenwu's tactical directives. He dribbled the ball, accelerated, executed a swift change of direction, and deftly maneuvered past Zhao Qilin. Immediately following, he performed a retreating step, once again evading Zhao Qilin's defense. Zhao Qilin's center of gravity was entirely disrupted, causing him to stumble precariously, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. He quickly steadied himself, intending to advance once more to defend, but it was already too late. Lu Jia had charged into the paint. Faced with the center's defensive support, Lu Jia leaped high into the air. In mid-flight, he executed an exceptionally graceful up and under maneuver, switching the ball to his other hand, evading the center's block, and then with a gentle flick, he sent the ball soaring through the hoop. 2 o'clock. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, fluid as flowing water, a feast for the eyes. What a remarkable play. Incredible! Guodailuan shouted in exhilaration, being the first to react. Soon, others joined in, applauding and cheering. Only Zhao Qilin stood still, his expression one of disbelief. He could never have anticipated that he would be so effortlessly surpassed by Lu Jia. And not just once, but twice. This was an utter humiliation. What on earth is happening? Even the usually composed Jiang Wenwu found himself momentarily flustered. He stood there with his mouth agape, rendered speechless for an extended moment. This goal utterly disrupted his tactical arrangements. He had originally hoped that Wang Zhilin would dominate the paint, yet it was Lu Jia alone who resolved the issue. Moreover, he did so with such elegance and ease. Is this truly the Lu Jia he knows? It feels as though he is transformed into an entirely different person. Could it be that this young man had been concealing his true prowess all along? A flurry of thoughts raced through Jiang Wenwu's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. What a reckless display. Who permitted such a performance? Huh? Regaining his composure, Jiang Wenwu bellowed in anger. He initially intended to abruptly halt the match and teach Zhao a profound lesson. However, upon noticing that Zhao Qilin's team had commenced their serve, and Zhao Qilin himself was charging towards the front court, evidently seeking to reclaim his honor, Jiang Wenwu suppressed his simmering anger and refrained from calling for a stoppage. Just right, let Zhao Qilin thoroughly discipline this arrogant young man, Jiang Wenwu mused. As Zhao Qilin dribbled the ball forward, his expression was ominously dark, his teeth grinding audibly. Zhao, you shall pay for this. Zhao Qilin, fueled by fury, propelled the ball towards the front court. He initially aspired to emulate Zhao, elegantly maneuvering past his adversaries to score effortlessly. However, when faced with Zhao's formidable defense, he discovered that the reality was far more complex than he had envisioned. No matter how he dribbled, changed direction, or accelerated, he could not shake off Zhao's relentless guarding. Zhao clung to him like a piece of stubborn taffy, offering no chance for a breakthrough. After several attempts, Zhao Qilin found his speed consistently stifled by Zhao. He simply could not gain momentum. Pass the ball. Zhao Qilin, what are you doing? Jiang Wenwu shouted from the sidelines, nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by Zhao Qilin's obstinacy. This fellow, so single-minded. Knowing full well he could not penetrate the defense, he still insisted on pushing through. Was that a squandered opportunity? Yet, Zhao Qilin seemed oblivious, continuing to focus intently on his dribbling. He has become thoroughly popular and has gained significant momentum. He is consumed by a singular thought, to surpass Zhao and reclaim the dignity he has just lost. However, reality proves to be merciless. No matter how fervently he strives, he cannot shake off Zhao's relentless defense. As the offensive clock dwindles, Zhao Qilin is left with no choice but to take a desperate shot. Time's up, Jiang Wenwu called out loudly, signaling a violation of the offensive play by Zhao Qilin's team. He cast a fierce glare at Zhao Qilin, yet he dared not voice his thoughts too harshly. For Zhao Qilin's formidable background was not one he could afford to offend. Turning back, Lu Jia launched his attack. With the ball in hand, Lu Jia advanced, facing Zhao Qilin's defense without the slightest hesitation. He accelerated sharply, effortlessly darting past Zhao Qilin. A swift move, clean and decisive. Zhao Qilin barely had time to react, left only to witness Lu Jia penetrate the paint. Undeterred by the opposing center's attempt to block him, Lu Jia leapt high, executing a layup against the defense. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. For a clock. What astonished everyone even more was that the opposing center, overwhelmed by Lu Jia's explosive force, staggered backward, nearly losing his balance and falling. Such terrifying explosiveness. Zhao Qilin completely lost his composure. All he desired now was to retaliate. Disregarding his teammates' calls for the ball, he once again opted to go solo. However, under the tight defense of Elja, he found himself devoid of any shooting opportunities. As the shot clock dwindled, Zhao Qilin had no choice but to attempt a forced shot. With a resounding clap, Elja leapt high, snatching the ball from Zhao Qilin's grasp. An emphatic rejection. Immediately following this, Elja dribbled furiously down the court, barreling towards the opponent's basket. With a thunderous slam dunk, he scored. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their collective awe palpable as they beheld Elja, who appeared almost monstrous in his prowess. The arena fell into a hushed silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. The only sound reverberating was that of the basketball striking the hardwood floor. Zhao Qilin's team resumed play. Upon receiving the ball, Zhao Qilin once again challenged Elja. This time, he had learned from his earlier mistakes, opting not to recklessly attempt to break through Elja's defense. Instead, he sought to leverage his body for a shielded layup. Elja, perceiving Zhao Qilin's intentions, deliberately allowed him to advance. Just as Zhao Qilin prepared for the layup, Elja soared from behind. With a resounding slap, he delivered a monumental block. The basketball was forcefully sent flying away. My goodness, this is simply outrageous. One could hardly believe their eyes. The players on the sidelines could no longer contain their astonishment, erupting in exclamations. Meanwhile, Zhao Qilin stood like a statue, frozen in disbelief. His face was inscribed with disbelief and frustration. He could never have imagined that he would be so thoroughly thwarted by Luja. This was far more distressing than being killed. The subsequent rounds transformed entirely into Luja's personal showcase. He scored consecutively as if traversing an unguarded realm. Breakthroughs, layups, dunks, jump shots, he wielded an array of scoring techniques with effortless finesse, rendering the defense utterly helpless. Even more astonishing was his ability to create opportunities for his teammates while securing points for himself. A masterful bounce pass directly assisted Guailuan in executing a seamless layup, swiftly widening the score gap. Meanwhile, Zhao Qilin found himself ensnared in a profound slump. Under the stringent defense of Elja, he failed to score a single point, struggling to even find a chance to shoot. During another offensive attempt, Zhao Qilin endeavored to force a layup, but Elja had been anticipating him. Leaping high for yet another emphatic block, the basketball was vehemently swatted away, sending Zhao Qilin crashing heavily to the ground. In that moment, Zhao Qilin was utterly incensed. He rose from the ground, charging towards Luja like a frenzied bull, seizing Luja by the collar and preparing to strike. How dare you act so defiantly? Who do you think you are? Guailuan, quick-witted and swift, rushed forward to shield Luja. Zhao Qilin, what on earth are you doing? If you wish to fight, then so be it. Guailuan shouted angrily as he pushed Zhao Qilin aside, his breath heavy with indignation. Jiang Wenwu hurried over as well, intervening to separate the two. Cease this instant. Have you lost your minds? Do you still wish to continue? Jiang Wenwu bellowed, casting a fierce glare at Luja, clearly showing his bias. Luja, behave yourself. If you persist in this manner, do you believe I won't ensure you are expelled from the training camp? Zhao Qilin, undeterred by being pulled away, continued to point an accusatory finger at Luja, vowing, you will regret this. Just wait. How dare you, you insolent brat. If you have the guts, say that again. Guailuan was seething with rage, on the brink of charging forward again, his indignation palpable. Yet, Luja remained calm. Observing Zhao Qilin and Jiang Wenwu with a cool detachment, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. So, shall we proceed with the competition? Luja inquired nonchalantly, as if the previous altercation bore no relevance to him. Jiang Wenwu glanced at Zhao Qilin, his gaze clearly seeking approval. Yes, of course, continue. Keep going. Zhao Qilin spat venomously, urging the conflict to resume. He is now consumed by a singular thought, to eliminate Luja. The match continues. Zhao Qilin's team serves. As Zhao Qilin dribbles forward, he has completely lost his reason, his mind fixated solely on vengeance. However, Luja provides him no opportunity. This time, he opts not for close defense but for a more astute strategy. He passes the ball to Guailuan and signals him to leap for an alley-oop. Observing this, Zhao Qilin hastily advances, attempting to execute the same foul tactic, but he is caught off guard as Luja leaps high into the air. Over Zhao Qilin, he catches Guailuan's pass midair. Thud! A powerful dunk, crashing through the defense, sends Zhao Qilin flying. He crashes heavily to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his ankle. He clutched his ankle, screaming in agony. This time, not only did he fail to land on Elja, but he also collided with the basketball hoop, twisting his ankle. You, just wait for me. I will not let you off the hook. I will ensure you can no longer survive in the basketball scene. Zhao Qilin cried out in pain, all the while hurling threats at Elja. Suit yourself. If you don't play for the national team, it's no great loss. With your level of skill, it would merely be a waste of time, Elja replied coldly, his tone laced with disdain. He had long been aware that, with the influence wielded by Zhao Qilin and his son, it would be a mere trifling matter to suppress him. Luja, silence yourself at once. What kind of attitude is this? Jiang Wenwu hastily approached, examining Zhao Qilin's injuries while furiously rebuking Luja. Look at the havoc you've wreaked. You've harmed Zhao Qilin. Can you bear the consequences? I assure you, This matter is far from resolved. Prepare yourself. In the face of Jiang Wenwu's threats, Lu Zhi merely responded with a derisive laugh. He glanced at Jiang Wenwu, then at Zhao Qilin, and subsequently, he executed an action that took everyone by surprise. He forcefully slammed the basketball onto the ground and then turned to leave. I'm done. Lu Zhi's voice echoed through the empty gymnasium. With this time, I might as well return to sleep. He departed from the gym without casting a glance back, leaving behind a group of astonished onlookers. Lu Zhi, stop right there. Jiang Wenwu trembled with rage, pointing at Lu Zhi's retreating figure. Yet he could not utter a single coherent sentence. The anguished cries of Zhao Qilin and the furious shouts of Jiang Wenwu intertwined behind Lu Zhi. However, Lu Zhi seemed to be oblivious to it all, striding purposefully out of the gym. His silhouette is so resolute, so steadfast. He realized that he and the national youth team, even the entire realm of Chinese basketball, had irrevocably severed ties. However, he remained indifferent, for he understood that his era had only just begun. After a considerable commotion, it was evident that the morning practice could no longer proceed. Jiang Wenwu hastily contacted the team doctor to ensure Zhao Qilin received treatment. As for the others, they were allowed to practice freely. Within the gymnasium, players congregated in small groups, whispering and chattering amongst themselves. The focal point of their discussion was undeniably Elja's astonishing performance that morning, as well as the conflict between him, Zhao Qilin, and Jiang Wenwu. What do you think happened to Elja today? He seemed like he was on fire. Who knows? Perhaps he was provoked. I heard he had a history with Zhao Qilin from their high school league days. But he shouldn't have acted that way, directly opposing the coach like that. Is he planning to jeopardize his future? Sure, keep your voice down. Don't you know Jiang Wenwu? He has a memory sharper than a needle. If he hears you, you'll be in trouble. Nonetheless, I must admit, Elja was truly ferocious today. Even Zhao Qilin couldn't team-match him. But what good is that? Offending Zhao Qilin could make it exceedingly difficult for him to thrive in the basketball community. What a pity, such a remarkable talent. Various voices and reactions echoed throughout the gym. Some admired Elja's prowess, while others fretted over his future. And there were those who relished the unfolding drama, eagerly awaiting his downfall. But Ailuan stood firmly in support of Elja, though he too felt that Elja had perhaps gone a bit too far today. Ah, Elja, what a stubborn character. Yet, he truly is formidable. Having subdued Zhao Qilin so thoroughly, what a rush. Ailuan dribbled the ball while muttering to himself. However, he pondered Elja's impulsiveness. Why flaunt himself before Jiang Wenwu? Was he not inviting trouble upon himself? What would his path ahead look like? Ailuan furrowed his brow, deeply concerned for Elja's future. After all, in this circle, connections could sometimes outweigh sheer talent. Offending Zhao Qilin and Jiang Wenwu would likely render Elja's journey exceedingly arduous. In the afternoon, a shocking announcement reverberated throughout the national youth team. Elja had been expelled. Upon hearing this news, Ailuan felt a sudden jolt of anxiety within him. He hurriedly inquired about Lu Zhi's dormitory number and rushed over. Pushing open the door, Ailuan saw Lu Zhi packing his belongings. Lu Zhi, are you really leaving? Ailuan's voice trembled slightly. He could hardly believe that Lu Zhi was actually departing from the national youth team. Yes, I voluntarily withdrew. Lu Zhi replied without lifting his head, his tone as calm as if discussing a trivial matter. Oh, why are you being so reckless? Is there nothing that can't be discussed properly? Must it come to this? Ailuan exclaimed. Come, let us talk. Has that old fool Jiang Wenwu been making things difficult for you? Tell me, and I'll help you out. As he spoke, Ailuan approached Lu Zhi, intending to assist in packing. This wretched place, good riddance. Lu Zhi's tone remained steady, but Ailuan could sense the frustration simmering within him. What am I to say to you? What will you do now? How will you navigate the future? Ailuan sighed, realizing that Lu Zhi was genuinely hurt this time. Don't get worked up. It's not the end of the world if you stop playing basketball. What is so significant about it? It's not worth getting upset over. Ailuan could only continue to offer clumsy words of comfort, unsure of what else to say. Lu Zhi paused his actions, lifted his gaze, and looked at Ailuan. Thank you, Guozi. I know you mean well. You're truly genuine, and I appreciate that. A rare smile appeared on Lu Zhi's face. Hey, what are brothers for? Share everything with me. Don't carry it all alone. Ailuan clapped Lu Zhi on the shoulder and said, By the way, what are your plans next? Ailuan asked, eager to learn about Lu Zhi's future intentions. I plan to go to the NBA, Lu Zhi replied while checking the system panel. Despite excelling in the recent training match and executing some difficult maneuvers, he had only earned a few incentive points. Indeed, in such low-level competitions, it's impossible to gain many incentive points. Staying here, or even within the Chinese basketball scene, is merely a waste of time, Lu Zhi thought to himself. What on earth? Where are you going? The NBA? Oh my goodness, are you joking with me? Ailuan was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He even doubted whether he had misheard. Come on, are you not speaking nonsense? Is that a place we can even go to? You're just talking rubbish. Ailuan could not possibly believe Lu Zhi's words. He felt that Lu Zhi must be speaking out of frustration. After all, not long ago, Lu Zhi was merely a player in the high school league. The NBA, however, is the dream destination for basketball players worldwide, the pinnacle of the sport. The disparity between the two realms is nothing short of astronomical. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. Lu Zhi's expression was earnest, devoid of any jest. Guailuan gazed at Luja, transitioning from shock to disbelief, and finally to a flicker of admiration. Are you serious? Guailuan still found it hard to believe. Yes, Luja nodded affirmatively. Impressive. Truly. I am at a loss for words. Guailuan realized that Luja was indeed extraordinary, entirely on a different path. All right. With that spirit of yours, I admire you. Absolutely. Although Guailuan still found it somewhat unbelievable, he began to trust Luja. For in Luja's eyes, he perceived something akin to a dream. After packing his belongings, Luja picked up his backpack and finally addressed Guailuan. Gua, take my advice. If you have the chance, you must strive for the NBA, leaving aside other matters. With old Zhang's training methods, everyone will eventually suffer. Practicing diligently in the NBA is the true path. Upon concluding, Luja patted Guailuan's shoulder and turned to exit the dormitory. Guailuan remained rooted in place, watching Luja's departing figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. The NBA, huh? He murmured to himself, a glimmer of yearning flickering in his eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by a sense of despondency. It's not that simple, is it? He sighed and turned to gaze out the window, lost in his thoughts. Luja had returned to his long-abandoned home. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a barrage of reprimands. What is the matter with you, child? I heard you have withdrawn from the national youth team. What on earth do you intend to do? Luja's father, a tall man whose stature had been bowed by the weight of years, pointed an accusing finger at Luja and shouted in anger. His voice was laden with fury and disappointment, each word striking like a hammer upon Luja's heart. Xiaozhe, what are you truly thinking? This is an opportunity that countless individuals yearn for. How can you fail to cherish it? Luja's mother, a quintessential traditional woman, had red-rimmed eyes, clearly having just wept. Her face bore the marks of anxiety and concern, and amidst her lustrous black hair, several strands of white had begun to appear. In the face of his parents' reproach, Luja offered no retort. He stood there silently, his head bowed, resembling a child who had committed a transgression. Deep within, he understood that even if he obediently remained in the national youth team, diligently training and striving to excel, he would ultimately not gain entry into the national team of Huahua. Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, aware that even if he did, his parents would not believe him, but rather grow increasingly anxious about him. Elvija raised his gaze to meet his parents. They appeared much as he remembered, yet noticeably younger. This was 2011. A decade ago, they bore fewer gray hairs, and the lines etched on their faces were not as pronounced. Elvija recalled his previous life, marked by poverty and unfulfilled ambitions in his 30s, causing his parents no small amount of worry. His father's back had grown more stooped, and his mother's hair had turned completely white. Reflecting on this, a sharp pang of sorrow pierced Elvija's heart. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse. Dad. Mom, I am truly sorry. In this lifetime, I will never let you down again. Luja silently vowed to himself. I must succeed. I shall ensure that you live a good life. Observing the silent and pensive Luja, his parents' anger gradually began to dissipate. You, my child, have always been so stubborn. Once you set your mind on something, not even tin bulls could pull you back. Luja's father sighed, his tone softening. Now look, you've offended the national youth team. How will you navigate your future? Your father and I lack the means to assist you in this matter. Ultimately, it will depend on you. Luja's mother echoed, her voice filled with helplessness and concern. Perhaps we could leverage some connections, explore avenues to mitigate the repercussions of this incident? Luja's father tentatively suggested. He still hoped to assist Luja, for he was his only son. No need, Dad, Mom, you need not worry about me, Luja resolutely replied, shaking his head. I intend to pursue a career in the NBA. What? Luja's parents exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Is the NBA a place for a child like you? Xiaozhe, have you been influenced by something? Why are you suddenly saying such absurdities? Luja's father furrowed his brow, casting a worried glance at his son. In his mind, although his son was introverted and reticent, he had always been sensible and grounded. How could he have transformed so abruptly into someone so unrealistic? Dad, Mom, I am neither insane nor influenced. I am serious, Luja stated earnestly, locking eyes with his parents. I truly wish to play in the NBA. As he observed the astonished expressions on his parents' faces, Luja suddenly recalled his childhood friend, Jiang Qingjie, who was 3 years his senior. They grew up together, sharing countless moments on the basketball court, their bond akin to that of brothers. Although Jiang Qingjie realized early on that he lacked the innate talent for basketball and did not pursue a professional career, his passion for the sport was no less fervent than that of Luja. After graduating from high school, Jiang Qingjie ventured to New York University to study sports management. In his previous life, upon completing his studies and returning home, he had served as Luja's agent. Regrettably, at that time, Luja had faded into obscurity for various reasons, unable to even secure a place in a professional team, let alone make a name for himself. Consequently, Jiang Qingjie's endeavors in the agency business were met with numerous obstacles, leaving him in a state of considerable despair. Nevertheless, despite these challenges, Jiang Qingjie never wavered in his support for Luja, continually encouraging him. The bond of brotherhood between them remained unwavering. Reflecting on this, Luja felt a warm surge of gratitude in his heart. He resolved that in this lifetime, He would ensure that Jiang Qingjie shared in the enjoyment of a prosperous life alongside him. Both of them aspired to achieve success and lead fulfilling lives. It was now the spring of 2011. Although Liu Zhe was in the second semester of his senior year, his status as an athletic prodigy meant he rarely attended school. Initially, he had intended to pursue university admission through sports recruitment to continue his basketball journey, and the school had already been contacted. However, Liu Zhe had since changed his mind. Rather than tread the same barren path of his previous life, he chose to take a bold leap in pursuit of a grander dream. Yet, directly informing his parents of his desire to join the NBA would undoubtedly be met with disbelief. They might even think him deranged. He needed a strategy to help them accept his decision. After some contemplation, Liu Zhe decided to approach the matter by first speaking of Jiang Qingjie. Mom, Dad, do you remember Jiang Qingjie? The one I used to play basketball with frequently? Liu Zhe began. Yes, that boy went to America to study sports management, didn't he? What is the matter? His mother responded. He is still in America, and I wish to visit him to gain insights into the basketball environment there, Liu Zhe explained. You're going to America? To find Jiang Qingjie? Liu Zhe's parents were once again taken aback. They were taken aback by Liu Zhe's unexpected proposal. Is this really feasible? Venturing alone to America, a place unfamiliar to you. What if something were to happen? Liu Zhe's mother expressed her deep concern. Indeed, Xiaozhe. You have never traveled far before. America is not like our homeland. Perhaps you should reconsider, her father urged. However, Liu Zhe reassured them. Jiang Qingjie is there. He will look after me. Furthermore, following the incident with the national youth team, the environment back home may not be very welcoming to me. I wish to escape and clear my mind. Upon hearing this, Liu Zhe's parents fell into silence. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both concern and resignation. This child has truly grown up, developing his own thoughts. Elja's father sighed, his tone imbued with a touch of pride, as well as a hint of reluctance. Alas, ever since this incident occurred, his prospects at home have been irrevocably tarnished. Rather than allowing him to remain in the country, lost in his thoughts, it would be better for him to venture out and find some solace. Elja's mother gently remarked, her gaze revealing the inherent tenderness and affection of a mother. Given that, you should go, she said, stepping forward to tenderly stroke Elja's hair, as if he were still the little boy in need of her care. Once you arrive there, you must heed Jiang Qingjie's advice, take good care of yourself, and do not worry us. Is the money sufficient? If not, I can transfer more to you, she continued, her words flowing with maternal concern. If you need anything in life, just let us know. Do not bear it all alone. Tears shimmered in her eyes as Elja's mother spoke incessantly. I understand, Mom. Please do not worry. I will take good care of myself. Elja replied with a smile, nodding vigorously, though his nose tinged with a slight ache. He understood that although his parents did not voice it, they still supported him in their hearts. However, his father couldn't help but inquire, my son, what has prompted this sudden desire to pursue a career in the NBA? It is a realm that every basketball player around the globe dreams of. It is not so easily accessible. Yet, with unwavering determination gleaming in his eyes, Liu Zhe replied, Dad, I am aware of the challenges, but I firmly believe that I can achieve it. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice resonating with confidence and determination. This opportunity may very well be the singular chance of my lifetime. Liu Zhe turned his gaze towards the window, as if he could already envision the hallowed basketball grounds brimming with challenges and prospects. I must seize this opportunity to journey to America, to the NBA, in pursuit of my basketball dream. Regardless of the difficulties, regardless of the sacrifices required, I am resolute in my endeavor. I must be there to prove myself. In Liu Zhe's eyes burned a fierce flame, a fervent longing for his dreams and an eager anticipation for the future. In this moment, he was no longer the bewildered, disheartened youth, but rather a warrior imbued with ambition, charging forward with unyielding spirit. His journey in basketball has only just begun. His dream of joining the NBA officially embarked from this very moment. Although Elja's family is merely an ordinary working-class household with modest financial means, his parents fervently traversed from place to place, seeking loans from relatives and friends to support their son's aspirations. After much effort, they managed to gather the necessary funds for the visa application. Beyond financial constraints, navigating the myriad of bureaucratic procedures proved to be a cumbersome task. Passports, visas, flight tickets, school certifications, and various other documents required meticulous preparation and numerous errands. During that period, Elja's parents tirelessly roamed the streets each day, employing every possible means and overcoming all obstacles, solely to ensure that Elja could embark on his journey to America without hindrance. Elja witnessed their struggles, feeling an ache in his heart. He understands that his parents have sacrificed immensely for him. He silently vowed to carve out a place for himself in America, ensuring a comfortable life for his parents, so they would no longer worry about him. After more than a month of relentless effort and anticipation, Liu Zhe finally obtained his visa and secured a flight ticket. Bidding farewell to his parents, he embarked on his journey alone, boarding a flight to the United States. The aircraft touched down at New York's John F. Kennedy International Airport, a favored entry point for many Chinese travelers heading to New York and one of the city's busiest airports. Through the airplane window, Luja beheld the iconic sights of this world-class metropolis. Towering skyscrapers, standing in a majestic array, formed a breathtaking urban skyline. In the distance, the silhouette of the Statue of Liberty emerged, embodying the freedom and inclusiveness that the city represents. This was Luja's first glimpse of New York, and his heart swelled with excitement and anticipation. New York, here I come. NBA, I am on my way, he silently proclaimed. After disembarking, Luja retrieved his luggage and stepped outside the airport. As soon as he emerged, he spotted a familiar figure. Luja, over here, Jiang called out, energetically waving his arms. His face radiated with an exuberant smile, as lively and cheerful as ever. Elja responded with excitement, waving back. Brother Qingjie. The two embraced tightly, as if there were an endless array of words to share. You rascal, you finally arrived. I've missed you dearly, Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, patting Elja's back with palpable enthusiasm. Brother Qingjie, I've missed you too, Elja replied with a smile, his eyes slightly glistening. Come, let us get in the car. I'll take you home. Jiang Qingjie took Elja's luggage and led him to an old second-hand sedan. This is my first foothold in America, and it will be our stronghold from now on, Jiang Qingjie said with a grin as he started the engine. The car pulled away from the airport, heading into the city along the highway. The journey revealed the vibrant streets of New York, showcasing both towering skyscrapers and bustling commercial districts, as well as dilapidated and filthy slums. The stark contrast captivated Elja, filling him with a sense of wonder. He gazed out of the window with unwavering attention, as if he wished to etch every detail into his memory. What exhilarated Elja even more was the sight of numerous basketball courts along the way. Each court was alive with players, among whom were not a few street ball enthusiasts. They donned loose-fitting jerseys, adorned with a variety of headscarves and protective gear. Their dribbling was flamboyant, the competition fierce, embodying the untamed spirit and freedom of street basketball. The intensity of the clashes, the dazzling maneuvers, and the exuberant cheers of the spectators ignited a fervor within. What do you think? Doesn't it feel like this is the true paradise of basketball? Jiang Qingjie inquired with a smile, having noticed the excitement in Luja's eyes. Indeed. The atmosphere here is absolutely incredible, Luja exclaimed sincerely. This is merely the beginning. Soon, I will take you to Rucker Park, the genuine sanctuary of street ball, Jiang Qingjie declared. Rucker Park, Luja responded with exhilaration. In his previous life, he had heard of the illustrious street ball park. Rucker Park is indeed the most renowned street ball sanctuary in New York, and arguably in all of America. It is the dream of street ball virtuosos around the globe to play there and prove their mettle. Many NBA players have emerged from Rucker Park. Excitement shimmered in Jiang Qingjie's eyes. Soon, you two will play there. I have faith in you. Haha, all right, Qingjie, I look forward to it. Elja nodded vigorously. As the car entered the Brooklyn area, it finally came to a halt in front of an aged apartment building. Here we are, this is my mansion in New York. Jiang Qingjie chuckled, a hint of self-deprecation lacing his tone. The two disembarked, shouldering their luggage as they entered the building. Qingjie's mansion was located on the third floor of the apartment complex, a modest one-bedroom unit. The space was small yet maintained a semblance of cleanliness and order. Come, make yourself at home, don't be shy. Jiang Qingjie invited Elja, placing their bags in the corner of the living room. Elja glanced around and smiled. Qingjie, this is impressive. You have a place and a car. You're a successful person. Successful? This place is rented, and the monthly rent is exorbitant. Under these circumstances, in New York, it's hard to keep count. Jiang Qingjie replied with a wry smile. And that car? It's an old clunker that has changed hands countless times. Aside from the horn that doesn't work, it makes noise everywhere else and breaks down every few days. Jiang Qingjie sighed. During my years at New York University, most of the living expenses provided by my family have gone towards this. It's still not enough. I have to find part-time work to supplement my living costs. Let us not dwell on it. Too much talk will only bring tears. He began lamenting the hardships of studying and living in New York. Earning money in a capitalist society is truly no easy feat. He concluded, a visage of someone worn down by the trials of capitalism. By the way, tell me, what prompted you to suddenly come to America? You wish to play in the NBA? Jiang Qingjie abruptly shifted the conversation to Elja. Well, I want to give it a try and see if there is an opportunity, Elja nodded in acknowledgement. Wow, you're quite ambitious. I knew you were different from a young age. You have talent, ideas, and the courage to pursue them. Jiang Qingjie embraced Elja once more. When I chose to study sports management in New York, I had similar considerations. I thought, if one day you make it big, I could lend a hand. At least be your agent or something. He chuckled. I didn't expect you to aim directly for the NBA. I know a few people at school. Let me inquire and see if I can help you find some opportunities to increase your visibility. We must take this step by step. First, let more people know about you, and then the opportunities will come. Jiang Qingjie spoke with fervor, as if he could already envision Elja shining in the NBA. Listening to Jiang Qingjie, Elja felt a warm surge of hope within him. He understood that Jiang Qingjie genuinely cared for him and truly believed in his potential. Brother Qingjie, in this lifetime, I vow not to disappoint you. I will certainly succeed. I shall make you the foremost agent. Elja silently swore to himself. The two of them took a moment to rest in the room before venturing out to procure a meal. Due to their limited funds, They opted for a simple lunch at a roadside stall. After their meal, Jiang Qingjie drove Elja directly to Rucker Park. Rucker Park, located in Harlem, New York City, is a legendary haven for street basketball. Countless street ball prodigies, and even NBA superstars, have left their mark here. For Elja, the name Rucker Park was already familiar. Yet this was his first visit. The car halted at the entrance of Rucker Park. As Elja stepped out and looked up, he was immediately captivated by a massive graffiti wall, adorned with a myriad of vibrant designs and inscriptions, exuding a rich essence of street culture. Beyond the graffiti wall lay an open basketball court, encircled by a chain-link fence, festooned with various billboards and banners. The court itself was a striking tapestry of bright orange and blue, featuring a large circular emblem at its center, emblazoned with the name Rucker Park. Alongside the court, several rows of makeshift bleachers accommodated spectators. At that moment, a group of black players engaged in an intense competition on the court. Each individual possesses a robust physique, their muscles taut and defined, exhibiting agility and an overwhelming sense of strength. The dazzling array of intricate dribbling maneuvers captivates the eye, while the fierce physical confrontations ignite a fervor within the spectators. The surrounding audience occasionally erupts into waves of cheers and shouts. Standing at the sidelines, Luja gazes at the scene before him, his heart brimming with astonishment. He discovered that the intensity of competition here appeared to surpass that of the training matches against the national youth team of Huagua. This revelation astonished him, while simultaneously igniting a greater sense of excitement within him. Among the multitude of players, one particularly caught Luja's attention, a tall, robust black athlete adorned with a purple headscarf. His physique was imposing, his skills remarkable, and his movements were exceptionally flamboyant. On the court, he seems almost omnipotent, mastering every skill from dribbling and layups to shooting and dunks. As another play unfolds, the player in the purple headband, in the face of defense, executes a sweeping crossover, effortlessly bypassing his opponent. He then leaps high into the air, executing a one-handed slam dunk. His movements are fluid, exuding power and embodying the aesthetics of raw strength. What an impressive play. The spectators erupt in cheers from the sidelines. Luja cannot help but silently commend him, thinking, this player in the purple headband possesses remarkable skill. Suddenly, a pivotal thought strikes Luja. I wonder how many incentive points I could earn from playing here? After all, he is here to accumulate those incentive points. He felt a surge of eagerness, yearning to step onto the court and showcase his skills. After careful observation, Elja discerned that, although the match encompassed the entire area, it appeared to employ a style known as jiabo. In this context, refers to a format wherein a team remains on the court after winning a round, awaiting the next challenger, akin to a competitive arena in domestic street basketball. Just moments ago, the team adorned with purple headbands had triumphed in a round, eliminating their opponents. The purple headband team, while taunting their adversaries with disparaging remarks, eagerly anticipated the next wave of challengers. Oh, softies, is that all you've got? I thought we could play a bit longer. Haha, with skills like these, you think you belong in Lock Park? Go home and practice for a few more years. Next, hurry up and come up to meet your demise. Along the sidelines, several teams were poised to take their turn, predominantly comprised of street ball players of African descent, each one brimming with anticipation and readiness. Observing the scene before him, Elja formulated a plan in his mind. He intended to approach and engage in conversation to see if he could join the match. Qingjie, I would like to give it a try. Luja said to Jiang Qingjie. What? You want to go in now? Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, his face etched with surprise. This is quite bold of you. How about I introduce you first? I've been here for a few years, and I'm quite familiar with the English language and the local culture. I can help you communicate with them. No need, Qingjie, I can manage on my own. I specifically focused on improving my English before coming here. Luja replied with a smile, not wanting to rely on Jiang Qingjie for everything. Jiang Qingjie nodded, albeit with skepticism. His childhood friend had always been principled and undeniably capable. However, when Luja finally stood before the group of players, he realized just how naive he had been. Hey, can I join you guys? Luja attempted to articulate in standard English, believing it to be the most courteous opening he could muster. Yet, the response from the players left him utterly bewildered. Is what they are saying truly English? Why is it that I cannot comprehend a single word? Those expressions, replete with slang and accents, resemble an intricate code, leaving Elja utterly perplexed. He finally realized that the English he had learned from textbooks was worlds apart from the authentic street slang. What? Luja's face was filled with bewilderment. He could only express his confusion with this simple word. Observing Luja's utterly perplexed expression, the group of black players exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Haha. This kid must be visiting Rock Park for the first time. Just look at his silly face. He probably doesn't understand a word we're saying. This is hilarious. He wants to join us? Does he even know where he is? In desperation, Luja cast a pleading glance at Jiang Qingjie. Noticing this, Jiang Qingjie hurried over. Hey guys, what's up? My friend here wants to join the game. Is that cool? Jiang Qingjie spoke in fluent English, infused with a touch of authentic street accent. Clearly a seasoned player. The group of black players sized up Jiang Qingjie, and one of them replied, we just lost a guy. He said he wasn't feeling it and left. We were just looking for someone to fill in. I guess your boy can play, but he better not be trash. Jiang Qingjie translated this for Lucia. It turned out that after one team was eliminated, one of their players had quit and walked away. They were troubled by the difficulty of finding a substitute, which led them to reluctantly agree to allow Lucia to join. However, their gazes towards Lucia were still filled with skepticism. After all, with his dark hair, yellowish skin, and somewhat youthful visage, he appeared nothing short of a high school student. In their eyes, Lucia was merely an inexperienced rookie, hardly worth consideration. This lad, with his slender arms and legs, could he possibly measure up? Nevertheless, they thought, our team is short on players. So let him come on board just to make up the numbers. For now, he could simply run around the perimeter and defend. Any thoughts of offense were out of the question. They estimated he wouldn't even get to touch the ball, ha ha ha. A few African-American players surveyed Lucia while quietly discussing among themselves in slang. They have already reached an agreement that soon Lucia will take to the field to play a minor role, serving purely as a defensive blue-collar worker. As for offense, that is out of the question. While waiting off the court, Lucia's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on that purple headscarf. He meticulously observed the techniques employed by the player in the purple headscarf, attentively listening to the cheers of the audience. From their enthusiastic shouts, Lucia discerned that this player, known as Black Dog, was the star of the show. Dog, dog, dog. Each time Black Dog seized the ball, the surrounding spectators erupted in excitement, their voices crescendoing with fervor. Jiang Qingjie, standing beside Lucia, elaborated. He previously played in the NBA Development League. Although he never made it to the NBA, his prowess is undeniable. He is considered one of the most formidable players on this court, with many aspiring challengers who ultimately fell short. You must exercise caution when you take the court. This fellow is not easily subdued, Jiang Qingjie cautioned, his concern for Lucia palpable. After all, Black Dog's reputation was well established, his skill renowned. While Lucia enjoyed a degree of fame in his home country, he was acutely aware that this was Rucker Park, a veritable sanctuary for streetballers worldwide, teeming with prodigious talent and skilled players. I understand, Brother Qingjie, Lucia replied with a nod, maintaining an outward composure while his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Having played in the NBA Development League, his abilities must be exceptional. This is an extraordinary opportunity for me. The prospect of competing against such a skilled adversary filled Lucia with anticipation. He could hardly contain his eagerness to step onto the court. At long last, it was their turn to play. The sun had begun its descent, casting a warm, golden hue over Rucker Park, illuminating every corner with its radiant glow. The lights surrounding the court gradually flickered to life, transforming the arena into a vibrant spectacle akin to midday. The fervor of the crowd swelled, with cheers, shouts, and whistles resonating through the air. Vendors set up stalls nearby, peddling a delightful assortment of food and beverages. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat and hot dogs wafting through the atmosphere, enticing all who passed by. Street performers commenced their acts, some singing, others dancing, while acrobats dazzled the audience, drawing many onlookers to pause and watch. The entire Rucker Park buzzed with the energy of a lively carnival, brimming with vitality and passion. As the match was about to commence, both teams gathered at the center of the court. Black Dog's gaze met that of Lucia, igniting a palpable tension in the air. He furrowed his brow, revealing a look of displeasure upon his face. Hey, you yellow-skinned lad, are you here for a holiday? This is not a place for you. You ought to return home. The Black Dog launched into a tirade of disparaging remarks, his tone laced with contempt and even a hint of discrimination. In the face of the Black Dog's provocation, Lucia remained unfazed. He merely offered a faint smile before remarking, "Isn't it here, on the court, where my true place shall be revealed?" As the match commenced and the whistle blew, Lucia immediately sensed the intensity of the competition. Unlike the games he had previously experienced domestically, the tempo here was markedly swifter, the confrontations far more fierce. Each participant resembled a wild beast, brimming with aggression. After several exchanges, despite possessing Rose's athletic prowess, Lucia found himself somewhat out of his element. On one hand, he required time to acclimate to this high-octane pace of play. On the other hand, and perhaps more crucially, he was utterly unable to touch the ball. His teammates appeared to regard him as mere air, completely neglecting to pass him the ball during their offensive plays. Each attack consisted solely of their few members passing among themselves in a hasty manner before taking a rush shot. Conversely, on defense, they were utterly overwhelmed by their opponents led by the formidable Black Dog. The score quickly widened, and in a game of 21 points, they found themselves trailing at 0-6. Being struck by a 6 o'clock deficit from the outset was a nearly catastrophic blow in a game of this nature. Once placed in a passive position, the prospect of a comeback seemed insurmountable. Especially in a venue like Rock Park, a loss signified elimination and ridicule. What a disgrace. With such skill, you dare to compete at Rock Park? You can't even dribble properly or execute a pass. Are you here for amusement? I'd wager my grandmother could perform better. In yet another offensive attempt, Black Dog effortlessly breached their defense, executing a stunning turnaround dunk. The basketball thudded forcefully through the hoop, producing a resounding echo that ignited the crowd's fervor. Black Dog, Black Dog, Black Dog, the audience chanted in unison, fervently rallying in support of him. The score now stood at 8 o'clock. Black Dog's team had secured another 2 points, and the scales of victory had undeniably tipped in their favor. Meanwhile, Lucia's teammates had completely lost their resolve, beginning to bicker amongst themselves. It's your fault. Couldn't TU keep up with that spin? What about you? Why didn't TU box out for that rebound? All right, enough arguing. How about we let that kid take a shot at him and see what he's made of? One of the black players pointed at Lucia, his tone laced with impatience and disdain. Yeah, let him give it a try. We're already losing anyway. Might as well let a dead horse serve as a live one. Another black player concurred. Thus, in the subsequent offensive play, the ball was indeed passed into Lucia's hands. It was a careless, almost dismissive pass, imbued with a hint of condescension. Here, kid, have a go, exclaimed the passing player, a smirk of amusement adorning his face. The surrounding audience turned their attention to Lucia, all eyes upon him. They were filled with curiosity about this sudden appearance of the yellow-skinned youth, pondering what abilities he possessed. Who is this young man? Why have we never seen him before? Who knows? Perhaps he is merely an inexperienced newcomer, utterly unaware of the challenges that lie ahead. Just look at him. He likely cannot even dribble a basketball properly. Yet he aspires to play at Rock Park? Let us wait and see him embarrass himself. The spectators buzzed with chatter, predominantly expressing skepticism. After all, in a place like Rock Park, establishing oneself requires not mere luck, but tangible skill. In their eyes, Lucia, this yellow-skinned lad from a foreign land, was nothing short of a novice. Yet, in the face of the surrounding doubt and mockery, Lucia felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. This was his first opportunity to grasp a basketball in a game at Rock Park. His opportunity has finally arrived. The ball landed in Lucia's hands, and the black dog immediately closed in for tight defense. Hey, yellow-skinned kid, you can't even hold the ball properly, can you? Let me teach you how to play. The black dog continued to spew trash talk, attempting to disrupt Lucia's composure. His face was etched with disdain and contempt, as if the yellow-skinned lad before him was utterly insignificant. However, in his earlier observations, Lucia had astutely detected a flaw in the black dog's defense. The black dog's defensive style favored close, aggressive pressure, yet this tendency rendered him susceptible to feints. He presumed that this yellow-skinned lad would be overwhelmed by his imposing aura, completely disregarding him. At that moment, Lucia sprang into action. He exploited this defensive vulnerability to maximize Derrick Rose's athletic prowess. Although he possesses merely a bronze badge, which allows Rose to utilize only 60 of his athletic capabilities, it suffices for the current situation. In a swift and expansive crossover step, although the movement lacked flamboyance, it excelled in practicality and speed. In an instant, he maneuvered past the defender, Black Dog, who had not even had the chance to react before being completely outmaneuvered. Penetrating the paint, unopposed, he effortlessly executed a layup, securing 2 points. The score was narrowed to 8-2. Yet the significance of this basket extended far beyond mere numerical value. What the? This kid actually breached Black Dog's defense? Am I seeing this correctly? That crossover was something else. The audience erupted in astonishment, hardly believing their own eyes. It is essential to note that Black Dog is a star player at Rucker Park, with a defensive prowess widely recognized. Yet now, this obscure young man with yellow skin has not only evaded Black Dog's defense but has also effortlessly scored 2 points. This is utterly astonishing. Even more surprised were Lucia's teammates. They initially intended for Lucia to take the blame, never expecting him to score. Yet now, astonishingly, Lucia has indeed managed to score. Moreover, he broke through the defense of the Black Dog. This left them utterly shocked and taken aback. Goodness. This lad truly possesses remarkable skills. That recent crossover step was quite impressive. It seems we have greatly underestimated him. They whispered among themselves, and their gazes towards Lucia underwent subtle transformations. The Black Dog stood still, wearing an expression of disbelief. He could scarcely believe that he had been bested by a yellow-skinned lad. This was, for him, an unthinkable humiliation. It is worth noting that in Rock Park, he was a figure of considerable renown. When had he ever suffered such a defeat? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Black Dog vigorously shook his head, utterly refusing to accept the reality of the situation. He believed that it must have been his own oversight that provided the opportunity for this yellow-skinned lad. Moreover, this audacious young man had the audacity to directly provoke him, causing him to embarrass himself. He felt an overwhelming surge of anger. You little brat. You have utterly infuriated me. I shall make it clear who holds the authority in Rock Park. The Black Dog glared fiercely at Lucia, gritting his teeth as he spoke. In the next round, the Black Dog proactively challenged Lucia to a duel. He maneuvered the ball skillfully, facing Elja, and commenced a dazzling series of between-the-legs dribbles and behind-the-back moves. He was intent on employing exquisite techniques to thoroughly humiliate Elja and reclaim his lost dignity. Despite Elja having activated the Roast Movement Ability Bronze Badge, significantly enhancing his physical attributes, his skills and experience still paled in comparison to that of the Black Dog. In the face of the Black Dog's relentless assaults, Elja, although exerting every ounce of effort to defend, was ultimately outmaneuvered and scored upon due to the Black Dog's adept rhythm changes. With a score of 10-2, the Black Dog secured another 2 points, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Dog, dog, dog. The audience exuberantly shouted, praising the Black Dog's remarkable performance. However, Turning around, Elja's teammates, upon witnessing Elja's ability to score, felt a renewed sense of capability themselves. They once again left Elvija on the sidelines, resuming their chaotic play. Pass me the ball, Elvija shouted, fully aware that this was a critical moment to close the gap, and every offensive opportunity must be seized. Yet, his teammates appeared oblivious, completely disregarding him. On 2 occasions, they hastily attempted shots from the perimeter, resulting in nothing but missed opportunities. Meanwhile, the Black Dog team capitalized on their chances, scoring yet another basket, a challenging long-range three-pointer. The score stood at 13-2. The gap had widened further, with the Black Dog team now leading by a substantial 11 points. Time was running out for Elvija and his team. As the score continued to balloon, the anxious murmurs among the spectators grew palpable. They perceived the disparity in the match to be overwhelming, rendering it devoid of excitement, and thus commenced to jeer. Hey, pass the ball to that Asian fellow. Let him shoot. Let him shoot. We crave something different. The spectators began to advocate for Elja, eager to witness the capabilities of this young man of Asian descent. After all, they had come to Rucker Park to witness a thrilling contest, not to endure such a one-sided slaughter. Elja's teammates also caught wind of the crowd's fervent calls. Their faces betrayed a hint of embarrassment, for after all, they too were individuals who valued their pride. Being subjected to such mockery was indeed an unpleasant experience. In light of this, they decided to embrace a reckless abandon. In yet another offensive maneuver, they once again passed the ball to Elja. Here, kid, go ahead and play to your heart's content. Their tone was steeped in a sense of resignation. Since victory seemed unattainable, they thought it best to let this young man with the yellow skin have his moment. The Black Dog once again closed in for tight defense. He pondered to himself that it was merely his own carelessness that had allowed this yellow-skinned lad to score 2 points. This time, he intended to make it abundantly clear who truly held the authority in Lock Park. You shall not enjoy such fortune again, young one. The Black Dog intensified his defense while spewing a torrent of taunts. He believes that when dealing with such novices, one should employ a high-pressure defense, overwhelming the opponent with sheer momentum. His movements grew increasingly exaggerated, occasionally landing strikes upon Elja's face. However, within the realm of street basketball, such levels of physical contact are seldom deemed a foul. This is a fundamental rule of street ball, as well as one of its inherent charms. Elja too felt the oppressive presence of Black Dog. He understood that he must devise a means to extricate himself from this tenacious adversary. He persisted in his struggle, continuously using his body and arms to counteract the interference of the Black Dog, striving to create some distance. He suddenly took a step back, retreating to the vicinity of the midfield. The Black Dog believed that Luja was intimidated and dared not advance any further, feeling a sense of secret pride. This yellow-skinned lad, is this the extent of his courage? Does he still dare to wreak havoc in Rock Park? However, just as the Black Dog let his guard down, Luja made his move. He capitalized on the space created by his retreat, accelerating with a powerful stride, and launched into action once more. Immediately following this, he executed a signature, unrelenting change of direction reminiscent of Derrick Rose. In an instant, he glided past the Black Dog. It was astonishingly swift, so quick that the Black Dog had no time to react whatsoever. He could only watch in astonishment as Elja sprinted past him, charging towards the basket. Simultaneously, another player from the opposing team rushed in to provide support. Yet, how could the frenzied Elja possibly fear this defender? With a magnificent leap, he soared high, delivering a thunderous dunk over the defender. The sound echoed as the basketball forcefully slammed into the hoop, causing the entire rim to shudder. 13-4. Elja scored another 2 points, aiding his team in narrowing the score gap. More importantly, this moment ignited the fervor of the entire audience. Oh my heavens, did you see that? Absolutely insane. The crowd erupted in excitement. They could hardly believe their eyes. This young man with yellow skin had just dunked over his opponent, and he did so after breaking through the Black Dog's defense. It was simply astonishing. This kid has some serious skill. That swift, unhesitating change of direction, it seemed familiar. Of course, it was reminiscent of Derrick Rose's signature move. The spectators buzzed with amazement, utterly captivated by Elja's performance. Meanwhile, the Black Dog stood frozen in place, his expression one of shock and bewilderment. He still finds it difficult to comprehend what just transpired. How could he, the illustrious star player of Rock Park, be outmaneuvered by an obscure young man of Asian descent, and even be dunked over? How is this possible? Moreover, that seamless change of direction without losing speed felt hauntingly familiar. A sudden wave of recognition washed over him. Yet he couldn't pinpoint where he had seen it before. Yellow boy, yellow boy, yellow boy. Gradually, the audience began to cheer for Luja, although they were yet to learn his name. They had already etched this remarkable young man in their memories. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Black Dog. He finally recalled. Derrick Rose. This was undoubtedly Derrick Rose's signature move. Black Dog exclaimed. In the recently concluded 2010 to 2011 season, Derrick Rose had delivered a performance that could only be described as miraculous. With his explosive physical prowess, dazzling playing style, and unparalleled ability to penetrate defenses, he led the Chicago Bulls to an impressive 62 wins and 20 losses, achieving the best record in the league. Rose himself, boasting remarkable statistics of an average of 25 points, 4.1 rebounds, and 7.2 7 assists per game, along with countless jaw-dropping and exceptionally difficult shots, eclipsed the likes of the then-rising stars LeBron James and Dwight Howard, ultimately earning the coveted MVP title for the regular season. He has also become the youngest MVP in NBA history at the tender age of 22. Notably, his unparalleled ability to change direction without losing speed has become his signature move and a nightmare for countless defenders. Having spent many years on the street basketball courts and even toiling in the NBA Development League, Black Dog naturally pays close attention to the NBA. He was aware of Derrick Rose and the terrifying prowess of the young athlete. However, he never anticipated that he would witness someone executing Rose's signature moves at Rucker Park. Moreover, the physical attributes of this individual were astonishingly remarkable, although there remained a gap when compared to the true Rose. The display was sufficiently shocking. Who on earth is this kid? The mind of the Black Dog brimmed with confusion and astonishment as he began to reassess the yellow-skinned youth before him. Despite having witnessed Luge's incredible explosiveness and speed, the Black Dog remained unconvinced. After all, he was a seasoned veteran of Rucker Park, having encountered numerous grand spectacles. How could he be intimidated by a newcomer, a yellow-skinned boy? Even if he resembled Rose, what of it? In the eyes of the Black Dog, Luge was ultimately just an imitator, a challenger from a foreign land, and moreover, a person of Asian descent. In the depths of the Black Dog's subconscious, he believed that people of Asian descent were incapable of playing basketball. He could never believe that Elja could truly turn the tide on his home turf. Moreover, as a veteran of Lock Park, Black Dog would never permit his dignity to be trampled by such a young man of yellow skin. Consequently, in the ensuing match, Black Dog exhibited an even more aggressive demeanor. With each offensive play, he directed his charge almost exclusively towards Elja, and on several occasions, he deliberately collided with him. The provocation unmistakable. Yet Elja remained undaunted. He understood that in street ball, sympathy and retreat hold no value. One must let their prowess speak for itself. Furthermore, with his physical attributes enhanced by the rose copper badge, he had no reason to fear him. The two became embroiled in an intense struggle, each offensive and defensive exchange charged with tension. In one play, Black Dog, ball in hand, attempted a forceful drive, aiming to overpower Elja with his physique. However, Elja stood his ground, closely shadowing Black Dog, matching him with his own strength and speed. They grappled all the way to the basket, but ultimately, in the contest, Black Dog's shot went astray. Elja seized the rebound and swiftly initiated a fast break. He advanced with the ball, leveraging his speed advantage to once again break through the defense of the Black Dogs and score with a layup. 13-6. The point gap has further diminished. Yellow boy, yellow boy, yellow boy. The audience erupted in cheers for Elja, utterly captivated by the performance of this young man with yellow skin. Immediately following, the Black Dogs launched another offensive. This time, he opted for a jump shot from the perimeter. The basketball arced gracefully through the air and found its mark. 15-6. The Black Dogs retaliated with a mid-range shot. Turning around, Elja initiated another offensive drive. He utilized a feint to elude the defense of the Black Dog, penetrating the lane and drawing a foul from his opponent. He converted both free throws with precision. 15-8. Luge confidently secured 2 points, continuing to narrow the gap in the score. Then, the Black Dog initiated another offensive. This time, he broke through to the basket and, faced with Luge's defense, opted for a challenging reverse layup. The basketball danced on the rim for a moment before ultimately rolling into the net. 17-8. The Black Dog scored again, showcasing his remarkable individual prowess. However, Luge, bolstered by confidence, actively called for the ball. With the Black Dog closely guarding him, Luge sensed the defensive weight and executed a behind-the-back dribble to surpass the Black Dog, sinking a mid-range jump shot. 17-10. Luge responded beautifully with a splendid basket, matching the Black Dog's prowess. The contest intensified, with both sides exchanging blows without yielding an inch. The game reached a fever pitch. The score fluctuated, yet the margin remained unchanged. The audience's excitement escalated as they fervently cheered for both players, creating an atmosphere charged with exhilaration. Finally, following another round of fierce tussling, the Black Dogs team secured a basket through successful teamwork. 19-15. The Black Dogs team extended their lead, now only one basket away from victory. Amidst the intense struggle, Luge astutely noticed the decline in the Black Dog's stamina. After all, the Black Dog was of a certain age and had already played several high-intensity games prior to today. Now, after such an extended battle with Luge, his endurance was beginning to wane. His footsteps began to grow heavy and his breath quickened. Each initiation and change of direction no longer possessed the swiftness it once did. In stark contrast, Luge still felt remarkably at ease. This prompted him to exclaim that basketball is indeed a sport reliant on physical prowess. Possessing exceptional physical attributes equates to having the capital to traverse the court with grace. At this moment, the atmosphere in Rucker Park had reached a fever pitch. The crowd's cheers and shouts surged, deafening in their intensity. Some spectators rallied behind Black Dog, the veteran of Rucker Park, while a greater number chanted for Luge. Yellow boy, yellow boy, yellow boy. This synchronized cheer even eclipsed the applause for Black Dog's home team. Alongside the crowd's exuberance, The vendors' calls and the street performers' displays intertwined, creating an extraordinarily vibrant street scene. Hot dogs. Get your hot dogs here. Eagerly watch the mesmerizing street dance show. Freshly squeezed juice, only $1. The cacophony of sounds blended harmoniously, fostering a fervent and immersive atmosphere, plunging one fully into the authentic world of street basketball. Amidst it all, Luja felt an unprecedented clarity of mind and a remarkable command over his body. He can distinctly perceive each contraction of his muscles, the rhythm of every breath, and the frequency of each heartbeat. He possesses an uncanny ability to accurately discern the intentions behind every move of his opponents, as well as to anticipate the trajectory of the basketball with remarkable precision. This sensation is truly exquisite. Even though the team's score appears to teeter on the brink of defeat, Luja is acutely aware that, in this contest, victory is already within his grasp. He possesses both confidence and capability to lead his team to victory. The impending matches have reached a critical juncture. With the score at 19-15, the Black Dog team requires merely 2 more points to secure their triumph. Luja once again takes possession of the ball and confronted by the Black Dog's defense. He skillfully dribbles between his legs, seeking an opportunity to break through. The Black Dog closely shadows Luja, denying him any breathing room. Suddenly, Luja executes a sweeping change of direction, lowering his center of gravity, and accelerates towards the right side. The Black Dog's balance is disrupted, instinctively shifting to the right. At that moment, Luja pivots swiftly on his right foot, seamlessly gliding past the Black Dog's left side. After bypassing the defender, Luja takes 3 steps, merging them into 2, dashing towards the basket. As an opponent arrives to assist defensively, he leaps high, performing an agile layup that evades the block, sending the ball through the net. 19-17. The deficit is now reduced to a mere 2 points. Yellow boy, yellow boy, yellow boy. The audience erupts in fervent cheers, celebrating Luja's remarkable performance. Next, the Black Dog team fails to score, and the rebound is secured by Luja's team. Luja swiftly advances the ball. This time, he offers no chances to his opponents. Just past the halfway line, he signals his teammates to create space. Confronted by the Black Dog's defense, Luja executes a series of between-the-legs dribbles, then unexpectedly transitions to a behind-the-back dribble, switching the ball to his left hand. Following this, he lowers his center of gravity and accelerates to the left. The Black Dog trails closely, striving to thwart Luja's advance. However, Luja's speed is overwhelming, leaving the Black Dog struggling to keep pace. Just as the Black Dog anticipates Luja's unimpeded journey to the basket, Luja halts suddenly, retreating a small step before leaping to shoot. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air, finding its mark. 19-19. Luja has scored for consecutive points, leveling the score. Only 1 round remains. The atmosphere in the arena is palpably tense, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting the final shot. The Black Dog is completely incensed. Disregarding any concerns about pride, his sole desire is to clinch the victory. Yet, he finds himself utterly exhausted, resorting to incessant trash talk to unsettle Luja. Kid, do not revel in your early triumph. I will make you pay for the shot. Prepare to be obliterated by me. No one has yet triumphed over me at Rucker Park. In response to the Black Dog's taunts, Luja chooses to remain unfazed. He understood that any word spoken now would be superfluous. Only by demonstrating prowess on the field could he deliver the most potent retort. In the final round, the Black Dog team held possession of the ball. They entrusted the ball to the Black Dog, assigning him the task of executing the final offensive maneuver. The Black Dog, burdened by fatigue, faced Luja and found himself incapable of executing intricate movements, resorting instead to a desperate acceleration in an attempt to breach the defense. However, Luja had already discerned his intentions, closely shadowing him and affording him no opportunity to escape. As time slipped away, the Black Dog remained ensnared in Luja's relentless defense. With the offensive clock nearing its expiration, he was compelled to take a hasty shot, opting for a fading jump shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, capturing the attention of all present. Clang! The ball struck the rim and failed to find its mark. The Black Dog's final offensive effort concluded in failure. The possession shifted, and it was now Luja's team's turn to attack. This opportunity for attack, if executed successfully, could secure victory in the match. Undoubtedly, all the pressure rested upon Luja. With the ball in hand, he stood beyond the 3-point line, confronted by the formidable defense of the Black Dog. The latter, exhausted, could only gasp for breath while attempting to guard with mere glances. The audience, filled with anticipation, rose to their feet, hands uplifted, rallying in support of Luja. Yellow boy, yellow boy, yellow boy. This fervent chant echoed throughout Rock Park. In that moment, time appeared to slow to a crawl. Everything around seemed to be pressed on the slow motion button. The vendors' calls and the melodies of street performers faded into the distance, becoming indistinct and blurred. The cheers of the crowd elongated into a deep, resonant hum. In Luja's eyes, there remained only the hoop and the imposing figure of the Black Dog before him. He could clearly see the beads of sweat on the Black Dog's forehead, cascading down one by one. He could feel his heartbeat, strong and steady. Under the gaze of the multitude, Luja executed an action that took everyone by surprise. He began with a series of dribbles beneath his legs, then suddenly lowered his center of gravity, accelerating to the right in a bid to break through. The black dog instinctively shifted to the right, attempting to thwart Liu Zhe's advance. However, at that moment, Liu Zhe abruptly retreated a significant step, placing himself beyond the three-point line. He leaped and released the ball. This was a highly risky decision. Should he miss, possession would revert to the black dog team. Nevertheless, Liu Zhe resolutely opted for this maneuver. He placed unwavering faith in his touch and his abilities. As his body retreated, the basketball soared from his fingertips, and all eyes followed its trajectory toward the hoop. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air, reminiscent of a shooting star streaking across the night sky of Rucker Park. A collective breath was held, and eyes widened in anticipation of the outcome. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed as the ball found its mark. 22-19. The game concluded. Liu Zhe had scored the decisive three-pointer, leading his team to a remarkable comeback victory. Yes. After a fleeting moment of silence, the arena erupted in exuberance. The spectators cheered wildly, their voices rising in a cacophony of celebration as they surged onto the court, encircling Liu Zhe in a fervent embrace, showering him with congratulations. At that moment, Liu Zhe stood as the hero of Rucker Park. Meanwhile, Liu Zhe maintained his shooting stance, his right hand raised triumphantly, standing tall with an expression brimming with confidence and pride. His teammates, who had previously looked down upon Elja, have now been utterly captivated by his performance. They leapt up in excitement, joyfully bumping chests with Elja, wholeheartedly expressing their inner elation. The entire stadium was enveloped in a sea of happiness, the atmosphere reaching a fervent peak. In stark contrast to the revelry on this side, stood the black dog. He stood there in a daze, his face a portrait of disbelief, gazing at the basketball still bouncing on the ground, his eyes brimming with a sense of unwillingness and despondency. He could hardly fathom that he would be defeated by an obscure young man with yellow skin. Moreover, it occurred in Lock Park, on his own turf. This was an utter humiliation for him. Exhausted and seething with rage, he forcefully yanked off the purple scarf from his head and hurled it to the ground. Subsequently, he kicked the basketball, lying on the floor away, and strode to the sidelines, simmering in his anger. Amidst the jubilant crowd, Jiang Qingjie pushed his way through with determination. He dashed excitedly to Liu Zhe's side and enveloped him in a grand embrace. Liu Zhe, you were simply incredible, truly astonishing. Jiang Qingjie's voice trembled with emotion. He could hardly fathom that his childhood friend had triumphed over the black dog at Rock Park, orchestrating such an extraordinary turnaround. You, my friend, have opened my eyes. I have made my decision. From now on, you shall be my brother. I will stand by you. Jiang Qingjie spoke in a flurry of enthusiasm, utterly captivated by Liu Zhe's remarkable performance. The audience lingered, reluctant to depart from the electrifying scene. They were abuzz with excitement, engrossed in discussions about the recent spectacular match and the remarkable young player with the golden skin. The topic of this game reached unprecedented heights, as it witnessed an individual of Asian descent achieving a stunning comeback at Rucker Park. Someone uploaded a blurry photograph taken at the scene to the popular Reddit forum in the United States, one of the most frequented platforms among basketball enthusiasts in 2011. In a state of astonishment, the poster exclaimed, "I just witnessed an unbelievable game at Rucker Park," accompanied by the aforementioned photograph. Although the image was somewhat indistinct, it barely captured the silhouette of the young player, revealing his robust physique. In the final moments of the match, this remarkable player scored consecutively, overturning the lead against the legendary Black Dog, even sinking a game-winning three-pointer. It was utterly insane. Does anyone know who this player is? The post quickly ignited fervent discussions among netizens. Is this for real? Did Black Dog actually lose? And to a player with golden skin? This cannot be true. Black Dog is a legend at Rucker Park. Without video evidence, skepticism abounded. I don't believe it. This must be fabricated. People today will concoct any story for attention. Could it be some marketing stunt, deliberately creating buzz? Due to the lack of footage, accompanied by only a few blurry images and an implausible narrative, many expressed their doubts. They found it hard to believe that a yellow-skinned youth could triumph over a legendary figure like Black Dog at Rock Park. Yet, some were intrigued by the photograph of this indistinct yet robust Asian individual. Regardless of the truth, this yellow-skinned youth possessed an impressive physique. There was certainly something remarkable about him. Indeed, one capable of executing a dunk must undoubtedly have exceptional physical attributes. Does anyone know who he is? I wish to see footage of him playing basketball. In no time, various speculations and discussions surrounding this match and the enigmatic yellow-skinned youth erupted on the forums. This was merely the beginning. The name Liu Zhe began to enter the consciousness of some for the very first time. That evening, Liu Zhe and Jiang Qingjie returned to their rented accommodation. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Liu Zhe first took a refreshing shower. After his victory over Black Dog, he had played 2 more matches, both of which he won. Now, nearly everyone at Rock Park was captivated by Liu Zhe, the mysterious Eastern newcomer with explosive athleticism and a playing style reminiscent of Rose. Conversations about him flourished, with speculations about his origins and eager anticipation for his next impressive performance. Warm water cascaded down from above, washing away both the sweat and the fatigue of the day. In the steamy bathroom, as he lathered the foam on his body, Luja conjured the system interface in his mind. He eagerly anticipated the motivational points he would gain from today South matches at Lock Park. System, activate the panel. With a mere thought, a translucent panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. At the top of the panel were several succinct options: personal information, star badges, system mall. Focusing on personal information, he observed, host, Luja, age, 19, height, 182 centimeters, weight, 75 kilograms, motivation points, 3143. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Luja's eyes as he examined the source of his motivation points. Today, he had amassed a remarkable 1791 points from the matches at Lock Park. Coupled with his existing 1352 points, his total now reached an impressive 3,143 points. This yield far exceeded Luja's expectations. It was noteworthy that he had accumulated over 6,000 points from years of competition back home. Yet today, just from a handful of matches, he had nearly garnered 2,000 points. This reaffirmed Luja's belief that Lock Park was indeed a treasure trove for earning motivation points. The intensity and attention surrounding the matches here far surpassed that of domestic competitions. Clearly, his choice to come to the United States and to Lock Park was astutely made. However, unlocking more badges would necessitate further motivation points. A bronze badge required 5,000 points, while a silver badge demanded a staggering 20,000 points. To elevate Derrick Rose's athleticism badge from bronze to silver, he had a considerable distance to cover. Thus, he needed to continue competing at Lock Park to earn more motivation points. This led to a pressing question: which badge would most significantly enhance his on-court prowess? As he pondered while rubbing the blisters on his hands, he acknowledged that, with the bronze athleticism badge, he could barely manage in the matches at Lock Park. Yet, as opponents grew stronger and the competition intensified, this slight advantage would soon dissipate. To establish himself here and realize his NBA aspirations, he must perpetually enhance his skills. Therefore, unlocking a new badge to bolster his competitiveness was imperative. Upgrading Rose's athleticism badge to silver was undoubtedly one option, but the 20,000 point price tag was exorbitant. At his current rate of earning, he could not fathom how many matches he would need to play to accumulate that amount. Moreover, for Luja at this juncture, the most pressing need may not be further enhancing his physical attributes. As a newcomer, what did he require most? It was opportunity. It was trust. It was the ability to quickly integrate into the team and gain the recognition of his teammates and coaches. The simplest and most effective way to demonstrate his worth and showcase his capacity to assist the team was paramount. So, what ability on the court would most readily aid the team and win over his teammates' trust? The answer was evident: assists. As a point guard, possessing exceptional assist skills would undoubtedly be the most practical and beneficial for the team. With this realization, Luja had made his decision. He intends to first unlock a bronze badge and assist to enhance his assist capabilities. This way, not only can he help the team secure more victories, but he can also swiftly accumulate match experience and incentive points. A dual benefit, indeed. Why not? Let's do it, Luja murmured to himself, his face reflecting a resolute expression. After finishing his shower, Luja discovered that the Chinese takeout ordered by Jiang Qingjie had arrived. I know you're new here and might not be accustomed to the local cuisine, so I specially ordered some Chinese food for you, Jiang Qingjie said with a smile. Luja was aware that Chinese cuisine in America is not particularly affordable, being considerably pricier than typical fast food. Thank you, Qingjie. You truly understand me, Luja replied with a smile, feeling a warmth in his heart. The two of them carried the takeout to the rooftop. They set up a small table on the rooftop, accompanied by two diminutive chairs. The night in New York was adorned with a gentle breeze, carrying a hint of coolness that enveloped one in an exquisite comfort. Standing atop the building, one could gaze upon the splendid nocturnal panorama of the city. In the distance, the skyscrapers illuminated the skyline, resembling radiant crystal towers. The streets below were alive with the incessant flow of vehicles, akin to rivers of light meandering through the urban expanse. Such a night, such a scene, invited an overwhelming sense of contentment and relaxation. The two friends cracked open a few cans of beer, savoring Chinese cuisine while engaging in spirited conversation. Elja, do you realize how popular you have become? Jiang Qingjie exclaimed with enthusiasm as he savored his meal. Popular? What do you mean? Elja responded with a hint of confusion. See for yourself, Jiang Qingjie replied, extending his smartphone towards Elja. He held in his hand a Motorola Atrix 4G, one of the most popular smartphones of that era, capable of browsing the web. Jiang Qingjie deftly opened the phone's browser and navigated to the Reddit forum, locating the post regarding Elja. Look at these comments. They are all discussing you, Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Due to the predominantly American internet slang within the post, Elja appeared somewhat perplexed. This code is an abbreviation for greatest of all time, signifying the best in history. This yellow mamba refers to Kobe Bryant, as they think you resemble him. And this Rucker Park snook translates to the new king of Rucker Park. Jiang Qingjie patiently elucidated the meanings of these slang terms to Elja. It was then that Elja comprehended the magnitude of the stir his performance at Rucker Park had caused online. It seems you are truly on the verge of fame, Jiang Qingjie remarked with a smile, his tone brimming with excitement and anticipation. This is merely the first step. You are destined to achieve even greater recognition. Brother Chingjie, I owe it all to you. If it weren't for you bringing me to Rucker Park, I would never have had such an opportunity. Eljo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Come on, what are we to each other? Your success is my success. Jiang Qingjie clapped Eljo on the shoulder, speaking exuberantly. By the way, I must tell you, the EBC League is about to commence. You must prepare diligently. Jiang Qingjie suddenly recalled. EBC League? What is that? Eljo inquired with curiosity. EBC, which stands for the Ernest Basketball Classic, is a summer basketball league held at Rucker Park, attracting numerous top streetball players and even NBA athletes each summer. The league wields significant influence, garnering attention from numerous fans and media outlets, and there are often NBA scouts in attendance. If you can make a name for yourself in the EBC League, your fame will undoubtedly soar. Jiang Qingjie explained in detail, his voice filled with anticipation. Is it really that impressive? I must put forth my best effort. Eljo responded, eager to seize the opportunity. Absolutely. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Jiang Qingjie affirmed. Thus, during this period, you should frequently come to Rucker Park to play games, maintain your form, and acclimate to the rhythm and atmosphere of the competition. Understood, Brother Qingjie. Eljo nodded. The two then reminisced about their hometown of Jinling City and shared amusing anecdotes from their childhood basketball games. They reminisced about childhood dreams and future aspirations, parting ways with a sense of fulfillment. By the way, how's the dish? Is it to your liking? Jiang Qingjie suddenly inquired. Lucia chuckled and replied, it's quite delicious. Though it doesn't quite resemble Huagua cuisine, does it? Jiang Qingjie picked up on this. Haha, I knew it. They exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. In the ensuing days, Lucia made it a point to visit Lock Park almost daily, participating in a variety of competitions. However, since that day's match with the Black Dog, the once vibrant atmosphere had not returned. It was later that Lucia learned the reason for the crowd that day. It coincided with a local community event, attracting many who typically did not frequent Lock Park. The Black Dog, a star player of the park, was meant to be the main attraction, yet all the attention had unexpectedly shifted to Lucia. The sudden emergence of the yellow-skinned youth. One could only imagine the frustration and annoyance brewing within the Black Dog. Lucia surmised that the Black Dog might harbor a grudge against him. Nevertheless, Lucia remained unfazed. Lock Park was a realm governed by merit. If one possessed skill, respect would follow. If not, one would be trampled underfoot. If the Black Dog was dissatisfied, then they would settle it on the court next time. During this period, Lucia relied on sporadic street ball games to accumulate motivation points. With the physical advantages conferred by Ross's athletic ability bronze badge, Lucia typically led his team to victory. After a match, he could earn dozens of points, and with a stroke of luck, even over 100. Although these matches could not compare to the high-quality games of that first day, the accumulation, however modest, was significant. Lucia's motivation points steadily approached the milestone of 5,000. During his time playing at Lock Park, Lucia gradually garnered a bit of fame. Occasionally, female fans would come specifically to seek out Lucia for photographs. Most of these fans were African-American girls, known for their urban style. Some sported dreadlocks, others adorned their eyes with bold makeup, while many wore vibrant red lipstick. Their figures exuded a wild allure, curvaceous and striking. Despite not being Lucia's preferred type, he graciously accepted their requests for photos. After all, it was his first experience of being in the spotlight in America, and the novelty was quite refreshing. As the girls posed with Lucia, they radiated joy, their eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. To them, Lucia, the yellow-skinned boy from the East, was not only an exceptional player but also carried an air of mysterious exoticism. This intrigued and delighted them. You're so cool. Can I take a picture with you? I love your style. Each time they took a photo, the girls expressed their admiration for Lucia in various ways. Lucia, in turn, responded politely and thanked them. Though these exchanges were simple, they deepened Lucia's immersion in the vibrant atmosphere of Lock Park. He began to feel that this place was not merely a basketball court, but rather a vibrant and passionate community. Here, he could not only play basketball but also forge friendships and immerse himself in diverse cultures. This experience filled Eljo with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and joy. During this time, Jiang Qingjie was preoccupied with preparing for his final exams. Leaving home early and returning late, utterly consumed by his studies. Ah, you have it easy, my friend, getting to play basketball every day, unlike me, who was burdened with the arduous task of exam preparation. Jiang Qingjie often lamented during their meetings, his tone tinged with envy. Once I finish my exams, let's head to Rucker Park together and dominate the court, he added, his voice brimming with anticipation. Without Jiang Qingjie's companionship, Eljo had to take the subway to Rucker Park alone. The New York subway is notoriously old, dirty, and chaotic. The carriages were filled with a medley of odors, sweat, food, perfume, and even some indescribable scents that mingled together, creating an overwhelming stench. It was not uncommon to encounter homeless individuals at the subway stations. Some sleeping soundly on benches, others begging for change on the ground, and a few engaging in peculiar conversations with themselves. However, every so often, one could also spot amusingly dressed individuals aboard the subway, adorned in eccentric attire, exaggerated makeup, or a plethora of accessories, eliciting smiles from onlookers. These diverse personalities constituted a unique spectacle within the subway system. Through his time spent in this environment, Elja gradually became adept at understanding the accents and slang of the local African-American community, at least on the basketball court. He could now engage in meaningful exchanges with the streetball players. Yo, pass the rock. Nice move, man. Let's go, defense. These simple basketball terminologies had become second nature to him. During his time at Rucker Park, Elja also befriended a street ball player named Jerome. Towering at nearly 2 meters tall, Jerome stood out prominently in a crowd. Unlike the other rugged street ball players, Jerome's most distinguishing feature was his impeccable manners and courteous demeanor. He was exceptionally friendly towards Elja and often initiated conversations with him. During their discussions, Elja discovered that Jerome had a keen interest in Chinese culture and had even taught himself some Mandarin. Hello, my name is Jerome. It is a pleasure to meet you, he said on their first encounter, albeit with a slightly awkward pronunciation that pleasantly surprised Elja. I love China and its culture, especially Kung Fu. I've watched films by Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, Jet Li, and Donnie Yen. Jerome exclaimed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Elja perceived that Jerome must have received a good education, as his eloquence and demeanor set him apart from other streetball players. I never expected you to have an interest in Chinese culture, Elja remarked with a smile. Indeed, I find Chinese culture to be profound and immensely captivating. Jerome replied earnestly, if given the opportunity, I must visit China. Haha, you are welcome to come to China. I will show you around, Elja responded enthusiastically. Thus, a strong friendship blossomed between Elja and Jerome. They often played basketball together, engaging in conversation and sharing their stories and dreams. One day, Lu Zhu and Jerome arranged a one-on-one match, with the rules stipulating that the first to reach 11 points would emerge victorious. Today, let us have an exhilarating match, Jerome exclaimed with a smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Absolutely, Jerome. I too am eager to face you, Lu Zhu replied. The game commenced, with Lu Zhu serving first. He dribbled the ball while facing Jerome, meticulously observing his defensive stance. Jerome's defense was formidable yet impeccably clean, devoid of any superfluous movements, almost resembling that of a street ball player. This took Lu Zhu by surprise, prompting him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Lu Zhu executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles before suddenly pivoting, attempting to break through from the right side. Jerome swiftly shifted laterally, obstructing Lu Zhu's path to the basket. Rather than forcing his way through, Lu Zhu deftly pulled the ball back, then performed a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand. He then lowered his center of gravity and accelerated to the left. Jerome again moved laterally, trying to block Lu Zhu's advance. However, Lu Zhu's speed was too swift, and Jerome's footwork faltered momentarily. With a decisive step, Lu Zhu eluded Jerome's defense, then took 3 steps, merging them into 2. Surging towards the hoop for a smooth layup. 2 o'clock. Lu Zhu claimed the first point. Great shot, Lu. Jerome exclaimed with a smile, applauding Lu Zhu. Next, it was Jerome's turn to take the offensive. He dribbled the ball in the face of Lu Zhu, a smile adorning his face. However, Lu Zhu dared not to be complacent, for he understood that Jerome's prowess should never be underestimated. With a leisurely dribble, Jerome suddenly pivoted on his right foot, executing a swift turn and gliding past Lu Zhu's right side in an instant. The elegance of Jerome's movement was undeniable, yet his speed was astonishing, coupled with numerous feints that left Lu Zhu momentarily bewildered. After bypassing Lu Zhu, Jerome opted not for a direct layup, but instead executed a sudden stop, followed by a graceful fadeaway jump shot, which he effortlessly sank into the hoop. The score was now 2-2. Jerome had leveled the game. Well done, Jerome. Lu Zhu also applauded Jerome's remarkable display. In the ensuing exchanges, neither player yielded an inch, trading points back and forth. The score escalated in a seesaw manner, with neither able to establish a significant lead. Lu Zhu's offensive maneuvers primarily relied on speed and direction changes. He capitalized on Ross's athletic prowess and the physical advantages conferred by the bronze medal, persistently challenging Jerome's defense. Meanwhile, Jerome's offense became increasingly diversified. He adeptly capitalizes on his height advantage to dominate the paint, while also exhibiting proficiency in perimeter shooting and employing an array of feints to confound his adversary. This one-on-one duel, although not as explosive as the previous match between Zhu and He Go, is imbued with a nuanced elegance and captivating brilliance. Each exchange of offense and defense between the two is replete with a contest of intellect and skill. Furthermore, the atmosphere throughout the match remains exceedingly amicable, devoid of any trash talk or malicious fouls. They were merely relishing the joy brought by basketball, savoring the essence of pure competition. As the game progressed, a gathering of spectators gradually encircled the scene. They were all captivated by the thrilling one-on-one duel, erupting into spontaneous cheers and gasps of astonishment. Suddenly, an unusual commotion arose within the crowd. Skitoilu. Someone shouted a name. Lu Zhu recognized it as Skitoilu but was uncertain of who had arrived. Skitoilu? Upon hearing the name, Lu Zhu was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled whose nickname it was. Rafer Alston, the legendary figure celebrated as the king of streetball. the man who once played alongside Yao Ming for the Houston Rockets, leaving an indelible impression on countless basketball fans in China. Alston, born in 1976 in the Queens borough of New York, grew up on the street basketball courts. With his dazzling dribbling skills and boundless imaginative passing, he rose to prominence in the realm of street basketball, earning the rightful title of the King of Street Ball. In 1998, Alston entered the NBA draft and was selected by the Milwaukee Bucks as the 39th pick in the second round. However, his journey in the NBA was far from smooth sailing. He traversed multiple teams without ever making a significant impact. It was not until 2004 that he joined the Houston Rockets, becoming a teammate of Yao Ming. Within the Rockets, Alston finally reached the pinnacle of his professional career. His creatively dynamic playing style complemented Yao Ming's dominance in the paint, contributing to the Houston Rockets' status as one of the most formidable teams in the league at that time. Moreover, Rafer Alston garnered immense admiration from countless fans due to his outstanding performance with the Rockets. Particularly in China, his popularity soared, largely due to his association with Yao Ming. By 2011, Alston had presumably only recently retired from the NBA. He concluded his brief tenure with the Miami Heat, bidding farewell to the stage of the NBA. Reflecting on this, Luja couldn't help but reminisce about Alston's remarkable performances on the court. His dribbling is as mesmerizing as a butterfly flitting among flowers, captivating all who behold it. His passes are as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, always capable of slicing through the opponent's defense. His matches, brimming with creativity and imagination, consistently provide fans with unexpected delights. He brought the freedom and improvisation of street basketball to the NBA court, unveiling a new possibility for the game. At that moment, Luja and Jerome ceased their one-on-one duel, turning their gaze towards the source of the sound. Through the crowd, a familiar figure approached them, none other than Rafer Alston. He donned a simple t-shirt and a pair of loose-fitting sweatpants, adorned with a baseball cap atop his head, his visage illuminated by a warm and friendly smile. He greeted the surrounding audience, shaking hands and embracing them as if they were long-lost friends reuniting. He displayed none of the pretentiousness characteristic of an NBA superstar, blending seamlessly into the atmosphere of Rucker Park as if he were just another ordinary member. This was, after all, Luja's first encounter with an NBA player in person. His heart was filled with exhilaration and excitement. Previously, he could only catch glimpses of NBA players through hazy television broadcasts or unclear images online. Although Alston may not be considered a superstar, for Luja, witnessing a living, breathing NBA player was an extraordinary event. Moreover, this individual was Alston, the streetball king who had once brought him countless surprises and emotions. At that moment, Alston also spotted Luja and Jerome. He waved to the two individuals and exclaimed, "Hey, your recent match was truly exhilarating. Don't stop, continue the duel. Finish it." As Alston approached them, he added, "And you know what? I might challenge the victor. Let us create some excitement, shall we?" His voice brimmed with joy and anticipation, reminiscent of a child discovering a delightful new toy. His words instantly ignited the atmosphere at the scene. The surrounding audience erupted in excited cheers, eagerly anticipating a showdown between the streetball king and the rising star. The appearance of Alston filled Luja with immense exhilaration. He understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to showcase his prowess before NBA players. With this thought in mind, Luja resolved to approach the forthcoming match with utmost seriousness. He must unleash his utmost potential and deliver an extraordinary performance. "Jerome, let us proceed," Luja said to Jerome, his eyes brimming with determination. "Certainly, Lou, I share the same sentiment," Jerome replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As the game resumed, Luja advanced with the ball. He intended to forcefully break through, using speed and strength to directly overwhelm Jerome. After all, he possessed a certain advantage in physical prowess. However, what Luja did not anticipate was that Jerome seemed to have suddenly become serious as well. His defensive intensity has instantly escalated several levels. Jerome, who originally stood 20 centimeters taller than Luja, now looms before him like a towering mountain. He fully exploits the advantages of his tall stature and long arms. Each of Luja's breakthroughs is met with interference and obstruction from Jerome. Luja employs all his speed and strength, yet Jerome looms like an immense net, perpetually shrouding Luja. He always manages to appear in a timely manner along Luja's path of advancement, thwarting Luja's offensive efforts. During one particular assault, Luja attempted to exploit his speed advantage to forcefully penetrate Jerome's defense. He executed a series of dribbles between his legs, then suddenly accelerated to break through on the right side. Jerome swiftly sidestepped, blocking Luja's path. Undeterred, Luja pivoted on his left foot, attempting a rapid turn to slip past Jerome on his left. However, Jerome's reflexes were equally quick. He again sidestepped, once more obstructing Luja's advance. Left with no other option, Luja was compelled to attempt a forceful layup. He endeavored to adjust his body position in midair, attempting to evade Jerome's formidable block. However, Jerome's long arms acted as an insurmountable barrier, mercilessly denying Luja's layup. The basketball struck the rim and ricocheted high into the air. The shot failed. What an impressive defense! Luja marveled silently within himself. He did not anticipate that Jerome's defense would be so exceptional. As the tide shifted, it was Jerome's turn to take the offensive. As he held the ball before Luja, an expression of profound seriousness etched itself upon his face. His eyes were fixed intently on Elja, radiating a sense of determination and unwavering commitment. As Elja gazed at Jerome, a sudden spark ignited within his heart. From Jerome's gaze, he perceived a familiar essence. It was a yearning, an insatiable desire for triumph, a steadfast dedication to dreams. That look resembled a blazing flame, brimming with fervor and strength. In that moment, Luja felt as though he beheld another version of himself. He seemed to behold the self from a previous life. One who once harbored dreams of basketball, yet faced relentless setbacks, ultimately resigning to despair. Now, through Jerome, he perceived a continuation of that dream. This is the very gaze of a young man who also cherishes the aspiration of entering the NBA. Luja marveled inwardly. At that moment, Jerome made his move. He no longer employed a myriad of elaborate maneuvers to bewilder Elja as he had before. He executed a straightforward acceleration, forcefully breaking through to the right side of Luja. This was the simplest and most direct form of attack. Jerome intended to overpower Luja with his height and strength. In response to Jerome's aggressive advance, Luja showed no sign of retreat. He recognizes that, in terms of height and strength, he is indeed inferior to Jerome. However, he possesses his own advantages, namely speed and agility. Leveraging the athletic prowess bestowed by Ross's bronze medal, he swiftly lowered his center of gravity, closely adhering to Jerome and preventing him from easily breaking through. Given the disparity in size, this was inherently a challenging endeavor. Nevertheless, Luja excelled remarkably, steadfastly resisting Jerome's advances with his own physique. The two engaged in a fierce physical contest on the court, the sound of muscle collision resonating clearly. Jerome attempted to dislodge Luja with his body, yet Luja clung to him like a piece of taffy. Ultimately, Jerome opted for a forceful layup. He leapt high into the air, attempting to leverage his height to dominate Luja. Yet, Luja also sprang up simultaneously, raising his right hand to diligently disrupt Jerome's shot. At the very moment the basketball was about to be released, Luja's fingertips lightly grazed the ball. It was this gentle touch that altered the trajectory of the basketball. The ball struck the rim and failed to score. Luja successfully thwarted Jerome's advance. What a splendid play! On the sidelines, Alston could not contain his admiration for Luja's defensive prowess. The possession shifted once more, and it was now Luja's turn to attack. As he held the ball, he faced Jerome, their gazes intertwining once more. In that moment, it seemed as if they beheld the flames within each other's eyes. Now this feels right. This is the game I yearn for. Luja fervently exclaimed within his heart, invigorated by Jerome's performance. He intends to earn victory in this match through his own strength. To gain Jerome's respect and win Alston's recognition, Luja continuously dribbles the ball between his legs, endeavoring to find an opportunity to break through. However, Jerome's defense remains exceptionally tight, offering Luja no chance whatsoever. In the midst of this intense confrontation, Luja once again opts for a forceful breakthrough. He sought to leverage his speed to surpass Jerome. Yet, Jerome's long arms presented an insurmountable barrier, persistently obstructing Luja's path. Amidst the fierce confrontation, the basketball struck the rim and ricocheted back. Luja's offensive attempt once again concluded in failure. Remarkable defense. Alston once more lauded Jerome's defensive prowess. When it was Jerome's turn to attack, he opted for a change in strategy. He refrained from making any further forceful breakthroughs, instead employing a variety of feints to confound Luja. He occasionally veers to the left, then to the right, sometimes pivots, and at times comes to a sudden halt. His movements were both graceful and pragmatic, imbued with a deceptive quality. Yet, Luja steadfastly maintained his defensive position, resembling an impenetrable wall before Jerome. Ultimately, Jerome's offensive efforts culminated in failure. The spectators at the sidelines were captivated by this sudden display of intense confrontation. They erupted in exuberant cheers, applauding the remarkable performances of the two players. Each breakthrough, each defensive maneuver, and every physical confrontation elicited waves of astonishment from the audience. Go, go, go. Defense, defense. Exquisite movement. Block. The fervor of the spectators invigorated both Luja and Jerome. They each exhibited their finest form, engaging in a fierce contest. Every offensive attempt was executed with utmost effort, and every defensive stance was unwavering. On the court, the sounds of muscle collisions, the basketball striking the floor, and the squeaking of sneakers against the ground intertwined to create a resounding symphony of exhilaration. Each time Luja and Jerome executed a splendid move, the audience responded with enthusiastic cheers and applause. Woo. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Conversely, when one player's offense was thwarted by the other, the crowd would respond with sympathetic sighs. Ah, so close. What a pity. Their hearts ebbed and flowed with the unfolding dynamics of the game, lodged tightly in their throats. Yet Alston remained unwavering, consistently exuding enthusiasm and vitality. He incessantly cheered for the two, offering them encouragement and support. His voice, resounding with infectious enthusiasm, brimmed with passion. Well done, lads. Keep it up. Excellent defense. Just play like that. You can do it. Under his leadership, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly fervent and exhilarating. As the match approached its final moments, the score remained tied at 10-10. Whosoever could secure that final point would claim victory in this contest. All eyes were fixated on Luja, for it was now his turn to possess the ball. Luja stood beyond the three-point line, poised against Jerome's defense. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, brimming with an ardent yearning for victory. He took a deep breath and began to dribble. With a series of between-the-legs dribbles, he suddenly executed a behind-the-back maneuver, transferring the ball to his left hand. Immediately, he lowered his center of gravity and accelerated to the left. Jerome quickly shifted to block Luja's driving path, yet Luja's speed was too swift. Jerome's footwork lagged slightly behind. With a powerful stride, Luja evaded Jerome's defense. After bypassing Jerome, Luja opted not to take a direct layup. Instead, he executed a sudden stop and retreated a small step. The sudden halt, the retreat, the leap, the release. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, a magnificent display of athleticism. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, and everyone held their breath, awaiting the conclusive outcome. This was an extraordinarily challenging maneuver, demanding not only exceptional body control but also remarkable touch and confidence. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net. 12-10. Luja triumphed in this contest. Yes. The atmosphere erupted. The audience roared with excitement, cheering and applauding Luja's splendid performance and his victory. Jerome watched as the ball descended into the net, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. However, he quickly composed himself. He approached Luja, extended his hand, and smiled as he said, "Congratulations, Lu, you have emerged victorious. It was a splendid match." With that, Jerome turned and walked off the court. He arrived at the sidelines and settled into a chosen seat, quietly gazing at the towering buildings surrounding the field. The remnants of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon him, elongating his silhouette. A faint smile of bittersweetness graced Jerome's face. He was acutely aware that he might indeed lack the innate talent required to enter the NBA. In truth, he had always known this. However, after the recent match against Luja, particularly upon witnessing the fervent and resolute glimmer in Luja's eyes, a flicker of stubborn defiance reignited within him. He longed to possess the same talent and opportunities as Luja, to pursue his basketball dreams. Yet, the harshness of reality weighed heavily upon him. Perhaps I should truly give up, Jerome silently contemplated. However, his admiration for Luja only deepened. He wished and believed that one day Luja would indeed step into the NBA, for in Luja he saw boundless potential. On the court, the spectators continued to cheer for Luja's victory. Those who had gradually become familiar with Luja over the past few days shouted his name with fervor. Lu, 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 Yellow Mamba, the new king of Rucker Park. They even began to introduce Elja to Alston. Hey, Ski, this guy is incredible. He hails from Huagua. He is a high school student. He truly possesses remarkable talent. Alston also stood up, applauding and cheering for Elja's triumph. Then, he walked to the center of the court to fulfill his promise. Well done, young man. You have emerged victorious, Alston said to Elja. Now, it is my turn to challenge you. One-on-one, let us go. He issued a challenge to Luja. A showdown between the king of street ball and a rising talent is about to unfold. Confronting NBA players, even those who have retired, fills Luja's heart with exhilaration and excitement. Alston stands before Luja, wearing a friendly smile and exuding a relaxed demeanor. He towered half a head above Luja, his physique more imposing. Although Alston had already retired, the aura cultivated over years of battling in the NBA still emanated an intangible pressure. Luja understood that the intensity of this match might surpass any contest he had previously encountered. Alston had also heard the spectators discussing Luja. In fact, he had taken the time to browse a thread about Luja on Reddit. Upon completion, Alston developed a keen interest in this young man of Eastern descent. Particularly, when he learned that Luja had triumphed over Black Dog at Rucker Park, his curiosity intensified. A young man of Asian descent managed to defeat Black Dog at Rucker Park. How intriguing, Alston mused inwardly. However, he did not regard this young newcomer as particularly formidable. After all, he was a former NBA player who had witnessed countless skilled athletes. Thus, Alston approached this match with a mindset more akin to mentoring a junior than perceiving a serious threat. He wished to ascertain the true capabilities of this extraordinarily rumored young man. As the competition commenced, Luja took the initiative to strike first. He stood beyond the three-point line, the ball in hand, confronted by Alston's defense. Taking a deep breath, Luja suddenly sprang into action. He lowered his center of gravity and, with a swift acceleration, charged towards Alston's right side. Immediately following, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand, and then accelerated once more. With a deft change of direction, he broke through. Luja's speed was astonishing. Alston momentarily failed to react. In this manner, Luja deftly glided past Alston and surged towards the basket. He prepared to drive straight to the basket for a score. This kid is surprisingly fast, Alston thought, startled by Luja's unexpected speed. However, as an NBA-caliber player, Alston's reaction time and explosiveness were formidable. Almost instantaneously, as Luja bypassed him, Alston swiftly launched himself into pursuit. The speed of NBA players is indeed extraordinary, even for those who have long since retired. Despite Luja possessing the athletic prowess bestowed by Derrick Rose's bronze badge, Alston managed to catch up with him. The two arrived at the basket almost simultaneously. Luja leapt high, preparing to shoot. Yet, Alston also sprang into action, raising his right hand like a wall, obstructing Luja's path. In an effort to evade Alston's block, Luja was compelled to forcefully alter his movements mid-air. He leaped from the right side of the hoop, twisting his body mid-air, and deftly flicked the ball up from the left side of the rim. It was an extraordinarily challenging maneuver. The basketball traced a peculiar arc in the air, and then clang. It did not go in. The ball struck the rim and soared high into the air. This moment left Luja in astonishment. He was taken aback, realizing that even retired NBA players possess such astonishing speed and explosiveness, despite having the athletic prowess of a badge akin to Derrick Rose. He found himself unable to gain any advantage against Alston. This marked the first occasion for Elja to truly experience the intensity of competition at the NBA level. Is this the caliber of NBA players? He mused quietly to himself. Simultaneously, the play also left Alston in a state of astonishment. He never anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous young man with yellow skin possessed such astonishing speed and leaping ability. Moreover, the recent maneuver, which required a high level of difficulty, was something that even many NBA players might struggle to execute. This kid has something special, Alston thought to himself, as his perception of Luja began to shift. With the change of possession, it was now Alston's turn to attack. He stood beyond the three-point line, the ball in hand, facing Elja's defense. Hey, young man. Where are you from? Alston inquired, intrigued by Elja. Huagua, Elja succinctly replied. Huagua? That's cool, Alston nodded. Which city? Jiling. Where did you play before? Alston continued, deliberately slowing his speech to ensure Elja could comprehend. High school, Jiling No. 2 High School, Elja responded in simple English. A flicker of surprise crossed Alston's eyes upon hearing Elja's answer. High school? You were still in high school? Yes, Elja nodded. Wow, impressive, Alston marveled. You know, I used to play with Yuming. Alston mentioned his former teammate. He was a remarkable player who left a lasting impression on me. But you were different. He gazed at Elja. You possess a unique style, one I have never witnessed in players from Huagua. Just as Elja was attentively listening to Alston. Somewhat distracted, Alston suddenly sprang into action. With the ball in his right hand, he executed a swift crossover, transferring the ball to his left hand. Immediately, pivoting on his left foot, he spun around, circling the ball behind his back, and then swiftly pulled it back. The entire sequence resembled a juggling act, brimming with imagination and creativity. Be careful, young man, for now I am about to demonstrate some real skills, Alston warned Elja, signaling his seriousness. Elja snapped to attention, but it was already too late. He was utterly taken aback by Alston's actions just now, failing to respond in any manner whatsoever. He could scarcely comprehend how Alston maneuvered the ball in a complete circle behind his back, only to reclaim it moments later. Is this speed even conceivable? Luja's mind was awash with astonishment. He had previously watched videos of Alston's games and was well aware of his exceptional dribbling skills, which were replete with imagination and creativity. However, experiencing it firsthand and merely watching videos are two entirely different matters. One can only truly appreciate the astonishing nature of his dribbling prowess by standing directly in front of Alston. Noticing Luja's seriousness, Alston's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a confident smile. He commenced dribbling, gradually approaching Luja. His dribbling rhythm, fluctuating between rapid and slow, high and low, is utterly elusive. Moreover, his dribbling stance is remarkably low, almost grazing the ground, akin to a spinning top, agile and unpredictable. Suddenly, Alston accelerates, darting towards the right flank of Elja. Elja swiftly sidesteps, attempting to obstruct Alston's path to the basket. Yet, at that moment, Alston abruptly halts, yanking the ball back with remarkable speed. In a breathtaking maneuver, he shifts the ball from his right hand to his left through his legs at an astonishing angle. This unconventional under-the-leg dribble is highly challenging and exudes a distinct street ball flair. Simultaneously, his body leans to the left, executing a deceptive feint toward that direction. In the blink of an eye, Alston has executed the renowned street ball move known as Shagat. Elja is completely deceived by Alston's feint, his center of gravity shifting leftward in an attempt to thwart Alston's advance. However, in an instant, Alston retracts the ball and accelerates past Elja on the right side. Elja is left off balance. After evading Elja, Alston opts not to attempt the layup, instead advancing directly beyond the three-point line. He lifted his gaze towards the hoop and smiled gently, as if to say to Luja, behold, this is the true essence of a three-pointer. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, he sent the ball soaring through the air. The basketball traced a graceful arc before settling perfectly into the net. A three-point shot, flawlessly executed. The entire sequence unfolded with an effortless fluidity, brimming with imagination and creativity, capturing the very spirit of street basketball. Luja stood rooted to the spot, gazing in awe at the ball still bouncing beneath the hoop, his heart overflowing with astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone wielding a basketball with such grace and flair. Is this truly the prowess of the king of street ball? Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. In this moment, Luja felt a profound admiration for Alston. As the next round commenced, Luja continued his defense. Alston, with the ball in hand, stood beyond the three-point line, facing Luja. He did not overpower Luja with sheer speed and strength as he had done before. Instead, he embarked on an entirely new performance. He frequently dribbles back and forth with considerable amplitude and rapid rhythm. Moreover, he deliberately exposes the ball in front of Elja, as if inviting him to snatch it away with a mere reach. This is a highly tempting defensive strategy, a common psychological tactic employed on the street basketball courts. Alston, akin to an experienced hunter, is using bait to lure his prey. Faced with Alston's alluring challenge, Elja hesitates. He was aware that this was likely a trap. Yet, with the basketball tantalizingly bobbing before him, He could not resist the urge to attempt to steal. His eyes were steadfastly fixed on the basketball, his mind incessantly calculating the opportune moment and angle for a steal. However, Alston's dribbling was simply too swift and too flamboyant. After observing for an extended period, Elja could not find a suitable opportunity to make his move. Each time he felt ready to strike, Alston always managed to seize the moment first, skillfully maneuvering the ball away. Is this fellow deliberately toying with me? Elja pondered silently to himself. He was aware that Alston was deliberately teasing him, seeking to make him look foolish. However, Lucia did not succumb to anger. Instead, he grew even more composed. He understood that at this moment, he must not act impulsively. Any rash action would lead him directly into Alston's trap. Thus, Lucia continued to observe patiently, awaiting the opportune moment. Seeing Lucia hesitate to take action, Alston boldly placed the ball directly before him, as if to taunt, "Come on, seize my ball." In that instant, Lucia could no longer contain himself. How can I resist? This is an opportunity presented to me on a silver platter, he thought. With that, he lunged forward, reaching for the basketball. Just then, Alston made his move. His movements were as swift as lightning. Lucia barely had time to comprehend his actions. In the blink of an eye, Alston had maneuvered the ball through his legs. Following this, Alston accelerated, gliding past Lucia with remarkable agility. With a seamless separation from the ball, he surged towards the basket after leaving Lucia behind. He leapt high into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree spin before gently placing the ball into the basket. It was an extraordinarily beautiful 360-degree layup. Well, the audience erupted in excitement once more. They cheered for Alston's splendid performance, marveling at his extraordinary skills. Lucia stood in place, wearing an expression of bewilderment. He never anticipated that Alston would surpass him in such a manner. It was simply astonishing. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were a puppet, manipulated effortlessly by Alston. This sensation was utterly dreadful. However, it also deepened Elwa's appreciation for the prowess of NBA players. Their technology, their awareness, and their experience far surpass my own. In comparison to them, I have a long journey ahead. Good move, young man, Alston said with a smile to Lucia, gesturing for him to initiate the offensive. But let me see what you can accomplish on the attacking front. He expressed a desire to witness Lucia's offensive capabilities. After several exchanges, Lucia had come to realize that his speed advantage was not particularly pronounced in the presence of Alston. Moreover, in terms of technique and experience, he found himself worlds apart from Alston. If he continued to rely solely on brute force and aggressive maneuvers as he had before, it would undoubtedly prove ineffective. He needed to devise alternative strategies. Lucia stood beyond the three-point line, the ball in hand, confronting Alston's defense. He executed a feint to the right, then suddenly performed a dribble between his legs, transferring the ball to his left hand. Immediately afterward, he took a lateral step to the left and leapt into action. A three-pointer. This was a deceptive maneuver culminating in a three-point shot following a between-the-legs lateral step. The movements were fluid and surprisingly swift. However, the basketball did not find the net. Clang. The ball struck the rim and soared high into the air. Ah! The crowd erupted in a chorus of disappointed sighs. They all believed that the ball was on the verge of entering the net. In the next round, Lucia attempted to conclude the offense with a reverse jump shot. He initially dribbled to the right, then abruptly executed a spin, turning his back to Alston. Immediately after, he arched his body backward and leaped into the air to release the ball. It was a remarkably exquisite fadeaway jump shot. However, the basketball failed to find its mark. Clang. The ball struck the rim once more, bouncing out. Ah! The audience once again let out a collective sigh of disappointment. They all believed that Lucia's offense was quite imaginative and his movements were graceful, yet he seemed to be somewhat unfortunate. After failing to score on 2 consecutive attempts, Lucia felt a tinge of frustration. He was acutely aware that his offensive capabilities paled in comparison to those of Alston. Alston's defensive footwork was swift and intense, consistently disrupting his shooting rhythm. This made it exceedingly challenging for him to find a comfortable space and timing to release his shots. Witnessing Lucia miss 2 consecutive attempts, the audience began to jeer. They yearned to witness Lucia's signature move, an unwavering change of direction. Come on, young man. Let us behold your hallmark maneuver. Execute an uninterrupted turn. We eagerly await. The audience chanted fervently, their claps resonating in rhythm. Alston, with a smile, urged Lucia, saying, "Come on, kid. Show me what you've got. Don't be shy." Encouraged by the crowd's cheers, Lucia took a deep breath and commenced dribbling. He first executed a feint to the right, then suddenly accelerated, dashing to the left. Without losing speed, he changed direction. This is Elja's signature move. He has used this maneuver to surpass countless opponents. However, Alston is not an ordinary adversary. He swiftly sidestepped a step, obstructing Lucia's path to the basket. At that moment, Lucia unexpectedly passed the ball through Alston's legs. A dazzling maneuver. Inspired, Lucia emulated the very technique Alston had just employed against him. After evading Alston, Lucia surged towards the hoop, leaping high into the air, and executed a powerful dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the net. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Spectators cheered and shouted, utterly astonished by Lucia's spectacular play. Alston was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Lucia would outmaneuver him in such a manner. This young man's capacity for learning is truly remarkable. Alston gazed at Lucia in astonishment, then chuckled, shaking his head as he began to applaud. He rhythmically spread his arms wide, engaging the audience in a chorus of support for Lucia. Lu, Lu, Lu. Under Alston's leadership, the crowd collectively chanted Lucia's name, their voices echoing throughout the arena. Young man, you possess remarkable talent. Alston approached Lucia, patting him on the shoulder. I genuinely believe you have a chance to enter the NBA. And at such a young age. I know some NBA scouts, and I can recommend you to them. Alston continued. Moreover, the EBC League is about to commence. How about we form a team together? I can provide you with some opportunities to showcase your skills. Alston extended the invitation to Lucia. Hearing Alston's words, Lucia felt a surge of excitement. Receiving recognition and a recommendation from an NBA player is a dream come true for countless individuals. However, at that moment, Lucia suddenly recalled his system panel. Upon opening the panel, he was astonished to discover that his motivation points had exceeded 5,000, reaching an impressive total of 5,235. These motivation points were amassed through numerous competitions at Rock Park. Notably, his match against the Black Dog had contributed a significant portion of these points. Additionally, his bouts with Jerome and the recent encounter with Alston had also yielded considerable rewards. Gazing at the figures displayed on the panel, Lucia fell into a deep contemplation. He understood that this was a rare opportunity. However, he also had his own thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Alston. Lucia pondered for a moment before speaking. But I wish to team up with others, for defeating you would be far more exhilarating. Upon hearing Lucia's response, Alston was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. He did not anticipate that this seemingly shy young man with yellow skin would utter such words. This made him regard Lucia with renewed admiration. Very well, young man, Alston remarked with a smile. I appreciate your confidence. I shall be awaiting you on the court. After the event concluded, Lucia and Jerome walked home together, still discussing Alston's remarkable performance in the thrilling match. Lu, you were absolutely fantastic today, Jerome exclaimed sincerely. Especially that moment when you maneuvered past Alston, dribbling through your legs and executing that slam dunk. It was utterly insane. I truly believe you have a chance to enter the NBA. Jerome continued, his tone laced with envy and heartfelt wishes. You know, I once played in the NCAA. In the Division II League, I performed quite well, but I was still far from the NBA level. Thus, I genuinely admire you and sincerely hope for your success. There was a hint of melancholy in Jerome's voice, yet it was overshadowed by his blessings and expectations for Lucia. Upon hearing Jerome's words, a wave of warmth surged within Lucia's heart. He understood that Jerome genuinely cared for his well-being and firmly believed in his potential to enter the NBA. This realization fortified his conviction and intensified his desire to prove himself in the forthcoming EBC League. Jerome is truly an excellent teammate. He possesses height, skill, and his defense is impeccably clean. If I could team up with him to triumph over Alston in the EBC League, it would undoubtedly be an exhilarating experience. Lucia mused silently. At that moment, a brief silence enveloped the two. Suddenly, Jerome spoke up. Hey, Lu. I've been thinking that since the EBC League is about to commence, perhaps we should form a team? You know, it's a splendid opportunity for exposure. And there are some prizes involved. Our family could really use that money to improve our living situation. Jerome's tone carried a hint of anticipation, mingled with a touch of nervousness. Upon hearing Jerome's words, Lucia felt a stirring in his heart. This was precisely what he had been contemplating. He was astounded that Jerome had brought it up so proactively. It was simply splendid. For Jerome, participating in the EBC League was a means to earn prize money to enhance his family's living conditions. For Lucia, joining the EBC League meant not only gaining greater visibility but also earning more incentive points. More importantly, it provided him the chance to challenge Alston alongside Jerome. This was an extraordinary opportunity that offered manifold benefits. They were in perfect accord. What a brilliant idea, Jerome. Lucia exclaimed with enthusiasm. I share the same sentiment. It's settled then. We shall form a team and strive to win the championship of the EBC League. Absolutely. Let us do it. Jerome replied, equally excited. They exchanged a high five in solidarity, their faces illuminated by radiant smiles. By the way, Lu, are you free on June 19th? Jerome suddenly inquired. June 19th? Let me think I should be available. What else up? Lucia responded. I was considering that you might come over to my place, and we could discuss the EBC League in detail. Moreover, we'll have a small celebration that day, Jerome suggested. A celebration? What kind of celebration? Lucia asked with curiosity. It's Juneteenth, Jerome replied. Juneteenth? What is that? Lucia questioned, puzzled. You don't know about Juneteenth? Jerome expressed surprise. It is a profoundly significant holiday for us African Americans. It commemorates the liberation of African American slaves in the United States, Jerome explained. On that day, June 19th, 1865, General Gordon Granger announced in Galveston, Texas, that over 250,000 African American slaves were freed. This occurred more than 2 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. Hence, every June 19th, we celebrate Juneteenth to remember our history and rejoice in our freedom. We hold a grand celebration, complete with food, music, and games. Additionally, street ball players from other communities will join us. We can discuss the EBC League with them and perhaps even play a few games. That sounds delightful. Luja responded. I would be more than happy to partake. Great. It's settled then, Jerome said with a smile. See you on June 19th. All right, see you then, Luja replied. Upon returning to his rental abode, Luja eagerly summoned the system panel. He must thoroughly investigate which passing badge to unlock in order to maximize his on-court effectiveness. Personal information, star badges, system marketplace. Elja's focus shifted to the system marketplace, where he opened the organizational category. A series of badges were neatly arranged on the panel. Awaiting Elja's selection. Stockton, Organizational Offense Badge, Bronze, 5,000 Incentive Points Nash, Quick First Step Badge, Bronze, 5,000 Incentive Points Kid, Fast Break Defense Badge, Bronze, 5,000 Incentive Points. Elja examined each badge carefully, comparing their features and prices. This one is quite good, and this one is also appealing, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a name caught his eye. Irvin Johnson, Fancy Passing Badge, Bronze, 5,000 Incentive Points. Magic Johnson. This name reverberates throughout the basketball world. Although he was a player of the 1980s, his passing skills remain top tier even in contemporary times. Standing at 2.06 meters, Magic Johnson is the tallest point guard in NBA history. He possesses unparalleled vision on the field and an imaginative passing ability, consistently delivering astonishing and extraordinary assists. His passes are not only precise but also remarkably aesthetic. He often delivers no-look passes that leave his adversaries utterly confounded. Even more astonishing is his ability to leverage his height, locating teammates amid a crowd and executing assists in a whimsical manner, such as a one-handed long pass traversing half the court, or a seemingly effortless bounce pass. It is precisely due to these flamboyant yet practical passes that he has earned the moniker of the Magician. Without hesitation, LG opted for the flashy passing badge of Magic Johnson Bronze. Ding. The host has chosen to purchase the Elvin Johnson flashy passing badge, Bronze, at the cost of 5,000 incentive points. Would you like to confirm the purchase? Confirm. Ding. Purchase successful. 5,000 incentive points deducted, leaving a balance of 235 points. The Elvin Johnson flashy passing badge, Bronze, has been equipped. With the system's notification, Elja's incentive points instantly diminished by 5,000, leaving him with merely 235. However, what puzzled Elja was the absence of any noticeable change in his physicality. He did not experience the rush of warmth that had enveloped him when he previously unlocked the Rose Athletic Ability badge. Nor did he perceive any enhancement in his passing skills. What is going on? Elja inquired, perplexed. System, have you made a mistake? Yet, the system offered no response. Hey, speak to me, system. Elja called out several more times, but the system remained unresponsive, which left him feeling exceedingly frustrated. He expended 5,000 incentive points to unlock a new badge, yet it yielded no discernible effect. This was rather disheartening, wasn't it? Could it be that he had been deceived? Elja could not suppress his skepticism. However, he found it difficult to believe such a possibility. After all, the system had previously instilled a sense of reliability. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, how could one explain this anomaly? Elja was perplexed. He attempted to pass the ball several times within the confines of the room, yet still felt no extraordinary sensation. Perhaps it was best to retire for the night and reassess the situation in the morning. With a resigned shake of his head, Elja reluctantly decided to momentarily abandon his inquiries. He lay upon his bed, swiftly drifting into the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in Huagua, a tempest concerning the national youth basketball team was quietly brewing. On the country's largest basketball forum, Who Forum, a post titled Explosive Revelations about the national youth team sparked an uproar. Shockingly, it revealed that the team's head coach, Jiang Wenwu, favored nepotism, resorting to either striking or berating players. The title of the post was undeniably captivating. According to anonymous insiders from the youth team, Coach Jiang Wenwu wielded absolute authority, showing preferential treatment to players with whom he had personal connections, while exhibiting an exceedingly harsh demeanor towards others. He frequently insulted players without cause during training sessions, and even resorted to physical aggression, creating a tense atmosphere within the team. Some players, unable to endure Jiang's oppression, chose to rise in defiance, with one even departing the team without justification. Reports indicate that this departing player is the exceptionally talented guard, Elja, who had shone brightly in high school competitions. Upon the publication of this post, the forum erupted with fervent discussions. Fans inundated the comments section, expressing their shock and indignation. Is this true? The national youth team is so corrupt? This Jiang Wenwu is utterly arrogant. How can such a person be a head coach? Is there still hope for basketball in Huagua? My heart aches for Elja, such a promising talent, ruined. Jiang Wenwu must be severely punished. The national youth team deserves to be vindicated. Where is the basketball association? They must intervene. In no time, discussions about the national youth team, Jiang Wenwu, and Elja dominated the forum. Meanwhile, the central figure of this storm, Elja, was blissfully asleep in his home in America. He remains completely oblivious to the unfolding events. On the Who forum, discussions regarding the national youth basketball team continue to escalate. Initially, the comments from netizens overwhelmingly criticized the team and coach Jiang Wenwu. Such a coach deserves to be dismissed. He is truly a cancer to Chinese basketball. What is the Basketball Association doing? How can someone like him be the head coach of the national youth team? It is a pity for those young players, who are originally promising talents representing the nation, to suffer such treatment. We demand severe punishment for Jiang Wenwu to restore integrity to the national youth team. The online community expressed their indignation, articulating their dissatisfaction and anger. However, peculiar voices soon emerged on the forum. Some accounts, devoid of avatars, nicknames, or posting history, often referred to as 3-no accounts, began to frequently post in defense of Jiang Wenwu. You people only know how to stir up trouble. Do you even comprehend the truth of the situation? Today's young players are overly pampered, unable to endure hardship or fatigue. What is wrong with a strict coach? Isn't it for their own good? Indeed. Which athlete has been toughened through discipline? Without hardship, there can be no success. Coach Jiang is merely trying to instill a sense of responsibility. I believe that some players lack effort and still blame the coach for being too strict. What a farce. Moreover, these 3-no accounts also targeted Lu Jia. Do you know what kind of person Lu Jia, who left the team, is? He is nothing but a troublemaker. Do you recall the National High School Basketball League finals last year? It was Lu Jia who clashed with Zhao Qilin during the match and was ejected. A player whose emotions are so easily unraveled clearly cannot be trusted. I suspect this incident was instigated by Lu Jia himself, perhaps to slander Coach Jiang. Yes, it must be so. Lu Jia is clearly no innocent. Encouraged by these 3-no accounts, the discourse on the forum began to shift. An increasing number of netizens started to question Lu Jia, perceiving him as the primary instigator of the incident. The forum became a cacophony of conflicting opinions, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood amidst the chaos. This tempest of public opinion also garnered media attention. At the press conference following the national youth team's warm-up match, a reporter posed a question to Coach Jiang Wenwu regarding the matter. Coach Jiang, what are your thoughts on the recent rumors circulating online about the national youth team? Rumors? What rumors? Jiang Wenwu feigned ignorance. The rumors alleging favoritism and physical reprimands within the team, the reporter stated bluntly. Oh, you mean that? That is utterly nonsensical. Jiang Wenwu's expression darkened as he emphatically declared. I have dedicated many years to the national youth team, always diligent and responsible. How could I possibly engage in such behavior? These rumors are fabrications by malicious individuals aiming to tarnish my reputation and that of the national youth team. As for the departed player, Lu Jia, I am profoundly disappointed in him. Jiang Wenwu shifted his focus to criticize Lu Jia. As a young player, he should concentrate on training rather than seeking to cause disturbances. Such conduct is utterly devoid of discipline. Our national youth team will not tolerate the presence of such a disruptive influence. I hereby declare that the doors of the national youth team are permanently closed to him. Jiang Wenwu's voice resonated with authority, embodying the image of a just and upright coach. Zhao Qilin, seated beside Jiang Wenwu, seized the opportunity to add his perspective. Coach Jiang is absolutely correct. As players, we must first learn to be decent individuals before mastering the sport, Zhao Qilin remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of moral lecturing. We must strive not only on the court but also be mindful of our conduct off the court, constantly honing our moral character. Only in this manner can we become exemplary athletes and bring glory to our nation. Zhao Qilin's statement ostensibly emphasized player ethics and decorum. Yet it subtly cast Lu Jia as a paragon of moral failure. Following the press conference, the remarks made by Jiang Wenwu and Zhao Qilin quickly proliferated online. An increasing number of netizens began to align with their assertions, labeling Lu Jia as a problematic player. Look, even Coach Jiang said so. It seems Lu Jia must indeed have issues. Exactly. I said it all along. One hand cannot clap alone. It must be Lu Jia's fault. Such individuals deserve to be blacklisted to prevent them from corrupting the ethos of the national youth team. What a shame for a promising talent to be ruined by his own actions. In an instant, the criticisms and doubts directed at Lu Jia became overwhelming. He transformed from a victim into a universally despised outcast. The following morning, Jiang Qingjie rose early. As he gnawed on a bag of leftover bread, he absent-mindedly scrolled through his phone. This ritual of his each morning served not only to satiate his hunger but also to keep him abreast of the latest news. Suddenly, a headline seized his attention. National youth team coach Jiang Wenwu harshly criticized Lu Jia, declaring him disorganized and undisciplined. With the doors of the national youth team forever closed to him. Huh? Lu Jia? Jiang Qingjie was taken aback by this title. Momentarily forgetting to chew the bread in his mouth, he hurriedly opened the news and began to read it intently. After finishing the article, Jiang Qingjie furrowed his brow tightly. He could hardly believe that the Lu Jia mentioned in the article was, in fact, his good brother. What on earth was going on? Jiang Qingjie muttered to himself, his heart brimming with confusion and concern. He could no longer afford the luxury of breakfast and hurriedly shook awake Lu Jia, who was still sound asleep in bed. Lu Jia, wake up. There's been an incident. Jiang Qingjie exclaimed loudly while shaking Lu Jia. Awakened from his slumber by Jiang Qingjie, Lu Jia looked utterly bewildered. He rubbed his bleary eyes and inquired, "What's wrong? Qingjie, what has happened? You can see for yourself." Jiang Qingjie handed his phone to Elja, his tone laden with urgency. Elja took the phone and beheld the article concerning himself. His expression gradually darkened. Last night, Lu Jia had been troubled by the matter of the fancy passing badge. The badge, which he had unlocked with 5,000 incentive points, proved utterly ineffective, leaving him exceedingly displeased. He felt as though he had been deceived by the system, a smoldering fury igniting within him. Now, upon encountering this report that twisted the truth, the flames of his indignation could no longer be contained. These individuals were utterly preposterous, Lu Zhi exclaimed, casting his phone aside in frustration, especially Jiang Wenwu and Zhao Qilan. Their accusations were utterly outrageous. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the strain. Elja, try to remain calm. There must be some hidden intricacies to this matter, Jiang Qingjie urged hastily. How about I reach out to some media contacts back home to help clarify the facts? Forget it, Qingjie, it's futile. Elja shook his head and replied. Jiang Wenwu and Zhao Qilan wield too much influence in the Chinese basketball community. Ordinary media outlets wouldn't dare to offend them. Even if someone were willing to speak on my behalf, it wouldn't necessarily alter the tide of public opinion. Given the current circumstances, nothing I say would be believed. The innocent will ultimately clear their name. In the future, I will silence them with my performance. Elja's tone was imbued with a sense of helplessness yet tinged with determination. But will you truly let it in like this? Jiang Qingjie still felt a sense of reluctance. Are you just going to allow them to tarnish your reputation? What other choice do I have? Elja replied with a bitter smile. Anything I say now would only exacerbate the situation. The only thing I can do is to focus on playing well in the United States and prove my worth through my skills. This is the only way to completely shatter these rumors. Alas, it seems that is the only path forward, Jiang Qingjie sighed. He acknowledged that Elja was indeed correct. Under the present circumstances, any form of justification would be utterly feeble. Only by demonstrating strength could one deliver the most compelling retort. Rest assured, Elja. I have faith that you will succeed, Jiang Qingjie encouraged, giving Elja a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Yes, I will, Elja nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. He casually freshened up before heading out. I will go to Lock Park. Contact me if anything arises, Lu Zhi said to Jiang Qingjie. All right, take care of yourself. Jiang Qingjie replied. Although he was deeply concerned for Lu Zhi, he understood that he could offer no assistance, thus he chose to silently support him. Upon arriving at Lock Park, Lu Zhi joined a pickup basketball game. As the match commenced, Lu Zhi swiftly received the ball. The moment he touched it, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. He felt as though he stood at the pinnacle of the court, able to discern the position and condition of every player with remarkable clarity. Moreover, he could even sense the whereabouts and state of those players who were out of sight. It was as if a panoramic map of the court had suddenly materialized in his mind, with every detail firmly within his grasp. What could this possibly mean? A surge of astonishment coursed through Elja. He had never experienced such a sensation before. Suddenly, he recalled the flamboyant passing badge he had unlocked the previous night. Could this be the source of his newfound perception? Enlightenment dawned upon Elja as he realized that the badge was indeed effective, albeit in an unexpected manner. His previous inability to feel its impact stemmed from a lack of practical application during actual gameplay. Yet now, the moment he received the ball in the match, the badge's effects were immediately apparent. Ah, so that was it. A wave of exhilaration washed over Elja as he finally grasped how to wield this badge. With this revelation, a radiant smile illuminated his face. He can finally relish the competition and fully showcase his talents. Lu Zhi began to experiment with a myriad of passing techniques during the match. At times, he delivers a precise through ball, effortlessly placing the sphere into the hands of an unguarded teammate beneath the basket. At other moments, he executes a clever bounce pass, guiding the ball through the legs of a defender to reach another teammate on the opposite side. Occasionally, he lofts a high arcing pass, soaring over the heads of defenders and landing accurately in the hands of a teammate on a fast break. Even more astonishing is Elja's ability to execute no-look passes. He was clearly gazing to the left, yet he managed to deliver the ball precisely into the hands of his teammate on the right. He clearly gazed at the hoop, yet managed to deliver the ball to his teammate in the open space behind him. These imaginative passes left both the audience and the players in attendance utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary method of passing. It was akin to magic. Wow, that pass. Did you see it? He didn't even look. This guy is incredible. Where did he learn such a skill? Is he a magician? The audience buzzed with excitement, utterly captivated by Lu Zhi's performance. They were unaware of how Lu Zhi had suddenly developed such remarkable passing skills, or whether he had been concealing his talents all along. On the field, the players were equally bewildered by Lu Zhi's extraordinary passes. They were utterly incapable of anticipating Lu Zhi's passing trajectory, forced to watch in awe as the basketball danced through the air before landing gracefully in the hands of his teammate. Hey, how did you accomplish that? I didn't even see you make the pass. What just transpired? The players inquired of Lu Zhi, their faces etched with confusion and astonishment. Lu Zhi, however, simply offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate. He began to relish the sensation of having complete control over the game, delighting in the freedom of his passing style. In the latter half of the match, Lu Zhi even started to forego his own offensive plays, choosing instead to focus on creating opportunities for his teammates. He consistently delivered exquisite assists, enabling his teammates to score effortlessly. In this match, although Lu Zhi did not accumulate a substantial number of points, he emerged as the most dazzling star on the court. With each of his passes, he elicited waves of cheers and astonishment from the audience. After the match concluded, Lu Zhi descended from the court, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He understood that with the acquisition of this flamboyant passing badge, his chances of triumphing over Alston in the forthcoming EBC League had risen to at least 50%. As for the remaining 50%, It would depend on the synergy between him and Jerome, as well as the overall strength of the team. Time swiftly advanced to June 19th, the festival of June. Jiang Qingjie had just completed his final examinations, and he drove his old second-hand car, ferrying Luja towards Jerome's residence. The vehicle departed from the bustling streets of Manhattan, traversed into the Brooklyn district, and meandered through several blocks, ultimately arriving at a quintessential New York African-American neighborhood. The buildings here were predominantly low and dilapidated, their walls adorned with a myriad of graffiti, some of which were artistic expressions while others bore the marks of gangs. The streets were littered with debris and refuse, permeated by an unpleasant odor. Groups of young African Americans congregated on the corners, some clad in oversized t-shirts and denim, others donning baseball caps and sunglasses, with a few displaying tattoos inked upon their skin. Their eyes emanated a hint of untamed spirit and wildness, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to approach. Among them, some resembled members of a gang, their gang insignias and distinctive attire evoking a chilling aura. Witnessing such a scene, Luja felt a blend of curiosity and anxiety. It was his first time witnessing such a vibrant African American community, and the chaotic yet perilous ambience left him feeling somewhat uneasy. However, today marked Juneteenth, and the festive atmosphere permeating the streets was undeniably palpable. Groups of people sauntered along the thoroughfare, exchanging greetings, their faces adorned with beaming smiles. In certain neighborhoods, makeshift stages had been erected, where performers showcased their talents, the sounds of music and laughter mingling in joyful harmony. Additionally, several vendors had set up stalls along the roadside, offering a delectable array of food and beverages, their enticing aromas tantalizingly irresistible. This indeed epitomized a quintessential New York African-American community. As Jiang Qingjie drove, he provided an explanation to Luja. The safety here is somewhat compromised, so it's best to avoid this area on ordinary days. However, today is Juneteenth, a significant occasion for them, thus it is relatively secure. We must remain cautious, as we are outsiders. Luja nodded in understanding. He gazed intently out of the car window, committing every sight to memory. The vehicle continued its journey, eventually halting before an aged apartment building. Here we are, Jiang Qingjie remarked. The two alighted from the car and, following the address provided by Jerome, made their way to his residence. There, they found Jerome already standing at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. He donned a sharply tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled, and his shoes gleamed with a brilliant polish, exuding an air of vitality. This elegant demeanor appeared somewhat incongruous amidst the surrounding chaos. Hey, Lu, Qingjie. You've arrived. Jerome greeted them with enthusiasm, a radiant smile adorning his face. Welcome to my home. Jerome, you look exceptionally dapper today, Luja remarked with a grin. Haha, it's the June festival, after all. One must dress appropriately, Jerome replied with a hearty laugh. Allow me to introduce you. This is my dear brother, Jiang Qingjie, Luja said, presenting him to Jerome. And this is Jerome, a good friend I met at Lock Park. Hello, Jerome. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Qingjie extended his hand, shaking Jerome as firmly. Hello, Qingjie. The pleasure is mine, Jerome responded warmly. Please, come in. Let us chat inside, he urged, leading the two into the apartment building. Upon entering, Luja was taken aback to discover that this seemingly narrow two-story structure was brimming with people. The atmosphere was lively, with individuals bustling in and out, creating a vibrant scene. Come, let me introduce you to my family, Jerome cheerfully beckoned Luja and Jiang Qingjie, starting to present his relatives. This is my father, this is my mother, and these are my siblings, Jerome introduced, revealing to Luja that Jerome hailed from a large family. He has 5 siblings and is the youngest in the family. Yet, he is the only one with a tall stature and excels in basketball. This is El, and this is Qingjie. They are my good friends. Jerome is introducing Elja and Jiang Qingjie to his family. Hello, welcome to our home. Jerome's family greeted them warmly, their faces beaming with smiles. Come. Try this, strawberry soda and red velvet cake. These are our traditional foods for the June festival. Jerome's mother approached with a tray, eagerly offering Elja and Jiang Qingjie the refreshments. This is the first time I have met someone from Huagua. What a rare guest, she remarked, handing the strawberry soda and red velvet cake to them. Thank you, Auntie. Elja and Jiang Qingjie politely expressed their gratitude as they accepted the treats. Jerome has always been bright and sensible since childhood. He is the pride of our family, Jerome's mother said, gazing at him with love and pride. He is the only one in our family who has attended university and even made it to the NCAA. In the future, he aims to play in the NBA. His prospects are indeed promising. Upon hearing his mother's words, Jerome's face revealed a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Once his mother had walked away, he quietly confided to Elja and Jiang Qingjie, my mother always has such high expectations for me. Yet, deep down, I know I lack the talent to make it to the NBA. In our family, my siblings and I have not pursued education much. We survive on odd jobs. I am the only one who has excelled academically, so they all hope I can make something of myself and change our family's fate. But I know that's a daunting task. Jerome's tone was filled with helplessness and disappointment. Hearing his words, Elja was overwhelmed with emotions. He never anticipated that Jerome bore such immense pressure. Jerome, do not say that. You are truly remarkable, Luja reassured him. I believe that with your dedication, you will undoubtedly realize your dreams. Thank you, Lu, Jerome replied with a smile. By the way, allow me to share the origins of strawberry soda and red velvet cake. Pointing to the dishes on the table, Jerome explained, on the day of the Juneteenth celebration. The tradition of consuming red foods serves to honor the ancestors who sacrificed their lives during the era of slavery. Strawberry soda and red velvet cake, due to their vibrant hues, have thus become traditional foods for this occasion. I see. What an enlightening revelation, Lucia exclaimed. I have a performance to prepare shortly. Please enjoy some refreshments while I get ready, Jerome stated. All right, go ahead and focus on your preparations. We will manage here, Lucia responded. Jerome nodded and hurried away. Lucia and Jiang Qingjie settled onto the sofa, savoring the red velvet cake and sipping the strawberry soda while engaging in conversation. I never expected Jerome's family background to be like this, Jiang Qingjie remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, everyone has their own story behind them, Lucia replied. Yet, Jerome is truly an admirable individual. Despite his challenging circumstances, he remains diligent and ambitious. Yes, it is evident that he possesses a strong sense of responsibility, Jiang Qingjie concurred. As they continued their discussion, Lucia's gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure. He observed an individual descending the staircase, making his way towards the living room. The man was adorned with a purple headscarf, appearing as though he had just awakened, stretching lazily and yawning as he walked. Lucia focused intently and was instantly taken aback. For he recognized the person. It was none other than the black dog. Black Dog also noticed Lucia. Initially taken aback, his expression peculiar. Subsequently, his reaction grew intense. Who brought you here? Black Dog inquired loudly, his tone brimming with hostility and rejection. His voice was thunderous, startling everyone around him. Jerome's mother, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over. Tyrone, what is the matter? She inquired, her face etched with confusion. These are Jerome's friends, Lu and Qingjie, she indicated, gesturing towards Lucia and Jiang Qingjie, as she introduced them to the black dog. Jerome's friends? The black dog's brow furrowed in perplexity as he glanced at Lucia, then back at Jerome's mother. How could he be here? Tyrone, what is wrong? These are my guests. Jerome's mother expressed her bewilderment further, unable to comprehend the black dog's intense reaction. After a moment's hesitation, the black dog reluctantly replied. He defeated me at Rock Park. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding individuals were rendered speechless. They all recognized the prowess of the black dog. In Lock Park, he was indeed a figure of great renown. Yet now, he astonishingly claimed to have been bested by a lad with yellow skin. This was utterly inconceivable. What? Jerome's mother was equally taken aback. Tyrone, is this truly the case? Of course it is. The black dog replied curtly. Would I deceive you? Upon hearing the black dog's admission, the crowd erupted into a tumult of disbelief. They began to regard Lucia with a sense of novelty, as if observing a peculiar creature. This young man, capable of defeating Talon? Is this for real? Surely, I must have misheard. This promises to be quite the spectacle. The crowd buzzed with curiosity about Lucia. However, Black Dog remained quite antagonistic towards him. Expressing his discontent, I fail to understand why you would invite a person of Asian descent to partake in our celebration. This is a festival for us, the black community. He is utterly out of place here. I believe we should ask him to leave. Black Dog's remarks rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Jerome's mother furrowed her brow, her voice rising in indignation. Talon, how can you speak like that? Lu is Jerome's friend and my guest. In this house, I have the final say. If you do not wish to remain, then you may leave. Jerome's mother was evidently incensed, her tone firm and commanding, though Black Dog bristled at the reprimand. He begrudgingly fell silent. He shot a fierce glare at Lucia before turning away. I apologize, Lu and Qingjie, for the embarrassment. Jerome's mother expressed with sincerity to Lucia and Jiang Qingjie. Tyrone can be quite temperamental. Please do not take it to heart. It's quite all right, Andy, we understand. Lucia replied politely. By the way, I forgot to introduce him earlier. Tyrone Williams is Jerome's uncle. Jerome's full name is Jerome Williams, Jerome's mother clarified. Oh, he's Jerome's uncle? Both Lucia and Jiang Qingjie were taken aback by this revelation. They were utterly astonished to discover the connection between the Black Dog and Jerome. The personalities of these two individuals were remarkably disparate. One was brash and tempestuous, while the other was cultured and refined, seemingly from entirely different worlds. Could it be that the teammate Jerome had invited to join him in the EBC League was, in fact, the Black Dog? Lucia inquired with a glance towards Jiang Qingjie. To his surprise, a flicker of delight appeared on Jiang Qingjie's face. With an air of mystery, he said to Lucia, Lucia, this is indeed a splendid opportunity. A splendid opportunity? What do you mean? Lucia inquired, perplexed. Consider this, Jiang Qingjie elucidated. The match you had with the Black Dog has already stirred quite a commotion online. Now, if the two of you were to form a team and participate in the EBC League, wouldn't that generate even greater buzz? This is a golden chance to enhance your exposure. At that point, more media and fans will surely take notice, and who knows? You might even attract the attention of NBA scouts. Upon hearing Jiang Qingjie's explanation, Lucia suddenly understood. It dawned on him how Jiang Qingjie had been thinking. One must admit, experience does bring wisdom. Jiang Qingjie's commercial acumen is indeed remarkable. Just then, Jerome descended the stairs, cradling a saxophone. Apologies for keeping you all waiting, Jerome stated. Next, I shall perform a piece for you. With that, Jerome raised the saxophone to his lips and began to play. The melodious strains of jazz resonated throughout the room, adding a unique ambience to the festive occasion. Although the room was bustling with activity, the crowd was drawn to Jerome's music, gradually quieting down to appreciate his performance. Yet, conspicuously absent was the black dog. He was unaware of when he had departed from this place. Following the conclusion of the June festival celebrations, the crowd gradually dispersed. Jerome, accompanied by Liu and Jiang, arrived at a modest basketball court within the community. Although referred to as a court, it was merely a rudimentary expanse of cement, featuring only half a court and an antiquated wooden backboard, devoid of a net. There, they encountered the black dog. He was practicing alone there, dribbling and shooting, appearing somewhat desolate and a touch irate. Upon seeing Liu, the black dog suddenly erupted with fury. He ceased dribbling, clutching the basketball, and vociferously confronted Jerome. Jerome, what do you mean by this? Why have you brought him here? Are you not aware of the history between us? In response to the accusations from the black dog, Jerome remained unperturbed. He spoke calmly. Uncle, I am aware that there are some misunderstandings between you and Liu. However, Liu is currently one of the strongest players at Rock Park. I know you have always aspired to win the EBC League Championship. Just think about it. The championship prize is a whopping 100,000. What this means for us is immense. With Liu's assistance, our chances of winning the championship are significantly enhanced. This money could greatly improve our lives. Although Black Dog remained quite irate, he was earnestly contemplating Jerome's words. He certainly desired to clinch the championship of the EBC League, along with the accompanying prize of 100,000. However, the thought of teaming up with Liu, the young man of Asian descent who had previously bested him, filled his heart with resentment and reluctance. But Jerome, you know that I do not wish for others to perceive me as someone who relies on external support to secure victory, the Black Dog lamented, his tone heavy with exasperation. I do not want the people of Rock Park to look down upon me. Moreover, he is of Asian descent. He simply does not belong here. Even if we triumph, it would not be a testament to the honor of Rock Park. I must defend the dignity of this place. The Black Dog cast a hostile glare at Liu, his eyes brimming with provocation. At that moment, Liu suddenly spoke up. I can refrain from attacking and focus solely on passing. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing Liu's words, the Black Dog was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Liu would proactively propose such terms. The Black Dog began to contemplate the intentions behind Liu's words. What scheme could this fellow possibly be concocting? The Black Dog pondered. With his formidable offensive prowess, if he refrained from attacking and merely focused on passing, would we not be deprived of a crucial scoring opportunity? The Black Dog considered another possibility. However, the competition in the EBC League was exceedingly fierce, and the opponents were of considerable strength. If it were only Jerome and myself leading the offense, could we truly secure a victory? The Black Dog's mind became increasingly conflicted. He neither wished to let Liu overshadow him nor did he want to face the competition without Liu's assistance. Ultimately, the Black Dog reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. You may join us, he declared, his tone laced with reluctance. However, you must heed my guidance and not steal my spotlight. Absolutely, Liu responded with alacrity. Upon witnessing their agreement, Jerome let out a sigh of relief. Since you both have consented, let us seal our collaboration with a handshake, he proposed, with an unwilling expression. The Black Dog gazed at Liu, hesitated momentarily, then extended his hand. Liu reciprocated, and they shook hands. At that moment, Jiang suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, Wow, this is truly a historic moment. I should have brought my camera to capture this scene. It will undoubtedly become a classic segment of our EBC journey, a magnificent beginning, Jiang declared excitedly, gesticulating animatedly. Finally, the EBC League commenced in earnest. By evening, Liu and Jiang arrived at Rock Park. Upon entering the park, they were awestruck by the spectacle before them. A vast crowd thronged the area, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. The entire court was enveloped by spectators, some perched on the chairs at the sidelines, others stood on the surrounding open spaces. Some even climbed atop nearby vehicles, while others clung to the iron railings like agile monkeys. Even the rooftops of the surrounding high-rises were dotted with onlookers, who gazed down upon the court from their elevated perches. A cacophony of cheers, shouts, and applause resonated through the air, creating a deafening symphony. Charge. Defense. Shoot. Block him. The air was thick with the scents of sweat, adrenaline, and hot dogs, igniting a fervor within the hearts of all present. The court was ablaze with lights, illuminating every corner. In the center, players dribbled, shot, passed, and engaged in fierce competition. Surrounding the court, vendors shouted their wares, showcasing an array of enticing goods. Get your hot dogs here. Ice cold drinks for just $1. EBC t-shirts. Show your support. The harmonious blend of music, sales pitches, and cheers painted a vibrant tableau of excitement. This is the EBC League. This is Rock Park. This is the allure of street basketball. Jiang marveled, raising his camera and capturing the fervent atmosphere. This is the EBC League. Certainly a lively affair. Liu replied, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. The EBC League, fully known as the EARS Basketball Classic, is an annual street basketball tournament held every summer at Rock Park in New York. Its origins date back to 1982. Initiated by Greg Marius, owner of a hip-hop record company in New York. The league operates under a full-court, 5-on-5 format, with each match lasting 40 minutes, divided into two halves of 20 minutes each. Each team may register up to 12 players, though only may 10th play in a single match. The tournament follows a single elimination format, where losing a match results in immediate elimination. The teams participating in the EBC League are comprised of street ball virtuosos from various neighborhoods in New York, including regulars at Lock Park, legendary street ball figures, and even some NBA players. Consequently, the level of competition is exceptionally high, and the rivalry is intense. I must tell you, Lucia, this is a splendid opportunity for you to achieve fame, Jiang Qingjie remarked while filming. You must perform splendidly to showcase your talent to the NBA scouts. Indeed, I will. Lucia nodded, his eyes filled with determination. At the entrance of the park, staff members were checking tickets to manage the crowd. As Lucia had registered as a player, he could enter the court directly, whereas Jiang Qingjie needed to purchase a ticket. Lucia, I'm heading to the stands. I'll capture every thrilling moment of yours, Jiang Qingjie called out, waving his camera. All right, I look forward to your good news. Lucia responded with a smile. Today marked the inaugural match of the EBC League. Lucia, Jerome, the Black Dog, and several other players formed a new team, which Jerome aptly named Diverse Alliance, symbolizing a coalition of diversity. He personally designed the team uniforms, which are vibrant and striking. The garments feature a rich palette of colors and an array of patterns, characterized by vivid hues and bold geometric shapes. The uniforms are adorned with various cultural symbols and motifs, representing the harmonious blend of diverse cultures. Lucia finds both the name and the uniforms to be quite intriguing and meaningful. He firmly believes that this team will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success in the EBC League. As the previous match concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed, clearing the field for the upcoming games. Lucia, Jerome, hey go, and their teammates sequentially took to the pitch to commence their warm-up. Remember what I told you, kid, don't overshadow me, hey go reiterated as he approached Lucia. His tone was imbued with menace and caution. Lucia merely smiled, remaining silent. He was aware that the Black Dog still harbored reservations about him, fearing that he might overshadow its brilliance. Nevertheless, Lucia remained unfazed. Rest assured, I shall act in accordance with our agreement, Lucia remarked calmly. The audience was taken aback to see Lucia and the Black Dog appearing together in the same team. They murmured incessantly, speculating about the unfolding situation. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Lou? How did he end up on the same team as the Black Dog? Indeed, weren't they previously at odds with each other? This promises to be quite the spectacle. I wonder if they can manage to cooperate effectively. Amidst the chatter of the surrounding spectators, an unusual sensation surged within Lucia's heart. He gazed around the stadium, absorbing the fervent and tense atmosphere, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, Lucia spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. It was Alston. He too donned a jersey, evidently participating in the EBC League as a player. Alston stood at the sidelines, observing Lucia with keen interest, his gaze imbued with curiosity and anticipation. He seemed to find the young lad from Huagua quite intriguing. As their gazes met in the air, Elja and Alston exchanged a knowing smile. Then, Alston shouted something toward Elja, a remark that seemed both encouraging and provocative. Due to the cacophony surrounding them, Elja could not discern the exact words Alston had uttered. However, by observing Alston's lip movements, he could surmise the essence of his message. Perform well, young man, I am watching you. This sentiment was undoubtedly what Alston intended to convey. Upon hearing Alston's spirited call, a surge of determination welled up within Elja. He must perform admirably, not only to secure victory in this match, but also to demonstrate his prowess to Alston. Before the kickoff, Jerome gathered all the players together. He glanced at his teammates surrounding him. Some were black, others white. Their skin tones varied, yet their eyes brimmed with an insatiable longing for victory. My friends, Jerome began, his voice soft yet imbued with profound strength. I recognize that we hail from diverse backgrounds, each with our own unique heritage. He continued, however, we share a singular aspiration to triumph in this competition. Let us unite our efforts and fervently pursue this dream. Raising his right hand high, Jerome proclaimed with fervor, for victory. One by one, his companions lifted their hands in solidarity, echoing his rallying cry, for victory. For victory. For victory. Their voices reverberated through the arena, resonating endlessly. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle, signaling that the match was about to commence. Jerome approached the center circle, ready for the jump ball. The basketball was tossed high from the referee's hands, and both Jerome and the opposing center leaped simultaneously to vie for possession. With his remarkable leaping ability and height advantage, Jerome was the first to make contact with the ball, deftly directing it to his teammate. The game had officially begun. As the match unfolded, the Black Dog began to demand the ball. He incessantly requested the ball from his teammates, seemingly eager to take control of the game single-handedly. Jerome cast a glance at Lucia, his eyes brimming with uncertainty. He could not comprehend why Elja agreed to the conditions set by the Black Dog, nor why he chose to forego an offensive strategy in favor of merely passing the ball. What was his true intention? Jerome gestured towards Elja, seemingly inquiring about his thoughts. However, Elja merely smiled faintly, offering no verbal response. Although Jerome was filled with uncertainty, He ultimately decided to trust Elja and pass the ball to the black dog. Upon receiving the ball, the black dog cast a triumphant glance at Elja, as if to convey, "Just sit back and watch my performance." Elja maintained an air of indifference, gradually beginning to move across the court, seemingly acclimating to the intensity of the game. The black dog, indeed, proved to be quite skilled. As soon as he obtained the ball, he commenced his display. He executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles, then suddenly accelerated, deftly maneuvering past the defenders and driving towards the basket for an effortless layup. The score was now 2:00. The black dog had scored the first points for the team. "Yes, this is what I meant. Charge. Black dog. Charge." The audience erupted into a chorus of cheers, applauding the black dog's remarkable performance. He, in turn, waved to the crowd, reveling in the attention and adulation. As he defended, he could not help but boast to Lucia. Meanwhile, Lucia remained composed, running slowly to the side, seemingly indifferent to it all. He silently observed the unfolding dynamics of the match, meticulously analyzing the characteristics of his opponents. Lucia discerned that the players of this team exhibited relatively crude technical skills, lacking in finesse. However, each individual was tall and robust, possessing remarkable physical attributes reminiscent of European players. Moreover, their passing was notably swift and succinct, favoring teamwork, often resulting in cuts or screens. On the defensive end, Lucia noted that the opponent's passing was equally rapid and concise. They seldom engage in excessive dribbling. Upon receiving the ball, their immediate instinct is to pass. They relish executing pick-and-roll plays, utilizing them to create offensive opportunities for their teammates. On one occasion, the opponents employed a simple pick-and-roll strategy, successfully obstructing Black Dog's defense, and then descended for a facile layup. The score is now tied at 2-2. Following the basket, several players from the opposing team exchanged high-fives to encourage one another before swiftly returning to defense, demonstrating remarkable unity. After several possessions, Lucia had gained a keen understanding of the opponent's characteristics. He realized that his height offered him no advantage among these players. His opponents were nearly all a head taller than him. It seemed that he could only leverage his physical prowess to penetrate the defenses of his adversaries and create opportunities for his teammates. In the recent exchanges, it was predominantly the Black Dog engaging in solitary battles. He seldom passes the ball, at most engaging in pick-and-roll plays with Jerome. Initially, the Black Dog managed to score a few points through his individual prowess. However, the opponents swiftly discerned their strategy. They commenced employing a strategy where one person would defend while the other would delay, working in tandem to exhaust the stamina of the Black Dog. Under this defensive approach, the Black Dog found itself increasingly beleaguered, and its accuracy began to wane. As the match progressed, the Black Dog grew increasingly impatient. His offensive efficiency has been steadily declining, accompanied by an increasing number of turnovers. On one occasion, Black Dog held the ball at the perimeter, facing the relentless pressure from the defender. He executed several feints in succession, yet he was unable to shake off his opponent's defense. Ultimately, he was compelled to take a forced shot, which resulted in a complete airball. On another occasion, during a drive, his opponent intercepted the ball from his grasp, launching a swift counterattack. Black Dog attempted to pursue, but felt utterly powerless, merely watching as his adversary effortlessly scored with a layup. After several failed offensive attempts, Black Dog was clearly growing anxious. He began to frequently request the ball, eager to resolve the issues on his own. However, the opponent's defense was meticulously targeted. They consistently employed two players to double-team the Black Dog, denying him any opportunity for an easy shot. His teammates also struggled to provide meaningful assistance. Their capabilities are limited. Unable to alleviate the pressure on the Black Dog's offense, Jerome continually urged the Black Dog to pass the ball more and to have faith in his teammates. "Tyrone, pass the ball, pass the ball," Jerome shouted. Yet, the Black Dog seemed to be resolutely determined to take matters into his own hands. Time and again, he attempted to take on his opponent single-handedly, yet each endeavor met with futility. "Trust me, Jerome. I can handle this," Black Dog declared while dribbling the ball. Jerome, feeling helpless, had no choice but to frequently set screens for Black Dog in an effort to create some offensive opportunities. On one occasion, Jerome executed a high-quality screen that enabled Black Dog to break free from his defender. Upon receiving the pass, Black Dog charged towards the basket, executing a magnificent dunk. However, such opportunities were scarce. After several plays, the opponents quickly adapted, altering their defensive strategy to counter Jerome's screens with switches. Consequently, Black Dog found himself ensnared once more in the quagmire of defense. He finds it increasingly challenging to seize opportunities for effortless shots, with every offensive play becoming an arduous endeavor. In one particular possession, the Black Dog, ball in hand, attempted a forceful drive, only to plunge headlong into the opposing team's encirclement. Confronted by the defensive prowess of three opposing players, he attempted a forceful shot, only to be met with a resounding block from the rival center. The basketball soared out of bounds, while the player, Black Dog, tumbled heavily to the ground. "Oh my goodness," he exclaimed, rubbing his posterior as he lamented his plight. He appeared exceedingly impatient, incessantly complaining to the referee, asserting that his opponent had committed a defensive foul. In the subsequent defensive play, the Black Dog was penalized for a foul due to excessive movement. Within just a few minutes, he had made a series of blunders, suffering from blocks and fouls, his performance deteriorating to an alarming extent. At this juncture, more than 10 minutes had elapsed in the first half, and Diverse Alliance found themselves trailing their opponents by a significant margin. As the opposing team prepared for free throws, Jerome approached the black dog, urging him to maintain his composure. Talon, you must calm down, Jerome implored. If you continue to play like this, we will not win the game. How can I be calm? The black dog retorted in exasperation. Look at them. They are utterly useless. They promised to help me win the EBC, and what is the result? We are behind by so much. The black dog's frustration intensified as he abruptly pointed at Lucia, exclaiming to Jerome and him. What purpose does his presence serve? Why isn't he taking any shots? Is he merely watching us lose? Jerome found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to the black dog's accusations. It was evident that the black dog had been monopolizing the ball, denying Lucia any opportunity to shoot. Yet now he turned the blame upon Lucia for his inaction. Talon, Jerome began, but was interrupted by Lucia. It's all right, Jerome, Lucia said calmly. In the next play, I will take the shot. You will take the shot? The black dog, panting heavily, scrutinized Lucia from head to toe. All right. I look forward to seeing what you can do, he replied, his tone laced with skepticism. After the opposing team completed their free throws, it was Diverse Alliance's turn to attack. Lucia proactively took the ball, signaling his teammates to create space. The audience erupted with excitement upon witnessing Lucia finally seize the opportunity to play. They erupted in cheers and shouts, eagerly anticipating Elja's performance. After all, for such an extended period, Elja had scarcely touched the ball, merely engaging in relentless sprints across the court. At last, he was poised to initiate an offensive, a prospect that stirred excitement among the crowd. Oh. El is about to make a move. Look quickly. He has secured the ball. This fellow is finally ready to take his shot. The anticipation is palpable. What kind of play will he execute? The spectators murmured amongst themselves, their eyes alight with expectation. Standing before a defender a head taller than himself, Elja exhibited no signs of trepidation. He skillfully maneuvered the ball, suddenly accelerating with remarkable speed. Then coming to an abrupt halt, followed swiftly by another burst of speed in the opposite direction. A seamless change of direction without losing momentum. This is Elja's signature move. The defending player was clearly taken aback by Elja's swiftness. He was effortlessly outpaced, rendered powerless. Wow, that was astonishingly swift. This fellow had been coasting along. I assumed he possessed little skill. This speed is simply extraordinary. The opposing players were equally astonished by Elja's velocity, unable to fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous young man with yellow skin harbored such remarkable explosive power. The audience erupted into fervent cheers upon witnessing Elja's signature maneuver. Lu. Yellow Mamba. Go. However, as Elja penetrated deeper, the opposing defense coordinated impeccably. Immediately, two players advanced to provide support, attempting to thwart Elja's advance. Jerome, stationed beyond the three-point line, vociferously called for the ball, believing that Elja would struggle to score against such formidable defense alone. Over here. Here, Jerome shouted, gesturing towards Elja. Yet, at that moment, Elja executed an unexpected maneuver that took everyone by surprise. He does not pass the ball by looking at the recipients. With his right hand gripping the ball and his gaze fixed ahead, he unexpectedly flicks the ball backward. The basketball, as if endowed with vision, deftly navigates around two defenders, precisely locating a white teammate who lies in wait near the baseline. As the opposing defenders are entirely captivated by Lucia, this white teammate finds himself in a position of complete openness. Upon receiving the ball, he effortlessly executed a layup, scoring with ease. What a surprise! Jerome was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Lucia would actually pass the ball, and so covertly and accurately. He did not even clearly see how Lucia passed the ball. Could it be that this fellow has yet another trick up his sleeve? Jerome pondered silently. The audience, too, was left in utter astonishment. They initially believed that Elja would rely on his explosive ability to break through and score with a forceful layup. To their astonishment, he executed a remarkably magical pass, assisting his teammate in scoring. It was simply unbelievable. My goodness. Did you witness the pass? It was utterly insane. He didn't even look at the recipient. The audience was momentarily taken aback before they reacted, erupting into cheers for Elja's splendid performance. They believed that Lucia's play was not only an explosive breakthrough, visually captivating, but also that his subsequent pass was imbued with creativity, leaving spectators in awe. The opposing players exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment. They clearly did not anticipate that Lucia possessed such skills. While serving, they were engaged in conversation, seemingly deliberating over Lucia's recent pass. This guy can pass too? Indeed, I had completely overlooked the manner in which he delivered the ball. We must exercise caution. We cannot solely focus on his breakthroughs. Observing his opponent's reactions, Lucia secretly chuckled to himself. This is merely the beginning. You cannot possibly confine me, he thought. Hey go, witnessing Lucia's performance, felt a tumult of emotions within. He was both astonished by Elja's passing prowess and infuriated by his previous underestimation, feeling a twinge of shame. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, convinced that he too could achieve the same. In the subsequent round, Elja employed the same technique once more. Once again, he harnessed his extraordinary to captivate the attention of the opposing defense. This time, however, the defenders were well prepared, swiftly compressing their formation to encircle Elja. For Elja, confronted by several towering players, it felt as though he was facing an impenetrable wall, obscuring his vision and limiting his passing options. Yet, they were mistaken. Elja executed a masterful pass. He lofted the ball high, soaring over the heads of all present, finding the descending Black Dog with pinpoint accuracy. Upon receiving the ball, Black Dog faced an open basket and effortlessly completed a resounding dunk. Was this truly possible? Even Black Dog was momentarily taken aback, instinctively finishing the dunk before turning back to marvel at Elja's exceptional pass. A splendid execution. After the basket, Black Dog expressed his gratitude towards Elja. The audience erupted in cheers, astonished by the spectacular synergy displayed between Elja and Black Dog. Wow, the duo of Black Dog and Elja is formidable. This is simply incredible. They have dominated the game. Spectators marveled at this rare and remarkable performance. Under Elja's orchestrating prowess, the offensive flow of the Diverse Alliance team became seamless. They executed a series of exquisite collaborations, effortlessly scoring points. On several occasions, Elja utilized his exceptional ability to break through defenses, drawing attention before passing the ball to an open teammate, facilitating their scoring. He even created an excellent opportunity for Black Dog. At that moment, Elja dribbled through, drawing the attention of two defenders. Simultaneously, Black Dog made a cut from the weak side to the basket. With remarkable speed and precision, Elja executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball accurately into Black Dog's hands. Before Black Dog lay an expanse of open space, devoid of any defenders, he leaped high into the air, executing a thunderous axe dunk. The rim reverberated with a tremendous sound, and the entire arena erupted with excitement. Yes, Black Dog, this is what I was talking about. The audience cheered wildly, applauding Black Dog's spectacular performance. Black Dog, too, was exhilarated, pounding his chest and howling towards the heavens. He had not experienced such exhilarating play in a long time, which filled him with immense excitement. Simultaneously, the Black Dog regarded Elja with a sense of wonder. He had not anticipated that this young man from Hua country, in addition to possessing an extraordinary ability to maneuver and break through defenses, also exhibited such exquisite passing skills. It was simply beyond belief. As a new round commenced, Black Dog willingly passed the ball to Elja, entrusting him with the orchestration of the team's offense. Young man, you take control of the ball while I make my runs, Black Dog remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of humility and a newfound respect. Elja received the ball and confidently advanced it into the front court. He prepared to once again utilize his breakthrough ability to create opportunities for his teammates. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. During the process of his drive, Elja intended to pass the ball to a teammate making a cut. Yet, his pass went awry, landing squarely in the hands of an opposing player. What? Elja himself was taken aback. He could hardly believe he had made such a ludicrous pass. It was only then that he realized he was merely equipped with the bronze badge of Magic Johnson, not the full extent of his abilities. In competitions of the EBC caliber, this badge proved to be quite effective. However, if he aspired to establish himself in higher-level contests and ultimately make a mark in the NBA, the capabilities of this badge were far from sufficient. Observing Elja's blunder, the opposing team swiftly launched a counterattack, effortlessly scoring with a layup. It's all right, El, don't dwell on it, Jerome approached, offering words of comfort. It was just a mistake. You can make it back in the next play. Even Black Dog came over, giving Elja a hearty pat on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, kid, don't get discouraged. It's just a mistake. What's the big deal? Pull yourself together. Keep pushing forward." Though Black Dog's words were still rather brusque, his intention was unmistakably one of encouragement. Hearing the support from his teammates, a wave of warmth surged within Elja. He nodded and said, "Rest assured, I am fine. In the next round, I shall strike back." The competition continued, with both side scores rising alternately. Under the orchestration of Elja, the offensive play of the Diverse Alliance team was vibrant and compelling. They continuously scored, gradually narrowing the gap between themselves and their opponents. By the conclusion of the first half, the Diverse Alliance team was merely 6 points behind. This outcome left everyone feeling exceedingly satisfied. After all, for the majority of the first half, they had been trailing. To reduce the deficit to 6 points by halftime was indeed a commendable achievement. During the intermission, Jiang Qingjie excitedly rushed to Luja's side, handing him a bottle of water. "Luja, you are incredible!" Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, a radiant smile adorning his face. "I truly did not expect your passing to be so remarkable. It is simply fantastical. I see the spirit of Magic Johnson in you." As he spoke, he waved the camera in his hand. "I have captured every splendid moment of yours. These will become invaluable footage in the future. If you become an NBA legend, these recordings will surely fetch a handsome price for me. At that time, I shall rely on you for my fortune." Jiang Qingjie adjusted, his tone brimming with hope and anticipation. "Haha, Qingjie, you were thinking too far ahead," Luja replied with a smile. "However, rest assured, there will certainly be opportunities for you to prosper. But we must take it step by step and focus on the current game." "Of course," Jiang Qingjie affirmed. "I believe in you. You can do it." The spectators surrounding the court were also engaged in discussions regarding Luja's performance. Hey, did you see that? That little guy with yellow skin has extraordinary passing skills. Indeed, I saw his information on the forum before. They said he has explosive athleticism and a playing style akin to Rose. I never expected him to showcase such passing prowess in this game, resembling Magic Johnson. The remarkable fusion of these two vastly different styles within him is truly astonishing. This Asian high school student is indeed impressive. The audience marveled at Luja's performance, filled with curiosity and anticipation for this young talent from Huagua. As the second half commenced, Luja noticed a shift in the opposing team's defensive strategy. They began to assign a single defender to Luja, while others focused on marking Hey Go and the like, with the primary objective of thwarting Luja's passing abilities. Noticing the opponent's defensive strategy, Luja couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It seems my passing has instilled a sense of apprehension in them, he mused. But do they truly believe this can contain me? Such an illusion. With the adversary opting for a one-on-one defense against him, Luja felt no hesitation to take full advantage of the situation. He began to leverage his personal abilities to launch an assault on the opponent's defense. This marked Elja's first proactive attempt at a solo drive during the match. Upon noticing Elja's intention to go it alone, the opposing defenders felt a surge of unease. They were uncertain whether to advance for the defense, as they feared that doing so would leave their assigned opponents unguarded, thereby granting Elja the opportunity to receive a pass. What should they do? Should they advance for the defense? The player tasked with guarding Elja inquired of his teammates. No need. Stick to the plan. His teammate replied, let him handle it himself. I am curious to see what he can achieve. Consequently, the opposing defender opted for a one-on-one defense. However, he swiftly paid the price for his decision. With a burst of acceleration, Luja evaded his defender, charging toward the basket and executing a powerful dunk. Boom. The rim resonated with a thunderous sound, and the entire arena erupted in excitement once more. Yes, Lu. The crowd went wild, cheering and applauding Luja's spectacular performance. They were unprepared for the fact that not only was Luja adept at passing, but his one-on-one skills were also remarkably formidable. This young man with yellow skin was simply extraordinary in his versatility. The opposing team, clearly undeterred, opted to defend Luja individually, attempting to curtail his performance through this strategy. However, they soon realized what a grave mistake this was. Luja unleashed his full potential. He commenced his solo performance. Confronted with the opponent's man-to-man defense, Luja exhibited remarkable composure, dictating the pace of the game with ease. Whenever the adversary closed in for a tight defense, Luja capitalized on his speed advantage, executing a swift breakthrough that effortlessly surpassed his challenger. Should the opponent grant him even an inch of space, Luja would deliver a clean jump shot, consistently finding the net. In one particular sequence, Luja held the ball beyond the arc. Facing the relentless pressure of the defending player, he first executed a deceptive feint to the right, then suddenly performed a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand. Without hesitation, he accelerated past the defender on his left side. After outmaneuvering his opponent, Luja surged towards the basket, leaping high to complete a splendid reverse layup. In another sequence, Luja held the ball at the top of the arc, confronting the defense of his opponent. He executed a series of exquisite crossovers, then abruptly came to a halt, stepping back before launching a flawless jump shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing securely in the net. Swish. The crisp sound of the ball finding its mark sent the spectators into a frenzy. Lu, 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 MVP, MVP, MVP. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, celebrating the remarkable performance of Luja. They even began to chant MVP for Luja. This evening, Luja's shooting was scorching hot, as he scored consecutively, swiftly aiding his team in taking the lead. The opposing team, in desperation, substituted in a taller player to guard Luja. However, this still could not hinder Luja's performance. He continued to exploit his speed and agility, effortlessly breaching the opponent's defense and scoring with remarkable ease. At this moment, Luja no longer confined himself to merely isolating or passing. Instead, he adapted to the unfolding dynamics on the court, skillfully manipulating the opponent's defense with his astute decision-making. At times, he skillfully executed a pass, facilitating his teammates in scoring. At other moments, he engaged in solitary efforts, securing crucial points for the team. He delivered a splendid alley-oop to the Black Dog, assisting it in executing a magnificent slam dunk. He delivered a precisely measured long pass to Jerome, facilitating his effortless layup for a score. He also provided an array of assists to his teammates, aiding them in scoring. In one particular play, Elja held the ball on the perimeter, confronting the opposing defense. He first executed a feint to the right, then suddenly accelerated, breaking through on the left side. After eluding the first defender, Elja skillfully employed a behind-the-back dribble to bypass the second defender who had come to assist. He then charged towards the basket, confronting the opposing center's defensive efforts, and delivered a clever bounce pass to a teammate who had cut toward the hoop, facilitating an easy layup. In another play, Elja advanced the ball during a fast break. He faced the relentless pursuit and blockade of three opposing defenders alone, undaunted by the challenge. He began with a deft change of direction, eluding the first defender. Then, with a burst of speed, he left the second defender behind. Finally, Confronted by the third defender rushing to assist, he executed a sudden stop followed by a graceful fadeaway jumper, smoothly sinking the ball into the basket. Under the leadership of Elja, the diverse Alliance team's offense flowed with remarkable fluidity, akin to mercury cascading downwards. Despite the opponent's earnest attempts to catch up, they maintained a seamless style of team basketball, consistently scoring. Yet, they remained unable to contain Elja's brilliance. As the point gap gradually widened, they found themselves helpless. Akin to the slow and painful process of a dull knife slicing through flesh, or as the contemporary saying goes, simmering on low heat. However, the opposing players failed to grasp the essence of this slow cooking technique, for there typically follows a vigorous final touch that enhances the dish's flavor. In this match, there was no such fiery conclusion. Elja controlled the tempo of the game from start to finish. He progressed through each round as if it were a desolate wasteland. In the end, Luja was scarcely aware of the passage of time during the match. In a swift offensive maneuver, Luja advanced with the ball, deftly eluding the defender. Before he had even opted for a layup, the referee's whistle pierced through the air. In that moment, Luja was momentarily convinced that he had committed a foul, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. He turned his head and glanced at the scoreboard, only to realize that the match had come to an end. Ultimately, the diverse Alliance team secured a comfortable victory with a lead of several points. As the game concluded, the arena erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. The audience was fervently celebrating Elja's remarkable performance, lauding his exceptional display. MVP, 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 the crowd exclaimed, their admiration resounding with each wave of applause. After the match, Jerome excitedly rushed to Elja, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. You were absolutely phenomenal, Jerome exclaimed, his face radiating with a brilliant smile. I knew I wasn't mistaken. You are the leader our team desperately needs. As he spoke, Jerome enthusiastically patted Elja on the back. Talon, what do you think? Jerome turned to the black dog, seeking his opinion. Although the black dog maintained his usual arrogant demeanor, he could not deny Elja's outstanding performance. I suppose the kid has some skill, he conceded, albeit reluctantly, acknowledging Elja's excellence. As the players exchanged pleasantries, the opposing team approached Elja, offering him a congratulatory high five. Hey, you truly impressed us. We were powerless to stop you. Well played, the opposing players admitted, their respect for Elja's performance evident. They were also exceedingly curious about Luja's identity. Where are you from? I have never seen you before. Are you from around here? The players inquired. Upon learning that Luja was a high school student from Huagua, they were utterly astonished. What? You are still in high school? From Huagua? How incredible! They could hardly believe that a high school student with yellow skin could deliver such an outstanding performance at Lock Park during the EBC League. Some even began to speculate whether Luja was merely participating in the NBA draft and had taken a moment to play in the EBC League for amusement. Are you here for the draft? Just playing in the EBC for fun? Faced with the crowd's conjectures, Luja simply smiled and said nothing. In the stands, Alston was also greatly impressed by Luja's performance. Previously, he had only witnessed Luja's explosive and aesthetically violent drives. Today, he was astounded by Luja's exquisite passing skills. This deepened Alston's interest in Luja. He incessantly introduced Luja to a companion beside him, his tone brimming with admiration. What do you think, Rodney? I wasn't misleading you, was I? Alston remarked. I told you long ago that this kid is exceptional. I brought you here to witness his prowess firsthand. The person beside Alston was named Rodney Hurd. He is the director of scouting for the New York Knicks. As Rodney observed Luja on the court, he diligently noted down various details in his notebook. You previously mentioned that this young man possesses impressive physical attributes. Akin to Rose, Rodney remarked. However, you did not inform me that his passing skills were equally remarkable. Alston paused for a moment before chuckling, to be honest. Today was the first time I witnessed his exceptional passing ability. This young man never ceases to amaze. He continued, nonetheless, as I previously mentioned, his capacity for learning is truly exceptional. Rodney nodded in agreement. With over 30 years of experience in the NBA, the seasoned scout Rodney Hurd has honed his expertise. He possesses a wealth of experience and a keen eye for talent, having previously scouted exceptional players for multiple NBA teams. Notably, Rodney pays considerable attention to international players. He believes that the international basketball arena conceals numerous promising players, awaiting discovery. Thus, this is also the reason why Alston invited Rodney to join him in watching the EBC League. He hoped Rodney could witness Luja's performance firsthand and provide a professional evaluation. The young man's merits were strikingly evident, Rodney remarked, jotting down notes. He possessed exceptional physical attributes, explosive breaking ability, and, as it appears now, a commendable passing skill. Particularly noteworthy was his ability to seamlessly blend these two contrasting styles of play, a rarity indeed. At this moment, I find it challenging to determine whose template he might fit. However, his shortcomings were equally apparent, Rodney continued. His shooting consistency leaves much to be desired. His defense requires fortification, and he does not possess a height advantage among NBA guards. At his current level, he falls considerably short of NBA standards. Rodney pointed out several of Luja's deficiencies. Nevertheless, I am genuinely intrigued by this young man, Rodney concluded, closing his notebook. I shall continue to monitor his performance. After the game, to celebrate their victory, Jerome graciously treated everyone to a meal at an affordable Italian restaurant. In the restaurant, they gathered around a large table, engaging in lively conversation and laughter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The table was laden with an array of Italian delicacies, pizza, pasta, salad, and bread, all abundantly present. Come, everyone. Raise your glasses to our victory today. Cheers. Jerome exclaimed, lifting his glass high. Cheers. The group echoed, the sound of clinking glasses ringing out joyfully. Lou, you were absolutely fantastic today, Jerome said, savoring a slice of pizza. Your drives, your passes, simply magnificent. Especially that no-look pass. I still can't fathom how you managed it. Haha, it was simply luck, Luja humbly replied. It's primarily due to everyone's synergy that we could execute such a remarkable offense. Oh, spare us the modesty, Lou. Black Dog interjected while chewing on pasta. We all recognize your prowess. Although I still have my reservations about you, I cannot deny your strength, particularly your passing. Black Dog added, how come I never noticed this talent before? I only recently developed it, Luja said with a smile. Thanks to Jerome's guidance. Haha. Don't flatter me, please, Jerome chuckled. I certainly didn't teach Lou such passing. That's all his innate talent. Now, everyone, eat up. If it's not enough, let us order more. Jerome warmly encouraged. The group continued to enjoy their meal, sipping drinks and engaging in cheerful conversation, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. They engaged in lively discussions about the thrilling moments of the match, shared amusing anecdotes from their lives, and exchanged aspirations and hopes for the future. The atmosphere was filled with joyous laughter, a symphony of merriment echoing through the room. Everyone relished the meal, thoroughly enjoying themselves. After the gathering concluded, they bid each other farewell and returned to their respective homes. Elja and Jiang Qingjie made their way back to their rented apartment together. In the dead of night, Elja rose to visit the restroom, only to discover that the light in Jiang Qingjie's room was still aglow. The illumination from the computer screen seeped through the crack of the door, casting a soft glow upon the floor of the corridor. Qingjie, why are you still awake at this hour? Elja inquired as he gently pushed open the door to Jiang Qingjie's room. I'm editing a video. Jiang Qingjie replied without turning his head, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. Though weariness was etched upon his face, his tone was imbued with excitement. Editing a video? What kind of video? Elja asked, curiosity piqued. Of course, it's the video of your match today, Jiang Qingjie exclaimed. I tell you, if this video is shared online, it will undoubtedly create a sensation. Elja leaned closer to the computer screen and glimpsed the footage Jiang Qingjie was meticulously editing. Given that it was 2011, the video quality was not particularly high, appearing somewhat blurred. The editing software Jiang Qingjie employed was also a popular choice of that era, its interface looking rather antiquated. Moreover, Jiang Qingjie's computer was not equipped with robust specifications. As he edited the video, the fan buzzed incessantly, seemingly on the verge of failure. Despite the limitations, Jiang Qingjie remained wholly devoted to the task of video editing. He meticulously edited every exhilarating moment of Elja's performance in the competition, accompanied by some invigorating music, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Look here, this breakthrough is simply magnificent, Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, pointing at a segment on the screen with enthusiasm. And here, this no-look pass is nothing short of genius. Elja watched his own performance in the video, feeling a sense of wonder. From this observational perspective, he indeed appeared remarkably skilled and outstanding. This reinforced his belief in the efficacy of the system's badges. So, Elja, isn't it impressive? Jiang Qingjie said with pride. If this video gets released, you are bound to gain fame. Yes, it is indeed impressive. Elja nodded in agreement. However, Qingjie, do take care not to overexert yourself. Make sure to rest early. It's fine. I'm not tired, Jiang Qingjie replied. I will finish editing this video and then sleep. You should go rest first. All right then. Do get some sleep yourself, Elja said, turning to leave Jiang Qingjie's room. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiang Qingjie finally completed the video editing. He gazed contentedly at the video he had meticulously edited, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This 3-minute masterpiece encapsulated all of Luja's remarkable performances during the competition, with each frame igniting a fervor within the viewer. Now, it seemed, Luja was truly destined for greatness. Jiang Qingjie mused to himself, his tone suffused with anticipation. He firmly believed that once this video was released, it would undoubtedly create a sensation online. Jiang Qingjie accessed a video sharing platform known as YouTube, one of the most popular websites in America in 2011. He uploaded the meticulously edited video to YouTube, accompanied by a striking title, Shocking. Chinese high school students dominate Rock Park, unprecedented performance in EBC League. Then, he clicked the publish button. However, in the subsequent days, the view count of the video remained disappointingly stagnant. Despite Jiang Qingjie logging into YouTube daily to repeatedly check the video's statistics, the results left him thoroughly disheartened. How could this happen? Jiang Qingjie lamented. I edited it so well, why is no one watching? Perhaps it's merely an ordinary EBC group match, Luja comforted him. Moreover, I may have some recognition at Rock Park, but who knows who I am online? Sigh, you're right, Jiang Qingjie sighed, reflecting. It seems that hoping to gain fame from this video is rather unrealistic. Though he uttered these words, a profound sense of disappointment lingered within him. He initially believed that with Luja's outstanding performance, coupled with his meticulous editing, this video would undoubtedly create a sensation online. However, reality delivered a harsh blow, awakening him to the realization that matters were far more complex than he had envisioned. Forget it, Cheng. Don't take it too much to heart, Luja remarked. After all, basketball is a sport grounded in skill, rather than merely creating videos to gain popularity. Let us concentrate our efforts on the game. If we perform well enough, attention will surely follow. Yes, you are right, Jiang Qingjie nodded in agreement. We should indeed focus on the competition. Yet, despite his words, a lingering sense of dissatisfaction remained within Jiang Qingjie. He felt that the video he had painstakingly edited had vanished into oblivion, which was truly a pity. Luja, observing Jiang Qingjie's expression, understood his thoughts. However, Luja had no better solution and could only allow him to digest it slowly. Brother Qingjie, I'm heading out, Luja said. I'm going to practice ball at Rock Park. All right, you go ahead, Jiang Qingjie replied. Take care. After Luja departed, Jiang Qingjie sat alone before the computer, gazing at the video with a meager view count, his heart filled with helplessness. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Huagua, a discussion concerning Luja was quietly gaining momentum. On the largest basketball forum in the country, Hu Forum, within the streetball section, a post titled Shocking, a mysterious master from Huagua appears at Rock Park, sparked fervent debate among netizens. The poster had shared the video uploaded by Jiang Qingjie on YouTube, accompanied by a message, "Brothers, you must check this out. I've discovered an astonishing video on YouTube. A Huagua player at Rock Park completely dominated those old-timers. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him before? Does anyone know him? Come forward and share." Once this post was published, it immediately captured the attention of numerous netizens. They eagerly clicked on the video, immersing themselves in Luja's performance in the EBC League. Who is this person? Incredible! Such breakthroughs, such speed, it's simply astonishing. And those passes, utterly exquisite. Is this truly a Chinese player? I feel as though he surpasses even those from the national team. As the viewers watched the video, a flurry of discussions erupted among them. They were all astonished by Luja's performance, simultaneously filled with curiosity regarding his identity. Due to the limited information available about Luja in the video, coupled with the ambiguity of his appearance, netizens found it challenging to ascertain his true identity. Who exactly is this individual? Does anyone have insight? Please share. I have no idea. I have never heard of this figure before. Could he possibly be a professional player? It is conceivable. Typically, amateur players do not possess such remarkable skills. Amidst the speculation regarding Luja's identity, no definitive conclusion emerged. Some netizens began to extol Luja, asserting that his prowess had reached the level of a national team player. This individual is undoubtedly capable of competing at the national team level. Indeed, he surpasses those guards who can merely shoot. I strongly advocate for his inclusion in the national team. Conversely, others expressed skepticism, contending that this was merely an ordinary street basketball game, lacking significance. Do not overhype it. This is just a street basketball match. Indeed, street basketball is entirely different from professional basketball. He might excel on the street courts, but that does not guarantee success in professional competitions. Among the myriad of comments, one stood out as particularly reasonable and garnered the most likes. I believe this individual might be a player from a professional team who visited the United States and took the opportunity to play at Rock Park. After all, typical amateur players do not possess such exceptional physical attributes and skills. This explanation seems plausible. I concur. Many netizens expressed their agreement, finding this rationale the most logical and reasonable. Thus, although this post sparked considerable discussion, no one connected the figure in the video to Luja, who had recently been expelled from the national youth team. After all, in the perception of most, Luja was merely a problematic player dismissed from the national youth team. How could he suddenly appear at Rock Park in the United States and deliver such an astonishing performance? It seemed utterly implausible. Despite Jiang Qingjie's video not garnering significant attention on YouTube, he persisted in attending every game, capturing footage, and laboriously editing it overnight for publication online. Luja, rest assured and play your game, Jiang Qingjie exclaimed while holding the camera. I will document every spectacular moment of yours. One day, your talent will be recognized by the world. Haha, I shall take your words as good fortune, Luja replied with a smile. However, Qingjie, do not overexert yourself. Remember to rest. It's nothing. I'm not tired, Jiang Qingjie responded. As long as I can capture your athletic grace, all the hardship is worthwhile. In the ensuing matches, Luja's performance remained consistently outstanding. He possesses not only the ability to score independently but also the skill to orchestrate the team's offense, creating opportunities for his teammates. Under his leadership, the Diverse Alliance team has triumphed over numerous adversaries, advancing through each challenge. The audience's attention has increasingly turned to this remarkable team, applauding the triumvirate of Black Dog, Jerome, and Luja, even referring to them as the Big Three. Oh, look, the Big Three are back. This team is truly formidable. Their synergy is nothing short of flawless. With Lu's organization, Jerome's defense, and Black Dog's scoring prowess, they are simply invincible. Indeed, each member possesses unique strengths, and their combination yields immense power. Whenever the Diverse Alliance team takes to the field, the crowd erupts in waves of cheers and shouts. They have been utterly captivated by the performance of this team. During the match, Luja orchestrated the offense, delivering impressive assists. Jerome took on the roles of support and defense, safeguarding the team's interests. Meanwhile, Black Dog was in charge of explosive scoring, utilizing his incisive breakthroughs to tear through the opponent's defense. The synergy among the three has grown increasingly harmonious and formidable. Even after the match concluded, some spectators would approach Luja, requesting to take a photograph with him. "Hey, Lu, may I take a picture with you? You played exceptionally well. I am your fan." Faced with the enthusiastic fans, Luja felt somewhat overwhelmed. He never anticipated that he would amass such a considerable following at Rucker Park. This realization filled him with immense joy and pride. Although the videos uploaded by Jiangchenjie garnered only a lukewarm reception on YouTube, they sparked a fervent discussion regarding Luja's identity in far-off Huaghua. The thread about Luja in the streetball section of the Hu forum gained increasing traction. Netizens were captivated by this enigmatic individual from Huaghua, speculating wildly about his identity and expressing their thoughts. Who could this person possibly be? How come he has never been heard of before? Indeed, it is quite remarkable. To perform so exceptionally at Rucker Park, he must be anything but ordinary. Could he be a national team player? Impossible. I know all the national team members, and I've never seen him. Do you see his playing style? Doesn't he resemble someone? Who? Rose. His ability to drive to the basket is strikingly similar to that of Rose. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a resemblance. However, his passing also bears a resemblance to that of Magic Johnson. Yes, it is astonishing that both styles can manifest simultaneously in one individual. If this person were to join the national team, the future of Huagua's men's basketball would be bright. Indeed, this is precisely the guard we need, far superior to those who can only shoot from the perimeter. The netizens engaged in fervent debates, offering a myriad of conjectures. Yet, no one connected the individual in the video with Luja, who had been silenced by the national youth team. After a series of intense contests, the Diverse Alliance team finally advanced to the semifinals. In the semifinals, they encountered a formidable opponent. This team exhibited exceptional offensive capabilities, yet their defense was comparatively weak. Faced with such an adversary, Luja initially believed victory would come easily. However, the course of the match proved to be somewhat unexpected. Although the Diverse Alliance team ultimately secured the win by a margin of 8 points, progressing to the finals without significant peril, the journey was anything but effortless. Luja observed that Black Dog appeared to grow increasingly impatient. He has once again begun to favor going solo, seldom passing the ball to his teammates. Meanwhile, Jerome appears to be increasingly hesitant to take action. He devoted all his energy to defense and support, seldom taking the initiative to attack. Even when Luja presented him with an open opportunity for a shot, Jerome opted to pass rather than attempt a basket. Jerome, why aren't you shooting? In one particular play, Luja offered Jerome a splendid chance for a wide-open three-pointer. However, Jerome chose to return the pass to Luja, thereby missing a golden opportunity to score. "I believe it is safer to pass to you," Jerome remarked, his tone tinged with hesitation. Upon hearing Jerome's response, Luja felt a twinge of frustration. He was perplexed as to why Jerome had suddenly become so lacking in confidence. In the semifinals, due to the unique abilities of the Black Dog and Jerome's timidity, the offensive efforts of the Diverse Alliance team fell almost entirely upon Luja's shoulders. He must not only score for himself, but also orchestrate the offense and create opportunities for his teammates, which is an arduous task. Although he faced considerable challenges in the semifinals, Luja, through his remarkable individual prowess, led the team to victory. He possesses a remarkable ability to break through defenses with sharp precision and swift counterattacks, consistently tearing apart his opponent's lines and scoring effortlessly. However, Luja is not without his shortcomings. His shooting, particularly from beyond the arc, lacks consistency. In the semifinals, Luja's shooting percentage was somewhat below par. He repeatedly found himself with open opportunities beyond the arc, yet he failed to capitalize, missing several three-point attempts. Ultimately, it was through his drives and fast breaks that he managed to help his team establish a commanding lead. After the conclusion of the semifinals, Luja reflected on his accumulated incentive points. During this period, his exemplary performance in the EBC League had garnered him a substantial number of incentive points. Along with the remaining points from before, he now possessed a total of 4,813 incentive points, just a hair's breadth away from the 5,000 required to unlock a bronze badge. It seemed the moment had come to unveil a new badge, Luja mused to himself. He intends to unlock a three-point shooting badge to compensate for his inconsistency in shooting. Among the myriad of badges categorized under shooting, Luja immediately spotted that familiar name, Stephen Curry, three-point shooter badge, bronze, 5,000 incentive points. Without a doubt, if he had to choose, it would be Curry. Stephen Curry, one of the greatest three-point shooters in NBA history, possesses a shooting ability that is unparalleled in the realm of basketball. Although Curry had only recently entered the league in 2011, his three-point prowess had not yet reached the extraordinary heights he would later achieve. During the 2010 to 2011 season, which marked Curry's second year, he averaged 33.6 minutes on the court, scoring 18.6 points, securing 3.9 rebounds, providing 5.8 assists, and making 1.5 steals. with a three-point shooting percentage of 44. 2. While these statistics were commendable, they were still far from the standards of his peak performance. I wonder which period of Curry's career this badge's capabilities are based upon. Luja pondered with some uncertainty. He posed his inquiries to the system. Ding. The capabilities of all badges are calibrated according to the peak periods of the respective stars. The system provided a definitive response. Upon hearing this, Luja felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since the badges were based on peak performance, there could be no doubt regarding Curry's three-point shooting badge. However, a twinge of peculiarity soon crept into Luja's mind. It is now 2011. Logically, a player like Curry, who has yet to reach his peak, should not have his badge available in the system store, Luja pondered. Why, then, can I unlock Curry's badge at this moment? Moreover, if I can unlock the badges of future players now, does that not allow me to possess their abilities in advance? Isn't that tantamount to traversing someone else's path, leaving them with none? The more Luja contemplated, the more incredulous he felt. For instance, if I unlock Luka Doncic's step-back jump shot badge now, wouldn't it be akin to showing off a grand sword before Guan Yu? The thought made Luja chuckle. Yet, upon further reflection, he found little cause for astonishment. After all, he had already experienced something as extraordinary as rebirth. What was unlocking a badge of a future player in comparison? Accepting the situation, Luja mused to himself. Since the system had granted him this opportunity, he would make the most of it and strive to realize his basketball dreams as soon as possible. Just as Luja was contemplating how to further enhance his skills, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Upon turning around, he was surprised to see Alston. Hey, young man, you're playing quite well, Alston exclaimed, his tone brimming with admiration. The performance of your team has truly astonished me. Especially you, Lu. Your rate of improvement is simply remarkable. Thank you, Luja replied politely. This is the result of our collective efforts. Haha, you're quite humble, Alston chuckled. But don't forget, you previously claimed you would defeat me. I've kept that in mind. Alston shifted the conversation. I have good news. My team has also reached the finals. This means we will face each other directly in the championship. His tone was filled with anticipation, laced with a hint of provocation. I will bring my utmost strength. I won't go easy on you, Alston emphasized. You better be prepared. I look forward to our encounter in the finals. With that, Alston turned and departed. Only after Alston had left did Luja truly grasp the extent of the audacious act he had committed. He audaciously provoked a former NBA player, even boldly claiming that he would defeat him. The memory of being utterly dominated by Alston during their previous one-on-one match surged through Luja's mind, igniting a profound sense of unease within him. I cannot allow this to continue. I must find a way to swiftly enhance my skills, Luja contemplated. I must unlock the three-point badge to bolster my chances in the finals. Yet, with less than 2 days remaining until the finals, where could he possibly acquire enough incentive points rapidly? Playing street ball would undoubtedly fall short, given the limited time and the inconsistent quality of those games, making it arduous to amass a significant number of incentive points. Cheng, do you happen to know if there are any high-level basketball games happening in New York these days? Luja inquired of Cheng. High-level basketball games? Cheng was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Luja's sudden query. What's wrong? ISNT the EBC finals in just 2 days? Are you looking to compete in other games? Luja found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain to Cheng the existence of his system. After all, such a notion was utterly incredulous. Even if disclosed, Cheng might not believe it. I merely wish to play a few more games to maintain my rhythm. Luja hastily fabricated a reason to deflect. Oh, I see, Cheng responded. Though still harboring doubts, he chose not to pry further. You truly are diligent, Luja. To forego rest in favor of playing more games, compared to you, I feel utterly inadequate. I shall resign myself to being a humble agent. That is indeed the proper path. Cheng quipped in self-deprecation. Let me reach out to New York University and see if their team has any games you could join, he offered. However, Luja, do take care not to injure yourself before the finals. Your basketball journey has only just begun. It would be quite unreasonable to encounter a major setback at this early stage. Cheng cautioned. Rest assured, Cheng, I will be cautious, Luja assured him. The following day, astonishingly, Luja found himself standing within the basketball arena of New York University. He gazed around, marveling at the facilities that surpassed those he had encountered during his time with the national youth team of Wagwa. The spacious and well-lit gymnasium boasted a pristine wooden floor that gleamed under the illumination. At either end of the court stood a standard basketball hoop, each adorned with a brand-new net. Surrounding the gym were an array of training equipment, including dumbbells, barbells, treadmills, and stationary bikes, all meticulously arranged. The walls of the gym were adorned with banners commemorating the honors earned by the New York University basketball team over the years, along with photographs of notable alumni. At that moment, several players from New York University were engaged in warm-up training within the gym. Some were practicing their shooting, others were honing their dribbling skills, while some were engaged in passing drills, and others were undertaking strength training. Observing this scene, Luja was filled with emotion. The conditions here are truly remarkable, Luja thought to himself. It seems that Brother Cheng has quite an extensive network. He has managed to arrange this for me. At that moment, Cheng stood in one corner of the gym, conversing with a bald middle-aged Caucasian man. This man was none other than the head coach of the New York University basketball team, an individual who appeared exceedingly stern. As he engaged in conversation with Jiang Qingjie, he continuously scrutinized Lu Jia, his gaze laden with examination and skepticism. Although Lu Jia's command of English was not particularly strong, he could discern that the coach harbored doubts about him. However, Lu Jia had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. After all, in the eyes of Americans, individuals from China hailed from a basketball desert. On the court, prowess is the ultimate truth. Only through demonstrating skill can one earn respect. After a brief discussion with the coach, Jiang Qingjie beckoned to Lu Jia. Lu Jia, come here for a moment, he said. Lu Jia approached and stood beside Jiang Qingjie. Coach, this is Lu Jia, the player I mentioned to you. He is an exceptional basketball talent. Jiang Qingjie introduced. The coach nodded, his gaze still fixed on Lu Jia. Lu Jia, this is Coach Joe Stafford, the head coach of the New York University basketball team. Jiang Qingjie continued with the introduction. Hello, Coach, Lu Jia greeted politely. Coach Stafford nodded in acknowledgement. Once the introductions concluded, Jiang Qingjie turned to Lu Jia and said, Lu Jia, I have exerted considerable effort to secure this opportunity for you. I contacted numerous individuals and leveraged several connections to discover that the NYU basketball team has a practice match today. You must perform well. Rest assured, Qingjie. I will not let you down, Lu Jia replied. By the way, Qingjie, you are quite impressive, he added, playfully patting Jiang Qingjie on the shoulder. Of course, Jiang Qingjie replied with pride. You ought to consider who I am. However, Lu Jia, there is one thing I must clarify. Suddenly lowering his voice, Jiang Qingjie continued. I informed the coach that you were here for a tryout, hoping to join the NYU basketball team. A tryout? Lu Jia was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Qingjie to make such a declaration. Yes, a tryout, Jiang Qingjie confirmed. Otherwise, as an unknown player, how could you just approach them and request to play? They would never agree. I had no choice but to say that. I even shared the edited game footage with the coaching staff, which is how they consented to give you a tryout opportunity. You must seize this chance. After hearing Jiang Qingjie's explanation, Lu Jia finally understood. It turned out that Jiang Qingjie had resorted to this strategy to secure a chance for him to play. Thank you, Qingjie. Lu Jia expressed his gratitude. Hey, no need for formality. Jiang Qingjie waved his hand dismissively. We are brothers. Your dream is my dream. I will do everything in my power to help you realize your basketball aspirations. Although Lu Jia did not wish to join the NYU basketball team, given the circumstances, he felt it best to embrace the situation. Since I am here, I might as well make the most of it, Lu Jia thought. Let this be an ordinary practice match. After all, my goal is to earn incentive points. It matters not where I play. Thus, Lu Jia momentarily shifted his objective from helping the Diverse Alliance team win the EBC League Championship to earning as many incentive points as possible during the NYU practice match. Coach Stafford divided the NYU basketball players into two groups, one for the starting lineup and the other for substitutes. He allowed Lu Jia to join the substitute team first, assuming the role of point guard. Kid, perform well, Coach Stafford instructed Lu Jia. Show me your true capabilities. All right, Coach, Lu Jia nodded in response. The game was about to commence. Although the New York University basketball team was not considered a powerhouse in the NCAA, their prowess was commendable. The players exhibited remarkable cohesion, and their tactical execution was notably precise. However, Lu Jia did not regard them with much esteem. After all, he was a player seasoned by the trials of the EBC League, having witnessed all manner of challenges. Moreover, he now possessed the Derrick Rose Athletic Ability Badge, bronze, and the Oven Johnson Fancy Passing Badge, bronze, two formidable assets. I'm just here to earn some incentive points. There's no need to put on a show, Lu Jia mused. Let them witness my true strength. Thus, during the match, Lu Jia unleashed his full potential, completely embracing his freedom. He employs his extraordinary ability to break through defenses, effortlessly tearing apart his opponent's lines and scoring with ease. His signature maneuver of changing direction without losing speed renders his opponents utterly defenseless. On one occasion, Lu Jia held the ball on the perimeter, confronted by an aggressive defender. He suddenly accelerated, deftly maneuvering past the defender on his right. After evading the first defender, Lu Jia executed a behind-the-back dribble, skillfully bypassing the second defender who had come to assist. He then charged towards the basket, leaping high into the air to deliver a powerful one-handed slam dunk. The rim reverberated with a thunderous sound, shaking the entire arena. Wow, this young man is astonishing. Who is he? How have I never seen him before? The players from New York University were left in awe by Lu Jia's remarkable performance. They did not anticipate that this seemingly unremarkable boy with yellow skin possessed such astonishing explosive power and breakthrough capability. In addition to scoring through his breakthroughs, Lu Jia also demonstrated his exceptional passing skills. He possesses an uncanny ability to perceive his teammates' movements, delivering exquisite assists. On one occasion, as Lu Jia made a breakthrough, he unexpectedly flicked the ball behind his head, as if the basketball had a mind of its own, soaring into the hands of a teammate cutting towards the basket. The teammate effortlessly scored with a layup. In another sequence, Lu Jia held the ball on the perimeter, confronting the defense with poise. He suddenly executed a ground pass, the basketball gliding through the defender's legs, perfectly finding his teammate stationed beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, the teammate swiftly released a shot, sinking a magnificent three-pointer. This pass was nothing short of extraordinary. How did he achieve such a feat? This player not only excels at breaking through defenses but also possesses remarkable passing skills. The players from New York University were left in awe of Elja's passing prowess. They felt that Luja's passing was akin to the embodiment of the magician Johnson, brimming with imagination and creativity. After several exchanges, the players from New York University were utterly captivated by Luja. They discovered that this yellow-skinned lad was nothing short of an anomaly, akin to a bug in the system. His breakthroughs, his passes, his speed, and his strength far surpassed theirs. Under the leadership of Elja, the bench players astonishingly dominated the starters. This left the starting players from New York University feeling utterly humiliated. How is this guy so strong? His breakthroughs are simply unstoppable. And his passing, it's just too bizarre. We are the starters. How could we be outplayed by the bench like this? The starting players of New York University were filled with confusion and resentment. They could not comprehend why this suddenly emerged young man with yellow skin was so formidable. It was until a player from New York University recognized him as the recently famed Luja, who had been making waves at Rucker Park. I know him. He is that exceptionally skilled Chinese player who plays at Rucker Park. What? He is that Chinese player? Indeed. I have watched his match videos on YouTube. He is extraordinary. No wonder he is so impressive. It turns out he is that enigmatic Chinese player. Upon learning Luja's identity, the players from New York University were even more astonished. They were abuzz with speculation, filled with curiosity about Luja. Coach Stafford, on the sidelines, was equally astonished by Luja's performance. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man with yellow skin possessed such remarkable basketball talent. Where on earth did this could come from? Coach Stafford was filled with perplexity. His passing are simply outstanding. Moreover, his physical attributes are exceptional. He is swift, strong, and possesses impressive jumping ability. He is truly a born basketball player. Coach Stafford developed a keen interest in Elja. He believed that if he could recruit Luja to the New York University basketball team, the team's strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Consequently, Coach Stafford approached Jiang Qingjie and began to inquire about Luja's background. Young man, just who is this Luja? Coach Stafford asked. Which high school does he attend? Does he have an agent? Is he interested in joining a collegiate team? Faced with Coach Stafford's barrage of questions, Jiang Qingjie could only respond to each one in turn. He endeavored to present Luja's identity and background in a vague manner, a blend of truth and falsehood. Coach, you have witnessed Luja's prowess. He is undoubtedly a rare basketball prodigy, Jiang Qingjie remarked. If you could grant him an opportunity, he would surely astonish you. However, Jiang Qingjie dared not reveal that Luja merely wished to participate in a single game here and had no intention of joining New York University. What if Coach Stafford were to uncover the truth? He would undoubtedly expel him. The 10-minute scrimmage concluded swiftly, yet under Luja's leadership. The substitute team astonishingly led the starting team by over 10 points. This left everyone utterly astounded. This guy is simply too formidable. Indeed, we are no match for him. His drives, his passes, they are simply unanswerable. They never expected that a person of Asian descent could excel at basketball to such a degree. The players of New York University were in awe of Luja's performance. They were all utterly captivated by Luja's prowess. Coach Stafford, brimming with eagerness, incessantly pressed Jiang Qingjie for details regarding Luja's situation. Young man, do tell me honestly, has Luja undergone trials with other schools? Coach Stafford inquired. His tone infused with urgency. Does he have any preferred institutions? What is his interest in New York University? Jiang Qingjie found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond to Coach Stafford's queries. Coach, Luja, he has yet to decide on a school, Jiang Qingjie replied ambiguously. He is still contemplating his options. Oh, is that so? Coach Stafford's eyes sparkled with the prospect of an opportunity. That is splendid, he exclaimed. New York University would be thrilled to welcome Luja. We can offer him an athletic scholarship, along with the finest training conditions and competitive opportunities. As long as he is willing to come, everything is negotiable. Coach Stafford spoke with fervor, already envisioning Luja as the future star of the NYU basketball team. Rest assured, I will convey your sentiments to Luja, Jiang Qingjie assured him. However, the final decision rests in his own hands. While managing Coach Stafford's enthusiasm, Jiang Qingjie inwardly lamented, what am I to do now? Perceiving Jiang Qingjie's demeanor, Coach Stafford assumed he was incapable of making a decision independently and needed to confer with Luja. Consequently, Coach Stafford resolved to personally approach Luja for a discussion. He could no longer contain his anticipation. He needed to recruit Luja as swiftly as possible to avert any protracted delays. Coach Stafford approached Luja with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Luja, your performance today was nothing short of extraordinary. I have never encountered a player as talented as you. Would you be interested in joining our basketball team at New York University? We boast the finest coaching staff, state-of-the-art training facilities, and the most passionate fan base. If you come aboard, I assure you that you will be able to realize your basketball aspirations here. In the face of Coach Stafford's fervent invitation, Luja was momentarily taken aback. It was only then that he recalled his initial statement about coming to New York University for a trial. However, his true intention was never to join the university's basketball team. His objective is to accumulate incentive points, unlock the Stephen Curry three-point shooting badge, bronze, and subsequently triumph over Alston in the EBC finals. Currently, he is merely a fraction shy of 5,000 incentive points and must continue to participate in matches. Thank you for your kindness, Coach, Luja remarked. However, I wish to play a few more games. A few more games? Coach Stafford was taken aback. He could not comprehend Luja's intentions. You have successfully passed the trial and demonstrated your capabilities. Coach Stafford exclaimed. What are you still uncertain about? It's not that. Coach, Luja clarified. I simply feel that I have not yet had my fill of the game. I desire to partake in a few more matches. Coach Stafford was taken aback by Luja's explanation. It was the first time he had encountered a player who, after a trial, actively requested to continue playing matches. What on earth is this lad thinking? Coach Stafford pondered, filled with perplexity. Could it be that he wishes to gain a deeper understanding of his prospective teammates through these games? Suddenly, a wave of elation surged within Coach Stafford. What does this signify? It indicates that Luja has an interest in our New York University. Otherwise, why would he desire to learn more about his teammates? Coach Stafford secretly rejoiced, convinced that Luja's joining New York University was a foregone conclusion. Very well, Luja, since you wish to partake in a few more matches. Then let us proceed, Coach Stafford declared. I shall arrange for the players to continue engaging in training games with you. This time, I will assign you to the starting lineup, allowing you to harmonize with your future teammates. As he spoke, Coach Stafford patted Luja on the shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Thank you, Coach, Luja replied. Thus, Luja continued to participate in several training matches. However, after completing one match, he realized that his motivation points had still not reached 5,000. Consequently, he approached Coach Stafford once more with a request to keep playing. Coach, I would like to play another match, Luja stated. What? You want to play again? Coach Stafford was genuinely astonished. It was indeed the first time he encountered a player as passionate about the game as Luja. Nonetheless, Coach Stafford did not deny Luja's request. After all, Luja's performance was truly remarkable. He could hardly contain his eagerness for Luja to participate in more matches. Very well, Luja, let us play one more game, Coach Stafford declared. However, this shall be the final match. Understood, Coach. Thank you, Luja responded. The players from New York University were already feeling overwhelmed by Luja's prowess on the court. They simply cannot comprehend why this young man with yellow skin possesses such remarkable prowess. His breakthroughs, his passes, his speed, and his strength left them in utter despair. Throughout the match, they were utterly incapable of containing Luja, forced to witness him score time and again and assist his teammates in their own triumphs. This guy is simply extraordinary. Indeed, we are no match for him. Why does the coach persist in having us compete against him? Isn't this a form of self-inflicted torment? Who can say? Perhaps the coach perceives us as lacking in skill. The players from New York University were abuzz with conversation. Astounded by Luja's prowess and perplexed by Coach Stafford's strategy, they began to harbor doubts regarding whether Luja truly wished to join the basketball team at New York University. Do you think Luja genuinely wants to be part of our team? I am uncertain, but judging by his demeanor, he appears quite interested in our squad. If he indeed joins us, our team's prowess would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Indeed, with him on board, we might even secure a spot in the NCAA championship. Nonetheless, I still find it somewhat peculiar. Why does he insist on competing? Who knows? Perhaps he simply has a passion for basketball. The players of New York University are filled with anticipation for Luja's future, hoping he will join their ranks and lead them to greater achievements. However, they are also perplexed by his unusual behavior, unable to comprehend his fervent love for the game. After a morning filled with scrimmages, the players of the NYU basketball team were utterly exhausted. They had never engaged in such an extended and intense competition before. Each one of them was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and collapsed on the ground, too exhausted to move a muscle. Even the physically formidable Luja felt a twinge of fatigue. However, what brought Luja solace was that after a morning of fierce struggle, he had finally amassed 5,000 incentive points. At last, it was sufficient. A wave of excitement surged within Luja. He decided to cease the competition and no longer continue playing. Upon witnessing Luja finally come to a halt, Coach Stafford let out a long sigh of relief. To be frank, he was feeling somewhat bewildered and even a bit numb at that moment. After years of coaching, it was his first encounter with a player as energetic as Luja. Typically, when players come for trials, a single match suffices, even if asked to play another. They would manage at most 1 or 2 additional games. Yet, Luja was different. He astonishingly played an entire morning of matches without pause. Moreover, throughout the competition, Luja's performance remained consistently exceptional, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. This left Coach Stafford utterly amazed. What further perplexed him was that, despite having expressed his desire to recruit Luja and even offering a sports scholarship, Luja insisted on continuing to play. What could possibly be the reason for this? Was my communication not sufficiently clear? Coach Stafford began to reflect, feeling the necessity to have a more in-depth conversation with Luja. Thus, he approached Luja directly and said, "As long as you are willing to join us, I can assure you that you will receive the finest training and development here. If you have any other requests, please feel free to voice them, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you." Coach Stafford spoke fervently, his tone imbued with sincerity and anticipation. He hoped to sway Luja with his sincerity, inviting him to join the basketball team at New York University. However, Luja's response left Coach Stafford utterly astonished. "Coach, I appreciate your kindness," Luja said. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his feelings to Coach Stafford. He cast a glance at Jiang Qingjie, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. What could be done? After all, Jiang Qingjie's claim was that he had come to New York University for a trial, which had led to this predicament. He never anticipated that the coach would take such a keen interest in him. Upon noticing Luja's gaze, Jiang Qingjie realized he had indeed put himself in a difficult situation. He hurried over, attempting to mediate the situation. "Coach." It's like this, Jiang Qingjie began to explain but was interrupted by Coach Stafford. "Young man, hold your tongue for a moment," Coach Stafford interjected. "I wish to hear Luja's own thoughts." Coach Stafford fixed his gaze intently on Luja, eager to discern his true sentiments. "Luja, do you harbor any reservations about our New York University?" Coach Stafford inquired. "Do you believe that our basketball program does not measure up to your standards? It is perfectly acceptable for you to voice your concerns. We can discuss them together. As long as you are willing to join us, everything can be negotiated." "No, Coach. That is not my intention," Luja quickly clarified. "I do not think poorly of New York University. I merely what?" Coach Stafford pressed further. "Have you already been in contact with other institutions? What sort of offers have they extended to you? Share with me, and I shall endeavor to match those conditions. As long as you are willing to come to New York University, everything is open for discussion." Coach Stafford's tone was imbued with urgency, for he was genuinely intent on not missing out on a talent like Luja. Faced with Coach Stafford's fervor, Luja felt somewhat at a loss for words. He never anticipated that he would encounter such a situation. Indeed, the greater the ability, the larger the trouble. "Coach, I sincerely appreciate your kindness," Luja remarked. "However, I truly have no intention of joining the university basketball team. My ambition lies within the NBA." Upon hearing Luja's response, Coach Stafford was taken aback. He momentarily failed to navigate the curve. "The NBA? Are you implying that you wish to enter the NBA directly?" Coach Stafford inquired, his tone laced with astonishment. "Indeed, Coach." Luja nodded and replied, "That is my aspiration." Coach Stafford was utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Luja would utter such words. It was utterly incredible. "Luja, you cannot be serious, can you?" Coach Stafford found it hard to believe. "Coach, I assure you, I am not jesting," Luja responded earnestly. "What I say is the truth. I am genuinely grateful for your recognition of my talent, but I must decline the opportunity to join the New York University basketball team. I apologize for disappointing you." With that, Luja bowed respectfully to Coach Stafford and turned to leave the gymnasium. Jiang Qingjie quickly offered a brief apology to Coach Stafford before following Luja out, leaving Coach Stafford standing alone, utterly bewildered. He has yet to recover from the shock. This kid dares to claim that his aspiration is the NBA? How could that possibly be? Who does he think he is, LeBron James? Coach Stafford feels an overwhelming sense of disbelief, coupled with profound disappointment. He initially believed he had discovered a basketball prodigy. Little did he know that this genius was, in fact, a madman. In the gymnasium, the players of the New York University basketball team were equally astonished by Luja's words. They all stood with their mouths agape, rendered speechless. This fellow claims his ambition is the NBA? How utterly audacious. Who does he think he is? What a lunatic. The players of the New York University basketball team lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. They gazed at the receding figure of Luja, their hearts awash with a myriad of emotions. There was astonishment, confusion, admiration, and even disdain. Yet, regardless of their sentiments, they could not deny that Luja was indeed a remarkably unique player. His prowess, confidence, and arrogance left a profound impression on them. On the day of the finals, Luja arrived early at Rock Park to avoid the awkward situation he encountered last time when unlocking the flashy passing badge of Magic Johnson, where he could not immediately experience the badge's effects. Luja decided to arrive a few hours in advance to acclimate to the venue and test the efficacy of his new badge. However, there was really nothing much to adapt to. After all these days, Luja had become exceedingly familiar with Rock Park, almost as if it were his second home. As he stepped into the park, several fans recognized him and greeted him enthusiastically, expressing their unwavering support. "Hey, Lou, good luck in the finals. We are cheering for you. You are the best." Hearing the encouraging voices of the fans, Luja felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude in his heart. He waved cheerfully to the fans before stepping onto the court. Luja noticed that today's South arrangement at Rock Park was somewhat different from usual. Despite the fact that the match was still hours away, numerous staff members were already bustling about. The ground was adorned with a special finals design, featuring a colossal trophy emblem and the striking word final, which stood out remarkably. Surrounding the area were sound equipment and other devices. Someone was adjusting the microphone, producing intermittent test sounds. Others were meticulously organizing the cheering towels provided by sponsors, stacking them neatly together. It was evident that the organizers had made extensive preparations for this final, creating quite the spectacle. Upon witnessing such a scene, a surge of determination welled up within Luja. "I must perform exceptionally well," he thought to himself. "I wonder if any NBA scouts are present today. If they take notice of me, it would bring me one step closer to the NBA." Luja scanned his surroundings, attempting to pinpoint any scouts concealed among the crowd. However, after a prolonged search, he failed to identify any suspicious figures. "Oh, perhaps I should not indulge in fanciful dreams," Luja chuckled to himself. "With my current abilities, how could I possibly attract the attention of NBA scouts? I should remain grounded and take one step at a time." Luja entered the court and began his shooting warm-up. The court staff recognized him as a participant in the finals and did not hinder him, greeting him warmly instead. He first attempted several three-point shots near the arc. The feel of the shots was satisfactory, yet the accuracy left much to be desired. "Alas, my three-point shooting is still lacking," Luja sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. "During regular training, I was quite accurate. Why does my shooting percentage plummet under the pressure of a high-stakes match? I distinctly remember that I was a good shooter in high school. How could I have regressed so much since my rebirth? It seems that people often embellish their memories." Luja chuckled to himself once more. He accessed the system panel to check his incentive point balance. Without hesitation, he unlocked Stephen Curry's three-point shooting badge, bronze. Ding. The host chose to purchase the Stephen Curry three-point shooting badge, bronze, which requires 5,000 incentive points. "Do you confirm the purchase?" "Confirm." Ding. Purchase successful. 5,000 incentive points deducted. Remaining balance, 13. The Stephen Curry three-point shooting badge, bronze, has been equipped. With the system's notification sound, Luja's incentive points instantly diminished by 5,000, leaving him with a mere 13 points. However, simultaneously, Luja distinctly felt a transformation in his connection with the basketball. This is precisely the effect a badge should possess. Luja's heart surged with excitement. He was eager to test the prowess of the new badge. Luja picked up the basketball, positioned himself beyond the three-point line, and commenced his shooting. Swish. The ball traced a graceful arc, finding nothing but net. Swish. Another perfect shot. Swish. Yet another flawless basket. Luja scored consecutively, each shot a pristine swish. This filled him with immense delight. Indeed, Curry's three-point shooting badge is truly remarkable. Luja mused to himself. He took a step back, positioning himself even further from the three-point line, and launched another shot. Swish. The basketball found its way through the net once more. Swish. It went in again. Swish. Yet another successful shot. Luja scored consecutively, his shooting touch radiating with remarkable intensity. He continually retreated until he reached the vicinity of the center circle, then he unleashed another shot. Whoosh. The basketball arced through the air with an extraordinary trajectory, swishing through the net effortlessly. Whoosh. Another one in. Whoosh. Yet another. Whoosh. The shots kept sinking. Luja scored consistently near the center circle until he missed his fifth attempt. At that moment, Luja felt completely at ease. Haha. Now this is a sure thing. He rejoiced inwardly. With Curry's three-point shooting badge, I am far more confident in the finals. Turning to glance back, he noticed the court staff staring at him in astonishment, their mouths agape and speechless. Some even began to applaud and cheer for him. Well, it was simply spectacular. This guy was on fire. Did you see that? He made 4 consecutive shots from half court. The staff buzzed with excitement, marveling at Luja's performance. Observing their reaction, Luja suddenly realized that his display had perhaps been a bit too extraordinary. To avoid prematurely revealing his secret weapon before the finals, he hastily ceased shooting. He smiled and then exited the arena. More than an hour before the match commenced, Rock Park was already teeming with spectators, every seat occupied. The host at the center of the field, microphone in hand, tirelessly invigorated the atmosphere. The exhilarating music, deafening in its intensity, stirred the blood. The audience, their spirits lifted, waved their glow sticks and cheering towels, reveling in the rhythm of the music, joyously shouting and cheering. In the players' lounge, colossal speakers blared thunderous rock music, nearly overwhelming the eardrums. Jiang Qingjie leaned close to Luja's ear, shouting, "Luja, I have splendid news to share with you." "What good news?" Luja shouted back. He had to shout at the top of his lungs to ensure Jiang Qingjie could comprehend his words. "Someone has contacted me," Jiang Qingjie exclaimed. "Who?" Luja inquired. "They left me a message on YouTube, inviting you to participate in a league," Jiang Qingjie shouted. "What league?" Luja asked. Due to the overwhelming noise at the scene, he could not discern which league Jiang Qingjie was referring to. Upon hearing the word league, a wave of intense excitement and anticipation surged within Luja. Could it be the NBA? Luja pondered. Is it true that an NBA scout has taken notice of me and invited me to play in the NBA? This is simply unbelievable. Could it really be that my wishes are manifesting? Luja's heart raced, and he felt his blood boiling with exhilaration. He felt that he had taken another step closer to his dream. I must perform exceptionally well, Luja thought to himself. I want those NBA scouts to witness the prowess of Luja. On the other side of the court, the players of the Diverse Alliance team were engaged in their warm-up routines. Luja noticed that the Black Dogs appeared particularly invigorated today. He continuously dashed and leaped across the court, even showcasing a few thunderous dunks. Each slam dunk elicited a wave of cheers and screams from the audience. Hey, Tyran. Conserve your energy, Jerome remarked to the Black Dog. Today's opponents are formidable. Don't squander all your stamina on warm-ups. Jerome's tone was laced with concern, sensing that the Black Dog was overly exuberant today. Humph, what do you know? The Black Dog retorted dismissively. I am merely warming up, getting my body in motion, so I can perform at my best during the game. Observing the dynamics between the black dog and Jerome, a sense of unease washed over Lucia. What is happening with these two? One is excessively exuberant, while the other is overly anxious. This does not bode well. Lucia pondered. On the opposite side of the court, Alston and his teammates were also engaged in their warm-up routine. Lucia noted that Alston appeared more serious today than on any previous occasion. His gaze was imbued with focus and determination, reminiscent of a poised cheetah, ever ready to pounce on its prey. Witnessing Alston's expression, Lucia's heart grew wary. He understood that today's match would be a fierce battle. Lucia took a deep breath and commenced his warm-up routine. He aimed to swiftly immerse himself in the competitive spirit, preparing for this crucial final match. Soon, the time for the game arrived. The host, microphone in hand, stepped into the center of the court. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lock Park," he proclaimed, his voice resonating through the venue, reaching every corner of the arena. "Today marks the day of the EBC League Finals. Let us extend the warmest applause to the two teams competing in the championship." Under the host's guidance, the atmosphere surged with excitement. The audience rose to their feet, waving their glow sticks and rally towels, cheering fervently for their favored teams. "First, let us welcome the Diverse Alliance team," the host announced with enthusiasm. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the players of Diverse Alliance entered the court in succession. The first to step forward was their demolitions expert, Talon Williams. Known as Black Dog, the host introduced him with fervor. Black Dog raised his arms, acknowledging the audience, eliciting a wave of applause and cheers. Next to take the stage was their guardian, Jerome Williams. The host continued. Jerome waved to the audience, his face adorned with a shy smile. Following him, let us welcome their secret weapon, the phenomenal talent from Huagua, Lu. The host introduced Lucia. He boasted explosive athleticism and astonishing passing skills akin to those of a magician. "Let us witness the surprises he will bring us today." Lu, Lu, Lu. The audience chanted in unison, the fervor reaching its zenith. Lucia waved to the crowd, his heart brimming with gratitude and excitement. He knew that his efforts during this period were not in vain. "Fortunately, I still have some three-point shots up my sleeve that remain undisclosed. Today's final will showcase my prowess," Lucia thought to himself. "Next, let us welcome their opponents." The host elongated his voice, deliberately building anticipation. "The leader of this team, let us grandly present. He was once a legend on the streets of New York. Once known as Skatamalu, he is none other than the former NBA player, Rafer Alston." The host's voice suddenly soared, igniting the atmosphere in the venue. "Oh, Alston, Skatamalu." The audience erupted into frenzied cheers and deafening roars. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Alston and his teammates entered the court. Alston waved to the audience, wearing a confident smile upon his face. His gaze fell upon Elja, who met Alston's stare with unwavering resolve and determination. The real spectacle is just beginning, Elja contemplated. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the music in the venue faded into silence. The players took their positions at the center of the court, preparing for the jump ball. For the Diverse Alliance team, Jerome was designated for the jump, while their adversary sent forth a center slightly shorter than Jerome. "Surely, we can secure this jump," Elja mused. "After all, Jerome boasts the finest height and leaping ability in our squad." The referee tossed the ball high into the air, and both Jerome and the opposing center leaped simultaneously, vying for possession. To Jerome's astonishment, he found himself outmatched. The shorter center managed to touch the basketball first, deftly directing it to his teammate. Is this true prowess? Jerome was taken aback, realizing the formidable skill of his opponent. As the match commenced, per their prearranged strategy, Black Dog was tasked with marking Alston. "Hey, old man, you're past your prime." Black Dog initiated a barrage of trash talk, aiming to rattle Alston's composure. "Today, you'll discover who reigns supreme at Rucker Park." "Oh, really?" Alston retorted, dribbling the ball with ease. "Let me see if you've made any progress over the years." Though Black Dog had previously played in the NBA Development League, showcasing considerable talent, age had inevitably dulled his athleticism. In contrast, Alston, despite having retired years ago, maintained his technical prowess and experience at an elevated level. During their matchup, Black Dog clearly found himself at a disadvantage as Alston consistently scored, demonstrating his formidable individual skills. In one possession, Alston held the ball beyond the arc, facing Black Dog's defense. He first executed a feint to the right, then, in a swift motion, dribbled behind his back, transferring the ball to his left hand. Immediately following this, he accelerated past the defender on his left side. After evading the opponent, Alston charged towards the basket, effortlessly laying the ball in for a score. In another sequence, Alston held the ball in the low post, engaging in a back-to-the-basket isolation against his defender. He leveraged his physical advantage, colliding with the Black Dog twice in succession, before executing a sudden pivot and launching a backhand jump shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc, elegantly settling into the hoop. Swish. The crisp sound of the net sent the audience into a frenzy. "Ski, ski, Skatoilu." The spectators collectively chanted Alston's nickname, applauding his remarkable performance. Witnessing Alston's consecutive scores, the Black Dog began to exhibit signs of impatience. He also sought to respond to Alston with points, yet he could never find a suitable opportunity to take a shot. Under Alston's stringent defense, the Black Dog's offensive efficiency was exceedingly low. Several attempts fell short of the mark, leaving him frustrated. Observing the black dog's performance, a wave of unease surged within Lucia. Why has the black dog begun to isolate himself again? Lucia pondered. Moreover, the intensity of his matchup with Alston is rather excessive, isn't it? Could it be that the opponent he had longed to confront was none other than Alston? At this moment, the black dog on the court, confronted by Alston's defense, was consumed by a sense of resentment and fury. From a young age, he exhibited extraordinary talent for basketball, dominating at Rucker Park. Even during his youth, he found himself in fierce competition with Alston on the court. At that time, Alston's skill level surpassed his by a slight margin, yet Black Dog persevered, diligently honing his craft in an effort to keep pace with Alston. Eventually, Alston succeeded in entering the NBA, establishing himself as a professional player. In contrast, Black Dog could only find sporadic work in the NBA Development League, earning a meager salary and leading an uncertain life. Nevertheless, despite these challenges, Black Dog never relinquished his dream of basketball. He has always harbored the belief that one day he would stand on the NBA court, even if only for a fleeting minute. However, a devastating injury shattered the dreams of the Black Dog completely. His athletic abilities have been severely compromised, rendering him incapable of pursuing a career as a professional athlete. What adds to the despair of the Black Dog is that, as an informal player in the Development League, he must bear the burden of his medical expenses alone. This situation is nothing short of a cruel blow to the already impoverished Black Dog's family. Yet, despite enduring such a heavy setback, the Black Dog has never relinquished his passion for basketball. He returned to Rock Park, resuming his game and fervently pursuing his shattered dreams. After all these years, the flame within the Black Dog remained undiminished. Today, as he once again had the opportunity to compete alongside Alston, the competitive spirit within him was thoroughly ignited. He yearned to conquer Alston, to validate his worth, and to reclaim the justice he believed he deserved after years of perseverance and effort. Thus, he fought with unparalleled fervor and relentless determination. He was acutely aware that this might be his final opportunity. As the competition progressed, the Black Dog continued to exhibit an impatient vigor in his performance. He incessantly called for the ball, yearning to engage Alston in a one-on-one duel. Yet he perpetually failed to seize a favorable opportunity for a shot. Tyrone remained composed. Jerome endeavored to counsel the Black Dog. Pass the ball out. Let us play team basketball. Silence. The Black Dog brusquely interrupted Jerome's plea. This is my battle with him. Mind your own business. On the offensive end, the Black Dog struggled to shake off Alston's relentless defense, his shots repeatedly veering off the mark. Conversely, on the defensive front, he was thoroughly outmatched by Alston, who adeptly capitalized on his experience and skill to score at will, leaving the Black Dog utterly defenseless. In one instance, while attacking, the Black Dog's exaggerated movements led the referee to call an offensive foul against him. Beep. The referee's whistle only served to further incite the Black Dog's fury. He shouted furiously at the referee, protesting against what he perceived as unfair officiating. Hey, what are you doing? The referee sternly warned the agitated player. If you continue this way, I will issue a technical foul. Yet, the player remained relentless, persisting in his complaints to the referee. The whistle blew sharply once more, and the referee called a technical foul against him. Observing this, Jerome hurried over and grasped the player's arm. Tyrone, calm down, Jerome implored. If you keep this up, you'll be ejected from the game. Simultaneously, Jerome gestured to the referee, requesting a timeout. Across the court, Alston watched Tyrone, his eyes betraying a hint of complex emotions. He seemed to grasp the emotions of the Black Dog, yet he felt a sense of regret for his impulsiveness. During the intermission, the Black Dog remained unable to calm himself. He incessantly complained, even slamming the water bottle in frustration to vent his discontent. Tyrone, listen to me. Jerome attempted to calm the agitated Black Dog. I understand your desire to win, but playing this way will not secure a victory. We are a team, and we must strive together to achieve success. However, Black Dog was wholly unresponsive to Jerome's words. He remained ensnared in his own emotions, unable to extricate himself. Upon witnessing the sight of the Black Dog, Jerome suddenly bellowed, Tyrone, look at the scoreboard. Observe how far behind we are. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through the expanse of the field. Startled by Jerome's outburst, the Black Dog lifted his head and gazed up at the scoreboard. There, he beheld the widening gap between the two teams, which had now escalated to a staggering 15 points. As he processed this score, the expression on the Black Dog's face grew increasingly intricate. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes brimming with a sense of loss and frustration. Tyrone, why don't you take a moment to rest on the sidelines? Jerome suggested, his tone softening slightly. We'll handle this match. Lou, take charge of the rhythm. Jerome directed towards Lucia. All right, I understand. Lucia nodded in response. He noticed that Jerome's voice trembled slightly, as if he were recalling some unpleasant memories. Jiangxingjie observed Lucia taking the court, yet he did not advance with the ball as he had previously, which struck him as peculiar. Lucia, why aren't you taking the ball? Jiangxingjie shouted from the sidelines, waving his camera enthusiastically. You need to showcase your skills. Only then will you have a chance at exposure. Lucia nodded, indicating that he had heard him. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Lucia brought the ball into the front court and began orchestrating the offense. To his surprise, Alston actively stepped forward to defend against him. What is this? Have you finally mustered the courage to challenge me directly? Alston remarked, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Lucia. I thought you preferred to hide behind your teammates, too afraid to confront me head-on. Alston's taunts, however, did not incite anger in Lucia. He understood that Alston was deliberately provoking him, aiming to unsettle his composure. Elja took a deep breath and then began to dribble the ball. He did not choose to break through as he had before. Instead, he lowered his center of gravity, carefully observing Alston's defensive positioning. Alston did not press Elja closely, but rather allowed him a step, fixating intently on every movement Elja made. He had assumed that Lucia would, as before, utilize his remarkable speed and agility to break through his defense. However, to Alston's surprise, Lucia chose not to make that attempt. He suddenly raised his arm. Assuming the posture of a basketball shot, Alston promptly stepped forward, attempting to thwart Lucia's attempt. However, it was already too late. Lucia, positioned just beyond the three-point line, unleashed the ball. Swish. The basketball traced a graceful arc before settling perfectly into the hoop. A flawless shot. The arena fell into a hushed silence, as everyone was left in awe of Lucia's remarkable three-pointer. They were utterly astonished that Elja would unexpectedly take a shot from this position, and with such remarkable precision. Alston, too, was taken aback. He turned to watch the basketball bounce a few times beneath the hoop before regaining his composure. What trick is this lad pulling now? Alston pondered. When did he acquire the skill to shoot three-pointers? Why have I never witnessed him employ this tactic before? Alston was filled with both amazement and bewilderment. He believed that Elja was merely feeling a bit nervous in front of him, hesitant to break through, which led to his seemingly random shot. Little did he expect that it would actually find its mark. Alston approached Elja, patted him on the shoulder, and with a smile remarked, "Well done, young man. That three-pointer was quite impressive. However, do not assume that this alone will secure your victory over me. I advise you to unleash your true potential." Upon hearing Alston's words, Elja felt somewhat perplexed. Haven't I already let loose? He pondered. I showcased my three-pointer right from the start. Isn't that sufficient? Why does Alston claim that I haven't fully unleashed my abilities? What could he possibly mean? Elja found himself at a loss regarding Alston's intentions. Alston initiated his offensive, and Jerome stepped forward to defend against him. Jerome was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Alston. Yet he endeavored with all his might to thwart Alston's scoring attempts. Nevertheless, in the face of Alston's prowess, Jerome's defense appeared somewhat clumsy. Alston commenced his personal showcase. He moves like a nimble sprite, ceaselessly leaping and changing direction on the court, dribbling the ball skillfully between his legs. In his hands, the basketball seems to possess a life of its own, as he deftly manipulates it with effortless grace. At times, he executed a nimble leap to evade Jerome's defense, while at other moments, he employed a back-to-the-basket dribble that left Jerome utterly bewildered. Despite Jerome's considerable height, he found himself unable to keep pace with Alston's rhythm. Becoming a mere plaything in Alston's hands, Alston relentlessly dribbled, performing between-the-legs dribbles and alternating between his left and right hands with finesse. He suddenly executed a sharp pivot, followed by an acceleration that allowed him to maneuver past Jerome's right side. After surpassing Jerome, Alston opted not to attempt a layup immediately. Instead, he made a sudden halt and performed a step-back jump shot. Swish. The basketball gracefully descended into the net. Woo. Ski. Ski. Skatamalu. The audience erupted in a chorus of astonishment, applauding Alston's remarkable display. In yet another play, Alston employed a series of deft crossovers, unsettling Jerome's balance. Then, with a swift behind-the-back dribble, he transferred the ball to his left hand. Immediately, he lowered his center of gravity and accelerated to the left, evading Jerome before executing a floater that sent the ball soaring through the hoop. Yeah, the crowd's cheers grew even more fervent, witnessing Alston's exquisite ball-handling skills. Jerome could only stand by in awe. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between him and Alston. As Alston continued to score consecutively, the point differential widened even further. When it was Lucia's turn to attack, he found himself once again confronted by Alston's formidable defense. He understood that there was no absolute advantage between himself and Alston. Alston still opted to give him some space, vigilantly guarding against his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Lucia's teammates struggled to shake off their opponent's defense. He intended to pass the ball, yet found himself devoid of favorable passing opportunities. In a state of helplessness, Lucia was compelled to opt for a continued attempt at a three-point shot. He stood once more beyond the three-point line, raising his hand to take the shot. Swish. The basketball seamlessly found its way through the net once again. Witnessing Elja sink another three-pointer, Alston was momentarily taken aback. He found himself perplexed by the sudden prowess with which Lucia had taken to three-point shooting. Had he been concealing his true abilities all along? Why have you ceased to dare to penetrate? Alston remarked with a grin, observing Lucia. Were you not intent on defeating me? Why do you hesitate even to make a breakthrough? Alston's banter did not seem to perturb Lucia in the slightest. He merely smiled faintly before dribbling the ball once more, preparing for his next offensive move. This time, Lucia opted for a three-point shot again. Swish. The basketball once again sailed through the net without touching the rim. After successfully landing 2 consecutive three-pointers, Alston was left in a state of perplexity. He began to suspect that Lucia might not be merely feigning ignorance. but rather genuinely possessed the ability to shoot three-pointers. In the subsequent round, Alston continued to employ a defensive strategy that allowed Liu some leeway. He decided to take a gamble, wagering on Elja's three-point shot, attributing it merely to luck. However, this time, Elja's attempt from beyond the arc failed to find its mark. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim, bouncing back. Observing Elja's miss, Alston exhaled deeply with relief. Indeed, his previous three-pointer was merely a fluke. Alston mused. Now, I can defend him with confidence. Upon witnessing his own unsuccessful shot, Elja cursed under his breath. Damn that bronze badge, it clearly lacks efficacy. It seems I must hasten to upgrade it to a golden one. Yet, to Alston's astonishment, in the ensuing offensive sequences, Elja remarkably sank 2 consecutive three-pointers. Swish, swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed throughout the arena once more. At this moment, Alston found himself utterly perplexed. He cannot comprehend whether Liu's three-point shots are merely luck or if they genuinely reflect his skill. He began to doubt his previous judgments. Moreover, the tempo of the match had entirely transformed into Alston's dazzling dribbling exhibition, pitted against Liu's three-point shooting contest. The two individuals engaged in a fierce exchange on the court, neither yielding an inch. Each offensive maneuver elicited waves of applause from the audience. The spectators grew increasingly astonished, as they had not anticipated that Elja would unveil yet another skill, truly enigmatic in its nature. In the ensuing rounds, Alston began to display his formidable individual prowess. He skillfully leveraged his extensive competition experience and exceptional basketball prowess to consistently score, leaving Jerome utterly defenseless. During one offensive play, Alston executed a series of deft dribbles between his legs, skillfully shifting Jerome's center of gravity, before suddenly accelerating past Jerome's right side. Jerome attempted to keep pace, but his footwork could not match Alston's speed. He could only watch helplessly as Alston effortlessly made a layup. Now that is how one plays the game, Alston remarked to Jerome, his tone laced with disdain. In another sequence, Alston held the ball beyond the three-point line, poised against Jerome's defense. He initially executed a feint to the left, followed by a sudden retreating step before launching a jump shot. Jerome hastily advanced to block. Yet he was a fraction too late. Alston's release was remarkably swift. The moment he took the shot, Jerome realized he had already missed his opportunity. The basketball traced a graceful arc, confidently finding its way into the net. Swish. The crisp sound of the ball netting sent the spectators into a frenzy. Jerome struggled significantly while defending against Alston. He felt that every defensive maneuver was akin to battling a ferocious beast, leaving him utterly exhausted. During one particular play, Jerome, while defending against Alston, committed a foul due to an overly aggressive movement, as judged by the referee. This incident rendered Jerome increasingly hesitant, instilling a sense of trepidation that made him reluctant to engage in defense. Meanwhile, Alston grew more audacious, even showcasing some highly entertaining street ball moves. In one sequence, Alston dribbled past Jerome, and as he maneuvered by, he tossed the basketball towards Jerome's head, then gracefully circled around him, catching the ball mid-air before effortlessly scoring with a layup. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astonished. They never anticipated that Alston would score in such a playful manner. Meanwhile, Jerome was utterly flustered. He felt that his dignity was being trampled upon by Alston, and he sensed that his confidence was gradually eroding. Witnessing Jerome's deteriorating condition, Liu realized he could no longer remain passive. He approached Jerome and said, "Jerome, take a moment to rest. I shall guard Alston." After a brief hesitation, Jerome nodded in agreement. He realized that his current state rendered him incapable of stopping Alston. Liu stepped forward voluntarily, taking over from Jerome, and began to closely monitor Alston. He understood that Alston possessed formidable strength, and he must exert himself to the utmost if he were to keep pace with his rhythm. With the enhancement of the Ross Athletic Ability Badge, Elja experienced a significant boost in both speed and explosiveness, allowing him to barely keep up with Alston's velocity. However, despite Elja's utmost efforts, he could not entirely curtail Alston's performance. Alston continued to capitalize on his extensive experience and remarkable technique, scoring effortlessly. During one defensive play, Alston executed a sharp change of direction, completely throwing Elja off balance, and then easily scored with a layup. As Elja watched the basketball swish through the net, he couldn't help but marvel. NBA players truly live up to their reputation. Even in retirement, they remain so formidable. It seems I still have a long journey ahead. Nevertheless, Elja did not succumb to discouragement. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and once again plunged into the fray of offense. When it was Elja's turn to attack, he found himself once more confronted by Alston's formidable defense. Alston seemed to have recognized Elja's proficiency from beyond the arc, and thus began to closely shadow him, denying him any opportunity to shoot. Elja understood that he needed to adapt. He could no longer afford to focus solely on his three-point attempts as he had before. He resolved to break through. Elja executed a series of dribbles beneath his legs, then suddenly accelerated to the right for a breakthrough. Alston swiftly shifted laterally, obstructing Elja's path. Rather than forcing his way through, Elja unexpectedly performed a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand. Immediately, he lowered his center of gravity and accelerated leftward once more. Alston closely shadowed Elja, denying him any opportunity, though Elja found himself unable to penetrate. He cleverly utilized his ability to draw Alston's defensive attention, thereby creating an opportunity for a pass. Elvie just sent the ball to the cutting Jerome. At that moment, Jerome faced an unguarded lane, ready to effortlessly score with a layup. Dunk it, Jerome. Dunk it. Boost the morale, Elvija shouted, hoping Jerome would channel his momentum and regain his confidence. However, to Elvija's disappointment, Jerome hesitated. He opted not for a dunk, but rather for a stationary jump shot. Clang. The basketball struck the rim and ricocheted out. Alas, Lucia sighed in resignation. He sensed that Jerome's condition was utterly amiss. It was not only Jerome. The Black Dog's demeanor was also exceedingly peculiar. Both individuals had lost their usual composure and confidence, becoming exceedingly anxious and flustered. If we cannot restore their state of mind, we are truly in jeopardy in this match, thought Lucia, as the first half concluded. Thanks to Lucia's consecutive three-point shots, the Diverse Alliance team managed to narrow the score to a mere 10-point deficit. In the break area, after observing Lucia's performance, Black Dog felt a tumult of emotions within, though he was reluctant and unwilling to acknowledge it. He had no choice but to confront a harsh reality. Lucia was indeed superior to him. His precise three-point shooting and fluid offensive skills left the Black Dog feeling inferior. Have I truly aged? The Black Dog pondered, his eyes filled with confusion. Although he recognized that his abilities were no longer what they once were, the fervent obsession within him had yet to extinguish. He still yearns to return to the field and engage in a confrontation with Alston. He yearned to demonstrate his prowess, to prove that he could still fight and uphold the dignity of Rock Park. During the halftime break, Jerome endeavored to persuade Black Dog to regain his composure. Tyrone, please try to remain calm, Jerome implored. Look at your current condition. If this continues, we will undoubtedly lose the match. That's none of your concern. Black Dog brusquely interrupted Jerome. I am fully aware of my own affairs. I must take to the field. I must face Alston in a decisive duel. However, in your present state, you are utterly incapable of competing with Alston. Jerome replied. You will only harm the team rather than assist it. Upon hearing Jerome's words, Black Dog's anger intensified. He pointed at Jerome's nose and shouted, Do you look down on me? Do you think I lack the ability to defeat Alston? I do not look down on you, Jerome retorted. I merely believe that you are acting too impulsively. You are incapable of thinking calmly. I also desire victory, but I refuse to fight in such a manner. We are a team. We should strive together, rather than you taking on everything alone. But isn't our current position a result of your reckless actions? Black Dog pointed towards Lucia, who was not far away, expressing his frustration. Can't you grant me a chance? Do you truly believe he is superior to me? Is our setback not due to your chaotic start? Jerome, too, was incensed. Can't you ponder this thoughtfully? What benefit does your behavior bring to the team? You simply cannot bear to see Alston excel beyond you. Jerome continued. In their youth, he and Alston were friends on the court, yet you have been unable to catch up to Alston ever since. Even after he entered the NBA. You still cannot forget him. Upon hearing Jerome's words, Black Dog's face was filled with anger and resentment. He grasped Jerome's jersey fervently, exclaiming, This may be my only chance. It is the finest opportunity of my life, and I refuse to let it slip away. I cannot bear to lose it. The more the Black Dog spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice tinged with an undertone of tears. He grasped Jerome's collar tightly, his eyes filled with despair and sorrow. But by doing this, you are harming the team. Jerome continued, his voice trembling slightly. We are a team. We should stand united, not engage in infighting. The altercation between the Black Dog and Jerome captured the attention of everyone around. Spectators began to murmur among themselves, speculating about the cause of their conflict. Some even raised their voices, urging the two to calm down. The resting area descended into chaos. As Lucia observed the turmoil before him, a surge of anger erupted within him. He charged forward, separating the Black Dog and Jerome. Are you two going to argue, or are you intent on winning the game? Lucia questioned loudly. The Black Dog glared at Lucia, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. He understood that his recent actions had indeed harmed the team. However, the resentment simmering within him prevented him from calming down. Do you think I am unaware of my reckless play? The Black Dog gasped. But I truly cannot accept this. I absolutely refuse to lose. Lucia pointed to the scoreboard and said to the Black Dog, We are only trailing by 10 points. Is that a lot? Not at all. These 10 points have been reclaimed by me, one by one. Do you genuinely wish to win? Lucia gazed intently into the Black Dog's eyes, asking earnestly. Then pass me the ball. I will take care of it. If you are dissatisfied, prove your worth by defeating me first. Lucia's words left the Black Dog utterly astonished. He gazed intently at Lucia, the young man from Huagua who had once defeated him. His chest heaved violently, breath coming in quick gasps. He wished to refute, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Am I truly inferior to him? The Black Dog questioned himself. Have I truly aged? After a moment, the Black Dog's fervor finally subsided. He let out a long sigh, his tone imbued with a sense of helplessness. All right, I concede, you are superior to me. The Black Dog remarked, his voice deep and hoarse, laden with frustration. I truly do not wish to continue fighting. Upon uttering these words, he lowered his head, his eyes slightly glistening with unshed tears. Witnessing the Black Dog's demeanor, a pang of compassion stirred within Elja. Though the Black Dog possesses a rather irascible temperament, his fervor for basketball is genuinely admirable, Elja contemplated. Listen closely, Black Dog, he addressed him firmly. I will not allow you to abandon this match in vain. I shall create the finest opportunities for you to vanquish Alston. We require your breakthroughs and explosive prowess. You must rise to the occasion. At Elja's words, the Black Dog abruptly lifted his head, his gaze filled with astonishment and confusion. He fixed his gaze intently upon Lucia, as if inquiring, "Why do you choose to act in such a manner? Have you comprehended that?" Lucia exclaimed loudly. The Black Dog paused momentarily, only to regain his composure and hurriedly nodded in response. In his eyes, the spark of hope ignited once more. "All right, take a moment to calm yourself over there," Lucia instructed, pulling Jerome aside. "Jerome, I must ask, why have you suddenly become so lacking in confidence? You are perfectly capable of dunking. Why opt for mid-range shots instead?" Jerome hesitated for a moment before responding with a wry smile. "You see, I once played in the NCAA. Back then, I was a key player on the team. However, during a crucial game, I faltered and missed several critical shots. The coach, unwavering in his trust, allowed me to continue playing, yet I never regained my form, and ultimately, our team suffered a devastating defeat. After the game, witnessing my teammates in tears, I felt I had betrayed their trust, and since then, I have been consumed by guilt. I can no longer bring myself to take risks with my shots. I fear repeating my mistakes and letting everyone down again." His voice was low, heavy with despondency and anguish. "So now you only think about passing, focusing solely on defense and support?" Lucia inquired. "Indeed," Jerome nodded in agreement. "Then why not embrace the role of a blue-collar player?" Lucia suggested suddenly. "A blue-collar player?" Jerome looked at Lucia, puzzled. "Yes, by taking on that role. You relieve yourself of psychological pressure." Lucia chuckled. "Remember, your task is simply to defend and facilitate. Waiting for me to pass you the ball so you can effortlessly dunk. You bear no burden of offensive responsibility, just focus on what you need to do." "And what about you?" Jerome questioned. "Do you not feel any pressure?" "Of course I do," Lucia replied. "Do you know why I, a young man from Huagua, traveled thousands of miles to be here? Is it to win games? To become a streetball star? No, it is none of those. My ambition is to play in the NBA. I can only win, or I have nothing at all. That is why I am the core of this team. Without me, you can accomplish nothing," Lucia proclaimed with a confident and proud demeanor. "Furthermore, if it were otherwise, why did you choose to team up with me in the first place?" Lucia asked, smiling at Jerome. Jerome was taken aback, gazing at Lucia with surprise and admiration. Suddenly, he broke into a relieved smile. He felt as though the weight upon his heart had finally been lifted. He once again found his place and regained his confidence. "Thank you, Lou." Jerome expressed his gratitude. "However, Jerome, you must remember that the most crucial aspect for a blue-collar player is to receive the core pass that allows you to dunk. You must ensure that you slam that damn ball home," Lucia reminded him with a smile. "Rest assured, Lou." Jerome patted his chest and declared, "I will undoubtedly make that dunk." As the second half of the game was about to commence, Lucia, Jerome, and Black Dog stepped back onto the court. In the stands, Jiang Qingjie watched the scene he had just captured on camera. The footage displayed Lucia pulling away Black Dog and Jerome, engaging in conversation with each of them. Lucia's gaze was resolute, his tone steady, brimming with confidence and strength. Every gesture and expression of his exuded the charisma of a seasoned team leader, profoundly captivating. Astonished, Jiang Qingjie gazed at the scene, his heart swelling with disbelief. Could it be that Lucia harbored such potential? How could he possess such eloquence and the ability to soothe the hearts of others? When had he transformed into a leader of the team? "It seems I had underestimated him after all," Jiang Qingjie murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with surprise. He believed that the moment he had just captured would undoubtedly become a classic segment in Lucia's career, touching the hearts of countless fans. This scene must be included in the video, Jiang Qingjie thought. It would surely go viral, without a doubt. Lucia stood on the court, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. His heart brimmed with determination and conviction. "Had I not been reborn, equipped with years of experience, and remained a mere youth, I would truly be at a loss on how to navigate the situation I just encountered," Lucia pondered. People only see the glamour and glory of success basked in the spotlight on the basketball court, often overlooking the brutal hardships concealed behind it. Many, like Black Dog and Jerome, are filled with passion, yet for myriad reasons, ultimately succumb to failure. However, even the defeated possess their own fervor and dedication, along with their dreams and aspirations. What I can do is assist them in rediscovering their worth and reigniting the flame within their hearts. As the game commenced, the ball remained in the possession of the Diverse Alliance team. Lucia dribbled the ball into the front court, once again confronting Alston's defense. Alston had witnessed Lucia's moment of consolation with Black Dog and Jerome, and felt a sense of awe in his heart. He never anticipated that Lucia, this seemingly shy young man, possessed such formidable leadership skills, effortlessly resolving the conflicts among his teammates. "This is hardly something a mere high school youth could accomplish," Alston mused. "It seems I can no longer underestimate him." Nevertheless, despite his newfound respect for Lucia's capabilities, Alston remained resolute in his unwillingness to concede easily. He would still do his utmost to prevent Lucia from scoring. Merely relying on words will not suffice in the game of basketball, Alston said with a smile as he observed Lucia. "I advise you to demonstrate your prowess instead. I shall make you aware that, on the court, only strength truly matters." Lucia gazed at Alston before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He disregarded Alston's trash talk and began to observe the dynamics unfolding on the field. He observed that the black dog was energetically sprinting, endeavoring to evade its pursuers. Witnessing the black dog's spirited demeanor, a sense of solace washed over Elja's heart. He recognized that the black dog had regained its composure and returned to the rhythm of the match. "Are you certain you wish to continue facing me?" Luja inquired, gazing intently at Alston. "I believe you might want to devote more of your attention to defending my teammates." Alston was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Luja's words. At that instant, Luja abruptly made a passing gesture. He did not opt for the breakthrough as Alston had envisioned. Instead, he swiftly passed the ball. With a sharp sound, the basketball sailed through the fingertips of several defenders, precisely heading towards the basket. It turned out that the black dog was entangled with the opposing defender, and he leveraged his speed and strength to finally break free from the defense. Creating an open opportunity, he raised his hands high, signaling for the ball from Elja. The moment the basketball soared into the hands of the black dog, he leapt into the air. A thunderous alley-oop dunk. Boom. The rim reverberated with a tremendous sound, and the entire arena erupted in cheers. "Yes, Black Dog. He has returned." The spectators roared with fervor, their excitement palpable, utterly captivated by the black dog's spectacular display. Once again, they witnessed the explosive slam dunk executed by the black dog, and once more, they felt the wild fervor that he embodied. As the black dog returned to the court and executed such a brilliant offensive play, the atmosphere in the arena was instantly electrified. Alston finally grasped the meaning behind Luja's earlier remark. "This fellow is indeed extraordinary," Alston mused. "He possesses the remarkable ability to adeptly engage his teammates and leverage their skills to pose a threat to me." Alston realized that he must alter his strategy. He can no longer devote all his energy to defending against Luja. He ought to devote more energy to defending against Elja's teammates, preventing them from seizing additional offensive opportunities. "Well, I must concede, you indeed possess some prowess," Alston remarked to Elja. "However, I am well aware that you are the most formidable threat." In the ensuing rounds, Elja commenced a steady flow of passes, orchestrating the movements of his teammates. Meanwhile, the black dog actively maneuvered, striving to find open space. His speed remains astonishing, and his explosive power continues to confound his adversaries. In a particular play, Luja dribbled past, drawing the attention of two opposing defenders. He then passed the ball to the cutting black dog. Upon receiving the pass, Black Dog surged towards the basket, executing an exhilarating dunk. Indeed, Black Dog is firing on all cylinders. The audience erupted in wild cheers, celebrating Black Dog's remarkable display. In the subsequent play, Black Dog once again found himself in an open position. Luja delivered a precise bounce pass, placing the ball deftly in Black Dog's hands. After receiving the ball, Black Dog utilized a feint to elude the defender and effortlessly scored with a layup. Under Luja's orchestration, the diverse alliance team's offense flowed seamlessly, akin to Mercury cascading forth. They scored consecutively, swiftly leveling the game and even taking the lead. Witnessing the shift in the dynamics on the court, Alston felt a tinge of astonishment. Is this lad truly a high school student? Alston pondered. How could he possibly possess such formidable leadership skills? How could he so effortlessly dominate the Black Dog? It is worth noting that just moments ago, the Black Dog was in such a volatile state. Alston recalled the earlier scene where the Black Dog had quarreled with his teammates off the court. He felt that Luja's tactics were truly remarkable. It seems I can no longer engage with him on this level. Alston realized that he must showcase his true abilities in order to secure victory in this competition. He began to alter his playing style, abandoning the pursuit of flashy street ball maneuvers in favor of a more efficient, traditional point guard approach. On the offensive end, Alston leveraged his experience and skills to continuously seek scoring opportunities. His dribbling has become more stable, and his passing has become increasingly precise. He has begun to opt for more reliable methods of scoring. On the defensive end, he has started to place greater emphasis on team defense, utilizing screens to restrict Luja's drives and shots. "Screen!" Alston shouted loudly. His teammates swiftly surged forward, establishing a high-quality screen for him. Alston adeptly utilized the screen, evading Elja's defense, and then executed a sudden stop jump shot, smoothly sinking the ball into the hoop. In the subsequent possession, Alston once again called for a screen. He skillfully employed a pick-and-roll to break through Luja's defense, driving straight to the basket and scoring with a layup. The audience erupted once more in applause for Alston's brilliant performance. The game had reached a fever pitch, with both teams exchanging leads, unwilling to concede an inch. On the defensive end, Alston began to assist his teammates in providing support. He aimed to harness his defensive prowess to curtail Luja's performance. However, when Alston opted to assist his teammate defensively, Luja began to unveil his precise three-point shooting ability. The moment Alston relaxed his defense even slightly, Luja seized the opportunity to launch decisive shots from beyond the arc. Swish, swish, swish. Each three-pointer, like a sharpened sword, pierced through the opponent's defense. This left Alston feeling somewhat disoriented and uncertain in his approach. His defense against Elja would create opportunities for other opponents, rendering the team's defense fragmented. If he does not guard Luja, he will helplessly watch Luja sink three-pointers from the perimeter. "Hey, old man," Luja said to Alston with a smile. "Why do you still refuse to defend me? Are you truly unafraid of my three-point shooting?" Upon hearing Luja's taunts, Alston felt a deep sense of helplessness. He understood that Elja was intentionally provoking him. However, he found himself utterly powerless. For if he chose to defend Elja closely, the black dog would seize the opportunity to score effortlessly. Conversely, should he opt for a more lenient defense against Elja, the latter would exploit his precise three-point shooting, leaving him defenseless. Black dog, set the pick, Elja shouted. The black dog swiftly moved forward to establish a screen for Elja, utilizing the pick. Elja evaded Alston's defense and quickly passed the ball to the open black dog. Upon receiving the ball, the black dog surged towards the basket, executing yet another spectacular slam dunk. The audience erupted in fervor once more, their enthusiasm ignited by the black dog's electrifying dunk, as cheers reverberated throughout the arena. With the seamless collaboration between Elja and the black dog, the offensive prowess of the Diverse Alliance team became increasingly unstoppable. They scored consecutively, swiftly reversing the score and gradually extending their lead. Witnessing the shift in the game's dynamics, Alston was filled with astonishment. He was astonished that Luja could so swiftly adapt to the rhythm of the game and make such agile adjustments. Is this kid truly a high school student? Alston pondered. How could he possess such profound basketball acumen? Could he be a basketball prodigy? Alston's mind was awash with confusion and amazement. He understood that he could no longer allow Luja to continue his unbridled performance. He must take action to prevent the Diverse Alliance team from continuing to score. After yet another three-pointer by Luja, the lead of the Diverse Alliance team was extended to 12 points. Goodness gracious. It is simply unbelievable. They are on the verge of victory. The audience erupted in fervor, cheering for Luja's brilliant performance and applauding the flawless coordination of the Diverse Alliance team. They did not anticipate that the Diverse Alliance team could stage such a formidable comeback. At this moment, only a little over 3 minutes remained until the conclusion of the match. Alston called for a timeout. In the resting area, Black Dog excitedly high-fived Luja in celebration, then exuberantly embraced Luja's shoulders, exclaiming loudly, "You, my friend, are truly remarkable. I must admit, I underestimated you before." While Black Dog's tone remained rough, his face radiated excitement and admiration. "Not bad," Luja replied calmly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Alston in the opposing team's resting area. He observed Alston conferring with his teammates regarding tactical arrangements. Elja understood that vanquishing a former NBA player was no simple endeavor. The game is far from over, Elja thought, his eyes brimming with vigilance and determination. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. To Elja's astonishment, Alston maintained a relentless, close-guarding defense against him. He clung to Luja like a piece of toffee, offering him no respite whatsoever. Alston's defensive intensity was formidable. He leveraged his extensive experience and exceptional defensive skills to incessantly disrupt Luja's dribbling and passing. Luja felt an overwhelming pressure from the defense and finally comprehended the true caliber of NBA-level defensive intensity. It seems that Alston is truly serious, Luja mused. To receive such rigorous defensive attention, I suppose I have made some progress. Despite possessing the athleticism badge of Derrick Rose, he still found it exceedingly challenging to evade Alston's defense. Alston's footwork was remarkably swift, and his defensive awareness was exceptional, consistently allowing him to anticipate Luja's next move with precision. He stood before Elja like an imposing wall, making it exceedingly difficult for Elja to surpass him. The audience was taken aback to witness Alston closely guarding Elja with such intensity. They never anticipated that Luja would possess such formidable strength, warranting Alston's targeted defense. Wow, what transpired? Alston is personally guarding Luja. This has escalated into a serious affair. The audience buzzed with curiosity and excitement. Witnessing Alston's intense defense, Luja felt a tinge of helplessness. He endeavored to employ a myriad of techniques to evade Alston's defense, yet all his efforts proved futile. He found it increasingly difficult to connect with the ball. Due to his inability to receive passes, his offensive efficiency plummeted. During a serve, Luja maneuvered in the backcourt, attempting to catch the ball. However, Alston shadowed him closely, denying him any opportunity to receive. In a moment of desperation, as the 5-second violation loomed, Luja shouted, "Black Dog, pass it to someone else." Upon hearing Luja's call, Black Dog swiftly passed the ball to Jerome. Yet, overwhelmed by psychological pressure, Jerome faltered the moment he attempted to catch it. He lost control of the ball, allowing the opposing player to intercept it. What on earth? Jerome, filled with frustration, smacked his forehead in self-reproach. Following the successful steal, the opposing team swiftly launched a counterattack, effortlessly scoring during the fast break. At this moment, the score gap was reduced to a mere 10 points. Witnessing this turn of events, Luja's heart grew increasingly vigilant. He was aware that his continuous scoring alongside the Black Dog had provoked Alston, compelling him to take the match seriously. He understood that the true challenge had finally arrived. The most arduous moment was upon him. In the subsequent rounds, Luja still could not shake off Alston's relentless close defense. He is akin to a fierce beast ensnared within a cage, possessing great prowess yet rendered powerless to unleash it. He incessantly darted about, striving to elude Alston's relentless pursuit. Yet he found himself perpetually unsuccessful. Deprived of the opportunity to receive the ball, Luja could only watch helplessly as the Black Dog dribbled across the halfway line. Although the Black Dog yearned to pass the ball to Luja, he was unable to identify a viable passing opportunity amidst Alston's staunch defense. In a state of frustration, The black dog was left with no choice but to initiate an offensive on his own. However, due to the formidable intensity of the opponent's defense, his attempts at attack became exceedingly arduous. His breakthroughs have become increasingly arduous, and his shooting has grown more erratic. In one instance, the black dog dribbled forward, attempting to force his way through the opposing defense. However, his speed was matched by the players on the other side. He found himself unable to evade the defense, forced to take a desperate shot. Clang! The basketball struck the rim and ricocheted away. With one more possession remaining, the black dog held the ball beyond the three-point line. Confronted by the relentless pressure of the opposing player, he attempted to take a shot, but in his haste, the basketball veered off course. With a swish, it traced a peculiar arc and soared out of bounds. Witnessing yet another failed offensive play by the black dog, Luge's heart grew increasingly anxious. He is aware that this is the most challenging moment for the team. They must swiftly devise a means to break the deadlock. Do not fret, Lou, Jerome said to Luge. We shall undoubtedly find an opportunity. Although Jerome spoke these words, his tone was imbued with a palpable anxiety. He was aware that they had now reached the precipice where a moment's carelessness could plunge them into an abyss. In the ensuing assault, the Diverse Alliance team made several more blunders. Their passes were intercepted, their shots clanged off the rim, and they even committed a traveling violation. The opposing team seized the opportunity, launching a series of fast breaks and scoring with ease. The point differential gradually diminished, and they were even surpassed. Elja occasionally glanced at the scoreboard above the court. He watched the seconds slip away, and yet the gap between them narrowed with each passing moment, filling his heart with an increasing sense of urgency. He must devise a strategy to escape Alston's formidable defense and regain control of the game's rhythm. However, Alston's defense stands as impenetrable as a fortress, leaving him with no avenues for approach. Alston's taunts have also become increasingly frequent and aggressive. What's the matter, kid? Alston remarked with a smirk, fixing his gaze on Elja. Aren't you here to defeat me? Why have you ceased your assault? Just look at yourself now, floundering about like a headless fly. It appears your fighting spirit is rather lacking. Alston's jibes ignited Elja's determination. He was unwilling to be subdued by Alston in such a manner. He must devise a strategy to break through Alston's defense and regain control of the game's tempo. In a particular play, Alston, utilizing a screen, evaded the defense of Elja. Subsequently, he executed a swift jump shot from beyond the arc. Swish! The basketball sailed through the hoop effortlessly. Alston's consecutive points propelled his team ahead, seizing a 2-point lead. The Diverse Alliance team found themselves once more in a disadvantaged position. At this juncture, only 1 minute and 10 seconds remained in the game. The outcome had reached a pivotal moment. The Diverse Alliance team prepared to inbound the ball once again. The spectators, witnessing the score's reversal, erupted in excitement, leaping from their seats. They were profoundly captivated by the thrilling nature of the match, as if they themselves were immersed in the fierce competition. Alas, the spectacle was simply astonishing. I could hardly believe my eyes. The score oscillated back and forth. The audience erupted in fervent cheers and shouts, their emotions ebbing and flowing in tandem with the rhythm of the game. In the stands, Jiang Qingjie held his camera aloft, tirelessly capturing each exhilarating moment of the contest. Yet, his face was etched with concern. Despite having garnered immense fame at this juncture, with countless fans in Lock Park and considerable attention surrounding him, Jiang Qingjie still harbored hopes for a triumphant conclusion to the tale of the EBC League. He silently prayed, hoping that Luge could lead the team to victory in this match. On the field, Luge's heart was filled with anxiety. He gazed at Jerome. Noticing that Jerome's complexion was equally pallid, his palms slick with perspiration, he understood that this was the most challenging moment for the team, and they must break the deadlock as swiftly as possible. Elja dribbled the ball forward once more, attempting to evade Alston's relentless defense, yet he found himself unsuccessful. Alston stood before him like an impenetrable wall, making it utterly impossible for Elja to surpass him. He felt that his speed and skills paled in comparison to Alston's defense. During one of his runs, he and Jerome collided, both nearly losing their balance. This cannot continue. Luge thought to himself. I must devise a new strategy to evade Alston's defense. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Luge's mind, and he conceived a brilliant solution. He immediately signaled to Jerome with a glance, indicating that Jerome should follow his instructions. Upon receiving Luge's directive, Jerome instantly grasped Luge's intention. He commenced his gradual ascent from the backcourt, making his way towards the front, fulfilling the duties expected of a blue-collar player. Observing Jerome's leisurely pace, Alston felt a twinge of confusion, uncertain of what Luge was scheming. Just then, Luge abruptly accelerated, darting past Alston with remarkable swiftness. He circled around Jerome, commencing a series of evasive maneuvers. Alston was caught off guard by Luge's sudden acceleration and hurriedly moved to intercept him. However, he found his path obstructed by Jerome's imposing figure. Seizing the opportunity presented by Jerome's screen, Luge deftly evaded Alston's defense. Alston was taken aback, exclaiming, "This kid possesses some impressive skills." He pondered, how could he suddenly conceive of using a screen to evade my defense? Is he truly just a high school student? After successfully shaking off his defender, Luge promptly received a pass from his teammate. Alston swiftly adjusted his defensive strategy, remaining closely aligned with Luge in an attempt to curtail his offensive maneuvers. However, Luja no longer engaged in a head-on confrontation with Alston as he had before. He began to leverage Jerome's cover, continually altering his running paths. He continuously circled around Jerome, rendering it difficult for Alston to closely defend him. Jerome was equally astonished by Luja's experience. His playing style is remarkably seasoned. Such mastery over the rhythm of the game is certainly not something an ordinary high school player possesses. Utilizing a screen, Luja successfully advanced to the front court. Alston strained to catch up, attempting to thwart Luja's offensive maneuver. However, due to Luja's swiftness, Alston found himself a beat too slow. Under the impression that Luja would opt for a three-point shot, he hastily urged his teammates to bolster their defense. To Alston's astonishment, Luja did not shoot from beyond the arc. Instead, he executed a sudden pass to the cutting Black Dog. Upon receiving the ball, Black Dog surged toward the basket, effortlessly scoring with a layup. The crowd was once again ignited by Black Dog's spectacular display, their cheers resonating throughout the arena. The Diverse Alliance team successfully leveled the score. At this juncture, only 51 seconds remained in the match. Alston's team resumed play, reclaiming possession of the ball. Luja also adopted a close-marking strategy, denying Alston any opportunity for an easy score. He pressed against Alston like a wall, causing Alston considerable discomfort. "What is this? Are you beginning to defend against me as well?" Alston remarked with a smile as he gazed at Luja. "It seems you're still apprehensive," Luja replied icily, his tone laced with provocation. "Enough of this banter. Let us see who emerges victorious in the end." "I am prepared to go the distance," Alston retorted, equally unyielding, reigniting his fighting spirit as he aimed to utterly defeat Luja in the forthcoming match. The audience was captivated by the confrontation between the two. Their emotions grew increasingly fervent, and their shouts escalated in volume. They even began to gather around the edge of the court, yearning to rush onto the field and stand shoulder to shoulder with the players in their battle. The staff had to repeatedly intervene to prevent them from storming onto the arena. Alston called for a screen once more, attempting to evade Luja's defense. Luja swiftly alerted the Black Dog to switch defenses, denying Alston any opportunity. Confronted by the Black Dog, Alston executed a low crossover dribble. The basketball danced in his hands like a nimble sprite, soaring and spinning incessantly. He executed a series of deft pivots, skillfully shifting the center of gravity of the Black Dog, and then, with a sudden burst of speed, he surged past on its right. After outmaneuvering the Black Dog, Alston charged straight towards the hoop. Just as everyone anticipated he would attempt a layup to score, he unexpectedly tossed the ball over his head, delivering it to an open teammate. His teammate received the ball and effortlessly made a layup. Alston's team once again secured a 2-point lead. How infuriating. The Black Dog, filled with rage, pounded his chest in frustration. Alston glanced at the Black Dog, shook his head, and then flashed a provocative smile. His gaze was filled with unwavering determination. He was resolute in his pursuit of victory in this match. Then, Alston turned once more, closely guarding Elja. He aims to annihilate Elja's offense with his own defense. Observing Alston closely adhering to Elja, the Black Dog gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Meanwhile, Elja appeared to have discovered a method to break through. He suddenly reverted to utilizing the cover provided by the Black Dog to maneuver through the positions. "Cover!" Luja shouted loudly. The Black Dog, understanding the cue, swiftly moved forward to set a screen for Luja. Luja took advantage of the screen, evading Alston's defense. Alston hastily pursued, attempting to closely guard Luja once more. However, he was met with the imposing figure of the Black Dog, who collided into him, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Oomph!" The Black Dog sneered at the fallen Alston, then pounded his chest with conviction. "You old fellow, I told you, I will not be defeated by you. All my efforts over the years will not be in vain." The Black Dog's voice resonated with anger and defiance. Luja successfully evaded the help defense and received a pass from his teammate. He understood that this was a pivotal moment. They needed to proceed with caution and determination to secure victory in the match. He chose not to take a reckless risk, but instead deftly altered his course without losing speed, maintaining his balance before executing a flawless layup that sent the ball sailing through the hoop. The crowd erupted once more, fervently cheering and applauding Elja's spectacular performance. The Diverse Alliance team had once again leveled the score. At this moment, only 15 seconds remained in the match. Alston's team prepared to inbound the ball. He struggled to shake off Elja's defense and finally received the pass. Just as he was poised to dribble forward for an offensive play, Elja made his move unexpectedly. With his astute judgment and remarkable stealing skills, he successfully intercepted the basketball from Alston's grasp. "What?" Alston exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by Luja's audacity in daring to confront him directly. Following his successful steal, Luja immediately surged towards the opponent's half of the court. He sought to capitalize on this fast break opportunity to overturn the score and secure victory in the match. However, just as he was poised to make a layup, his hands found nothing but air. "Damn it," Luja cursed inwardly. It turned out that Alston had once again snatched the basketball from Luja's grasp. His speed was astonishingly swift, and his movements were exceedingly elusive, leaving Elja utterly unresponsive. After successfully intercepting the ball, Alston immediately surged toward his own half. Elja hurriedly pursued, attempting to thwart Alston's advance. However, Alston's velocity was simply too formidable. He was utterly unable to keep up. Alston deftly maneuvered past the defense of the black dog once more, charging directly toward the basket, poised to score. Witnessing this scene, Elja's heart brimmed with disbelief. Am I truly destined to be eliminated in such a manner? He thought to himself. Have I toiled for so long only to face failure in the end? The clock on the scoreboard incessantly ticked down. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Alston raised his arms high, poised to send the ball soaring into the hoop. His face was alight with exhilaration and excitement. He seemed to have glimpsed the dawn of victory, envisioning the moment when he would once again conquer Rock Park. At this juncture, tactics had become irrelevant. The only determinant of triumph lay in the indomitable spirit of the players on both sides. Time appeared to stand still, as everything slowed down. Every movement of Alston was vividly displayed before Luge's eyes. He beheld Alston's body soaring high into the air. He observed Alston's arms reaching upwards, and he watched as Alston's fingers delicately grazed the basketball. He saw the basketball soaring towards the hoop. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted in from the side. Bang! With a resounding crash, the basketball was forcefully swatted down by that individual, executed with a stunning block. What? Alston exclaimed in astonishment. He never anticipated that someone would suddenly emerge just as he was about to score a layup, swatting the ball away. That individual was none other than Jerome. Yeah, Jerome bellowed, vigorously pumping his fist, cradling the basketball tightly in his embrace. His face was suffused with excitement and fervor. Blue-collar workers should engage in blue-collar tasks, Jerome proclaimed loudly. Yet, blue-collar workers can also become heroes. With that, Jerome forcefully hurled the ball to the forward, Luja. Luja caught the ball. With only 3 seconds remaining, he realized that he no longer had the luxury of time to make any further adjustments. He must act immediately. Confronted by the defensive player's blockade, Luja swiftly maneuvered his body, striving to evade the defense. However, he was unable to entirely shake off his opponent's defensive stance. As the defender was about to pounce upon him, Luja had no choice but to reluctantly take the shot. He leapt high into the air, casting the basketball toward the heavens. The sphere traced an elegant arc, captivating the gaze of all present. Time appeared to stand still. The cacophony of the arena seemed to fade into oblivion in that singular moment. Luja could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. His eyes fixed intently upon the ball soaring through the air, his heart brimming with tension and anticipation. Yet, fate appeared to be unkind to Luja. Clang! The basketball struck the rim and ricocheted away. No! A jolt of dismay surged through Luja's heart. He never anticipated that his strike would result in a clang. At that moment, a figure surged forth from beneath the basket. He leapt high into the air, exerting every ounce of strength to propel the basketball, which was on the brink of touching the ground, back into the hoop. Swish! The crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net resonated alongside the thunderous cheers of the audience. Time seemed to freeze at 0 seconds. The match concluded. The Black Dog executed a spectacular putback, clinching victory against Alston's team. The diverse alliance emerged triumphant in this thrilling final. Luja stood rooted to the spot, his mind utterly blank. His heart was filled with astonishment. He could scarcely believe that everything unfolding before him was indeed real. Did we really win? He thought to himself, did we truly triumph over Alston's team? This last-minute victory is simply astounding. Just as Luja was still in shock, the deafening cheers completely enveloped him. Yes, they did it. The diverse alliance is the champion. Luja was utterly amazed. The audience erupted in fervent applause, shouting in jubilation, celebrating the triumph of the diverse alliance and the remarkable performances of each player. They surged down from the stands, flooding onto the field, encircling Luja, Black Dog, Jerome, and other players. They embraced the players with fervor, congratulating them on their ultimate triumph. Alston stood in stunned silence, his face etched with disbelief. He has yet to recover from the blow of being overshadowed and subsequently eliminated in a dramatic fashion. He gazed at Elja, his heart brimming with admiration, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. This young lad from Huagua is truly a genius. He thought to himself, how is it possible that he has grown to such an extent in such a brief period? He has managed to lead the team to victory over me. He has finally come to the realization that he has indeed aged and is no longer the street legend he once was in his prime. He had to concede that the times were advancing and new forces were emerging. Alston gazed at Luja, encircled by a throng of people, his heart brimming with both astonishment and anticipation. At that moment, the Black Dog had also been surrounded by the audience. He gazed skyward and let out a long, resonant howl, exhausting his voice as he unleashed the fervor and exhilaration that surged within his heart. He has finally triumphed in the competition, and at last, he has validated his worth. He emerged as the hero of the match. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, lifting high the name of the Black Dog and applauding his decisive victory. Numerous spectators surrounded Luja, eagerly vying to shake his hand and capture photographs with him. They extolled Luja's organizational prowess, praised his three-point shooting, lauded his spectacular performance, and admired his leadership qualities, recognizing the hope and inspiration he brought to them. Additionally, some spectators rushed to Jerome's side, aware that he too had made a significant contribution in today's match. His defense, his rebounding, and his playmaking all contributed significantly to the team's triumph. In the end, the exuberant spectators hoisted Liu Jia, Black Dog, and Jerome high above their heads, cheering fervently in every direction. They are champions. They are the best. Diverse alliance. The roar of the crowd echoed throughout Rock Park. The host on site was equally exhilarated, holding the microphone and passionately narrating the final moments of the game. This was a magnificent match. The host exclaimed, "It is undoubtedly the most iconic final in EBC history." The last few seconds were simply magical. The Diverse Alliance team, embodying an indomitable spirit, executed a remarkable comeback to seize the ultimate victory. Let us extend our warmest applause to congratulate them on becoming the new champions of the EBC League. Jiang Qingjie also squeezed into the jubilant crowd. He leaped with excitement, shouting and waving the camera in his hand. "Liu Jia, I knew it. I knew you could do it." Jiang Qingjie exclaimed loudly. "You are truly magnificent. You are truly magnificent." As the scene gradually calmed, the award ceremony commenced. In truth, the so-called award ceremony was quite simple. The staff merely placed a table at the center of the court and set a championship trophy upon it. The trophy's design was unadorned, a silver cylindrical base topped with a golden sculpture in the shape of a basketball. The surface of the trophy bore the inscription Ebqianshi. Despite its simplicity, Liu Jia felt the weight of the trophy as he held it, heavy with significance. He understood that this trophy symbolized the honor of their team, as well as the effort and sweat they had invested. Alston also walked to the center of the court, embracing El Jia in a gesture of congratulations. "You played exceptionally well," Alston remarked to El Jia, his tone brimming with admiration. "Although I lost, I accept the defeat wholeheartedly. Your performance was truly astonishing. I hope to see you on the NBA court one day," Alston said earnestly, pointing at El Jia. "I will strive for it." El Jia responded excitedly. Receiving affirmation from a former NBA player filled him with immense joy and exhilaration. The host handed the championship trophy to El Jia and then passed him the microphone, signaling him to share a few words of gratitude. Jiang Qingjie continued to hold the camera, capturing every moment of El Jia. "Hello, everyone," El Jia said, taking a deep breath as he held the microphone. His voice resonated throughout every corner of the stadium through the speakers. "My name is Liu Jia, hailing from Huaguo, and I am merely a high school student. The reason I stand here today is that I possess a dream. This dream has propelled me, traversing great distances to arrive here. I wish to convey to everyone that as long as you remain steadfast in your dreams and diligently pursue them, you will surely achieve your goals. My aspiration is to enter the NBA. I will dedicate everything to chase my basketball dream. My next destination is the NBA." Liu Jia raised the trophy in his hand and exclaimed loudly to the audience, "Yeah, Liu, 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 NBA, NBA, NBA." The venue erupted into a frenzy once more. Just 2 days later, the video of the EBC League Finals was shared on the Huaguo Basketball Forum, Hu Forum. This video was the very one edited overnight by Jiang Qingjie and uploaded to YouTube. Upon its posting on Hu, the video instantly ignited the entire forum, sparking fervent discussions among netizens. "What an extraordinary match is this. This game is simply magnificent. The twists and turns of the plot are even more captivating than the HBA." After watching the video, netizens were left speechless, marveling at the remarkable quality of the match, which far surpassed their expectations. They were captivated by the fervor and vitality of the players on the court, and were astounded by the extraordinary moments that unfolded during the match. In particular, the enigmatic individual from China captured the keen attention of netizens. Who is this remarkable figure? Such prowess is truly astounding. The breakthroughs, the passes, the three-point shots, simply unfathomable. Moreover, his physical prowess is nothing short of explosive. He seems capable of achieving anything. Netizens expressed their admiration for Liu Jia's performance, utterly impressed by the formidable strength he displayed. They were also immensely curious about Liu Jia's identity, eagerly yearning to uncover who this enigmatic individual from Huaguo truly was. In fact, many online users had long regarded this team, featuring the mysterious Huaguo player, as their own. During the first half of the match, as the Diverse Alliance team fell behind, viewers anxiously held their breath. However, when they witnessed the Huaguo player effortlessly resolving the conflict between two of his black teammates during halftime, they were profoundly astonished by the leadership qualities he exhibited. Incredible. He even knew how to soothe his teammates' emotions. How extraordinary. Although the audio quality of the video was poor, compounded by the chaotic environment, viewers could not discern the specifics of the dispute between Liu Jia and his teammates. Nevertheless, they could still sense the formidable aura and remarkable leadership skills Liu Jia displayed, deepening their curiosity about his true identity. As the video drew to a close and the awards ceremony commenced, when Liu Jia stood on the podium, receiving the championship trophy and flashing a smile at the camera, viewers finally caught a clear glimpse of his face. Wow, he is rather handsome. Indeed, quite charming. With such looks, he could easily embark on a career in entertainment. As users marveled at Liu Jia's appearance, they continued to engage with the video's content, When Liu Jia introduced himself in somewhat halting English, articulating his name and aspirations, viewers were once again taken aback. Liu Jia, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Some users sensed a familiarity, as others began to search forums. They swiftly uncovered relevant information about Liu Jia. No way. He is actually Liu Jia. Surely not. Wasn't he expelled from the national youth team? Could it be a case of sharing the same name? Surely not. What are the odds? With discussions swirling, users began to speculate whether the person in the video was indeed the Liu Jia they had come to know. It wasn't until someone unearthed previous news reports about the National High School Basketball League finals that the truth struck them. Upon seeing Liu Jia's photograph in the report, all viewers were utterly flabbergasted. It really is him. No way, I must be seeing things. How could he have become this strong? What on earth is happening? I feel as though my worldview has been completely upended. Users were left utterly astounded, their minds blown by the spectacle before them. They finally realized that the enigmatic Chinese figure who had wreaked havoc in Lock Park was none other than the expelled player from the national youth team, Liu Jia. This revelation detonated like a powerful bomb, igniting the entire forum into a frenzy. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Latvia, the U19 Men's Basketball World Championship was in full swing. That night, Guailuan sat in the dormitory of the tournament hotel, perusing domestic basketball forums on his mobile device. The national youth team of China had faced a disheartening series of defeats, losing all 3 matches in the group stage. They could only compete in the ranking matches for positions 13 to 16, vying for their final standings. Alas, it was still futile. Guailuan, in frustration, raked his fingers through his hair, his heart brimming with resentment and helplessness. He felt an overwhelming disparity between himself and the pinnacle of the world. We have endured enough hardship in our training. Why are we still unable to defeat them? Guailuan was engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. Is it possible that our training methods are truly flawed? He suddenly recalled the words spoken to him by Liu Jia when he departed from the national youth team. If you continue to practice like this, you will inevitably be rendered useless. I aspire to join the NBA. At that time, Guailuan perceived Liu Jia's ambition as somewhat arrogant, yet in retrospect, he felt a twinge of admiration and envy. Could it be that he was genuinely serious about his aspiration to join the NBA? Guailuan murmured to himself. What a madman he was. Guailuan then thought back to the press conference held by the national youth team, which resulted in Liu Jia being silenced. He was greatly displeased by the hypocritical demeanor of Jiang Wenwu and Zhao Qilan, yet he felt utterly helpless. These individuals were simply revolting. Guailuan muttered under his breath. Alas, how is Liu Jia faring now? He must be keeping an eye on this World Youth Championship as well. Guailuan felt a twinge of concern for Liu Jia. He longed to reach out and inquire about his recent circumstances, but they had never exchanged contact information. He pondered for a moment and decided to visit the forum to see if there was any news regarding Liu Jia. After all, Liu Jia had performed exceptionally well in the high school league, and he should have garnered quite a bit of attention. Just then, Guailuan stumbled upon a post that read, "Shocking. A mysterious master from Huaguo appears at Lock Park." This post, due to its overwhelming popularity, had ascended to the forefront of the forum. What is this? What streetball league? Why have I never heard of it? Guailuan felt a twinge of curiosity and clicked on the post. He beheld a post that featured a video wherein a player clad in a vibrant, multicolored team uniform was dominating the court with remarkable prowess. Upon catching sight of the player's face, he was momentarily struck dumb. No way. Is that Liu Jia? Guailuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly trust his own vision. Liu Jia? How on earth did he end up here? What is going on? Filled with both curiosity and confusion, Guailuan continued to watch the video. As he observed Liu Jia's fluid breakthroughs, dazzling passes, and impeccably accurate three-point shots, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him once more. Goodness, when did Liu Jia become this formidable? His heart brimmed with surprise, for he perceived that Liu Jia's current abilities had far surpassed the level he exhibited during their time together on the national youth team. What a drastic transformation. I recall he had some talent back then, but he was nowhere near this strong. How long has it been since he left the national youth team? How did he become so extraordinary? Could it be that he had been concealing his true capabilities all along? What an enigmatic individual. Guailuan continued to express his astonishment, his mind teeming with shock and questions. When he noticed some netizens casting doubt on the credibility of the EBC League, he could no longer contain himself. He promptly replied in the comments section, "I say, you lot, what do you know? Are you aware of Liu Jia's caliber? What do you truly understand? You are utterly narrow-minded." Though Guailuan recognized that his remarks might stir controversy, he felt compelled to defend Liu Jia. He was aware that Liu Jia's current prowess had fully reached the level requisite for entering the national team. Upon witnessing Liu Jia declare his aspiration to join the NBA in the concluding part of his post, Guailuan was once again taken aback. Goodness, Liu Jia intends to pursue the NBA. Could he possibly be serious? Guailuan pondered aloud while gazing at his phone screen. His audacity was astonishing. It was utterly preposterous. However, considering his current capabilities, perhaps it is indeed within the realm of possibility. Guailuan's heart brimmed with mixed emotions. His countenance displayed surprise, admiration, and a tinge of envy. The following day, the Chinese national youth team finally triumphed over the South Korean team in the rankings. After the match, reporters swarmed around Jiang Wenwu, eager to conduct interviews. Having endured 3 consecutive defeats, the pressure had been immense, yet this victory allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Coach Jiang, congratulations on leading your team to victory," the reporters exclaimed, their tones laden with flattery. "Thank you, everyone," Jiang Wenwu replied with a smile. "The players have put in tremendous effort, and today's win is well-deserved." "Coach Jiang, what are your thoughts on this victory?" the reporters inquired further. "Well, we performed quite well in this match," Jiang Wenwu responded. "The players showcased their capabilities, particularly our interior players, who shone exceptionally today." Just as Jiang Wenwu was poised to continue praising his team, a reporter abruptly shifted the focus to Elja. "Coach, have you followed the recent EBC League held at Rucker Park?" the reporter asked. "EBC League?" Jiang Wenwu's brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure surfacing. "What is that? I have not heard of it." "Coach, the EBC League is quite popular lately," the reporter continued, "especially a player from our country who has performed remarkably well, garnering significant attention." "Who are you referring to?" "I am unaware of this." Jiang Wenwu's tone grew increasingly impatient. He felt that the journalists appeared to be rather unprofessional, as they dared to pose trivial questions in such a setting. "Coach Jiang, the name of this player is Elja," one of the journalists remarked. "Elja?" Upon hearing this name, Jiang Wenwu's expression instantly turned ashen. "What do you mean by that?" he questioned, his tone brimming with indignation. "I have long asserted that Elja is a player of questionable character, lacking both organization and discipline. Our national youth team shall never accept his inclusion again." "Coach Jiang, are you not being a tad absolute in your statement?" the reporter interjected. "There is currently a plethora of discussions online regarding Elja, with many acknowledging his prowess. Some even contend that his abilities have ascended to the level of the national team. Do you not perceive that forsaking such a talented player due to character flaws constitutes a tremendous loss?" "What exactly do you mean by that?" Jiang Wenwu's ire intensified, as he pointed at the reporter and bellowed. "Are you questioning my decision? Let me reiterate. Elja has been blacklisted from our national youth team. He shall never again set foot in the national team." "Coach Jiang, are you aware that many netizens are currently deliberating why Elja was not selected for the national youth team?" the reporter pressed on. "Some netizens argue that while Elja's character may be flawed, his skills are undeniably exceptional and should not be squandered. Others contend that Elja should be excluded from the national youth team due to his deplorable character. Presently, opinions are divided, and voices are varied. Could you provide some clarification?" Upon hearing the reporter's words, Jiang Wenwu's anger surged even further. He felt that these journalists were deliberately seeking to trouble him. "I shall reiterate one last time. Elja's character is questionable," Jiang Wenwu bellowed. "I absolutely refuse to allow an individual of dubious moral standing to join our national youth team. Furthermore, that so-called EBC League possesses no intrinsic value whatsoever. What prestige can be derived from such insignificant competitions? You journalists are exceedingly unprofessional. You waste time on such trivial matters." "Coach Jiang, since you deem the EBC League devoid of merit, may I inquire why our national youth team is unable to advance even from the group stage?" the reporter retorted. "How do you explain that?" The reporter's words struck directly at Jiang Wenwu's sore spot. He could no longer maintain his composure. He had completely lost his self-control. Jiang Wenwu pointed at the reporter, trembling with rage. "Our team has done their utmost. They performed admirably. They have exerted themselves to the fullest. You understand nothing at all. If you believe Luzha is truly remarkable, then let him try his hand at the NBA." With that, Jiang Wenwu stormed away from the interview area in fury. He was thoroughly incensed and no longer wished to engage in further entanglements with the reporters. The journalists, in turn, were utterly astonished by Jiang Wenwu's reaction. They did not anticipate that Jiang Wenwu would lose his composure to such an extent, provoked into anger by merely a few words. It seems that the matter concerning Luzha has indeed struck a nerve. In the early morning, Luzha awoke from his slumber. He felt a profound ache throughout his entire body, as if all his bones had become disjointed. Last night, they had secured victory in the EBC League, along with the accompanying prize money. Although each member received a mere $20,000, it was nonetheless a substantial sum for them. "Luzha, we must celebrate this evening," Jiang Chengjia exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Let us go to a bar, to a nightclub, and indulge ourselves. We ought to emulate the splendid traditions of those NBA players and revel in the extravagant lifestyle." "Huh," Luzha responded, somewhat perplexed by Jiang Chengjia's suggestion. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What could possibly be wrong with it?" Jiang Chengjia replied. "We have labored hard to win this match. It is only fitting that we celebrate." "All right then, let us experience it tonight," Luzha conceded reluctantly. That evening, Luzha and Jiang Chengjia arrived at the entrance of a renowned nightclub in New York. They gazed at the women at the entrance, clad in revealing attire and adorned with heavy makeup, as well as the imposing, fierce-looking black security guards. A sense of trepidation enveloped them. "Jiang Chengjia, are you certain this is a place you can visit?" Luzha inquired discreetly. I. Jiang Chengjia stammered, hesitant to directly answer Luzha's question. Did you not claim to be well acquainted with this place? Lucia pressed on. Jiang Qingjia's face flushed with embarrassment, and he finally confessed. All right, I admit it. I have never been here before. I never dared to squander money here when I was broke. I've only ever heard about it. Upon hearing Jiang Qingjia's words, Lucia was rendered speechless. I had thought you were quite knowledgeable about America. Lucia mused to himself. It seems you are merely a man of theoretical knowledge. Just as they were playfully shoving each other, reluctant to enter the nightclub, a brawny security guard, resembling a human sphere, noticed them. He displayed a friendly smile and waved at them. Hey folks, welcome. The African-American security guard said with an exceptionally warm demeanor. Unable to decline such hospitality, Lucia and Jiang Qingjie reluctantly stepped into the nightclub. However, upon entering, they were utterly taken aback. Before them lay a dazzling array of lights, deafening music, air thick with smoke, and a cacophony of intense odors. Goodness, why are the drinks so exorbitantly priced? Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, gasping at the prices listed on the menu. The amalgamation of cigarette and alcohol fumes was truly unbearable. Lucia felt equally uncomfortable. He felt as though he were ensconced within an enormous steamer, overwhelmed by a cacophony of aromas that left him dizzy and disoriented. The two found a corner to settle in, ordering 2 of the cheapest beers available. They then commenced to drink in silence, listening to the deafening music while observing the frenzied men and women swaying wildly on the dance floor. They felt a profound disconnection between themselves and the environment surrounding them. Before long, they were overwhelmed by dizziness and discomfort, rendering them unable to remain any longer. Consequently, the two had no choice but to leave the nightclub in a state of dejection. As they departed, they were so embarrassed that they couldn't even bring themselves to meet the gaze of the security personnel. Alas, this lifestyle is simply not suited for me, Lucia mused. I shall return to the simplicity of playing basketball. He believed he should remain focused on basketball rather than pursue ephemeral material pleasures. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Lucia opened the system panel. Having purchased 3 bronze badges, he found that his motivation points had dwindled to a mere 733. It appears I need to accumulate more motivation points, Lucia mused. Just then, he recalled that during the EBC League event, Jiang Qingjie had mentioned that representatives from various leagues would contact him to invite him to compete. Could it truly be the NBA League? Lucia felt a surge of excitement. He hastily rose from his slumber and rushed to Jiang Qingjie's room, vigorously shaking his body. Qingjie, wake up! Lucia shouted loudly. What is going on? It's early morning. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Qingjie replied, still bleary-eyed and thoroughly annoyed by Lucia's intrusion. Didn't you mention that someone from a league would contact me? Which league is it? Is it the NBA? Lucia inquired eagerly. What? Which league? When did I ever say anything about the NBA? Jiang Qingjie was utterly bewildered, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. During the EBC League, didn't you say someone from a league was going to reach out to you? Lucia pressed on. Oh, you mean that? Now I understand. Jiang Qingjie finally grasped the situation. Let me tell you, the NBA is on hiatus. Didn't you know? What? It's on hiatus? Lucia was taken aback, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. Seeing Lucia's look of utter bewilderment, Jiang Qingjie found it quite strange. You're unaware of such a significant event. As he spoke, Jiang Qingjie opened his phone to search for the news. He handed the phone to LV, allowing him to examine it for himself. LV received the device and meticulously scanned the news on the screen, his expression growing increasingly grim. It suddenly dawned upon him that it was the summer of 2011. And on this very day, or more precisely, at this very moment, an event that would astonish the entire basketball community was unfolding, the NBA lockout. On July 1st, 2011, due to the failure of both parties to reach an agreement on a new collective bargaining agreement, the NBA officially announced the lockout. This cessation of activities lasted for 149 days, concluding only on December 8, 2011. During this period, all NBA games were suspended, teams were unable to train normally, and players could not receive their salaries. Indeed, many NBA players chose to venture overseas to continue their careers, with a number of them arriving in China to join the Chinese Men's Basketball Professional League, HBA. Damn it, Lucia muttered under his breath. He never anticipated that he would forget such an important matter. He originally contemplated pursuing an opportunity to showcase his talents by trying out for an NBA team after the conclusion of the EBC League. However, with the NBA currently in a state of suspension, teams have closed their doors, halting all activities. Players are unable to access the training facilities, let alone allow external players to participate in tryouts. This is truly disheartening. Lucia pondered. What am I to do now? Where can I find a place to play and earn incentive points? He certainly cannot return to New York University and approach that bald coach to express his desire to rejoin the team and participate in practice games, can he? If he were to do so, he would be utterly unaware of the look that the coach would cast upon him. Alas, how unfortunate. Lucia felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, his heart brimming with confusion. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Jiang Qingjie suddenly interjected. Although the NBA is currently in a hiatus, I have indeed been contacted by a league that has extended an invitation for you to participate in their games. Upon hearing this, Luge's excitement surged instantly. Really? Which league is it? He hurriedly inquired. What league is it? It's the Drew League, Jiang Qingjie replied, his tone laced with excitement. The Drew League? Luge paused, feeling a twinge of confusion. What on earth is the Drew League? Just as the doubt settled in, he suddenly recalled. Oh right. How could I have forgotten about the Drew League? The Drew League is a renowned amateur basketball league. Moreover, during this year's NBA lockout, many NBA players took to the Drew League to maintain their form. The Drew League, formerly known as the Drew League, is a summer amateur basketball league located in Los Angeles, California. Established in 1973, it has become a premier league that attracts numerous streetball talents and NBA players. The games in the Drew League are characterized by their fast pace, strong competition, and an abundance of passion and energy. During the NBA lockout, many superstars, eager to keep their skills sharp, chose to participate in the Drew League. Even legends like Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James have graced the courts of the Drew League. Wow, this is an extraordinary opportunity, Luge exclaimed excitedly. If I could play in the Drew League, not only could I earn more incentive points, but I would also be able to compete directly against NBA superstars. This is simply fantastic. With that thought, Luge could no longer remain seated. Qingjie, quickly contact them and find out when I can play, Luge urged anxiously. I need to book a flight to Los Angeles right now. All right, I understand. Just try to stay calm. Jiang Qingjie chuckled at Luge's eagerness, who seemed ready to leap out of his seat in anticipation. This guy is truly a basketball fanatic, Jiang Qingjie thought. Don't worry, I will reach out to them immediately. He picked up his phone and dialed the number. Within a few days, Luge and Jiang Qingjie arrived in Los Angeles. Upon disembarking from the plane, they immediately rented a car and hastened towards the arena without delay. Los Angeles, here I come. As Luge gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, his heart brimmed with anticipation. The summer in Los Angeles was exceptionally radiant, with the sky a vivid blue, as if freshly washed. Flanking the roads, palm trees swayed gracefully, while a myriad of vehicles wove in and out of traffic. In the distance, towering skyscrapers mingled with quaint low-rise houses, creating a distinctive urban panorama. They passed by the iconic Hollywood sign, the Griffith Observatory that has graced countless cinematic scenes, and the bustling Santa Monica Beach, absorbing the vitality and passion of the city. Jiang Qingjie had long arranged hotel accommodations for Elja. However, due to the pressing schedule and the impending match that evening, the two headed straight to the arena upon their arrival, without any time to check into the hotel. The venue for the Drew League was located within a high school. As Jiang Qingjie drove, he remarked, the environment there may not be as professional as an NBA arena, so do not hold it against me. Not at all. As long as I can play, I am quite content, Elja replied, showing no concern for the quality of the playing venue. The mere opportunity to engage in the sport brought him immense joy. Here we are, Jiang Qingjie announced, pulling over to the side of the road. Elja stepped out of the car and gazed up, his eyes falling upon a rather ordinary high school gymnasium. This was indeed the location of the Drew League. The gymnasium appeared somewhat aged, its dark red walls exhibiting signs of wear, giving it a rather antiquated feel. Outside the entrance, several banners adorned with the Drew League logo displayed an assortment of faded yet distinctive patterns and texts. Upon entering the gym, Elja noticed that while the facilities may not be the latest, they were nonetheless adequate and significantly better than those found in high schools back in Huagua. The walls of the gym matched the exterior in dark red, adorned with various posters and photographs from the Drew League. Surrounding the court were several tiers of bleachers, capable of accommodating a considerable number of spectators. At that moment, the gym was already teeming with people. They hail from the nearby neighborhoods, their attire quite casual, predominantly comprising individuals from the lower middle class. Some children don cartoon jerseys, eagerly clutching basketballs as they dash about in excitement. Adults occupy the stands, engaged in conversation, sipping beverages, and indulging in snacks, their faces adorned with joyful smiles. Although the facilities here are rather rudimentary, an infectious energy permeates the atmosphere, with every visage radiating happiness. What a delightful ambience, Luge exclaimed. Indeed, Jiang Qingjie concurred. The Drew League embodies this spirit. It is a genuine grassroots league, a stage for all who cherish basketball. It lacks the taint of commercialism, thriving solely on an unadulterated love for the game. By the way, that contact still hasn't returned my call. Let me try reaching out again. As Jiang Qingjie spoke, he withdrew his phone and dialed the number. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently powered off. A cold female voice echoed from the device. Why is it off again? Jiang Qingjie furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of frustration. Hadn't he previously claimed to be the team manager responsible for assembling the squad? Why was he now unreachable? Luge inquired with a hint of confusion. Oh, you are yet to grasp the casual nature of street basketball in America. Jiang Qingjie shrugged, remarking, they often form impromptu teams, and it is not uncommon for individuals to become unreachable. This is quite normal. Moreover, the Drew League is, by nature, an amateur league, no tickets, no commercial elements, just a pure basketball experience. Perhaps it is precisely this essence that draws so many NBA players to partake in games here. Upon hearing Jiang Qingjia's words, Liu Jia felt a sense of relief wash over him. He felt that his understanding of the Drew League was still rather superficial. To truly participate in this environment, one must immerse oneself in its culture and adapt to its rhythm. There's no other option. It seems we must seek out someone ourselves, Jiang Qingjie remarked. Let us first venture inside. The two squeezed through the crowd and entered the arena. Inside, the atmosphere was electric, filled with the cacophony of excited voices. Jiang Qingjie, clutching his phone, attempted once more to dial the contact's number, yet it remained unreachable. Forget it. It appears that we cannot get in touch, Jiang Qingjie said with resignation. We will have to search on our own. Thus, he began to call out the contact's name throughout the arena. Hey, is there anyone here named Jamal? Jiang Qingjie bellowed, his voice reverberating through the venue. After a few shouts, an onlooker responded to his query. Hey, Jamal is over there. The spectator gestured towards a corner of the arena. Jiang Qingjie quickly turned to follow the direction indicated by the spectator, with Elja trailing closely behind. They observed a tall, dark-skinned African-American man vehemently yelling at a player. His body language was exceedingly expressive, gesticulating animatedly, occasionally waving his arms, and at times pointing directly at the opponent's nose. His demeanor exuding a formidable intensity. The player, chastised, shook his head repeatedly, his face a portrait of indignation. Is that Jamal? Jiang Qingjie inquired, a hint of disbelief lacing his tone as he observed the man who seemed rather difficult to approach. Hello, are you Jamal? Jiang Qingjie mustered the courage to step forward and address the African-American man. The man turned his head, surveying Jiang Qingjie and Elja with a skeptical gaze. Who are you? What do you want with me? He inquired, his tone laced with caution. Ah, that individual is someone we previously connected with online. Jiang Qingjie promptly clarified. I am Jiang Qingjie, and this is Liu Jia. We hail from New York. Oh, upon hearing Jiang Qingjie's explanation, the black man's face illuminated with a look of realization. You are indeed the duo that arrived from New York. He smiled and his demeanor became increasingly warm. I am Jamal, and I welcome you to the Drew League. As Jamal spoke, he reached for his mobile phone. However, upon retrieving it, he discovered that it had powered down. Damn this wretched phone, Jamal exclaimed, tapping it in frustration. It's out of battery, which is why I couldn't get in touch with you. Elja and Jiang Qingjie exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat speechless. Is this really the team manager of the Drew League? How utterly unreliable. Elja thought to himself. No wonder we couldn't reach anyone. Wait a moment. Let me take care of this situation first, Jamal directed at Elja and Jiang Qingjie, before turning back to a player, continuing to berate him incessantly, as if trying to force him away. What on earth are they doing? Elja asked, puzzled. I have no idea, Jiang Qingjie replied, shaking his head. He seems a bit difficult to deal with. You should be cautious. What exactly is going on? Elja felt increasingly bewildered, sensing he had stumbled into an unusual world. After a brief while, Jamal finally ceased his tirade against the player, who left the court with a look of resignation. I sincerely apologize. Jamal approached Elja and Jiang Qingjie, saying, that guy committed a flagrant foul during the game and showed no signs of remorse. In the Drew League, we have a strong aversion to such unfriendly players. We welcome everyone who loves basketball and respects the game. As he spoke, he gestured towards Elja's height, then shook his head. You don't seem quite as tall as you appeared in the video. Jamal looked at Elja, questioning. And you don't appear as muscular as you did in the footage either? He continued. Moreover, those flashy moves in the video, were they all executed by you? Upon hearing Jamal's words, Liu Jia felt increasingly at a loss for words. If it wasn't me, then who could it possibly be? Liu Jia pondered. Yet, he truly did not know how to respond to Jamal's inquiry. Just as Liu Jia hesitated, Jamal suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, in fact, I've long since become accustomed to this. Jamal mused to himself. I enjoy searching for players online and inviting them to play in person. However, many players are completely different from how they appear in their videos. Some boast about their exceptional skills, only to arrive and struggle with even basic dribbling. As Jamal spoke, he gestured towards the players around them who were warming up. But you needn't worry. Jamal redirected his gaze towards Liu Jia and said, I've already watched your video, and your skills are undoubtedly commendable. Now, let's have you participate in a trial to assess your actual level. The trial is quite straightforward, a 4v4 half-court scrimmage. Jamal casually gathered a few players to form a team with Liu Jia for a simple match. As Liu Jia played, he keenly observed the other players on the court. He discovered that there were no professional players here. The majority were merely enthusiasts, at best reaching a semi-professional level. Isn't it said that many NBA players come to play in the Drew League? Liu Jia felt somewhat puzzled. Could it be that none of them showed up today? He thought to himself, they might also be on other teams. Perhaps in future competitions, I will encounter them among my opponents. With this thought, Liu Jia's heart swelled with excitement. What a thrill it would be to compete against NBA superstars. Liu Jia's gaze once again grew resolute. I must showcase my abilities here, allowing those NBA players to witness my prowess. However, the trial players before him were merely amateurs, posing no threat to Liu Jia whatsoever. All right, kid. It's time for your performance. Jamal shouted from the sidelines. Let me see if you are as remarkable as you appear in the videos. Liu Jia nodded and received the pass from his teammate. He dribbled to the halfway line and then abruptly came to a halt. He is poised to showcase his prowess. Putting on a facade of superiority, he lifted his arm, positioned at the halfway line, and released a three-point shot. Swish. Elja watched as the basketball arced gracefully through the air, even beginning to envision the moment it would swish through the net, accompanied by the gasps of astonished spectators. However, reality struck him like a thunderclap. Clang. The ball hit the rim and bounced away. What? Elja was taken aback. What just happened? I felt like I shot it perfectly. How could it not have gone in? The other players, witnessing Elja's audacious half-court attempt, were equally astonished. Wow, what a long shot. Did you see that? Has he lost his mind? Yet, when they saw Elja's shot clang off the rim, they too were left in stunned silence. Their gazes were filled with confusion and disbelief, as if they were questioning Liu Jia's prowess. Could it be that this fellow is not as formidable as he appeared in the video? Is he merely a facade? Liu Jia too felt a tinge of embarrassment. He never expected that he would miss such a simple three-pointer. It seems I must proceed steadily and not be overly eager to showcase my skills. He thought to himself. Do not take it to heart, Liu. One teammate patted Liu Jia on the shoulder and said with a smile, perhaps you are just too tense. Simply relax. The other teammates also chimed in with words of encouragement. They had heard of the name Liu Jia and were aware that he was a recently rising sensation on the internet, a mysterious figure from China. Thus, they did not underestimate him too greatly. They merely speculated that he might be somewhat anxious, which could lead to a subpar performance. Well, thank you. Liu Jia nodded and remarked. He took a deep breath, allowing himself to regain his composure. He aims to demonstrate through his own prowess that he is not merely a facade. In the ensuing offensive play, Liu Jia received a pass from his teammate once more. This time, he chose not to take a reckless shot, but instead dribbled steadily while surveying the dynamics of the court. He suddenly came to an abrupt halt, retreated a step, and released a three-point shot. Swish. The basketball glided effortlessly through the net. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Yes, what a splendid shot. This is precisely what I meant. The other players were all in awe of Elja's remarkable performance. They finally understood that Liu Jia was not merely a name without substance. He truly possessed formidable prowess. Very well, young man, you are quite the player. Jamal nodded from the sidelines, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The ensuing match transformed entirely into Liu Jia's personal showcase. He commands the field with the authority of a seasoned general, orchestrating the game with unwavering confidence and strategic finesse. He effortlessly scored despite facing the relentless scrutiny of his opponents. At times, he employs lateral movement to create shooting space, effortlessly sinking three-pointers with precision. At other moments, he leverages his exceptional speed and agility to penetrate defenses and execute thunderous dunks. Additionally, he utilizes his keen passing ability to draw double teams, facilitating scoring opportunities for his teammates. Each of his assaults elicits waves of applause from the audience present. His performance astonished everyone, evoking a sense of exhilaration among the crowd. In the stands, a middle-aged black man watched the match intently, his gaze unwavering. He is none other than Rodney Hurd, the director of scouting for the New York Knicks. Due to the suspension of the NBA, Rodney's work has also come to a temporary halt. He resolved to take advantage of this leisure time to vacation in Los Angeles. Aware of the city's renowned street basketball league known as the Drew League, he decided to visit the venue and witness the games. As a professional scout, Rodney's instincts compelled him to scrutinize every player on the court. He meticulously observed the movements of each player, scrutinizing every offensive maneuver and defensive effort, in an attempt to identify those with latent potential. However, after a long day, Rodney found himself enveloped in disappointment. He did not discover any players who truly captivated him. Those athletes either excelled in a particular skill while possessing significant deficiencies in others or displayed average physical attributes, lacking the potential to become professional players. It seems that the level of the Drew League is rather unimpressive. Rodney mused with a hint of boredom. I should return to New York, continue waiting for the NBA's resumption, and then commence my work. Just as Rodney was about to leave, his attention was suddenly drawn to a player who had just entered the gym. It was a young man with a golden complexion, well-proportioned, and with a resolute gaze. Every movement exuded confidence and poise. Could it be him? Rodney felt a spark of surprise as he recalled that this individual seemed to be the very high school student from Huagua whom Alston had once recommended to him. Liu Jia. Rodney's interest was rekindled once more. He resolved to remain for a while longer, eager to observe the true prowess of this Chinese high school student. He observed Liu Jia participating in a 4v4 trial match, where his agile breakthroughs and precise three-point shots compelled him to take meticulous notes. Witnessing Liu Jia develop such an exceptional three-point shooting ability in such a brief period left him utterly astounded. This young man is truly a genius. Rodney mused. How could he achieve such significant progress in such a short span of time? His capacity for learning is absolutely remarkable. Rodney crossed out his previous notes regarding Liu Zhi's shooting inconsistency and proceeded to meticulously document the characteristics of Liu Zhi's three-point shooting. He meticulously recorded the rhythm of Liu Zhi's movements, the shape of his hands, and the power in his legs. He meticulously documented the posture of Liu Zhi while shooting, capturing the equilibrium of his body and the trajectory of his shot. As he took notes, he marveled at the astonishing pace of Liu Zhi's progress, a phenomenon rarely witnessed in the world. By the time the trial match concluded, Rodney had also completed his own documentation. He understood that he could not overlook such a promising player. Thus, he took the initiative to approach the field. Rodney arrived at the sidelines and beheld a vertical leap testing pole. He moved the testing rod in front of Elja, then pointed to it and said, "Young man, I would like you to undergo a few more tests. Are you up for it?" Elja did not recognize Rodney. He merely observed a middle-aged black man approaching him. He presumed that Rodney was either a staff member of the Drew League or a scout for a team, seeking to conduct some additional evaluations on him. Very well, he thought. With a nod of acquiescence, Liu Zhi readily agreed. He thought, since the other party wishes to witness his prowess, he shall grant them that opportunity. Rodney first instructed Liu Zhi to conduct a vertical leap test from a stationary position. He instructed Elja to stand by the high jump pole, and then he elevated the height of the pole slightly, prompting Elja to attempt a vertical jump from a stationary position. Elja took a deep breath, then exerted his legs with great force, soaring into the air. Snap! His fingers struck the horizontal bar of the high jump testing pole. Rodney meticulously observed Liu Zhi's movements. Noting the height of his jump, Liu Zhi's vertical leap reached approximately 85 centimeters, a performance that is considered above average among NBA players. Upon seeing his own jumping score, Liu Zhi was somewhat astonished. He was astonished to discover that his leaping ability after rebirth surpassed his recollections of his high school performance by a considerable margin. It seems that Derrick Rose's athleticism badge is indeed remarkable. Liu Zhi mused. Indeed. Rodney nodded, feeling quite pleased with Liu Zhi's jumping prowess. Subsequently, Rodney instructed Liu Zhi to undertake a running jump test for vertical reach. He adjusted the height of the pole for the high jump test, raising it once more to challenge Liu Zhi as he prepared to sprint and leap. Liu Zhi took a deep breath, then began his run-up, exerting all his strength as he soared towards the testing pole. Crack! His palm struck forcefully against the horizontal bar of the high jump test. Rodney observed Liu Zhi's takeoff height with keen interest, a look of astonishment gracing his face. He discovered that the crossbars of the high jump apparatus appeared to be set rather low, and to his astonishment, Liu Zhi managed to clear them all effortlessly. Consequently, he elevated the height of the high jump bar once more, allowing Liu Zhi to take another run-up and attempt the jump. With renewed vigor, Liu Zhi sprinted forward and leapt with all his might. This time, he successfully touched the crossbar, achieving an impressive jump height of 102 centimeters. A remarkable feat indeed. Absolutely splendid. Simply outstanding. Rodney exclaimed in admiration. He was taken aback by the remarkable leaping ability of LV Zhi. Subsequently, Rodney cleared the field temporarily, allowing LV Zhi to undertake a series of 3 to 4 sprint tests. Rodney personally timed and recorded LV Zhi's sprinting duration, which was approximately 3 seconds. This is an exceptional achievement, sufficient to demonstrate LV Zhi's impressive explosive power. Finally, Rodney had LV Zhi perform a movement test around the 4 corners of the penalty area. He instructed Elja to commence from one corner of the penalty area, subsequently sprinting towards the other 3 corners before returning to the starting point. Rodney meticulously recorded the time, and Elja's performance clocked in at 11.2 seconds. After completing the 4 tests, Elja found himself somewhat perplexed. He glanced at Rodney, then shifted his gaze to Jamal beside him. Why the sudden need for such a professional assessment? He pondered, wasn't it just a casual trial before? Jamal, noticing Elja's gaze, also felt a twinge of confusion. He, too, could not comprehend why this middle-aged African-American man was conducting such peculiar tests. Rodney meticulously recorded the results in his notebook and then nodded in satisfaction. He believes that Liu Zhi's physical prowess is remarkably exceptional. Having already attained the standards requisite for the NBA, he had developed a general understanding of Liu Zhi's data. This young man might truly have the potential to enter the NBA. Rodney pondered. I may very well be the first to document Liu Zhi's physical measurement data. This should be regarded as a baseline achievement. I eagerly anticipate his forthcoming performance and further advancements. Rodney offered a few words of encouragement to Liu Zhi before taking his leave. You, my friend, give it your all. I have high hopes for you, Rodney said to Liu Zhi before turning away from the gym. Once Rodney had departed, Liu Zhi turned to Jamal and inquired, Jamal, who was that person? Why did he suddenly conduct these tests? I have no idea. Jamal shrugged in response. I thought he might be your trainer, or perhaps a relative. Liu Zhi and Jamal exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat at a loss for words. They were unaware of the true identity of the middle-aged black man. However, they recognized that he was undoubtedly someone extraordinary. As the evening's match approached, Liu Zhi was naturally assigned to the starting lineup. He donned a brand new jersey and stood on the field. His heart brimmed with anticipation and was infused with exhilaration. He yearned to showcase his prowess here, to be seen and remembered by a greater number of people. However, A tinge of disappointment washed over Elja as he failed to spot any NBA players within the opposing camp. Could I have misremembered? Elja pondered. Will there truly be NBA players participating in the Drew League? He began to doubt his own memory. No, it cannot be. I remember it quite clearly. I recall that indeed many NBA players chose to participate in the Drew League during the summer due to the lockout. Perhaps they have yet to arrive. Luja consoled himself within. Maybe they will show up in the subsequent matches. Very well, Luja thought. The most important thing now is to perform well in the current game. Let us treat this as an opportunity to earn some incentive points. As the match commenced, Luja immediately found his rhythm. He tirelessly dashed about, receiving passes, dribbling, distributing the ball, and orchestrating the team's offensive plays. Every movement he made was imbued with strength and passion, captivating the attention of the audience. Initially, the spectators were drawn to Elja because of his yellow complexion. In the Drew League, it is a rarity to encounter individuals of Asian descent. This is neither a training camp nor a university. It is a realm of pure street basketball. The players who frequent this venue predominantly hail from the nearby neighborhoods, mostly comprising African American or Latinx athletes. Furthermore, those who come here do so for the sheer joy of the game, rather than for any commercial gain. Thus, when the audience first laid eyes on Elja, a player with yellow skin, their curiosity was piqued. What is this Chinese individual doing here? What motivates him to play in this arena? Could it be that he too possesses a passion for street basketball? However, upon witnessing Elja's remarkable performance, they were all rendered awestruck by his undeniable prowess. They began to cheer and shout for every remarkable goal scored by Luja, applauding for each outstanding assist he provided. Luja resembled a powerful magnet, drawing the gaze of all those around him. His movements embody both the creativity and imagination of street basketball, while also exuding explosive power and strength. His style of play is utterly captivating, and his performances possess an extraordinary visual impact. The audience gradually grew fond of Elja, enchanted by the basketball talent he so brilliantly displayed. They began to believe that Luja might truly possess a genuine passion for basketball, which was the reason he traveled thousands of miles to be here. He came here, perhaps solely to relish the joy that basketball brings. Witnessing Luja's performance on the court, they believe he is indeed a rare talent. Throughout the game, Luja almost single-handedly shouldered the team's offensive efforts. He possesses the ability to score independently while also orchestrating offensive plays for his teammates. With his exceptional prowess, he guided the team to a resounding victory with ease. As the match concluded, Luja reviewed his statistics, which were indeed remarkable. In the inaugural game, he amassed an impressive 32 points, 11 assists, 5 rebounds, and 3 steals, delivering a performance that could only be described as flawless. In the subsequent match the following day, Luja continued to showcase his outstanding abilities. In the competition, he not only continued to demonstrate his formidable offensive prowess, but his organizational skills also saw further enhancement. His performance was remarkably impressive, accumulating 30 points, 15 assists, 7 rebounds, and 4 steals throughout the game. In these 2 matches, Luja's display of skill was truly outstanding. Although it may not be characterized as utterly dominating, it undeniably attests to his formidable prowess. The day after the match, Luja lay on the hotel bed, feeling a sense of boredom. He tossed and turned, unable to find slumber, as thoughts of basketball consumed his mind. He recalled the match from the previous night, reflecting on his splendid performance. Yet he was acutely aware of the numerous areas in which he needed to improve. Chengjia, do you know the schedule for the Drew League? When is the next game? Zhou inquired of Jiang Chengjia, who was engrossed in his phone. You really are a basketball enthusiast. Jiang Chengjia lifted his gaze, chuckling as he responded. It hasn't been long since the last game, and you're already yearning to play again? Alas, without a game, I feel utterly restless. Zhou lamented. I just want to enhance my skills swiftly and then play in the NBA. I truly admire your dedication. Jiang Chengjia shook his head and remarked. All right, let me check the Drew League schedule for you. Jiang Chengjia picked up his phone and accessed the Drew League's official website to find the match details. Oh, I found it, he exclaimed. According to the schedule, the next game is not until next Friday. What? Zhou responded in shock. We have to wait an entire week. How can that be? Won't that time be utterly wasted? Indeed, the Drew League holds matches only on weekends. Jiang Chengjia explained. During the week, the players have their own jobs or other commitments. They can't possibly play basketball all day. Could you also help me look for other games to participate in? Zhou pleaded. I feel I cannot afford to be idle. I must keep playing to continuously improve my abilities. Observing Zhou's anxiety, Jiang Chengjia attempted to console him. You, my friend, are truly relentless. He stated. I understand your eagerness to enhance your skills quickly, but you must also balance work and rest. If you overexert yourself, how will you be able to play at all? Take a moment to rest. Do not rush. Since you have the time, why not visit the gym to work on your fitness? Muscles require training too. Suddenly, Jiang Chengjia recalled something. By the way, I could reach out to the Drew League officials to see if there's an opportunity to use their gym facilities for free. No, the gym is not an option. Zhou immediately rejected Jiang Chengjie's suggestion. I need to compete in games. Only through playing can I rapidly elevate my skills. Elvija had attempted gym workouts, but regardless of how exhausted he became, the system would not grant him any incentive points. Alas, you are truly hopeless. Jiang Qingjie sighed deeply as he looked at Elvija. He felt that Luzha was utterly obsessed with basketball, a fervor that seemed almost enchanting, which left him somewhat concerned. I advise you to relax a bit. Jiang Qingjie suddenly stood up and unceremoniously pulled Luzha up from the bed. You've come all the way to Los Angeles, and you spend your entire day in the hotel? How absurd. Come on, I'll take you out. Luzha, bewildered, was dragged out of the room by Jiang Qingjie. Where are we going, Qingjie? I still need to practice. Luzha said reluctantly. Today, you are going nowhere. You will just follow me for some fun. Jiang Qingjie insisted. You practice every day. It's making you almost foolish. It's time to unwind. Driving. Jiang Qingjie brought Luzha to the renowned Santa Monica beach. At this moment, the evening sun cast its golden hue upon the ocean's surface, creating a shimmering spectacle that was breathtakingly beautiful. The beach was teeming with people of various ethnicities, all gathered here to relish this splendid moment. How stunning! Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, captivated by the scene before him. The beauty here is truly unparalleled. However, Luzha appeared somewhat despondent, preoccupied with thoughts of how to earn incentive points, enhance his skills, and establish a foothold in the NBA. Luzha, stop overthinking. Jiang Qingjie noticed Luzha's demeanor and urged him once more. We've come all this way to Los Angeles. You should take a moment to unwind. Appreciate the scenery, enjoy life. Isn't that worthwhile? Oh, Luzha replied absent-mindedly. Just then, Luzha suddenly let out a cry, his voice infused with surprise and excitement. Stop the car. Stop. Quick, stop. He shouted loudly. What happened? What happened? Jiang Qingjie was startled by Luzha's reaction and quickly pulled over to the side of the road. Before Jiang Qingjie could comprehend the situation, Luzha had already flung open the car door and dashed out. What on earth is going on, Luzha? Jiang Qingjie, with a puzzled expression, followed him out of the car. He followed Luzha's gaze and instantly comprehended the reason behind Luzha's fervent excitement. It turned out that not far from the roadside, in a nearby park, there was an open-air basketball court. At that moment, the court was teeming with people, with layers of spectators both inside and outside. They were fervently shouting, calling out the names of two individuals. Harden, 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 DeRozan, DeRozan, DeRozan. Luzha anxiously leaped up, eager to discern what was transpiring on the basketball court. Fortunately, his leaping ability was commendable, allowing him to just about clear the crowd and glimpse the scene on the court. Before Luzha's eyes unfolded a riveting 3v3 basketball match. Most significantly, among the two competing teams, he spotted two familiar figures. One was James Harden, and the other was DeMar DeRozan. I can't believe it. It's actually Harden and DeRozan. Luzha exclaimed with excitement. He never anticipated that he would find himself witnessing these two active NBA stars here. James Harden, at the tender age of 22, was playing for the Oklahoma City Thunder, serving as the team's sixth man. Although Harden had yet to grow his iconic beard at that time, he had already begun to demonstrate his remarkable scoring prowess and organizational skills. During the 2010 to 2011 season, Harden averaged 26.7 minutes per game, accruing 2 points, 1 rebounds, 5 assists and 1 steals. He primarily attacks while holding the ball in his left hand, excelling in driving to the basket, executing quick jump shots, and making three-pointers, while also possessing a degree of playmaking ability, making him an exceptional scorer and facilitator. At that time, DeMar DeRozan, also 22 years of age, played for the Toronto Raptors and was the team's star player. DeRozan showcased remarkable physical attributes, exhibiting impressive leaping ability and explosive power. During the 2010 to 2011 season, he averaged 35.2 minutes on the court, scoring 21.4 points, securing 4.6 rebounds, and delivering 3.8 assists per game. He possesses remarkable proficiency in mid-range jump shots, with the stop-and-pop jump shot being his signature move. Additionally, he demonstrates a commendable ability to drive towards the basket. It is utterly astonishing. Luzha exclaimed. I cannot believe I am here witnessing them play. What? Harden? DeRozan? What are you talking about? Jiang Qingjie gazed at Luzha, utterly bewildered. He was completely oblivious to the happenings on the court and had no idea what Luzha was so excited about. It's true. Look over there. Luzha exclaimed, pointing towards the basketball court. They are playing over there. Really? Is that for real? Jiang Qingjie also became exhilarated, rising onto his toes in an effort to get a better view of the scene. Oh my goodness. It really is them. Jiang Qingjie gasped. I can't believe I am here witnessing active NBA players. This is simply unbelievable. Stop jumping, stop jumping. Jiang Qingjie quickly grabbed Luzha, saying, conserve your energy. I'll help us squeeze in. Jiang Qingjie had a sudden inspiration, conceiving a clever plan. He made his way to a nearby street vendor and purchased a delightful serving of gelato, holding the ice cream in his hand. He approached the edge of the crowd and called out loudly, hey, over there, you can get free ice cream. Hurry and take a look. Free ice cream? Upon hearing Jiang Qingjie's words, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter, growing increasingly restless. Is it true? Free ice cream? We must go check it out. Some pondered. Never mind. Let's just watch the game. What's so fascinating about ice cream? While a few hesitated, many others began to move in the direction Jiang Qingjie indicated. Soon, more and more individuals were swayed by his persuasion, heading towards that spot, causing the crowd's density to thin slightly. Let's go. Quick, let us squeeze in. Jiang Qingjie urged as he pulled Lu Jie towards the stadium. Brother Qingjie, you really have a knack for these clever tricks. Lu Jie chuckled. Of course. Jiang Qingjie replied with pride. I am a genius. But remember, we must keep a low profile. Jiang Qingjie suddenly lowered his voice, expressing his concern. I fear we might be surrounded and beaten by those who realize they've been duped. He donned his hood and lowered the brim, attempting to obscure his face. Finally, Lu Jie and Jiang Qingjie managed to push their way to the front row of the stadium. They maneuvered through the throng, finally able to discern the proceedings on the court with clarity. On the court, the contest between Harden and DeRozan unfolded with a casual ease, yet was imbued with an undeniable sense of enjoyment. They played with buoyancy, exchanging laughter as if engaged in a casual scrimmage. Harden appeared to be the more talkative one, perpetually jesting with his teammates, eliciting hearty laughter from all. In contrast, DeRozan maintained a quieter demeanor, diligently focusing on his game, with a subtle hint of melancholy gracing his features. The two engaged in an intense duel on the court. During one offensive play, Harden, with the ball in hand, faced DeRozan's defensive stance. He executed several crossovers in succession, followed by a deft behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand. Subsequently, he performed a retreat step, positioned beyond the three-point line, and unleashed a seamless jump shot. Swish! The basketball soared through the net with pristine precision. What a remarkable play, LeBron. Harden's teammates erupted in applause for his splendid performance. DeRozan offered a subtle smile, choosing silence as he swiftly made his way to the front court. When it was DeRozan's turn to attack, he engaged in a post-up against Harden. Leveraging his physical prowess, he executed 2 consecutive shoulder checks against Harden, then abruptly spun around to release a graceful fadeaway jumper. Swish! The basketball nestled snugly into the net. Well done, DeMar. His teammates erupted in applause for his spectacular display. In the next possession, Harden once again took charge of the offense. He effortlessly penetrated DeRozan's defense with his exceptional ability to break through. Subsequently, he charged towards the basket and, with a deft floater, sent the ball soaring through the hoop. Yes, Harden exclaimed with exhilaration. Next, it was DeRozan's turn to take the offensive. He set a screen for his teammate and then, utilizing the cover, sprinted beyond the three-point line. His teammates understood implicitly and passed the ball to DeRozan. Upon receiving the ball, DeRozan executed a sudden stop and delivered a jump shot, successfully sinking the ball into the hoop. That's it, DeRozan exclaimed with fervor. Throughout the game, Harden incessantly calculated the scores, vocally announcing his points each time he scored. 12-10, 15-12, 18-14. His voice resonated with joy, as if he were not competing, but rather engaging in a delightful game. Ultimately, Harden executed a Euro step to break through, completing the final layup and sealing the score at 21-16. Hooray, 21-16. We have triumphed, Harden exclaimed, embracing DeRozan, both of them laughing heartily. Well played, my friend. You too. They exchanged compliments, creating an atmosphere of remarkable harmony. The audience present erupted in cheers for their splendid performance. They revel in the joy that the competition brings, as well as the opportunity for close encounters with their idols. As Lu Jie gazes upon Harden and DeRozan on the court, he feels an overwhelming sense of awe. He discovered that the NBA players are truly tall and robust. Previously, Alston was only half a head taller than him, and Lu Jie did not find that particularly remarkable. However, when he beheld the 1.96-meter-tall Harden and the 2.1-meter-tall DeRozan, he truly appreciated the extraordinary physical prowess of NBA athletes. They appeared to be a couple of sizes larger than himself, their muscular contours strikingly pronounced. Indeed, thought Lu Jie, no matter how robust you may be, never take a photograph alongside NBA players, lest you appear as a mere junior. Even Dwayne Johnson, standing beside Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, would seem quite diminutive. He glanced at himself once more. Despite having acquired the athleticism badge of Derrick Rose, which significantly enhanced his physical prowess, he still appeared somewhat frail in comparison to those NBA players. It seems that my next badge must focus on improving my physical strength, Lu Jie contemplated. Otherwise, I will be unable to establish myself on the NBA stage. After finishing a game, Harden remained unsatisfied. He lifted his head and gazed into the crowd, seemingly in search of someone to engage in another match. Suddenly, his eyes fixed upon Lu Jie. He noticed, amidst the crowd, a young man with yellow skin standing there. Harden felt a twinge of curiosity. He took the initiative to wave at Lu Jie, inquiring with a tone tinged with curiosity, "Hey, Asian boy, do you play basketball?" Lu Jie, still preoccupied with thoughts of the badge, initially failed to notice Harden calling out to him. It was only when he heard someone addressing him that he abruptly came to his senses. He saw, to his astonishment, that Harden was actually waving at him. Could it be? Is Harden really speaking to me? Lu Jie felt a sense of disbelief. What kind of luck is this? Harden nodded at Elja once more, indicating that he was indeed calling him. Then, he gestured towards the court and pointed to himself, seemingly inviting Elja to join him for a game. How about we play a match? Harden inquired with a smile. Me? Is it really me? Elja exclaimed, pointing to his own nose in excitement. He could hardly believe that he would actually have the opportunity to play alongside Harden. Yes, it's you. Harden nodded. We still need one more person. Come join us. Oh my, this is simply marvelous. Luja was so exhilarated that he felt like leaping for joy. He quickly nodded, then excitedly dashed towards the field. Luja, hurry up. Jiang Qingji urged, pushing Luja with enthusiasm. This is a rare opportunity. You must perform exceptionally well. Upon stepping onto the field, Luja felt a twinge of nervousness. He darted back and forth, endeavoring to acclimate himself to the rhythm of the court while simultaneously experiencing the speed and athleticism of NBA players. He observed that both Harden and DeRozan possessed remarkable speed. Their movements executed at a pace that surpassed his own. Moreover, their physiques were impressively robust, with well-defined muscles reminiscent of two colossal iron giants. In comparison to these NBA players, my physical attributes still fall short, Luja mused. It seems imperative that I enhance my strength and speed without delay. During one possession, Luja found himself matched up against DeRozan. He wished to test whether he could successfully defend against DeRozan's offensive prowess. When DeRozan beheld that his defender was, in fact, Luja, he too was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He glanced at Elja, then surveyed the surrounding audience. Seemingly perplexed by the identity of this yellow-skinned youth, he was concerned that if he exerted too much force, he might inadvertently harm Luja, so he deliberately toned down his physical confrontations. Instead, he executed a feigned move with his back turned, followed by a smooth turn and jump shot, effortlessly resolving the situation. Swish! The basketball gracefully descended into the hoop. This guy is truly formidable, Luja thought, filled with admiration as he watched DeRozan score with such ease. He had clearly exerted himself to leap for the block, yet he was still unable to thwart DeRozan's shot. It seems I have a long way to go, Luja lamented, clapping his hands in frustration. However, DeRozan too felt a sense of astonishment within his heart. In his recent matchup against Luja, he could distinctly perceive the rapidity of Luja's movements, as well as his exceptional jumping ability. If ordinary street ball players are considered to possess a standard level of skill, Luja undoubtedly transcends that, standing a notch above them. Had it not been for his own considerable proficiency, he might have been on the receiving end of a block from Luja. Who exactly is this young man? DeRozan mused to himself as he jogged back to his own half of the court, casting furtive glances at Luja. He began to speculate whether Luja might be a player from a prestigious NCAA team or perhaps a professional athlete from another country. Hey, you're quite impressive, Harden exclaimed as he approached Luja, his tone brimming with encouragement. Your defense just now was quite formidable. However, you still need to master some defensive techniques. As he spoke, Harden animatedly elaborated on various defensive strategies to Luja. He instructed Luja on how to discern the opponent's offensive intentions, how to leverage physical advantages for defense, and how to obstruct the adversary's attacking routes. One must remain ever vigilant, ensuring that the opponent cannot breach one's defenses with ease. During defensive maneuvers, it is imperative to engage physically, creating discomfort for them. Furthermore, one should frequently employ cooperative defense to assist teammates in their defensive efforts. Harden continuously elucidated, imparting his years of defensive wisdom to Luja without reservation. Luja attentively listened and nodded, etching Harden's words indelibly in his mind. Now, it is your turn to control the ball, Harden said to Luja. Let me observe your offensive techniques. Luja nodded in response and dribbled the ball toward the front court. He passed the ball to Harden, eager to observe how Harden would approach the offensive play. Upon receiving the ball, Harden effortlessly utilized his penetrating ability to surpass the defender, subsequently scoring with a layup. In the next play, Luja again passed the ball to Harden, who continued to score with remarkable ease. As they entered the third round, when Luja received the ball once more and prepared to pass it to Harden, Harden abruptly came to a halt. He shook his head at Luja, then passed the ball back to him, signaling for Luja to take the initiative. Go for it, buddy. Show me what you've got, Harden said with a smile, clapping his hands to encourage Luja to attack. Observing Harden's gesture, Luja felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He felt as though Harden had perceived himself as a child. Well, since you have said that, allow me to demonstrate my prowess, Luja thought to himself. Let me show you that I am not a novice. DeRozan stepped forward, ready to defend against Luja. He was eager to ascertain the capabilities of the young man with yellow skin. Observing that DeRozan had taken the initiative to defend against Luja, Harden felt a twinge of curiosity. What has gotten into DeMar? Harden pondered. Why is he not guarding me? Instead, he chooses to defend this Asian lad. Could it be that this Asian youth possesses some extraordinary talent? Harden jested at DeRozan. Hey, DeMar, don't pick on the kid. However, DeRozan paid no heed to Harden's teasing. His full attention was devoted to Luja. In reality, he was not exerting all his energy in defense. He simply sought to gauge Luja's prowess. At that moment, Luja suddenly sprang into action. He harnessed his exceptional explosiveness and speed. accelerating instantaneously to break through on DeRozan's right side. Such a rapid start. DeRozan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luja's initial burst of speed would be so astonishingly swift. He hastily shifted his steps, aiming to obstruct Luja's path to the basket. However, Luja's speed was astonishing, leaving DeRozan a fraction too slow. Just as DeRozan was about to adjust his defensive stance, Luja unexpectedly executed a swift crossover maneuver beneath his legs. The fluidity with which Luja changed direction while moving at such high velocity caught DeRozan completely off guard. DeRozan's center of gravity was disrupted, causing him to lose his footing and crash to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Luja accelerated towards the basket, delivering an emphatic dunk. The rim reverberated with a thunderous sound, igniting the entire arena in a frenzy. Woo! What a spectacular moment! He left DeRozan in his wake. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers and roars, utterly captivated by Luja's remarkable display of skill. They were taken aback by the remarkable prowess of this young man with yellow skin. Harden was equally astonished. He laughed heartily, then approached and lifted DeRozan off the ground. Haha, what did I tell you? Harden chuckled, addressing DeRozan. You, my friend, are simply too careless. Your focus was lacking. You were merely attempting to test him. Yet he managed to outmaneuver you effortlessly. DeRozan shook his head, defiantly replying, Did you not see? His speed was astonishing. His acceleration is undoubtedly at a professional level. Moreover, his change of direction was so fluid that I barely had time to react. DeRozan pointed towards Luja, who was sprinting back to his half of the court. Look at his movements. He is not an ordinary player. Haha. All right. I can see that he is impressive. Harden continued to laugh. However, I still believe that it was your lack of concentration that led to your downfall. In the next round, I will have him face you again. Let us see how it unfolds. DeRozan looked at Harden, bemused. This guy just loves to spectate. He thought to himself, however, that yellow-skinned lad certainly possesses some remarkable qualities. Who exactly is he? At the same time, Luja was also taken aback. He had never anticipated that he would so effortlessly surpass DeRozan. His recent movements were executed almost seamlessly, flowing with an effortless grace that even left him somewhat astonished. Could it be that DeRozan did not defend me with full intensity? Luja pondered. Perhaps he merely underestimated me. Nevertheless, Luja was acutely aware that he had merely seized the opportunity afforded by DeRozan's negligence. He is aware that there exists a considerable gap between himself and the true NBA players, and he must not allow himself to become complacent or arrogant. However, when Luja reminisces about the moment he managed to outmaneuver DeRozan, a sense of excitement stirs within him, accompanied by an indescribable feeling of bashfulness. He felt that his recent actions were indeed somewhat exaggerated, even tinged with a hint of mockery. He initially intended to lend a hand to DeRozan, yet he felt that such an action might come across as somewhat pretentious. Ultimately, he opted for silence and retreated back to his own half of the court. Among the audience, some keen observers recognized Luja. Hey, that person seems to be the yellow-skinned kid from Lock Park, exclaimed one spectator. Indeed. I saw his video online before. His movements are identical. Another chimed in. Could it be that he is the enigmatic Huagua individual? Look, he just faked out DeRozan. Incredible. The crowd buzzed with excitement, pointing at Luja and whispering among themselves. Suddenly, someone in the stands called out Luja's name loudly. Startled by the sound of his name, Luja instinctively lifted his head to gaze in the direction of the voice. When he realized that someone in the crowd had recognized him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He scratched his head, then awkwardly waved to the audience, signaling that he had heard them. Upon witnessing Luja's response, the crowd erupted with even greater excitement. It is truly him, the Asian boy from Rock Park. He is magnificent. The cheers grew louder among the throng, all celebrating Luja's performance. DeRozan took the initiative to attack, utilizing a screen to once again position himself against Luja. He yearned to continue challenging Luja to prove his own prowess. Upon witnessing DeRozan once again matched against Luja, Harden felt a flicker of curiosity within him. What has gotten into DeMar today? Harden pondered. Why must he engage in a duel with this young man of Asian descent? Could it be that he has genuinely been provoked by this young man of yellow skin? A smile crept across Harden's face as he found DeRozan's demeanor somewhat childish. Yet simultaneously, a spark of intrigue regarding Luja began to kindle within Harden's heart. He initially invited Luja to join the competition, merely due to Luja's distinct yellow skin, which made him quite conspicuous amidst the crowd. It was a whimsical invitation. However, he was taken aback by Luja's remarkable prowess. Particularly just moments ago, Luja had managed to effortlessly outmaneuver DeRozan, leaving Harden utterly astonished. This young man is indeed quite intriguing. Harden mused to himself. It seems I have stumbled upon a true gem today. This time, DeRozan approached the challenge with utmost seriousness, determined to showcase his abilities and utterly dismantle Luja with his offensive prowess. He utilized his speed and explosiveness in an attempt to break through Elja's defenses. However, he soon realized that Elja's footwork was remarkably swift as well, staying closely adhered to him, leaving no opportunity for a comfortable shot. DeRozan, feeling helpless, was compelled to alter his offensive strategy, opting to engage in back-to-the-basket plays against Elja. He leveraged his physical advantages, repeatedly colliding with Luja in an attempt to create space for his shot. However, Luja utilized his strength to firmly restrict DeRozan's ability to pivot to the right, leaving DeRozan feeling significantly challenged. Realizing he could not turn right, DeRozan was compelled to pivot left. Yet, he remained wary of Luja seizing the opportunity to intercept, rendering him hesitant to take a shot. He could only deceive Luja through a series of feints. He first feigned a shot, deceiving Luja's balance, then took a step inside and scored with a layup. Phew! DeRozan let out a long sigh of relief. He watched as the basketball gracefully descended into the net, and could not help but marvel at the tenacity of Luja's defense. Luja also inhaled sharply, feeling the formidable prowess of the NBA stars, and he became acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them. This is what a true NBA player looks like. Luja mused to himself. Both in offensive finesse and defensive prowess, I find myself utterly dwarfed. Ha! DeMar, why are you finding it so difficult to score? Harden chuckled, addressing DeRozan. Are you perhaps intimidated by this Asian lad? DeRozan glanced at Harden, feeling somewhat helpless. He wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. The spectators, witnessing Luja's remarkable ability to defend against DeRozan, were taken aback, and they began to cheer for Luja's splendid performance. Hey, that Asian boy is incredible. Did you see his defense? His speed is astonishing. He is truly remarkable. The crowd's exuberant cheers and accolades reverberated throughout the arena. Harden, catching the sounds of the audience's adulation, cupped his hand to his ear, adopting a listening posture. Hey, do you all know this Asian boy? Harden called out loudly. Lou. The crowd collectively chanted Luja's name. Oh, his name is Lou. All right, I shall remember that. Harden nodded, indicating that he had indeed committed Luja's name to memory. Then, he passed the ball to Luja, signaling him to continue the offensive. Lou, let me see what you've got, Harden said with a grin. Hearing Harden's encouragement, Luja once again dribbled forward with determination. He gazed at DeRozan, his heart brimming with reverence, yet also imbued with a sense of challenge. He understood that he must be more diligent and exert greater effort to overcome DeRozan's defense. This time, DeRozan also adopted a serious demeanor, defending Luja with heightened vigilance. His gaze was filled with concentration and determination. He was resolute in his intent to thwart Luja's offensive maneuvers. Just as Luja began to feel a twinge of frustration, Harden unexpectedly rushed over. Setting up a high-quality pick-and-roll, he deliberately pushed DeRozan aside and, grinning, remarked, Hey, DeMar, you're too close. You're obstructing Lu's path. Ha! After Harden's words, a burst of hearty laughter ensued. Luja capitalized on Harden's screen, successfully evading DeRozan's defense. He then stepped back, positioned beyond the three-point line, and launched a shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the air and swished through the net. Both Harden and DeRozan were left astonished by the spectacle. They were taken aback when Luja, against all expectations, opted to attempt a three-pointer, executing it with remarkable precision. You crazy kid, DeRozan remarked, a hint of exasperation lacing his tone. Why did you set a screen for him? Haha, I had no idea he was this formidable. Harden responded, laughter permeating his voice, revealing his astonishment. In the ensuing play, DeRozan refrained from challenging Luja once more. Perhaps the previous matchup had left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed, or perhaps Harden's taunts had ignited a spark of defiance within him. This time, he chose to initiate the attack himself. Under Harden's defense, he attempted a forceful layup but failed to convert. Harden seized the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Luja, signaling for him to showcase his talents. Go for it, Luja. It's your time to shine, Harden exclaimed, a smile adorning his face. Upon receiving Harden's pass, Luja immediately accelerated, charging towards the front court. He effortlessly evaded the other defenders with his remarkable speed, making a beeline for the basket. The only opponent in pursuit was DeRozan, who had just returned to his defensive position. This time, I absolutely must not allow him to score so easily, DeRozan thought to himself. He immediately stepped forward to defend, attempting to push Luja outward, preventing him from breaking through to the basket. Luja sensed the intensity of DeRozan's defense. He realized that DeRozan was taking the game seriously. However, instead of feeling intimidated, Luja's heart raced with exhilaration. Just as DeRozan believed that Luja was about to force his way through, Luja unexpectedly altered his approach to the attack. With a mere glance, he misled DeRozan into believing he was about to drive to the basket. Just as DeRozan shifted his weight to defend against the anticipated breakthrough, he unexpectedly tossed the ball into the air. This was a no-look pass. He did not direct his gaze towards his teammate but relied on an innate sense to launch the ball skyward. DeRozan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how the ball had been delivered. It was only when he turned to look that he discovered Harden had already leaped high, poised for an alley-oop. The precision of the pass, both in force and placement, was remarkable, allowing Harden to effortlessly secure the ball. Then, with a powerful thrust, he slammed it into the hoop. The resounding echo reverberated through the arena, causing the rim to quiver. Whoa, what an unbelievable pass. How did he even see Harden? This young man is a genius. The audience was once again awestruck by Luja's extraordinary display, erupting in cheers for his pass and applauding Harden's spectacular finish. DeRozan stood stunned, gazing at Luja with disbelief, his mind swirling with questions. How on earth did he accomplish that? He managed to deliver such a perfectly precise alley-oop. His passing vision is truly terrifying. After completing the alley-oop, Harden did not celebrate in his usual solitary manner. Instead, he rushed over to Luja, exuberantly lifting him off the ground. Lu, you are incredible, Harden exclaimed. Lu, you are phenomenal. You are the strongest player I have ever encountered on the streetball court. As he spoke, he hoisted Luja high, calling out to the audience as if to showcase Luja's prowess to the world. The crowd responded with enthusiastic cheers, thoroughly captivated by Luja's passing and Harden's alley-oop. Lu, 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 MVP, MVP, MVP. The chorus of cheers echoed throughout the park. DeRozan watched Harden and Luja, shaking his head with a wry smile. He realized that he had encountered a genuine adversary today. He approached Luja, exchanged a high five with him, and then said, "Well done, my boy. You truly are remarkable." DeRozan's tone was imbued with encouragement and admiration. He felt a deep admiration for LVJ. Harden looked at LVJ in astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. Hey, LV, are you a professional player? You are incredible. As Harden spoke, he gestured enthusiastically, mimicking the splendid move LVJ had just executed, his face displaying an exaggerated expression of awe. I have never witnessed such extraordinary talent in a streetball game. I genuinely believed you were an NBA player. Observing Harden's astonished expression, LVJ felt a tinge of complexity in his heart. He reminisced about his past in his homeland, where he once aspired to embark on a career in professional basketball. However, due to various circumstances, he ultimately faced a ban from the national team, compelling him to relinquish his dreams and seek new aspirations across the ocean. Yet, even to this day, he has not been afforded the opportunity to participate in a professional match, leaving LVJ feeling rather embarrassed. What am I, after all? He couldn't help but question himself. Am I merely an amateur player participating in street leagues? In truth, I have only engaged in some street basketball and amateur leagues, and I have yet to receive an opportunity in a professional league, Luja admitted with a hint of embarrassment. What? You are not a professional player? Harden exclaimed, his astonishment deepening at Luja's revelation. Impossible. You are undoubtedly more skilled than many professional players I have encountered. You possess exceptional talent. Why have you not been selected? I cannot comprehend it. Harden shook his head repeatedly, expressing his bewilderment. He could hardly believe that such a talented player as Luja had yet to receive an opportunity in a professional league. If you don't mind, I could recommend you to the Thunder, Harden said earnestly, gazing at Luja. Perhaps you could start by playing for the Thunder's affiliated development league team. Really? Luja exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy upon hearing Harden's words. He never anticipated that he would receive a recommendation from Harden. Thank you. Thank you so much. Luja exclaimed excitedly to Harden. It is truly an honor to serve the Thunder. Harden patted Luja on the shoulder and smiled, saying, Don't be so overwhelmed. While you possess considerable talent, you must continue to enhance your skills. In his enthusiasm, Harden inadvertently applied a bit too much force, causing Luja to cough slightly. Noticing Luja's reaction, Harden sheepishly remarked, Oh, my apologies, buddy. I got carried away. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's all right. I'm fine. Luja replied with a smile, shaking his head, unperturbed by Harden's roughness. However, you should work on your physicality. You are still a bit too slender, Harden added. Don't worry, I will do my utmost. Luja nodded affirmatively. Harden then turned to DeRozan, lamenting, I have no idea when the NBA lockout will end. I can't even access the team's training facility. I miss the days of playing in the NBA. DeRozan, hearing Harden's words, felt a sense of helplessness as well. So do I. He sighed and spoke. Upon hearing them mention the NBA lockout, Luja felt a stir in his heart. He was aware that the NBA lockout would conclude in the first half of December 2011, and the new season would officially commence in the latter half of that month. Perhaps it will soon come to an end. Luja comforted. I sincerely hope so. Harden shrugged and replied, Hey Lu, let us exchange contact information. Harden suddenly suggested to Luja, If there is any news, I'll call you as soon as possible. And if you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Luja was taken aback by Harden's words. He quickly took out his phone and exchanged contact numbers with Harden. All right, I must take my leave. Harden said to Luja, I hope to play with you again soon. Sure, thank you. I will never forget all that you have done for me. Luja exclaimed excitedly to Harden. No problem, Harden replied with a smile, patting Luja on the shoulder before turning to leave the court. DeRozan also bid farewell to Luja and then departed with Harden. On the way back, Luja felt elated. He gazed out of the car window at the fleeting scenery, feeling the caress of the sea breeze and listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves, his heart brimming with joy. The night at Santa Monica Beach possessed a unique charm. Colorful lights twinkled, illuminating the streets on either side, bustling pedestrians, and those quaint little shops. Inside these establishments, a warm golden glow emanated, rendering the night particularly inviting. Sitting in the car, Luja beheld all of this, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. What a truly fortunate day, he thought to himself. I cannot believe that I have the opportunity to play alongside Harden and DeRozan. I am astonished to have received a recommendation from Harden. He felt that he had taken another step closer to his dream of the NBA. What do you think? I told you, it was indeed the right decision for me to drag you out for some fresh air. Jiang Qingjie remarked with a smile as he looked at Elja. If I hadn't forcibly brought you out, you would still be in the hotel, lost in your thoughts. Absolutely. Brother Qingjie, you were right. Elja nodded emphatically. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have encountered Harden and DeRozan today. Indeed, I am your lucky star. Jiang Qingjie declared proudly. From now on, stick with me, and I guarantee that good fortune will follow you every day. Despite Elja's elevated spirits, a sense of anxiety crept in as he contemplated the NBA lockout, realizing it would be 4 to 5 months before it would conclude. He fervently wished he could do something to expedite an agreement between the labor and management, hastening the resumption of the NBA season. However, Luja was acutely aware that these matters were beyond his control. Numerous rounds of negotiations had transpired, yet the discord between the two parties remained starkly pronounced. NBA players and owners were entrenched in a heated dispute, each advocating fiercely for their own interests. The players contended that they had generated immense wealth for the league and thus deserved a greater share of the rewards. Conversely, the owners argued that they bore significant risks and should not allow the players to appropriate an excessive portion of the profits. Both parties stubbornly held their ground, unwilling to concede, which resulted in a stalemate in the negotiations. Alas, I can only participate in the Drew League for now and continue to accumulate incentive points. Luja thought to himself. In the ensuing days, devoid of any matches to play, Luja felt a twinge of boredom. Consequently, he made his way each day to the high school where the Drew League was held, training alongside the high school team. He even became well acquainted with the coach of the school team, who was more than willing to have a high-level player accompany them in training and provide guidance on their techniques. From dawn until dusk, Luja immersed himself in the gym, tirelessly honing his skills and enhancing his abilities. Although the incentives offered during the school team's practice matches were rather meager, through Luja's relentless efforts day after day, his rewards gradually accumulated. In the evening, after training had concluded, the gym was left with only Luja. He continued to practice his shooting relentlessly until he was utterly exhausted, finally collapsing onto the court, gasping for breath. He gazed at the bright lights adorning the ceiling of the gymnasium and suddenly realized that he had truly become a basketball enthusiast. I practice my shooting every day, yet I fail to increase my motivation. What on earth am I doing? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. He could not help but laugh aloud. He felt as though he had truly become enchanted. For the sake of basketball, he had nearly relinquished everything, even dedicating his moments of respite to practice. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Luja's ears. Hey, the lights are about to be turned off. Please vacate the premises. It was a staff member from the gym, signaling the closure. Realizing the urgency, Luja quickly rose from the floor, reluctantly departing from the arena. In the subsequent 2 group matches, Luja continued to lead his team to victory over their adversaries. He has become the cornerstone of the team. With every offensive move, he makes eliciting waves of cheers from the audience. Throughout the match, Luja's performance remained exceptionally remarkable. He leverages his exceptional ability to break through defenses, effortlessly tearing apart his opponent's lines and scoring with ease. He also showcased his remarkable shooting precision, effortlessly sinking 3-pointers with pinpoint accuracy. In the 3rd group match, he scored an impressive 35 points, along with 12 assists, 6 rebounds, and 3 steals. In the 4th group match, he continued to excel, amassing 30 points, 14 assists, 7 rebounds, and 2 steals. His data remains remarkably impressive, and his abilities have garnered universal recognition. However, a lingering thread of doubt persists in Luja's heart. He found it rather peculiar that after competing for such an extended period, he had yet to encounter any NBA players participating in the Drew League. Logically, during the NBA lockout, one would expect numerous NBA players to opt for playing in the Drew League. He recalled a remarkably classic game from the Drew League, where Kobe Bryant led his team against another squad spearheaded by James Harden and DeMar DeRozan. The match was truly exhilarating, filled with intense moments. And Luja had seen related videos online. Could it be that my arrival has altered the course of history? Luja pondered. Is that even possible? While it is certain that my future entry into the NBA will undoubtedly reshape the history of the league, I doubt I possess such influence at this moment. Luja felt he might be overthinking things. Perhaps the time simply has not yet arrived. He pondered. Perhaps those NBA players will make an appearance in the subsequent matches. Maybe I should reach out to Harden someday and inquire about it. Elja resolved to contact Harden when he found the time, hoping for a chance to meet Kobe Bryant, one of the basketball players he deeply admired. His formidable prowess displayed on the NBA court, coupled with the indomitable Mamba mentality, profoundly influenced Elja. During the 2010 to 2011 season, at the age of 33, Kobe Bryant continued to exhibit remarkable athleticism. He averages 33.9 minutes per game, achieving 25.3 points, 5.1 rebounds, 4.7 assists, and 1.2 steals, remaining one of the premier shooting guards in the league. He possesses not only exceptional offensive skills but also formidable defensive capabilities and a remarkable ability to control the game. He is renowned for the Mamba mentality, which embodies an indomitable spirit of perseverance and resilience, a powerful will that profoundly inspires every basketball enthusiast. Elja harbors an intense desire to compete against Kobe, to personally experience the strength of the Black Mamba. However, he ultimately redirects his focus back to the game at hand. He was acutely aware that the utmost priority was to excel in every match and continually enhance his skills, as he had yet to encounter players of NBA caliber. Luja's abilities in the Drew League were notably superior, placing him at least half a tier above his competitors. He effortlessly led his team to victory against every opponent. However, during the final match of the group stage, an unforeseen incident occurred. In the second half, while attempting to navigate past an opponent's defense with a swift crossover move, Luja's left ankle twisted unexpectedly due to his rapid speed. He felt his ankle buckle, causing him to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. Luja couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. What happened? The audience gasped in shock as they witnessed Luja lying on the floor. Are you all right? His teammates rushed to his side, expressing their concern for his well-being. Sitting on the sidelines, Jamal immediately sprang to his feet and hurried over to Luja, his face etched with worry and anxiety. Lu, are you okay? What is the matter? Jamal asked urgently. Luja gradually sat up, assessing his left ankle. Fortunately, it was not sprained. It had merely twisted slightly, resulting in a false alarm, though it left him drenched in cold sweat. With the support of his teammates, Luja slowly made his way off the court and took a seat on the bench. He gazed at his slightly trembling left ankle, a sense of trepidation swelling within him. That was truly perilous. He thought to himself, if my ankle is indeed sprained, I shall have to rest for an extended period. He reflected on his shortcomings, aware that despite having acquired the athletic prowess emblem akin to Derrick Rose, significantly enhancing his speed and explosiveness, his physical conditioning had yet to fully catch up. I must not solely pursue speed while neglecting the strength of my body, he pondered to himself. He reflected on Rose's career. Although Rose had showcased astonishing talent and prowess during his peak, his professional journey was marred by injuries, leading to a regrettable decline from greatness. On one hand, the excessive utilization by Bulls coach Thibodeau kept Rose's body in a perpetual state of fatigue, sowing the seeds for future injuries. On the other hand, it was also attributable to Rose's playing style. His approach to the game heavily relied on explosive power and speed, frequently executing high-intensity drives and evasive maneuvers, which placed significant strain on his ankles and knees. His breakthroughs are predominantly characterized by a disregard for defensive maneuvers, relying instead on sheer force rather than variations in rhythm. This has consequently resulted in a significantly higher risk of injury compared to the average player. Luja gazed at his left ankle, resolutely reaffirming his determination. I must swiftly acquire a badge to enhance my physical attributes and equip it. Otherwise, I shall inevitably follow in Rose's footsteps. He opened the system panel and glanced at his incentive points. He calculated that if he were to successfully win this match, his motivational points would barely suffice to procure a bronze badge. However, should he lose, it would likely be insufficient, as the quantity of motivational points was significantly correlated with his performance in the competition. While Luja was deep in thought, Jamal approached with a concerned inquiry regarding Luja's well-being. Lu, how are you? Are you injured? Jamal asked with evident worry. I'm fine, Jamal, truly, Luja replied, shaking his head. I merely twisted something earlier. A moment's rest will suffice. That's a relief. Jamal exhaled, visibly easing. You should take a breather on the sidelines. I will manage the remainder of the match. All right. Luja nodded in agreement. He was aware that his current condition was not conducive to remaining on the field. He required time to recuperate. However, after Luja exited the game, the team encountered several issues in both their offensive and defensive strategies. Their offense had grown somewhat sluggish, and their defense had begun to wane. The opponents seized the opportunity, steadily narrowing the score gap. In one play, the adversaries executed a fast break, easily scoring a layup. In the subsequent possession, they sank a three-pointer, even taking the lead. This cannot continue. Sitting on the sidelines, Luja watched the tense contest unfold, his own heart growing increasingly restless. He understood that he could no longer afford to wait. He must return to the field and lead his team to victory. 3 minutes later, Luja could no longer remain seated. He rose to his feet and approached Jamal, saying, Jamal, I feel much better. I want to return to the game. Jamal, upon hearing Luja's words, displayed a look of astonishment. Lu, are you truly all right? Is your ankle fine? He inquired with concern. I'm perfectly fine, Jamal, I assure you. Luja replied, stamping his foot and smiling. Rest assured, I am uninjured and fully capable of continuing to play. However, Jamal sought to persuade Luja further, as the team had already secured advancement in the group stage, making further risk unnecessary. Yet, Luja's resolve was unwavering. He insisted on rejoining the fray. Jamal, trust me, I can lead the team to victory, Luja declared with determination. Seeing Luja's steadfast demeanor, Jamal realized he could not sway him any longer. He finds himself somewhat perplexed as to why Luja is so passionately devoted to basketball, why he is so determined to strive tirelessly for the opportunity to compete. He gazed at the figure of Elja as he re-entered the court during the timeout, feeling a swell of emotion within him. Perhaps, he truly possesses a profound love for the essence of basketball, Jamal mused. He is indeed a genuine aficionado of the sport. As Elja returned to the arena, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. Lu, 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 he's back. He's back. We knew you would return. The audience waved their arms exuberantly, vociferously chanting Elja's name. They are immensely fond of Luja's playing style and performance, cheering for every spectacular goal he scores and applauding each remarkable pass he delivers. Their affection for Luja is palpable. Upon Luja's return to the court, the team's offense swiftly regained its fluidity. He commanded the offensive rhythm of the team like a seasoned general, guiding his teammates as they steadily pursued the score. However, today, his companions faltered. Plagued by repeated errors and a dismal shooting percentage, Luja was left to shoulder the burden. Striving not only to score for himself but also to create opportunities for his teammates, he relentlessly broke through defenses, continuously passed the ball, and incessantly shot, shouldering nearly all of the offensive responsibilities for his team. As the match entered its final seconds, the score remained exceedingly close. Initially, Luja's team led by a single point, only to be overtaken by an opposing basket, leaving them trailing by 1. With mere seconds remaining, possession was in Luja's hands. Quick, pass the ball, Luja exclaimed, his voice brimming with urgency. His teammates swiftly executed the pass, and upon receiving the ball, Luja immediately dribbled forward towards the opponent's half. He utilized his remarkable speed to evade his opponent's defense, advancing to the three-point line. At that moment, only 3 seconds remained in the game. He had to take his shot. However, he chose not to attempt a three-pointer. He suddenly accelerated, executed a deft maneuver to evade his opponent's defense, and surged towards the basket. He stood his ground against a defender towering over him, choosing not to retreat. He soared high into the air, executing a difficult pull-up layup with remarkable finesse. His body executed an exaggerated transformation in midair before he deftly propelled the basketball towards the hoop. Swish. The ball nestled securely into the net. Woo. What an extraordinary display. He achieved it. The arena erupted once more. The spectators roared with fervor, their cheers echoing through the venue, utterly captivated by Elja's game-winning shot. It was an exceptionally thrilling and highly challenging moment. Elja, through his remarkable prowess, captivated the entire audience, demonstrating his worth through his performance. Incredible! A profound sense of admiration and reverence for Elja filled the hearts of all present. They never anticipated that a person of merely 182 centimeters in height, belonging to the Asian ethnicity, could exhibit such astonishing prowess on the court. This stature is nearly deemed insufficient for excelling as a player in the NBA. However, Luja has defied the odds, wielding his exceptional skills and keen awareness to dominate the game. They recalled the legendary Allen Iverson, who once dominated the NBA. Iverson is regarded as one of the greatest undersized players in the history of the league, standing at a height of 183 meters. He may not possess the towering stature often associated with basketball greatness, yet through his remarkable speed, explosive power, and exceptional dribbling skills, he has ascended to the ranks of an NBA superstar. During the 2000-2001 season, he led the Philadelphia 76ers to the finals and was honored with the MVP title for the regular season. He has been crowned the NBA scoring champion 4 times and the steals leader 3 times, making him one of the most legendary players in the history of the NBA. His breakthrough is akin to a sharp blade, slicing through the defenses of countless opponents, while his crossover dribble has been revered as a classic move. Many spectators, upon witnessing Elja, are reminded of Allen Iverson, as they perceive that both possess similar attributes, immense scoring prowess, and an unyielding spirit. He resembles Iverson, an audience member exclaimed. Indeed, he is like Iverson. Another enthusiast chimed in. Perhaps we should refer to him as Asian AI. Yes, Asian AI. I adore this moniker. An increasing number of spectators embraced the nickname Asian AI. They believe that this nickname perfectly encapsulates Luja's characteristics. They were all captivated by the diminutive Asian player, filled with anticipation for this enigmatic figure. Ultimately, in this match, Luja scored an astounding 50 points, while also delivering 6 assists and securing 3 rebounds. He harnessed his strength to lead the team to a triumphant victory. After the match, the players gathered together, embracing one another in celebration of their hard-fought success. They cheered loudly, danced, and frolicked, their faces radiant with exuberant smiles. Meanwhile, Luja, in solitude, approached the sidelines and activated the system panel. He wished to ascertain the extent of the motivational points he had accumulated during this period. He understood that what he needed most at present was to enhance his physical fitness, and to achieve this, he required the purchase of appropriate badges. Having participated in 5 group matches of the Drew League, coupled with his daily training sessions with the high school team, he had been diligently accumulating incentive points. This time, it should be sufficient, he mused to himself. Upon seeing the incentive points displayed on the panel, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. 5,115 points. Luja gazed at the numbers on the panel, a faint smile gracing his lips. At last, it's sufficient. He thought to himself, I can purchase a new badge now. He eagerly opened the system mall, eager to examine the badges pertaining to physical fitness. However, just as he was about to select a badge, he was abruptly interrupted by a chorus of cheers ringing in his ears. Asian Eye, Asian Eye, Asian Eye. He heard his teammates exuberantly exclaiming Asian Eye, a term that resonated incessantly in his ears. Initially, Elja was perplexed, unaware of why his comrades were suddenly uttering this peculiar word. However, as he listened to an increasing number of voices calling out Asian Eye, he suddenly realized that they were indeed referring to him. It was then that he recalled how, during the match, the audience had been fervently chanting that very phrase. He discovered that he had indeed earned the title of Asian AI. And everyone felt that he bore a striking resemblance to Iverson. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Asian Eye, Asian Eye, Asian Eye. The surrounding noise grew increasingly louder and more intense. Luja lifted his head and discovered that his teammates had gathered around him. They embraced one another, forming a circle, while dancing and chanting Asian Eye, turning around in unison. Their faces radiated excitement and joy. They regard Luja as a true hero, feeling immense pride and joy in his splendid performance. Witnessing the excitement of his teammates, Luja's mood became increasingly cheerful. He could not help but burst into laughter, and then he raised his right hand high, joining his teammates in a jubilant leap. All cheering in unison, they formed a circle, dancing exuberantly while shouting, their figures shining brilliantly on the court. Their revelry captivated every spectator present. Once the team members dispersed, Jamal approached, smiling as he patted Lu Zhu on the shoulder, followed by a hearty high five. Lu, your performance today was simply outstanding. Jamal exclaimed. I heard them chanting your name, Asian Eye. They even said you resemble Iverson. Haha, really? Lu Zhu replied with a grin. Perhaps one day, I too could ascend to the heights of becoming the NBA's scoring champion. Lu Zhu jested. Jamal was taken aback upon hearing Lu Zhu's ambition to become the NBA's scoring king. With an exaggerated expression, he gazed at Lu Zhu and inquired, Wait, Lu, you can't be serious, can you? Do you truly aspire to play in the NBA? I had always assumed you were merely a streetball player seeking to pursue a path to internet fame. Lu Zhu shrugged, remaining silent, yet a smile graced his lips, tacitly affirming his thoughts. He offered little explanation, knowing that his strength would speak for itself. Jamal, observing Lu Zhu's demeanor, still felt a tinge of disbelief. He shook his head, then gestured to indicate Lu Zhu's height, saying, At your stature, you certainly face some disadvantages. If only you could grow another 5 centimeters. Your opportunities would undoubtedly expand. Alas, since you have made your decision, pursue your dreams with fervor. I shall support you. Go for it, Asian Eye. Once the event concluded and others had departed, Lu Zhu exited the gymnasium alone, seeking a patch of grass outside the court, where he settled down. At long last, he found the time to access the system panel and meticulously examine the badges he wished to acquire. He once again accessed the system's marketplace and navigated to the badge section dedicated to physical fitness. He began to meticulously examine each badge, seeking to select the one that best suited him. Marlin, Iron Elbow Badge, Bronze, 5,000 incentive points. O'Neill, Beast of the Paint Badge, Bronze, 5,000 incentive points. One name after another flashed before Lu Zhu's eyes. However, none of these badges seemed to embody what he truly desired. What I seek is a badge that can transform my physical prowess beyond recognition. Lu Zhu mused. I yearn for a badge that grants me monstrous physical capabilities. Suddenly, a name caught Lu Zhu's attention. Wilt Chamberlain, Ancient Behemoth Badge, Bronze, 5,000 incentive points. Wilt Chamberlain, the Basketball Emperor. This name holds a legendary status within the realm of basketball. He stands at an impressive height of 2.16 meters. Possessing an extraordinarily exceptional physique, his strength, speed, and vertical leap have all reached the pinnacle of human capabilities. He once scored a staggering 100 points in a single game and amassed 55 rebounds in another. Such statistics are unparalleled in the realm of basketball and may well remain unmatched in the annals of the sport. He is not only a formidable presence on the field, but also a remarkably legendary figure off the field. He once revealed that, in his quest to master the English language, he engaged in profound conversations with 20,000 women. Each night, after diligently studying English, he would dominate the basketball court the following day. He is nothing short of a monster, thought Lu Zhu. I must choose his emblem. I am determined to possess his extraordinary physical prowess. Without hesitation, Lu Zhu selected the Wilt Chamberlain, Ancient Beast Emblem, Bronze. Ding. The host has chosen to purchase the Wilt Chamberlain, Ancient Beast Emblem, Bronze, 45,000 incentive points. Do you confirm the purchase? Confirm. Ding. Purchase successful. 5,000 incentive points have been deducted, leaving you with 115 points. The Wilt Chamberlain, Ancient Beast Emblem, Bronze, has been equipped. As the system's notification echoed, Lu Zhu felt a warm surge enveloping his entire being. He felt his muscles becoming firmer and more powerful, and his body was growing stronger. However, this transformation was not particularly pronounced. Is something amiss? Elvija pondered, feeling a twinge of confusion. Why do I not perceive an enhancement as evident as the one I experienced when unlocking the Ross badge? This shouldn't be the case. After all, this is the Wilt Chamberlain badge. Why is the effect so feeble? Elvija began to suspect that the system might be playing tricks on him once again. In the early morning, Elvija and Jiang Qingjia were relishing a sumptuous breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Thanks to the prize money from the EBC League, their meals had improved. They no longer subsisted on simple fast food every day. Now, they could indulge in crispy bacon and eggs, savoring rich milk with delight. As Elvija immersed himself in his breakfast, he suddenly noticed Jiang Qingjie observing him intently from the corner of his eye. He lifted his head and looked at Jiang Qingjie, asking with a hint of confusion, "What's the matter, Qingjie? Why have you been staring at me?" Jiang Qingjie narrowed his eyes, resting his chin on his hand, intently studying Elja, his gaze brimming with curiosity. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Qingjie suddenly remarked, "Elja, I can't shake the feeling that you seem a bit different." "Different in what way?" Elja inquired, glancing down at his own physique. "I can't quite articulate it, but it seems to me that you have become more robust." Jiang Qingjie mused aloud. Could it be that your recent intense training has contributed to this change? Upon hearing Jiang Qingjie's words, Elja began to scrutinize his own body with newfound attention. He discovered that his arms had indeed developed additional muscle, and his shoulders had broadened more than before. He recalled the previous night when he purchased the Wilt Chamberlain badge, and he did not perceive any significant change. A sudden thought crossed Elja's mind. Could it be that the badge's effects gradually intensified each day? No wonder he hadn't felt any noticeable enhancement last night. It was indeed a slow-acting charm. Was it true? Elja smiled, not directly acknowledging the thought. Perhaps I have simply been indulging in more food lately. Indeed, with a bit of financial comfort, it is only natural to enjoy some fine dining. Jiang Qingjie remarked with a grin. After finishing their breakfast, the two stood up. Jiang Qingjie paused once more, his gaze fixed on Elja, filled with astonishment. "What is it, Qingjie? What have you discovered now?" Elja inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I can't shake the feeling that you appear taller." Jiang Qingjie gestured between himself and Elja, unable to reconcile what his eyes were telling him. "Is it possible to train for height?" Jiang Qingjie mused aloud. "This defies logic. Perhaps I am simply experiencing a late growth spurt." Elja quickly interjected, wishing to divert Jiang Qingjie's line of questioning. "Who knows?" Jiang Qingjie shrugged. "It seems that playing basketball truly can promote growth." As he spoke, he and Elja playfully jostled each other, leaving the dining hall in good spirits. A couple of days later, while walking, Jiang Qingjie suddenly halted, staring intently at Elja once more. "What now?" Elja felt a twinge of discomfort. Turning around to question Jiang Qingjie. I have the impression you've grown a bit taller again." Jiang Qingjie furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Elja closely. Then remarked with a peculiar expression, "Are you imagining things?" Elja quickly replied, "I haven't engaged in any special training lately. Perhaps I was mistaken." Jiang Qingjie responded, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. After a few more days, upon returning from the gym, Elja prepared to shower. As he removed his jersey and was about to take off his shorts, he noticed Jiang Qingjie standing at the bathroom door, staring at him. "What are you doing?" Elja felt uneasy and looked up at Jiang Qingjie, countering with a question. "Do you want to watch me take off my pants?" No. Jiang Qingjie quickly shook his head. "I just think you seem to have grown taller and more muscular." As he mumbled this, he turned and left the bathroom doorway. Elja closed the bathroom door and then opened the system panel. He glanced at his personal information. Host, Lucia age, 19 height, 186 centimeters weight, 82 kilograms. "What? I have truly grown taller?" Lucia exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. "My height has increased from 182 centimeters to 186 centimeters. And my weight has also risen from 75 kilograms to 82 kilograms. He then understood that Chamberlain's emblem did not take effect immediately, but rather functioned gradually. It was subtly transforming his physique, resulting in a quiet enhancement of his height and weight over the course of several days. How astonishing this was. Lucia once again felt that the power of the system surpassed his wildest imagination. He posed in front of the mirror, flexing his muscles in various stances. He could distinctly perceive that his body had become considerably stronger, brimming with vitality. He smiled contentedly, then turned on the shower. The shower head released a cascade of steaming water, enveloping the reflection in the mirror with a mist, while washing away the sweat from his body. On a weekend afternoon, Lucia and Jiang Qingjie arrived early at the venue for the Drew League. Jamal had specifically sent a message the day before, urging them to arrive ahead of time. Although Lucia did not comprehend the reason behind Jamal's reminder, driven by a fervent desire for the game and a deep respect for Jamal, he and Jiang Qingjie arrived at the venue more than 2 hours early. Upon their arrival, they noticed that the crowd was significantly larger than usual. The venue was bustling with people, both inside and out, creating a lively and boisterous atmosphere. "What brings so many people here today?" Lucia wondered aloud, glancing at Jiang Qingjie beside him. "I have no idea," Jiang Qingjie replied, shaking his head. "The last time I came to watch a game, there weren't this many people. Is there some special event today?" After a considerable struggle to navigate through the crowd, they eventually realized that the previous match had yet to conclude. They had no choice but to seek out Jamal and then settled into the elevated seats at the back of the audience, watching the game unfold on the court. Lucia's gaze swept across the arena, attempting to locate some familiar NBA players. Suddenly, he spotted a very recognizable figure on the court. "Nick Young," Lucia exclaimed with excitement. "How could he be here?" "Who?" "Nick Young," Jiang Qingjie inquired, puzzled. "Yes, it's him." Lucia enthusiastically pointed to the player in the red jersey who was dribbling the ball. "Look, that's Nick Young," following Lucia's gesture. Jiang Qingjie also caught sight of the figure. "It truly is Nick Young," Jiang Qingjie exclaimed. At that time, Nick Young, aged 26, was playing for the Washington Wizards. occupying the positions of shooting guard and small forward. He was renowned for his confident, exuberant, and distinctive playing style, making him an immensely popular NBA player during his time. He excels in one-on-one play, skillfully employing a variety of feints and directional changes to confound his opponents. His mid-range pull-up jumper has become his signature move. During the 2010 to 2011 season, Nick Young averaged 25 minutes on the court, achieving 17 for points, 2, 7 rebounds, and 1 for assists per game. He is an exceptionally talented scorer, yet his shooting consistency leaves much to be desired. As Luja gazed upon Nick Young on the court, his heart brimmed with excitement. He finally witnessed the presence of NBA players in the Drew League. Subsequently, Luja attentively observed Nick Young's performance on the court. He observed that Nick Young's movements remained remarkably graceful, his dribbling was exceptionally fluid, and his shooting posture was undeniably elegant. However, what left Elja somewhat speechless was that Nick Young's shooting touch appeared to be rather poor, as each of his attempts almost invariably concluded with the sound of the rim. He first executed a double spin, evading the defensive player, followed by a step-back jump shot from beyond the three-point line. However, the basketball struck the rim and bounced out. In the subsequent possession, he performed a behind-the-back crossover dribble, then halted abruptly for a jump shot, yet the ball failed to find its mark once again. On the third attempt, he employed a feint to sidestep his opponent's defense and unleashed his signature fadeaway jumper, but once more, the basketball did not grace the net. Alas, Nick Young shook his head in frustration. Nevertheless, a smile lingered on his face, suggesting that he was not disheartened by his string of misses. He continues to revel in the joy of the game, expressing his individuality in his own unique manner. As Luja observed Nick Young's performance on the court, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, Nick Young truly embodies this style. He pondered, his shooting is indeed so erratic. Yet, his confidence and humor are undeniably endearing. However, as the match approached its final moments, Nick Young's shooting touch suddenly ignited. He appeared to have transformed into an entirely different person, effortlessly executing shots as if endowed with boundless firepower, consistently sinking challenging baskets. His mid-range jump shot has become remarkably precise, and his three-point shooting is now infallible. During one offensive play, Nick Young employed a crossover dribble to elude his defender, followed by a sudden stop and a jump shot that swished through the net. In the subsequent possession, he executed a feint that deceived his opponent's defense, then launched another three-pointer, which found the mark once more. The audience erupted in excitement at Nick Young's sudden display of brilliance. They cheered for every basket made by Nick Young, applauding each of his remarkable plays. The audience was particularly electrified during the final moments of the game when Nick, receiving a pass from his teammate, opted for a three-point shot. As the ball soared through the air, Nick raised his hands in triumph, turning away to celebrate prematurely. Swish. The ball swooshed through the net. Nick proudly lifted his arms, basking in the adulation of the crowd. The cheers reached a crescendo. This is the essence of Swaggy, the man of the moment. He exudes coolness. The spectators erupted with fervent shouts, deeply moved by Nick's confidence and charisma. Luja watched Nick's performance, reflecting on his undeniable charm. Nick Young truly lived up to his reputation, captivating everyone present in his unique style. His confidence and audacity are irresistibly appealing. Luja mused, though he certainly knows how to show off. In the next game, are we going to face Nick Young? Luja turned to Jamal, inquiring. You are overthinking it. Jamal chuckled, shaking his head. The Drew League's team formations are quite casual. Many NBA players simply drop in for a game and leave, so encountering them again in the next match is uncertain. So that's how it is. Luja realized, finally understanding why he had yet to meet any NBA players. Then why did you make me come early today? Luja asked, puzzled. Of course. It's to welcome the two big names joining our team. Jamal replied with pride. What? Are we really getting NBA players on our team? Luja's excitement surged. Who is it? Who is it? He could hardly contain his excitement as he inquired. You will never guess. Jamal replied enigmatically. Who is it? Stop keeping me in suspense. Luja urged impatiently. All right. I shall reveal it to you. Jamal said with a smile. Today, both Harden and DeRozan will be joining our team. What? Luja was instantly taken aback by Jamal's revelation. He never expected that it would be Harden and DeRozan. Haven't I seen them before? Luja contemplated inwardly. What a remarkable coincidence. There was also another player who would be attending the event, but to avoid causing a commotion, I cannot disclose that information just yet. Jamal continued. Furthermore, the venue for the upcoming match will be shifted to the adjacent auxiliary arena to prevent overcrowding and chaos. Upon hearing Jamal's words, Luja's heart raced once more. Another player? And the venue change is to avoid stirring up excitement? Could it be Kobe? Luja trembled with exhilaration. Am I truly going to play on the same court as Kobe? This is utterly unbelievable. Is my dream truly on the verge of realization? Luja felt his blood surging with fervor. He could hardly contain his eagerness to commence the match. He yearned to witness Kobe in person and to compete alongside him on the same court. After some time had passed and the crowd had thinned somewhat, Jamal glanced at the clock and waved his hand, signaling for Luja and Jiang Qingjie to follow him. The two of them trailed behind Jamal as he exited the main arena and entered the adjacent auxiliary hall. In comparison to the main arena, the auxiliary hall was considerably smaller, boasting only 2 stories and a single basketball court, surrounded by a row of seats for spectators. Nevertheless, the auxiliary hall was already bustling with a considerable number of attendees. They clustered around the perimeter of the court, seemingly anticipating something. Jamal entered the arena. Greeting the players who were warming up, Luja followed Jamal's gaze and noticed that Jamal was engaged in a cordial handshake with a black player. That individual was none other than Harden, clad in a pristine white jersey, a friendly smile adorning his face. He spotted Jamal and promptly approached him, greeting him with a fist bump and a shoulder nudge in an unmistakably urban manner. Jamal then moved on to another player, extending a handshake and salutation. This individual was none other than DeRozan, who wore a hint of melancholy on his face. He merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Jamal. At that moment, Harden unexpectedly caught sight of Luja, his face instantly lighting up with surprise. He was taken aback to see Luja clad in the same white jersey as himself, his expression reflecting heightened astonishment. "Hey Lou, is that you here?" Harden exclaimed, dramatically widening his mouth in surprise, then smiling as he waved for Luja to approach. Luja reciprocated with a grin and a wave, making his way to Harden's side. "Well, are you also here to participate in the Drew League?" Harden inquired, astonished. "Indeed," Luja confirmed with a cheerful nod. "Haha, how did I not think of that?" Harden laughed exaggeratedly. "Of course, with your prowess. It's only natural for you to join the competition. This is fantastic. Today, we can be teammates once more," Harden exclaimed excitedly, giving Luja a pat on the shoulder. "Let us ensure we collaborate seamlessly today and utterly overwhelm our opponents." "Absolutely," Luja replied, equally exhilarated. He never anticipated that he would so swiftly reunite with Harden and DeRozan as teammates. The thought of sharing the court with Kobe later filled his heart with exuberant anticipation. What a rare opportunity, Luja mused. Such an occasion could only materialize in the Drew League. Harden, squeezing Luja's shoulder, suddenly felt a sense of surprise and remarked with a smile, "Lou, you appear significantly stronger than the last time we met. You must have been training diligently. I truly admire your dedication." Harden was astounded by Luja's transformation. He had not expected such remarkable strength to develop in just a few days. "You know, perhaps we could train together sometime?" Harden continued. "I sense your progress is outpacing mine. I might need to seek your guidance in the future." He laughed heartily as he spoke. "Haha, sounds great. Let's improve together," Luja replied with a smile. At that moment, DeRozan approached, taking the initiative to greet Luja with a subtle gesture. In his gaze, there was a hint of astonishment, evidently. He too had noticed that Luja's physique had become remarkably more robust. "Hey, Lou, I eagerly anticipate your performance today," DeRozan remarked to Luja. "Okay," Luja replied with a smile. Suddenly, Harden pulled Luja aside, leaning in conspiratorially, lowering his voice, and wearing a rather smug expression as he inquired, "Hey, Lou, do you know who else will be here today? Could it be Kobe?" Luja jested with a grin. "What? How did you know?" Harden exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Luja. At that moment, the crowd began to stir restlessly. A man clad in a purple jersey slowly made his way through the entrance of the arena. Luja focused intently, and his pupils dilated in shock. He beheld a familiar visage, a legendary figure. Kobe Bryant. He has finally arrived. Upon entering the court, Kobe wore a confident smile that never left his face. He casually waved his hand towards the surrounding crowd, signaling them briefly, and then proceeded directly onto the court to commence his warm-up. He began with a series of simple stretching exercises, followed by a succession of warm-up drills including layups, jump shots, dunks, and defensive maneuvers against his teammates. Every movement of his is imbued with strength and grace, and each detail showcases his professionalism as a superstar. He resembled a meticulously crafted automaton, with every movement executed with unparalleled precision, and each strike imbued with unwavering confidence. Luja stood at the opposite end of the court, observing Kobe's warm-up from afar. A sudden sense of unreality surged within him. Am I truly going to play basketball alongside Kobe on the same court? Luja pondered. This feels nothing short of a dream. He recalled the previous life when the news of Kobe's tragic helicopter crash left him utterly shocked and filled with sorrow. A superstar of such immense greatness could vanish so abruptly in such a manner. He glanced once more at Kobe, the embodiment of vitality and confidence, and suddenly realized the necessity of seizing the present opportunity to engage in a game with him. As Luja was lost in thought, Harden approached and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Hey Lou, what are you thinking about?" Harden inquired with a smile. "It's time to warm up. The match is about to commence." Luja snapped back to reality and nodded. "Rest assured, I am fully prepared. That's the spirit. Remember to warm up first." Harden chuckled, gesturing towards Luja. "And later, I'll let you take control of the ball." "Really? That would be fantastic," Luja exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as he repeatedly nodded in appreciation. "All right, just wait and see." With that, Harden smiled and walked away. Soon, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the players to prepare for the match. The audience retreated from the court, allowing the players ample space. On the sidelines, Jamal gave Luja a thumbs up, cheering him on. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingjie, with excitement radiating from his eyes as he watched Kobe and Luja, exclaimed repeatedly, "Wow, wow, wow, Luja, you are actually going to play with Kobe. I can't believe it. If I had known, I would have brought a camera. This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment." "Don't worry, Many people are recording. Luja indicated towards the spectators with cameras eagerly capturing the event. You needn't fret. Countless individuals will upload videos of today's game online. Indeed, I must witness you make history. Jiang Xingjie replied fervently. You must perform brilliantly and showcase your talent. I will, Luja affirmed with confidence. As both teams gathered at the center circle, they exchanged greetings. Kobe shook hands with Harden and DeRozan, his demeanor casual and relaxed, a confident smile adorning his face. In contrast, Harden and DeRozan, as the younger generation of the NBA, appeared somewhat anxious before Kobe, particularly DeRozan, who was practically a fervent admirer of Kobe, his eyes reflecting sheer excitement. Kobe continued to shake hands with the players, but when he reached Luja, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow. He gazed at Luja and then inquired of the other players. Is he also a competitor? Indeed, he is Lu. He possesses remarkable strength. Harden hastily introduced Luja to Kobe, succinctly articulating Luja's technical attributes and assuring Kobe of his formidable prowess. However, after hearing Harden's account, Kobe remained somewhat skeptical. He gazed at the young man with yellow skin before him, pondering, can he truly play basketball? Is he genuinely capable of competing with me? Kobe grasped Luja's hand, questioning the strength of this seemingly frail Asian individual. He relished intense competition, rather than engaging in a mere child's play with the weak. However, since we are here, let us see what unfolds. Just as Kobe was about to release his grip, he suddenly felt the firm clasp of the other's hand. He could even sense that the grip of his opponent was not in the slightest inferior to his own, and there was an almost imperceptible feeling that it might even surpass his. Kobe felt a twinge of surprise as he raised his head to gaze at Luja. Luja, exuding confidence, returned Kobe's look with a smile and, in fluent English, said to him, Hello, Mr. Bryant. It is an honor to engage with you. Kobe's competitive spirit was ignited by Luja's self-assurance, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a provocative smile. He gazed at Elja and spoke with a hint of defiance in his tone. Do you know? I am going to crush you in a moment. Let us wait and see. Elja retorted, equally unyielding. He understood that in the presence of a rival like Kobe, retreat was not an option. He must exhibit his confidence and prowess. Kobe released his grip and turned away. Meanwhile, Luja gazed at the hand that had just shaken hands with Kobe, his heart brimming with exhilaration and excitement. I actually shook hands with Kobe. He thought to himself, moreover, I am actually provoking Kobe. I am truly engaging in something remarkably mad. The game officially commenced, and Kobe took the initiative to approach for the jump ball. Harden also stepped forward to contest the jump. The referee tossed the ball high into the air, and both players leaped simultaneously. However, Kobe's leaping ability was evidently superior. He was the first to make contact with the ball, directing it towards his teammate. Kobe's team gained possession and swiftly initiated their offensive play. After receiving the ball, Kobe did not opt for an immediate attack. Instead, he first utilized passing to orchestrate his team's offense before maneuvering into the low post with his back to the basket. He employed his exquisite low post techniques to initiate his offensive. In the first round, Kobe executed a back-to-the-basket isolation against DeRozan. He harnessed his strength, repeatedly backing into DeRozan, and then with a sudden pivot, seamlessly glided into the paint to score. Swish! The basketball settled perfectly into the hoop. The spectators, witnessing Kobe's effortless triumph, erupted into ecstatic cheers. Kobe! 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 They incessantly shouted Kobe's name, applauding his remarkable performance. In the next round, Kobe continued to exploit his back-to-basket play. He first feigned a right turn, then suddenly leaned back, launching the ball towards the hoop. Swish! Another flawless net. Kobe is simply extraordinary. His strength is unmatched. The audience once again marveled at Kobe's brilliant performance. In the third round, Kobe continued to opt for back-to-the-basket plays. He executed a series of tentative steps, then suddenly accelerated, coming to an abrupt halt before pivoting and launching a jump shot, which found its mark once more. Although Kobe was now 33 years old, he no longer possessed the explosive speed and leaping ability of his prime. His physique bears the marks of various injuries, yet his exquisite skills remain unparalleled. Each of his movements flows with a remarkable grace, and his shooting posture is as elegant and ethereal as ever, encapsulated in the phrase, a vision of beauty. As Harden witnessed Kobe's consecutive scoring, he chose not to pursue his own offense. Instead, he proactively passed the ball to Luja, signaling him to take the initiative. Upon receiving Harden's pass, Luja meticulously analyzed the unfolding dynamics on the court. He observed that the players in the Drew League were not particularly diligent in their defensive transitions. Their defense exhibited a myriad of vulnerabilities, which, after acquiring the passing badge of the illustrious Magic Johnson, became even more pronounced in Luja's discerning eyes. Consequently, Luja harnessed his exceptional vision and passing prowess to deliver a series of breathtaking long passes, facilitating his teammates in scoring. In the first play, Luja executed a long pass that found the fast-breaking DeRozan, assisting him in an effortless layup. In the subsequent play, Luja again employed a long pass to locate the cutting Harden beneath the basket, enabling him to execute an acrobatic alley-oop dunk. The audience erupted in jubilant cheers at the sight of Luja's remarkable passing. They were captivated by Luge's exceptional passing ability. Asian Eye. The Asian AI has returned. The audience once again chanted the title of Asian Eye, applauding the remarkable performance of this petite Asian player. Upon hearing the crowd shout Asian Eye, Kobe furrowed his brow in confusion. What were they calling out? He placed his hand beside his ear, adopting a listening posture, then shook his head to indicate his lack of understanding. Hey, they are calling you, Harden exclaimed as he rushed to Luge's side, smiling as he spoke. They say you resemble Iverson. Upon hearing Harden's words, Kobe furrowed his brow once more. He gazed at Luge, a defiant expression etched upon his face. Does he resemble Iverson? I find that hard to believe. I must see for myself what abilities he possesses. In the next round, Luge advanced once more. Dribbling the ball forward, he attempted once more to utilize a long pass, seeking DeRozan, who was making a cut towards the basket. However, just as he was poised to deliver the ball, a figure clad in purple suddenly emerged from the sidelines. With a swift motion, that individual leapt into the air and snatched the basketball from Elge's grasp. Subsequently, he surged forward, executing an exhilarating dunk. The crowd erupted in cheers. That individual was none other than Kobe Bryant. After completing the dunk, he deliberately approached Elge, and with a tone laced with provocation, remarked, "Do you still intend to pass? I shall not allow you to succeed." Elge, observing Kobe's demeanor, could only smile wryly. It appears that Kobe is indeed taking this seriously. He thought to himself, from now on, I must proceed with caution. In the subsequent rounds, Kobe altered his offensive strategy. He no longer opts for back-to-the-basket isolation plays. Instead, he initiates his offense from the flanks. He gestured for his teammates to spread out, then challenged Harden one-on-one. Although Harden is undeniably talented, his defensive prowess struggles to keep pace with Kobe's agility. Kobe first employed a series of feints to deceive Harden's balance, then unleashed his remarkable explosiveness, swiftly breaking through Harden's defense. In one offensive play, Kobe executed a deceptive move that misled Harden, followed by an accelerated drive straight to the basket, scoring with a layup. In the subsequent possession, Kobe utilized a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot, effortlessly sinking a mid-range basket. He resembled an inscrutable scoring machine, effortlessly finding the net regardless of position or method. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. The audience erupted in cheers once more for Kobe's magnificent display, profoundly moved by his skill and prowess. Meanwhile, Harden, upon receiving a pass from Luge during an offensive play, sank a three-pointer, keeping his team closely tethered to the score. The points remained tightly contested, with neither side managing to pull ahead. Observing Luge still commanding the court with unwavering confidence, Kobe noted his incisive passing and formidable offensive presence, which ignited an even greater desire for victory within him. He must utterly defeat Luge to prove his own strength. In the next round, Kobe utilized two screens, successfully switching his defender to Luge. He gazed at Luge, a provocative smile gracing his face, as he skillfully maneuvered the ball atop the arc while hurling taunts at Luge. Hey, Lou, this time, there's no escape for you. Luge remained focused, his eyes locked onto Kobe, acutely aware of the piercing intensity in Kobe's gaze. He realized that Kobe was truly serious this time. Kobe suddenly sprang into action. His first step was remarkably swift, and his pace was exceedingly rapid. He aimed to surpass Luge with sheer speed. Luge quickly adjusted his defensive stance, closely adhering to Kobe, intent on using his defense to restrict Kobe's offense. To his astonishment, he barely managed to maintain his position. Kobe felt a sense of surprise. He had not anticipated that Luge, a seemingly short Asian individual, possessed such remarkable defensive prowess. His ability to contend is indeed impressive. He thought to himself, I have failed to gain any advantage. Suddenly, Kobe halted his drive, executing a swift spin, followed by a graceful fadeaway jumper. His movements remained as fluid and graceful as ever. Luge attempted to block Kobe's shot, yet his height proved insufficient to even touch the ball. Swish! The basketball echoed as it swooshed through the net. Kobe cast a triumphant glance at Luge, then shrugged his shoulders, adopting a look of feigned helplessness, as if to convey, you are powerless against me. In the subsequent play, Kobe continued to engage Luge one-on-one, opting to break through from the flank. He employed his change of direction in an attempt to evade Elge's defense. However, Elge's footwork was remarkably swift, allowing him to remain closely attached to Kobe. This fellow is indeed quite tenacious. A flicker of defiance surged within Kobe, igniting his competitive spirit. I must break through his defenses, he pondered to himself. Kobe suddenly surged forward, using his physique to forcefully penetrate, attempting to break through Elge's defense. Elge felt somewhat taken aback. Why does Kobe's drive seem less incisive than I had imagined? He pondered, why was he unable to guard against Harden just now? At that moment, Luge suddenly felt his body being nudged by Kobe's arm. His body lost its equilibrium as Kobe successfully maneuvered past him, charging towards the basket. With a resounding thud, Kobe executed a powerful slam dunk, the rim reverberating with a tremendous noise. Turning to Luge, Kobe continued to taunt, I told you, you can't stop me. Luge gazed at Kobe, shaking his head in resignation. This guy is truly insatiable in his competitiveness. He thought to himself, it's just the Drew League. Is it really necessary to take it so seriously? It seems I have truly provoked him. Turning around, it was now Liu's turn to attack. Kobe actively closed in, launching an intense defensive effort against Liu. His defensive intensity was extraordinarily high, as he relentlessly shadowed Liu, denying him any opportunity for an easy dribble. Liu found himself in a strenuous predicament, nearly losing the ball as he was pressured by Kobe into a corner near the half-court circle, ultimately forced to halt his advance. My goodness, Liu internally lamented. Am I truly being singled out by Kobe like this? The seriousness of Kobe's defense was undeniably formidable, and Liu could distinctly sense the vast chasm that lay between himself and Kobe. His dribbling skills are still far from adequate. Once he loses the ball, Kobe will seize the opportunity to steal it. On the sidelines, Jiang Qingjie, witnessing Liu being so explicitly targeted by Kobe, felt somewhat bewildered. What the heck? He pondered. A high school student from Huagua, Liu, is actually receiving such treatment from Kobe? How astonishingly rare is this? The audience, witnessing the matchup between Kobe and Liu, grew even more exhilarated. They incessantly cheered, rallying support for both sides, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Harden maneuvered to the vicinity of the midfield, seeking to receive the ball from Liu. However, Kobe astutely anticipated Harden's positioning, effectively obstructing the passing lane and denying Liu the opportunity to make the pass. Just as Liu felt a wave of despair, an ingenious idea suddenly struck him. He executed a behind-the-back pass, sending the ball through Kobe's legs. The recipient was none other than DeRozan, who lay in wait beyond the three-point line. After receiving the ball, DeRozan took a step forward and, with poise, released a shot from inside the arc, successfully scoring 2 points. Swish! The basketball gracefully found its way through the net. Yes, the crowd erupted once more into a thunderous cheer. Kobe turned to look at Liu, his eyes brimming with astonishment. To his surprise, Liu managed to pass the ball even in such challenging circumstances. Not bad, Kobe remarked with a hint of astonishment. Liu met Kobe's gaze with a provocative smile. Come on, Mr. Bryant. You need to take this more seriously. Upon hearing Liu's words, Kobe transitioned from irritation to amusement, finding the young man's fighting spirit and audacity quite captivating. This young man is truly intriguing. Kobe thought to himself, I must defeat him decisively. The audience was astonished to witness Liu delivering such an exquisite pass despite Kobe's tight defense. He was extraordinary. How did he accomplish that? Incredible. This kid is truly remarkable. The Asian AI has erupted. The spectators buzzed with excitement, utterly enthralled by Liu's passing prowess. Subsequently, Kobe intensified his defense across the court, determined to prevent Liu from receiving the ball. He clung to Liu like a piece of sticky toffee, leaving Liu utterly incapable of receiving passes from his teammates. Kobe's defense was simply too formidable. Liu could not shake him off and could only watch as his teammates mounted their offensive efforts. Noticing Liu's struggle to get the ball, a triumphant smile spread across Kobe's face, as if to proclaim, you cannot penetrate my defense. As the match progressed, both teams exchanged blows, alternating in scoring. During one offensive play, Harden, showcasing his exquisite ball-handling skills, maneuvered past Kobe's defense, executed a step back, and sank a three-pointer with unwavering precision. Yeah, Harden exclaimed in exhilaration. In the subsequent play, Kobe swiftly retaliated, utilizing his exceptional back-to-the-basket skills to force his way past Harden's defense, and then executing a fadeaway jump shot that found its mark once more. Learn how to play from me, Kobe declared with pride. DeRozan, witnessing the escalating intensity between the two, refused to be outdone. He penetrated the defense to successfully score with an acrobatic layup. Good, DeRozan shouted, seemingly reminding everyone of his presence on the court. The competition reached a fever pitch, each possession brimming with fervor and confrontation, igniting the spectators' passions and sending their adrenaline soaring. After several exchanges, Kobe, observing Liu's inability to receive the ball under his defense, felt a swell of satisfaction within. He gazed at Liu, simultaneously retreating on defense while incessantly flaunting his defensive prowess. What do you think, young man? Can you handle my defense? Kobe taunted Liu as he maneuvered backward. I've told you long ago that you are no match for me. Just sit back and watch my performance today. Liu, with a resigned shake of his head, acknowledged the undeniable strength of Kobe's defensive skills. After all, Kobe had been honored with selection to the NBA's all-defensive first team 9 times. His defensive capabilities were certainly no jest. It seems that breaking through Kobe's defense is no simple task. Liu pondered. I must devise a strategy to overcome his formidable defense. He gazed at Kobe's retreating figure, contemplating his strategy in silence. However, Kobe is already 33 years old. His stamina surely cannot compare to his youth. If he relaxes even slightly, I will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. After several more exchanges, Harden once again passed the ball to LV. Hey, LV, how does it feel to receive such treatment from Kobe? It must be quite an honor. Harden chuckled as he spoke to LV. This is a rare opportunity. You must cherish it. LV smiled in return, but chose not to respond. He dribbled the ball into the front court, his gaze sweeping over Kobe, in search of an opportunity. He discovered that although Kobe was right in front of him, his attention was directed towards his teammates assisting on defense. A spark ignited within Liu Jia, and he suddenly made a bold decision. He suddenly stepped just outside the three-point line and released the ball. Swish. The basketball smoothly sank into the hoop. Kobe turned to watch the ball swish through the net, and a look of astonishment spread across his face. He never anticipated that Liu Jia would dare to shoot from such a distance beyond the three-point line, and yet, he succeeded. Why are you no longer guarding me? Liu Jia made a gesture as if blowing smoke from a gun, then looked at Kobe and provocatively inquired, "If you choose not to defend against me, you shall face the consequences." Upon hearing Liu Jia's words, Kobe felt a surge of fierce competitiveness rekindle within him. He laughed in fury, pointing at Liu Jia, and said, "You truly possess remarkable skills. You genuinely have no intention of conceding, do you? Very well. I admire your spirit. Let us proceed." Kobe once again shadowed Liu Jia, clinging to him like an unyielding piece of toffee. Liu Jia commenced his off-ball movement, tirelessly altering his direction in an attempt to shake off Kobe's relentless defense. He understood that Kobe possessed formidable defensive skills. He could not confront Kobe head-on. Instead, he had to leverage his own agility to deplete Kobe's stamina. He moved across the court with the agility of a swift cheetah, constantly searching for opportunities. After several rounds, even Kobe began to feel a sense of breathlessness. He gazed at Liu Jia, who continued to weave and maneuver without the ball, seemingly endowed with boundless stamina. How does this fellow appear to have an inexhaustible reserve of energy? Kobe pondered in astonishment. He believed that Liu Jia's stamina was extraordinary, resembling an unflagging perpetual motion machine. Liu Jia's boundless energy was also attributed to Chamberlain's emblem, which had subtly transformed his physique. At last, Liu Jia discovered an opportunity. The moment Kobe's pace slightly faltered, Liu Jia instantly surged forward. He utilized his exceptional speed to receive the ball beyond the three-point line. Kobe, realizing the situation, immediately rushed forward, intent on obstructing Liu Jia's path to the basket. However, Liu Jia unexpectedly altered his direction, employing a deft change of pace to overpower Kobe's defense. Subsequently, he executed a forceful layup with a graceful maneuver. Swish! The basketball nestled securely into the hoop. Liu Jia's layup, of considerable difficulty, showcased his remarkable body control, leaving the audience in awe. As Kobe witnessed Liu Jia score once more, a look of astonishment once again graced his face. He never anticipated that Liu Jia's fighting spirit would be so fervent. This young man truly is a formidable opponent, Kobe mused. Throughout the remainder of the match, Kobe moved like a specter, persistently shadowing Liu Jia. He vigilantly monitored Liu Jia, denying him any opportunity for an easy catch. During the offense, Kobe intentionally opted to engage Liu Jia in a one-on-one confrontation, seeking to utterly dismantle Liu Jia's defense and demonstrate his prowess. The audience, witnessing the matchup between Kobe and Liu Jia, grew increasingly exhilarated. They continuously cheered, fervently chanting Kobe's name while also loudly calling out Liu Jia's nickname. Exhilarated by this dramatic matchup, Kobe, 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 Asian Eye, Asian Eye, Asian Eye. They cheered for Kobe and Liu Jia, as if this match had transformed into a personal duel between the two. Although Liu Jia possessed the athleticism badge of Derrick Rose and the physical prowess badge of Wilt Chamberlain, the prolonged duration of the game had left him drenched in sweat, his stamina waning. Kobe, too, was gasping for breath, yet he persevered, defending against Liu Jia while not missing an opportunity to hurl taunts at him, attempting to disrupt Liu Jia's performance. Observing Kobe, Liu Jia felt a profound sense of admiration. To receive such treatment from Kobe is truly extraordinary. He thought to himself, however, Kobe's prowess is truly formidable. He guards me closely throughout the entire game, leaving me with scarcely any room to maneuver. Moreover, when he challenges me one-on-one, I find it exceedingly difficult to defend against him. Throughout the match, Liu Jia was nearly neutralized by Kobe, with few opportunities to shine. Only once did he seize a moment, successfully stealing the basketball from Kobe as he turned. In all other instances, he was skillfully dominated by Kobe's exquisite technique. During one offensive play, Kobe employed a feint to deceive Liu Jia's balance, followed by a smooth fadeaway jumper that effortlessly found the net. In the subsequent possession, Kobe once again utilized his back-to-the-basket play, forcibly maneuvering past Liu Jia's defense to score with a layup. Fortunately, Harden and DeRozan were matched up against relatively ordinary streetball players, allowing them to showcase their exceptional abilities on the offensive end, consistently racking up points for the team. Harden, employing his remarkable dribbling skills, deftly evaded his opponent's defense before sinking a three-pointer with precision. DeRozan, not to be outdone, utilized his driving prowess to effortlessly breach the opponent's defense and execute a spectacular dunk. The score remained tightly contested, never widening significantly. Jiang Qingjie, seated on the sidelines, watched the intense match unfold, marveling at the spectacle. Liu Jia, this fellow, truly knows how to provoke the wrong person. Why must he challenge Kobe? He muttered to himself. Is this truly an amateur competition? The intensity is nearly that of an NBA Finals. At that moment, Liu Jia and Kobe, entangled in their pursuit, dashed to the sidelines. Hearing Jiang Qingjie's words, Liu Jia shouted exuberantly, "Now this is interesting." Kobe, puzzled by Liu Zhe's remark and struggling with the language, breathlessly inquired. What did you just say? Liu Zhe, with a smile, replied, I merely stated that playing with you is truly enjoyable. Upon hearing Liu Zhe's words, Kobe chuckled, further admiring Liu Zhe's indomitable spirit. He glanced at the game clock, aware that the match was drawing to a close. All right, I shall now take this seriously. Kobe cast a sidelong glance at Liu Zhe, unleashing yet another volley of trash talk. No matter how hard you strive, I shall ultimately claim victory in this contest. At that moment, the scores were perfectly tied. With just over 30 seconds remaining in the game, Liu Zhe held dominion over the ball. He was somewhat taken aback that Kobe did not cling to him as he had before. However, although Kobe was not closely guarding him, he maintained a position a step or two to the side of Liu Zhe, closely tracking his movements. His gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated on Liu Zhe, instilling a sense of unease within him. Liu Zhe dared not dribble the ball head-on. Instead, he could only position himself at a slight angle, safeguarding the basketball as he cautiously advanced toward the front court, step by step. He could keenly perceive that Kobe's defensive intensity remained exceedingly high. Every movement and glance from Kobe was imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure. As Liu Zhe dribbled the ball, he simultaneously sought to prolong the passage of time. He suddenly realized that Harden had utilized his teammate's screens to break free. Liu Zhe promptly passed the ball, executing a remarkably subtle delivery. He did not even glance at Harden, but relied solely on instinct to place the ball into Harden's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Harden leaped immediately, poised to attempt a three-pointer. Just as the basketball was about to leave his fingertips, a figure unexpectedly surged forth from behind. With a resounding clap, that individual swatted the basketball from Harden's grasp. Harden was taken aback. He never anticipated that Kobe could react with such swiftness, managing to block his shot from behind. Liu Zhe was equally astonished, unable to fathom how Kobe had suddenly appeared behind Harden. This guy has been shadowing me. How did he suddenly dart over to block Harden? Liu Zhe pondered. His movements are astonishingly rapid. His reaction time is truly remarkable. His execution is incredibly fierce. Kobe's actions were undeniably swift, fierce, and precise, executed in one fluid motion, reminiscent of the Black Mamba, exuding an air of menace. Harden, Liu Zhe, and the other players immediately sprinted back on defense, striving to thwart Kobe's fast break. However, Kobe chose not to pursue the fast break. Upon dribbling into the front court, he glanced at the timer and suddenly slowed his pace. He dribbled the ball incessantly beyond the three-point line, biding his time as the clock ticked down to the final seconds of the game. A confident smile graced his face, and his eyes sparkled with focus and determination. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within Liu Zhe. Kobe is surely going to go solo. He thought to himself. Moreover, he must undoubtedly secure the final victory. In the last 3 seconds, Kobe suddenly sprang into action. His speed surged to its zenith in an instant, as he sought to exploit his velocity to penetrate Liu Zhe's defense. Noticing this, both Liu Zhe and Harden swiftly moved to converge, intent on thwarting Kobe's advance. However, Kobe suddenly came to a halt, executing a lean-back jump shot, showcasing his signature move. Harden and Liu Zhe lunged forward in unison, aiming to block Kobe's release. Yet, the basketball soared effortlessly over Liu Zhe's fingertips, heading straight for the hoop. Swish. The ball cleanly settled into the net. Kobe had clinched the victory. Yes, Kobe. 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 The entire crowd erupted in exuberance. They erupted in fervent cheers and shouts, driven to madness by Kobe's game-winning shot. They were utterly captivated by his extraordinary prowess. They surged forward, flocking to the court, encircling Kobe in a fervent desire to embrace him and celebrate this magnificent victory together. Harden, with a resigned smile, shook his head and lamented, alas, that guy Kobe is truly impossible to defend. Standing still, Liu Zhe gazed at the throng celebrating around Kobe, silently cursing under his breath. Damn it. He pondered, how could I have let my guard down? I was completely outsmarted. Then, he lifted his gaze and exchanged a knowing smile with Harden, both feeling a sense of resignation. Well, we lost. It was a fair defeat, Liu Zhe remarked. Truly, Kobe is remarkable. Kobe engaged with the audience, celebrating the triumph of the match. He raised his hands high, embracing the cheers of the audience, and a confident smile radiated from his face. He resembled a sovereign reigning supreme, reveling in the glory that was rightfully his. As the crowd gradually dispersed, several bodyguards approached to escort Kobe from the scene. Kobe gestured for them to pause, then began to search through the throng. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Liu Zhe, who was seated at the sidelines, sipping water. Kobe made his way directly toward Liu Zhe. Jiang Qingjie was beside Liu Zhe, his excitement palpable as he watched Kobe, continually marveling at Liu Zhe's remarkable performance just moments earlier. Liu Zhe, you were absolutely phenomenal, Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. You dared to execute a between-the-legs pass in front of Kobe. You were incredible, not to mention that steal, the three-pointer, and that layup against Kobe's defense. It was simply spectacular. Today, to face Kobe and deliver such a performance is something you can boast about for a lifetime. Liu Zhe mused to himself. I haven't even entered the NBA yet. If I do, I might have the chance to face him several more times. He lifted his head, ready to respond to Jiang Qingjie, but was taken aback to find Kobe standing before him. What? Have I overwhelmed you to the point of silence? Kobe gazed at Lu Zhi and launched into his playful banter once more. Are you finally conceding? Lu Zhi managed a wry smile, about to reply, when unexpectedly, Kobe burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Kobe playfully tapped Lu Zhi's shoulder with his fist and continued, you played quite well. What is your name? Which team do you belong to? Lu Zhi was left somewhat bewildered by Kobe's sudden shift in demeanor. He stared at Kobe in a daze, unsure of how to respond. You still haven't answered me. Which team do you belong to? Kobe inquired, his tone laced with urgency. I am not a professional player. I do not belong to any team, Lu Zhi replied, shaking his head. I am merely a high school student. I have only played some street basketball and have yet to participate in any professional matches. What? Kobe was taken aback upon hearing Lu Zhi's words. He widened his eyes and gazed at Lu Zhi, inquiring, are you not a professional player? How old are you? I am 19 years old this year. Lu Zhi replied. 19. Kobe exclaimed in astonishment. At such a young age, you possess this level of skill. Are the NBA scouts blind? Why has no one sought to recruit you? At that moment, Harden, having overheard their conversation, approached them. Hey, Kobe, don't be greedy. Harden chuckled. I have already recommended Lu Zhi to the Thunder. You can't snatch him away. What? You really recommended him? Kobe expressed his surprise upon hearing Harden's words. He pointed at Lu Zhi and said to Harden, very well. Since that is the case, I shall not contest with you any longer. Then, Kobe turned his gaze towards Lu Zhi and declared, young man, I shall remember you. When you enter the league, I shall continue to dominate you. With that, Kobe turned and departed from the court. As he walked, he incessantly murmured to himself, 19? Truly astonishing. How intriguing. How delightful. After Kobe's departure, Lu Zhi once again marveled at Kobe's fierce competitive spirit, which had reached an almost obsessive level. Why must he take a mere street basketball game so seriously? Lu Zhi pondered. It is quite frightening. Hey Lu, don't take it too much to heart. Harden approached, patting Lu Zhi on the shoulder. Kobe was just the kind of person. He relished competition in everything he did. He merely wanted to win. Don't dwell on it. I understand. Thank you, Harden. Lu Zhi nodded, smiling. By the way, I have already informed the Thunder scouts about your situation. Harden continued. However, they mentioned that since you have yet to participate in an official game, they require more information to assess your abilities. Do you have any game footage? Yes, I do. Jiang Qingjie interjected eagerly. The video I uploaded to YouTube, can they use that? Oh, you have a video? Harden asked, visibly excited. That's fantastic. Please send me the link. Once I return, I will show it to the scouts. Sure, no problem. Jiang Qingjie promptly agreed. But I must warn you. It might still pose some challenges. Harden remarked. After all, you aren't an NCAA player, and those scouts place greater emphasis on NCAA games. I understand, Harden. I truly appreciate your willingness to recommend me to the Thunder. Lu Zhi nodded, indicating his comprehension of Harden's message. All right, enough of that. Harden chuckled, giving Lu Zhi's shoulder a friendly pat. I must be off. I'll reach out if there's any news. Okay, thank you, Harden. Lu Zhi expressed his gratitude once more. After Harden departed, Jiang Qingjie turned to Lu Zhi and suddenly asked, by the way, Lu Zhi, I just remembered. We previously misled that coach from New York University, claiming we were there for a tryout, only to reject joining their team after the game. Wasn't he that a bit reckless? Upon hearing Jiang Qingjie's words, Lu Zhi smiled wryly. Sigh, I agree, it was indeed somewhat inconsiderate. After all, we took advantage of their good intentions. However, New York University's strength falls within the D3 category in the NCAA, which is rather weak. So attending wouldn't have offered much value, Jiang Qingjie remarked. Indeed, Lu Zhi nodded in agreement, but it does feel a bit wrong to have deceived them. Actually, I sought him out the very next day after the tryout, explained everything at length, and was quite persistent. Fortunately, that coach was understanding and didn't pursue the matter. Jiang Qingjie recounted. You rascal. Lu Zhi shook his head in exasperation. In the future, let us refrain from employing such underhanded tactics. Sigh. Jiang Qingjie sighed. Lu Zhi, if we lose this match in the Drew League, we will be eliminated, and there won't be any further games. What are your plans moving forward? The NBA is still on hold, and there won't be any official teams offering you tryouts for the time being. Lu Zhi contemplated before replying. I think I shall return to my homeland for a while. After all, I graduated high school and have some paperwork to attend to. Plus, I want to visit my parents. Once the NBA resumes, I can return then. Upon arriving in his homeland, as Lu Zhi disembarked from the plane, he spotted his parents anxiously waiting for him at the exit. Seeing Lu Zhi, his mother rushed over, embracing him tightly. Oh my son, you are finally back. Her voice brimmed with excitement and concern as she incessantly inquired about his well-being in America, whether he was eating well, and if he was sleeping properly. Mom, I'm fine. I'm doing quite well. Lu Zhi replied with a smile, feeling warmth engulf his heart. I eat well, sleep well, so don't worry. His mother scrutinized him closely, noticing that he had not only gained considerable strength but had also grown taller. A smile of contentment spread across her face. My son has indeed grown up. He knows how to take care of himself. Yes, everything is good. His father remained silent, quietly observing Lu Zhi. his eyes filled with concern and worry. "Let us go home," his father said, his tone carrying a hint of gentleness. The family got into the car, heading down the road toward home. As they crossed the river bridge, his father suddenly spoke up. "Lucia, I have already taken care of your paperwork. After your summer vacation, you will report to Jinling University of Technology." "What? The paperwork? It's all done." Lucia was taken aback. He had expected his father to have completed his university arrangements. "Yes," his father nodded. "Once you enter university, you must focus and study diligently. Even if you don't pursue a career in sports, you'll still have a means of livelihood." Hearing his father's words, Lucia fell silent. He pondered to himself. What if I attend university and then drop out to pursue a career in the NBA? His father seemed to perceive Elja's thoughts and sighed, saying, "Elja, you can't truly be considering a career in the NBA, can you? Let me tell you, it's best to refrain from such daydreams. In life, one must remain grounded and take each step with diligence." "I understand, Dad." Elja nodded, choosing not to contest his father's words. He understands that his father only wishes the best for him and does not want to cause him any worry. "As long as you comprehend my meaning," the father said. "By the way, you should focus more on your studies moving forward." "Enough, enough." The mother suddenly interrupted the father's words. "Your son has returned from America, taller and stronger. And he is now capable of taking care of himself. What more could you possibly be concerned about? Moreover, he has been playing basketball in the States and has even won a cash prize, in dollars, no less. What else could you find unsatisfactory?" All right. I shall say no more," the father replied, shaking his head in resignation, then fell silent. "However, Elja, I must remind you." After a brief pause, the father spoke again. "When you were dismissed from the national youth team, many universities were hesitant to accept you. It was only through the commendations of your high school coach, who spoke highly of you and strongly recommended you, that Jinling University of Technology reluctantly admitted you. You must take the time to express your gratitude to your high school coach." "Yes, I understand. I will do that," Elja promptly assured him. At that moment, on Hu Forum, the largest basketball forum in Huagua, due to the NBA suspension and the absence of games to watch, the board users began to engage in various discussions. They are gathering news about basketball games from around the globe, and some individuals have even begun to pay attention to European leagues. Naturally, many others have turned their focus to the Drew League. In the relevant forums, netizens have initiated discussions, expressing that due to the NBA lockout, numerous NBA players have taken to the streets to play, including superstars like Kevin Durant, who have been spotted at Rucker Park. Indeed, I have also heard that many NBA players are participating in street leagues. It is said that the matches there are incredibly thrilling and exhilarating. I yearn to witness it myself. The netizens chatter animatedly, their voices brimming with longing. "Oh, I just remembered. The Chinese individual who used to play at Rucker Park seems to have been silent for quite some time." A netizen suddenly remarked. "Right. What was his name? Lucia?" "Yes, that's him. He seems to have played at Rucker Park too, doesn't he? I recall that his last video showcased him competing in some obscure street games at Rucker Park, and his opponents appeared to be mere street ballers, devoid of any encounters with NBA players. Indeed, I feel that his prowess has been greatly exaggerated. After all, street ball may seem flashy, yet the actual significance of the games is rather minimal." Some netizens began to cast doubt on Lucia's abilities, believing that his skills may not be as formidable as the online narratives suggest. "Sigh, I said it. Street ball appears ostentatious, but the actual value of the games is quite low." One netizen posted a taunt. "The prowess of that Lucia is severely overstated. He is certainly no prodigious player." "TCH, what do you know?" A supporter of Lucia promptly countered. "Lucia's skills are undoubtedly impressive. He simply has not encountered suitable opponents." "Humph, keep on boasting. I, for one, remain unconvinced. Disbelieve if you wish. In time, you shall realize your error."